The City of Water, shining like a jewel on the Grand Line, is a place of extraordinary splendor and bustle. With a sharp intake of breath, I, Usopp, awoke in the cabin of the Going Merry. The moment I opened my eyes, I was greeted by a wave of searing pain that shot through my entire body. The agony was so intense, it nearly knocked me unconscious again. It was a kind of suffering almost too much to bear. Just then, a cold, synthesized voice rang out in my mind, metallic and emotionless. Ding. Host has awakened. League of Legends, system loading. It echoed in my head like the sound effect when a new game begins. At the same time, two different streams of memories surged into my mind, blending together, crashing wildly as if locked in a fierce, chaotic struggle. With a low groan, I forced myself upright, my mind still clouded and blank. The tangled mess of memories consumed my focus, so much so that I barely noticed my physical pain, nor did I pay any attention to that strange electronic voice. Thank goodness, Usopp's awake. Chopper, who had been anxiously watching by my bedside, crowed with joy, as if he had just received a priceless reward. As our ship doctor, he knew all too well how dire my injuries were, but also that as long as I was conscious, I just needed to rest quietly for a time, and I would pull through. Hearing Chopper's exclamation, the rest of the Straw Hat crew, who had been waiting anxiously outside the cabin, let out a collective sigh of relief and filed in one after another. Don't scare us like that again, Usopp. Yeah, charging out there all alone was reckless. We're lucky you made it back alive. Next time, try thinking things through before you jump in. Nami, Sanji, and Zoro all chimed in one after another. Though their words sounded like scolding, their voices were laced with nothing but care and concern. Luffy, on the other hand, simply laughed out loud the moment he saw me awake, carefree as always. For him, as long as his friends were safe, nothing else really mattered. I'm sorry, I was too reckless. My head was still spinning, and I apologize to everyone on Reflex. It's fine. Even if we lost those 200 million berries, we still have 100 million left. More than enough. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, as if none of it was worth worrying about. But Luffy, what about the ship? What will happen to the Merry? Can we really fix her with just 100 million? No matter how muddled my thoughts, this was the question I cared about most, the obsession that haunted. The instant my words left my mouth, the cabin fell utterly silent. So still you could have heard a pin drop. The air turned heavy with unspoken tension. After a long, waited pause, Luffy broke into a gentle smile, shattering the silence at last. About that, Usopp, I've decided. We're getting a new ship. I was stunned in that moment, completely unprepared for Luffy to say something like this. But almost instantly, a flood of memories surged through my mind. The time Kaku from CP9 boarded the ship for an inspection, the things the shipyard workers said to Luffy and Nami, the argument I had with Luffy over the Going Merry, and eventually, how it all ended for Merry. All these memories washed over me like a tide, and my emotions slipped out of control. Shame, regret, frustration, helplessness, fear, every feeling tangled together inside. I'm sorry for deciding while you were away, but I've made up my mind. The Going Merry has helped us so much in the past, but this will be her final journey. Luffy wore a smile, yet I could sense the bitterness behind it. Wait a second, my head throbbed with pain, cold sweat broke out across my forehead, and my voice was so weak it was barely audible. Oh right, in the manual Mr. Icebook gave us, there are plenty of new ships we can actually afford. If we had 100 million berries, we could even buy a second-hand ship bigger than the Merry. Luffy hadn't heard me. He grabbed a catalog lying nearby and started flipping through it. Enough, I shouted, leaping to my feet and snatching the catalog out of Luffy's hands. Don't talk about this in front of the Merry. At once, Luffy's brow furrowed and his face grew heavy. He cared deeply about being unable to sail onward, but as captain, he had to make this call. Usopp, you're not fully recovered. Don't push yourself. Chopper pleaded anxiously, while Nami and the others looked helpless. Usopp, you don't actually know yet. The Merry is all ready. Luffy clenched his fists, trying to explain. That's enough. I know. The Merry can't be fixed anymore, can it? I've understood all along. I stared straight at Luffy, cutting him off. My words took everyone in the cabin by surprise. The Going Merry is beyond saving. I understood that back on Skypiea. Do you all remember? On Skypiea, someone repaired the Merry for us. But that someone was none other than the Merry herself. Honestly, ever since then, Merry has been running on borrowed time. She's only held out this long because of us. So don't talk about what new ship will replace her in front of the companion who has given everything just to bring us here. You idiot. The more I spoke, the more my emotions boiled over, until finally I hurled the catalog at Luffy with all my strength. Luffy didn't even flinch or fight back. He just stood there, letting the catalog hit him squarely in the chest. Usopp, calm down, Zoro reminded me, his brows furrowed with concern. I couldn't quite explain it, but I sensed that Zoro actually believed what I had just said. The look in his eyes carried an undercurrent of complex emotions that I could faintly feel. Everyone else fell silent. Chopper, always so sensitive, couldn't hold back his tears. I am sorry. At last, I came to my senses, clutching my head as I staggered out of the cabin. Wait, Usopp, where are you going? Chopper called out in a panic, and the others turned their attention to me as well. Sorry, my mind is a mess right now. I just need some time alone to collect myself. With that brief explanation, I left the cabin without looking back. My thoughts were in turmoil, my heart heavy with sorrow and frustration, and all I wanted was a moment of solitude. I'll go with you. Chopper quickly grabbed his little backpack, ready to run after me. Chopper, don't come. I really need to be alone for a while. I spun around, my tone sharper than I intended, but caught myself and forced a smile to soften my words. Don't worry, my wounds are fine. But Chopper still couldn't let go of his worries. He knew better than anyone how badly I was hurt, and there was no way he could relax completely. It's all right, Chopper. Let him have some space. Zoro reached out and held Chopper gently in place. He understood that everyone was hurting right now, and some time apart to cool off might be best for all of us. Chopper struggled to break free, but Zoro's steady hand kept him in place, and he could only watch helplessly as my figure vanished into the distance. Luffy didn't stop me either. He simply stared, lost in thought, at the hull of the Going Merry, and murmured softly to himself. Merry. The first light of dawn crept over the horizon, golden sunshine piercing through the clouds and gradually pushing away the darkness. On a beach near Water 7, Usopp slumped against a large reef, breathing heavily. After a whole night of waiting, Usopp's heart had finally begun to quiet down a little. Yet, once he sorted out everything that had happened, his emotions roared back with renewed force. Now he understood. He had crossed over, or more precisely, his soul had merged. A soul from Blue Star, a traveler between worlds, had fused with Usopp's own, and together they become someone entirely new. He was no longer the Usopp of old. He was something more. Damn it, why does Oda draw so slowly? I have no clue what's going to happen next. Usopp growled, punching the sand in frustration, cursing softly under his breath. According to his memories, this world was in fact the creation of a genius named Oda, a phenomenal manga that, back on Blue Star, had become a worldwide sensation. He'd watched the anime adaptation when he was on Blue Star, but never finished it. The reason was simple. The updates just came out too slow. Just one new episode a week, only for a month, and barely 48 in a whole year. Back on Blue Star, he once followed One Piece throughout his university years, keeping up with every new chapter until graduation, and only managed to reach the Sabaody archipelago arc. As graduation approached, life grew ever more hectic, and coincidentally, the manga's plot was entering a pivotal turning point. He figured that instead of anxiously awaiting weekly updates, it'd be better to let the story unfold a bit further and binge read it all at once. But once he'd put it aside, his enthusiasm for keeping up with the series gradually faded. Up until his journey to this new world, he'd never gotten around to catching up again. In the meantime, although he'd often come across short videos about One Piece on his phone, giving him a hazy impression of certain characters and events, he remained almost completely clueless about how the main storyline progressed. Even more crucially, since he had followed One Piece so long ago, he could only recall the key plot points up to Sabaody archipelago. The intricate details had already slipped entirely from his mind. Damn it, guess I really should blame Oda for updating so slowly. Usopp pounded the ground with his fist once more, but in doing so accidentally tugged at his wounds, crying out in pain despite himself. Feeling the deep weakness in his own body, Usopp's eyes flickered with uncertainty. What should he do next? Was he truly going to leave the Straw Hat Pirates? In reality, the thought of quitting had crossed his mind long ago. After his soul merged with another, and he learned some things about the future, that idea had only grown strong. Usopp was all too aware that, in terms of combatability, he was almost the weakest among the Straw Hat Pirates. His odds of winning were probably limited to Nami, but Nami was their indispensable navigator, and her contributions to the crew were irreplaceable. As for himself, as a sniper, if the enemy got close, there was a good chance he couldn't even handle an ordinary grunt. If he stayed with the Straw Hats, perhaps he really would only drag everyone down. Usopp let out a bitter smile, his heart full of frustration, yet he had no alternatives. After a brief moment of confusion, determination gradually returned to Usopp's eyes. No matter what the future holds, at least this time, he would fight alongside his friends and see the Enies Lobby arc through to the end. He still remembered that this time, Robin seemed to have been threatened by CP9 and taken to Enies Lobby. The situation was critical. Though fear gnawed at him, there was simply no way he could back down now. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. League of Legends system loaded. All functions have been automatically adapted to this world rules. Host, please feel free to use. Usopp blinked in surprise. Then a surge of wild joy welled up inside him. This was the classic advantage granted to transmigrators. A system. The words League of Legends couldn't be more familiar. After all, back on Blue Star, he'd been a devoted player of the game for 10 years. Even though his skills were just average, he simply loved playing. Eagerly, Usopp called out to the system in his mind, and in an instant, a virtual interface, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. The system panel was extremely straightforward. On the left was an icon crafted from Usopp's own portrait, and to the right of the icon were 3 status bars in green, blue, and purple. Beneath the portrait, there were 2 rows of 5 skill slots each, along with an equipment slot. To the right of the equipment slot, he could see basic attributes, such as attack power and spell strength. At the same time, the system's explanations about the League of Legends core mechanics and basic controls surfaced in Usopp's mind. The green bar beside the icon represented health. It covered every aspect of his physical resilience, from strength and stamina to endurance. In the world of One Piece, a full-grown adult's baseline health was set at 100. Looking at his own health, Usopp felt a pang of embarrassment. His value was 176, only a little stronger than the average person. Was someone like him really fit to join the crew of the Pirate King? Next, Usopp's gaze shifted to the blue bar. In League of Legends, blue meant mana, but here, it represented hockey reserves. All types were included. At present, his blue bar sat at 0. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he hadn't learned to use hockey yet. The purple bar displayed experience, currently at 0 out of 100. Whenever the experience gauge filled up, Usopp would automatically level up, and all his core attributes would increase accordingly. Defeating or fully overcoming an opponent would earn him experience and gold, with the exact amounts depending on the foe's strength. Stronger enemies meant greater rewards, weaker ones, less. Both skill and equipment slots were blank at the moment, since Usopp had yet to obtain any abilities or gear. From now on, every time he leveled up, he'd get a free skill draw and gain an extra slot for both skills and equipment. Equipment could only be purchased in the system shop using gold. Among the basic additional attributes, attack power refers to the strength of basic attacks, while spell power represents the strength of attacks when using hockey. Armor and magic resistance respectively correspond to defense against ordinary attacks and special attacks, such as hockey. Attack speed reflects one's reaction ability. The higher the value, the quicker the response. Movement speed, critical strike rate, and ability haste align closely with their counterparts in League of Legends, though the actual calculation of values has been slightly adjusted. Currently, Usopp's attribute panel displays the following. Health points, 126/176. Wounded. Haki 0/0. Attack power 25. Spell power 0. Armor 5. Magic resistance 5. Attack speed 1.6 with 1 being an average human. Ability haste 0. Critical rate 0. Movement speed 210 with 100 being an average human. Usopp let out a soft sigh, gazing helplessly at his stats. His strength was barely on par with an ordinary soldier, and he wasn't even sure he could take down a cannon card. But Usopp soon shook off his disappointment. Now, he possessed a system of his own. Growing stronger was just a matter of time. He directed his attention to the upper right corner of the system panel, where 2 options appeared: System Shop and Skill Draw. But what truly caught Usopp's eye was a golden, sparkling lucky pouch right beside those options. Underneath the pouch was written Novice Grand Gift Pack. With a glimmer of anticipation, Usopp tapped open the Novice Grand Gift Pack. In the next instant, 5 golden cards appeared on the system panel. Triple Experience Card, 1 day, X1. Triple Gold Card, 1 day, X1. Starting Gold, 1,400. Random Skin Generation Card, X1. No. Generates a special effect skin randomly based on the host physique with no additional attributes. Random Max Level Hero Card, X1. No. Grants a random hero, inheriting all skills and base stats at max level in the hero's signature weapon. Usopp's eyes swept past the first 4 cards and settled directly on the last one, the Random Max Level Hero Card. His gaze grew intensely fervent. This card could grant him the full power of any hero. With it, he could instantly escape from his lowly predicament, weaker than even a minion. Without the slightest hesitation, Usopp clicked Use Random Max Level Hero Card. The golden card swelled instantly, nearly covering the entire system panel. The words on the card began to fade away, transforming into the images of League of Legends heroes, flashing across the screen at lightning speed. Master E, the Wuju Bladesman; Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void; Aurelia, the Blade Dancer; Lucian, the Purifier. Each hero's strength stirred Usopp's blood, filling him with such excitement that he could hardly keep from drooling. If given the choice, Usopp would still prefer to draw the card of an ADC hero. After all, back on the Blue Star, the role he was best at was ADC, and in this world, he was also a sharpshooter. ADC heroes suited him best. Take Lucian, for example. Dual pistols, agile movements, dazzling attacks of holy light. How cool would that be? But just at that moment, one of the flashing hero images on the card made Usopp shudder all over, cold sweat beading on his brow. Tahm Kench, the River King. Unbidden, Usopp's mind was filled with the image of that monstrously long tongue. The memory of Tom's bizarre action of licking people sent a chill down his spine and raised goosebumps all over his body. No, anyone but Tahm Kench. Please, just not him. Please, let it be anything but Tahm Kench. Anything but Tom. Usopp stared intently at the system panel, praying over and over in his heart. The system did not keep him in suspense for long. The anxiety pressing on his heart soon faded, as the image of a battle-hardened female warrior, wielding twin pistols and carrying a long blade, her presence exuding danger, appeared on the system panel. If you're looking for a unique style, this time you've picked the right one. The Desert Rose, Samira. Seeing that he hadn't drawn Tahm Kench, Usopp couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief, immediately followed by a surge of delight. Samira was not only a ranged attack hero he'd always admired, but also a close combat warrior of exceptional skill. In this world of pirates, teeming with strange and wondrous abilities, possessing Samira's skill set meant Usopp no longer had to worry about his weakness in melee situations. Her arrival would undoubtedly elevate his survival and counterattack capabilities in battle to a whole new level. Before Usopp could digest this, the Samira card on the system panel suddenly burst apart, shattering into countless golden sparks that streamed rapidly into his body. A warm current surged through him in an instant. Wounds healed, strength and stamina increasing by the second. Moments later, the warmth slowly faded, but Usopp could sense with absolute clarity that his body had undergone a profound transformation. The personal stats on his system panel began to update. Health 2613/2613. Haki 994/994. Experience 0 out of 100. Attack 144. Ability power 0. Armor 117. Magic resist 57. Attack speed 2.71. Skill haste 0. Critical strike 0. Movement speed 545. Meanwhile, the previously empty 5 skill slots in Usopp's skill bar were now fully occupied. Indomitable Valor, passive when you attack a target using different skills. Your own rating can increase from E up to S. With each rank gain, your movement speed increases by 5%, and your attack power rises by 15%. Crossfire, you can unleash a powerful enhanced shot at a target within 1,450 meters. Regular attack range is 500 meters plus an additional 950 meters, or slash an enemy at melee range. Skill consumption consumes 30 to an unlimited amount of bravado. The more you consume, the stronger the effect. Cooldown none. Crescent Whirl, rapidly slash at enemies surrounding, simultaneously creating a barrier capable of destroying any flying projectiles that pass through the area. Skill consumption consumes 60 to an unlimited amount of bravado. The more you consume, the more projectiles you can destroy. Cooldown none. Wind Rush, charge at a target within a range of 100 meters, performing slashing attacks on all enemies in your path while gaining a 20% attack speed bonus. Charge speed equals base movement speed of 545 plus an extra acceleration of 1200. This effect lasts for 3 seconds. Can be combined with Crossfire. Skill consumption consumes 40 to an unlimited amount of bravado. The more you consume, the stronger the effect. Cooldown none. Inferno Trigger, for 2 seconds. Unleash a hail of bullets at all targets within your attack range, gaining a lifesteal effect during the barrage. Skill consumption requires spending an S rank rating and an unlimited amount of bravado. The more you spend, the greater the power. Cooldown none. No, the hero you've drawn is Desert Rose Samira with a base attack range of 500 meters. Within your attack range, you gain gained third-person perspective, guaranteeing that every regular attack finds its mark. Attacks can only be blocked, never dodged. Usopp skimmed through the array of abilities the system had granted him after leveling up, growing more and more delighted with each one, his heartbeat gradually quickening. Just the third-person perspective and the guarantee of hitting with every basic attack were enough to make Usopp break into a sly giggle. In this world, a third-person view was almost like an enhanced version of observation hockey, allowing one to sense every detail in their surroundings with crystal clarity, the only difference being that the range was slightly shorter than hockey. And as for attacks that never miss, for a sniper, this was nothing less than a dream come true. Then are all those skills. Compared to the original abilities from the League, all 5 new skills Usopp had obtained had undergone significant changes, and now none of them had any cooldowns at all. He guessed that aside from a few rare, special skills, every ability granted by the system would be free from cooldown restrictions in the real world. After all, reality was nothing like a game. Being unable to use a skill because of a cooldown would be utterly unreasonable. As Usopp was still sorting through the new information in his mind, a burst of golden light flashed before him. Suddenly, 2 uniquely shaped pistols, distinctly unlike anything from this world, appeared, along with a broadsword 1.5 meters long, landing silently at his feet. Black Fire, White Thorn, Spirit Judgment. Usopp's eyes shone with excitement. Without hesitation, he reached out and picked up all 3 weapons. Immediately, he felt an uncanny connection with them, as if these arms were extensions of his very own body, ready to be wielded with perfect familiarity at any moment. He leaned the Spirit Judgment sword at his side for the time being, then took Black Fire and White Thorn in his hands. With a series of rapid shots out towards the open sea, bullet after bullet tore into the water, sending great plumes splashing high into the air. To his delight, Usopp discovered that the 2 pistols carried unlimited ammunition. No matter how much he fired, they never ran out, a feature that made him even more pleased with his new gear. Next, Usopp began experimenting with each of his newly acquired skills, reluctantly stopping only after he had exhausted all his hockey energy. Only then did he turn his attention to the remaining cards from his novice reward pack. The triple experience card and the triple coin card would only be valid for a single day, so this wasn't the ideal time to use them. As for the 1,400 gold coins in his pouch, a quick browse through the system shop showed that while equipment stats had been tweaked, prices remained mostly unchanged. 1,400 gold coins could only buy about half a piece of equipment at best. With intense battles against the CP9 agents looming ahead, Usopp decided it was wiser to hold onto his coins and wait for the right moment to pick up some essential gear. Now there was only one item left, the random skin generator card. Without further hesitation, Usopp chose to use it. Since the skin didn't offer any real enhancements, he saw no point in saving it for later. With another flash of golden light, a figure radiating futuristic, high-tech style appeared on his system panel. Congratulations, you've unlocked the legendary skin, Project God Usopp. By the time Usopp had digested all the information and rewards granted by the system, afternoon had already arrived. Just then, the winds over Water 7 picked up, whipping the sea into increasingly wild waves. Usopp quickly organized his equipment, securely strapping Black Fire, White Thorn, and Spirit Judgment to his body with rope, and set off in the direction of the coast where the Going Merry was aimed. He needed to rejoin Luffy and the others as soon as possible to share the vital news he had learned, and, while at it, find something to quiet his growling stomach. Since being injured and knocked out, Usopp hadn't had a chance to eat, and now hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Especially after the system's enhancements, his body's energy demands were greater than ever. At this moment, Usopp felt he could devour an entire cow all by himself. Nothing particularly unusual happened along the way. Thanks to his newly strengthened body, he quickly made it back to the vicinity of the Going Merry. However, to Usopp's surprise, his third-person perspective allowed him to see clearly that something was wrong on the Merry. The deck was in complete disarray, scuffed and covered in chaotic footprints. The whole ship looked as if it had just been ransacked. Even the 2 orange trees Nami had brought from the East Blue were gone. What was even more unsettling, not a single member of the Straw Hat crew was anywhere to be seen. The Merry felt eerily empty and quiet, as if it had turned into a ghost ship. With hurried, bounding steps, Usopp leapt aboard and immediately scoured the cabins in search of clues. Money, food, daily necessities, almost everything aboard had been taken. Many places across the hull bore obvious signs of damage. Damn it, to trash the Merry like this. What were those people after? Usopp muttered under his breath, anger flaring as he took it all in. He searched every corner of the Going Merry, his confusion and anxiety deepening with every step. What on earth had happened here? Though many details now seemed fuzzy in his mind, Usopp vaguely remembered that in the original story, around this time, he and Luffy had quarreled fiercely over the fate of the Merry, even coming to blows. Although he lost to Luffy in that duel, in the end, Luffy left the Merry with him and led the others away. So, when the workers from the Galilok Company in Water 7 boarded the ship to search it, Usopp had been powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as they turned the vessel upside down. But now, things were different from how they were supposed to go. He had not fallen out with Luffy, and the Merry still belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates. Even if the ship was no longer seaworthy, Luffy and the others should have left someone behind to guard it when they left. Yet now, chaos reigned on the Merry, and every other crew member had vanished without a trace. Could this be the so-called butterfly effect? Standing on the deck, Usopp felt the ocean wind growing stronger around him, his brow furrowing in anxious worry. No, I have to find a way to meet up with them as soon as possible, and then get the Merry to safety. Only then can I focus all my effort on Robin's situation. He spoke softly to himself, then quickly jumped off the Merry and hurried toward the direction of Water 7. At this moment, most of the residents of Water 7 were busily preparing for the impending giant tsunami, ominously known as Aqua Laguna. Some hurriedly packed their belongings, others reinforced doors and windows. A tense atmosphere atmosphere pervaded the city. Yet, amidst the winding streets and bustling alleys, an armed group roamed with weapons at the ready. They looked as if they were searching for something, entirely undisturbed by the looming disaster. This group was none other than the shipwrights of the Galilok Company, one of the most powerful factions in Water 7. Just the night before, Iceboy, the city's mayor and the head of the Galilok Company, had been brutally attacked by an unknown assailant and gravely injured. The news sent shockwaves throughout Water 7 as residents voiced anger and discontent toward Iceboy. By the next morning, after regaining consciousness, Iceboy himself pointed out the culprits, the very members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Galilok shipwrights immediately began a citywide manhunt for the Straw Hats, determined to seek justice for Iceboy. If it weren't for the imminent threat of Aqua Laguna, with Iceboy's influence over the city, this search would have involved not just the shipwrights, but every resident of Water 7. Usopp, who had just slipped into a back alley, soon found himself narrowly dodging patrols of searching shipwrights. Luckily, with his newly acquired third-person perspective, he was able to spot the searchers from afar and skillfully avoid any head-on encounters. Still, in order to avoid getting recognized and reported by the eager townsfolk, and to save time, Usopp took a chance and climbed onto the rooftops, darting and leaping across buildings as he hunted for signs of his fellow Straw Hats. He sifted through everything he knew so far in his mind. According to how things should play out, Luffy and Nami would go to investigate the attack on Icebug, while Sanji and Chopper would search for the missing Robin. Zoro would remain at their base to stand guard. Once Icebug awoke and accused the Straw Hats, they would all be forced into hide until nightfall, when the inevitable and fateful confrontation with the agents of CP9 would finally arrive. Based on Usopp's understanding of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, even though their plans were changed because of what happened to him last night and kept them on the merry, everyone's actions today should still be broadly similar to what would have happened originally. The only real difference was that now it was Zoro, not at the inn, but left behind on the merry. As for why Zoro didn't stay on the ship before, or what exactly happened during that time, Usopp was still in the dark. However, that wasn't the most pressing issue right now. What mattered more was how he could find the crew, who were quite possibly already in hiding. While Usopp enjoyed a third-person perspective, his abilities were far from omniscient. He couldn't see through buildings or obstacles. If Luffy and the others truly wanted to conceal themselves, there was simply no way Usopp could find them all in a short amount of time. Just as Usopp was fretting over this problem, he caught a glimpse of someone moving into his field, making him start and halt in his tracks. It was a tall man, wrapped tightly in a billowing cloak and wearing a mask that concealed his face. Although this was the first time Usopp had seen him in person, he immediately recognized this figure. Bruno, the man who had once posed as the tavern owner and a member of CP9. In the original tale of One Piece, Bruno's appearances were few. His strength ranked only in the middle among CP9, and before the final battle even began, he had already been easily defeated by Luffy, placing him firmly in the supporting cast. What made an impression on Usopp was not the man himself, but his exceedingly rare spatial-type devil fruit ability. The door fruit he had eaten belonged to the Paramecia class. It allowed him to create all kinds of doors anywhere, each one opening into a pocket dimension, which was undeniably a formidable power. If pushed to its full potential, this fruit could undoubtedly rank among the very best. Unfortunately, in the original story, Bruno relied primarily on his martial arts, using his door powers only as a supplement. Otherwise, his impact might have been much greater. But since he's here, that probably means Robin is somewhere nearby. If I can deal with him here and then persuade Robin, things afterward might go much more smoothly. Usopp's gaze grew resolute. He immediately changed his course and began to stealthily approach the direction where Bruno was lurking. Usopp moved cautiously across the rooftop, keeping an eye on Bruno's every move while also searching for any sign of Robin. But even after creeping all the way to a rooftop just a few dozen meters from Bruno, there was still no trace of Robin. Usopp frowned, his mind brimming with confusion. By all logic, Robin should be with Bruno at this point in time, so why was she nowhere to be seen? Just then, a sudden flash of insight darted through Usopp's mind as he recalled a crucial detail. In the original storyline, Robin went to say her farewells to Sanji and Chopper alone today. Could it be that this was the moment she slipped away? At this very instant, Bruno stood quietly by a deserted stretch of riverbank, staring intently at the churning water, his expression utterly focused, as if waiting for someone to appear. Usopp pondered for a moment, his gaze growing resolute, and finally made up his mind. Perhaps it was actually better that Robin wasn't here right now. After all, she was still torn by uncertainty, perhaps unsure where her loyalty truly lay. With a swift motion, Usopp tightened his grip on the hilt of his spirit forge blade. At his command, a wash of orange light enveloped his body. Panels of futuristic alloy armor materialized out of thin air, snapping into place and swiftly covering Usopp from head to toe. His three signature weapons, Black Fire, White Tusk, and the Spirit Punisher, shifted and morphed, each adopting a brand new form. Then, a metallic mask with a V-shaped visor descended over his face, cloaking his entire body in armor, except for his unmistakable long nose. He now looked every bit like an imposing, cold-faced machine. Drawing a deep breath, Usopp unsheathed the Spirit Punisher, leaping in a single surge straight for Bruno. He threw himself into the attack, activating his Blitz and Crossfire skills, swinging the Spirit Punisher in a fierce arc aimed squarely at Bruno's head. In a heartbeat, the blade came within a hair's breadth of Bruno's crown before Bruno sensed the danger and turned, looking up to meet the assault. With a harsh, tearing sound, their figures flashed past one another. Usopp landed on the far side of the river, while Bruno's cloak was ripped open at the left shoulder, and the ground at his feet was shattered and splintered by the impact. The fissures running through the earth told a clear story. Usopp's strike had been unimaginably powerful, yet Bruno remained perfectly composed. He simply took off his damaged cloak and asked in a grave voice, "Who are you? Why have you attack me? Usopp offered no answer. Calmly, he raised both guns and unleashed a relentless barrage at Bruno. Thanks to the enhancements of his Genos Project suit, Usopp's regular bullets transformed into streaks of orange energy, each shot blazing across the air like a meteor. Bruno's gaze sharpened, his body stretched and twisted with uncanny agility, using the paper art technique from the Six Powers to slip past each streak of deadly light, moving with the wind stirred by the particle volleys. The barrage pounded on, thud, thud, thud. However, to Bruno's shock, every beam of particle light hit his body with pinpoint accuracy, as if there was no way to evade them. Fortunately, Bruno's reflexes kicked in at the last moment. He tightened his body, using Iron Body to brace himself and take the particle beams head on. Otherwise, he might have been seriously injured. Observing that Bruno had chosen to endure the attack directly, Usopp couldn't help but smile. He immediately raised his gun and used his crossfire technique for a precise shot, striking Bruno's head with overwhelming force. That intense offensive effort had already raised Usopp's passive bravery rating to a C level. Now, with his pinpoint crossfire, his rating leaped up to a B. Bruno had never anticipated such a relentless assault from Usopp, especially now that his paper art technique had failed him. He was more surprised than ever. At this point, his only thought was to avoid Usopp's attacks and search for another opportunity. With a swift tap of his toes, Bruno's form blurred, and he leapt atop a rooftop more than 10 meters away. Air door. Bruno swung his hand, and ripples shimmered in the air behind him, as if a doorway were about to open. Try to run? Torrent. Usopp sneered, his figure flashing through Bruno's previous position to appear right behind him. Crossfire. With a quick draw, Usopp brandished his sword, Spirit Retribution. In one motion, a slash struck the nearly formed air door and cut harshly into Bruno's back. Passive bravery rating S. Usopp pushed off with his toes, springing forward, rapidly sheathing his sword and drawing his gun to launch his purgatory trigger skill. His finger danced madly on the trigger. A torrent of particle beams surged toward Bruno like an unrelenting tide. A thunderous explosion shook the air. In less than 2 seconds, over 100 particle beams struck Bruno's body. The sheer force of those beams was enough to crack the very walls beneath Bruno's feet, bringing the small rooftop crashing down in ruins. Usopp quickly vaulted to the roof of the neighboring building, alert and watchful as clouds of dust and smoke billowed up. So this is what true power feels like. Good thing all the residents in this area have already evacuated to higher ground. Gazing at the destruction he'd wrought, Usopp's words barely masked his exhilaration. Even a CP9 agent would have a hard time walking away from that barrage. Yet, in the next instant, Usopp suddenly saw Bruno appear right behind him, fist raised for a crushing strike. Usopp's eyes narrowed abruptly. He ducked low, dodging Bruno's heavy blow, and used the momentum to holster his gun and draw his sword, spinning to counterattack. Crossfire, but Bruno's form flickered, slipping past the slash to appear at Usopp's side. Storm leg. With a sweeping kick, Bruno unleashed a pale blue slash, sharp with tearing wind, catching Usopp right on the chin. Boom! Usopp was sent flying, crashing heavily into a building and bringing it down in ruins. Your technique isn't bad. I'll admit I didn't react in time just now. But in the end, your power is far too weak. Bruno snorted coldly, looking down from above at Usopp, who lay amidst the rubble. With a mocking tone, he continued, "That long nose of yours. You're Usopp, the sniper from the Straw Hat Pirates, aren't you? Attacking me for Robin's sake? What a pity. All your efforts are in vain." Coughing twice, Usopp struggled to rise from the debris, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Bruno, who stood there almost unscathed. He had unleashed his most powerful strike, pouring nearly half of his hockey energy into the attack. Yet Bruno appeared to have suffered only a minor scratch. In stark contrast, Bruno's single kick had cost Usopp more than 400 points of health. A few more hits like that, and he might not get up again. Was it possible that even traversing into this world, he was still doomed to be nothing more than a weak, harmless damage dealer? If he couldn't even handle someone as ordinary as Bruno, how would he ever stand against the truly formidable enemies that awaited him? Usopp's mind spun with confusion, so much so that he didn't even catch what Bruno was saying next. What's the matter? Check out your tongue? No matter. You picked this fight. There's nothing left to discuss. With a dismissive snort, Bruno's body suddenly tensed. Tekai break. Since Usopp didn't answer, Bruno couldn't be bothered with more words and unleashed a lethal move. Seeing Bruno's attack coming, Usopp's eyes grew sharp. He realized at ordinary speed, he had no chance of dodging an opponent who could use sword. Gale Rush. He brandished his weapon, Lingfa, and charged straight at Bruno. Crossfire. As they brushed past each other, Usopp didn't hesitate for a second. He poured all his remaining haki into Lingfa, launching a decisive slash at Bruno. Bruno took the blow head on, and at the same instant drove his fist down hard onto Usopp's head. A thunderous impact erupted. Both were blasted away at nearly the same instant. Usopp was sent flying into the nearby canal, quickly swept away by the raging current, vanishing into the churning waters. Bruno, meanwhile, crashed through 3 small buildings before finally coming to a stop, barely able to stand. A savage gash had opened up across his chest. He rested for a moment, then slowly made his way to the canal, staring at the swirling waters with a deep frown. The Straw Hats have a member this strong who hasn't even been given a bounty yet. Then what about their captain? How strong could he be? These kinds of unknowns need to be eliminated as soon as possible. Just then, the hurried sound of footsteps drew near, and a tall, slender figure quickly approached Bruno's position. What happened? Who were you fighting just now? The worry in her tone was unmistakable, her face drawn with anxiety. If Usopp were still here, he would have instantly recognized this woman as Robin, still lost and uncertain. Bruno glanced back at her, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question. Have you already said your farewells to your friends? When Robin noticed the deep, bone-revealing wound on Bruno's chest, her pupils shrank in shock, her astonishment impossible to hide. She knew all too well how formidable the members of CP9 were. Who on earth could have wounded Bruno so grievously? Bruno wasn't surprised surprised by Robin's reaction. Calmly, he explained, just moments ago, a mysterious figure attacked. A mysterious figure? Robin's brow furrowed as she regarded Bruno, sensing, in the depths of his eyes, a glimmer of mockery that made her quietly uneasy. Bruno let out a faint laugh before continuing. Although he wore a mask, his long, unmistakable nose gave him away. He must be the sniper from the Straw Hat crew. Robin's body jolted. She asked urgently, Usopp? He attacked you? Why would he do that? What happened to him? Bruno's reply was cold as steel. I have no personal quarrel with him. The only reason he'd come after me must be you. As for what became of him, my fist landed squarely on his head, sending him tumbling into the river. The current swept him away. If luck was on his side and he managed to stay conscious, there's still a chance he survived. But if he passed out, surviving would be much harder to say. Bruno's voice remained as calm as ever. Yet every word made Robin feel as if she had fallen into an ice-cold abyss. How did you do this? You all promised me you wouldn't harm them. Robin couldn't hold it in any longer, her words spilling out in protest, only to be cut off by Bruno. Robin, you ought to understand. What we promised was never to seek trouble with the Straw Hat crew, to give them a chance to walk away. But now, they're the ones who came to us. Bruno stepped forward, looming over Robin with a chilling gaze. If they keep interfering in our operation like this, we won't show any mercy. So you'd better hope they stay out of our way from now on. Numb and shaken, Robin stared into the murderous intent in Bruno's eyes, her heart a storm of confusion and fear. It was a long moment before Robin finally looked away, avoiding Bruno's stare. Her voice came out low and heavy. I've already said my goodbyes to them. They won't come for me again. Bruno nodded. That's for the best. Robin's eyes flickered slightly as she then asked, when are we leaving this place? Bruno replied in an indifferent tone, very soon. At the latest, we will leave this island for Eni's lobby by tonight. There, you will face your final judgment. I understand. Robin bit her lip, her heart flooded with despair and panic. Yet, amid the overwhelming hopelessness, a faint glimmer of hope still lingered inside her. She knew exactly what she was hoping for, but the fear of what was to come outweighed everything else, to the point she almost wished that hope would never come true. Beneath a bridge in Water 7, Usopp was desperately searching, while Luffy, Nami, and Chopper hid there, staying out of sight and evading the relentless searches of the many shipwrights from the Galley Lock Company. Luffy, what on earth happened? Why are those workers trying to catch us? Chopper, recalling how agitated the workers had been a moment ago, still felt a bit right. Luffy shook his head, equally puzzled, and replied, I'm not too sure either, but Icebug said the person who attacked him last night was Robin. That can't be. Robin would never do something like that. Chopper instinctively denied. I don't believe Robin would hurt Icebug either. That's why we have to find Robin, clear things up with her first, and then explain everything properly to Icebug. Luffy nodded firmly, his mind made up. Wait, Chopper, didn't you and Sanji go looking for Robin? Did you find her? And where did Sanji go? Nami suddenly broke in with her questions. Oh, that almost slipped my mind. Sanji and I did see Robin. She said goodbye to us and told us she was planning to leave. Chopper's whole body gave a start as he hurriedly recounted what had happened, finally adding, but Sanji said Robin was lying, and he told me to come tell you all first while he took care of something else on his own. When Luffy and Nami heard this, their brows knit together, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. This won't do. Things aren't that simple. We have to get to the bottom of it. Now that news has spread that Icebug is still alive, those attackers are bound to try something again. Robin might even be with them right now. If I can intercept them, maybe we can put everything out in the open at once. Nami paused to think, then said aloud. Luffy nodded in agreement. Exactly. Until everything is cleared up, there's no way I'm letting Robin leave us. Chopper asked, so what do we do now? Nami replied, since Icebug is their target, we should head straight to his place and wait for them there. But before that, we need to meet up with Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. After everyone discusses the situation together, we'll decide on our next move. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and said seriously, let's do that. Nami and I will head to Icebug's place first. Chopper, you go find Zoro and Usopp. Bring them with you as soon as you find them. As for Sanji, there's no need to worry. He's got his own plan, and if he says he needs to do something, it's got to be important. Got it. Chopper agreed with a nod, but then he asked, by the way, is Zoro still on the Mary? Luffy smiled and said, no, I already sent him to look for Usopp, but he hasn't come back yet. You idiot. The fact that Zoro can simply not get lost already counts as a miracle. Sending him to look for Usopp just means one more person will go missing. As she spoke, Nami couldn't hold in her anger and landed a solid punch on Luffy. That morning, while she wasn't paying attention, Luffy had taken it upon himself to order Zoro to search for Usopp. And that blockhead hadn't suspected anything. He just agreed without a second thought. And now, aside from Sanji, who had a legitimate reason to be elsewhere, half of the Straw Hat Pirates were missing all of a sudden. It's really not that big of a deal. Everyone has their own business to take care of, and it doesn't make sense keeping Zoro stuck on the ship. Luffy replied nonchalantly, besides, this island isn't that big. There's no way they'll get lost. At the same time, on a stretch of beach in Water 7, Zoro gazed at the all-too-familiar scenery around him, his face turning darker by the minute. He'd been wandering here the entire day, and no matter which way he went, he always ended up circling back to this coastline. Was the shoreline of Water 7 really this vast? Somewhere beneath a bridge in Water 7, inside an old warehouse. Damn it. Usopp's eyes snapped open. With a shout, he shot upright from the ground. Earlier that afternoon, a punch from Blueno had landed square on his head, leaving him pretty badly hurt in an instant. Given his current physical condition, Usopp could just barely take this much damage. But things only got worse. As he tumbled into the river, his head struck a floating log swept along by the current, and in the next moment, he was whisked away by the rushing water for hundreds of meters. The canals of Water 7 were already a tangled maze, and with the water flowing so swiftly, Usopp barely had time to react before his world was spinning and he was completely disoriented. Struggling on for over 10 minutes, everything finally went black, and he passed out, only regaining consciousness just now. Oh, you're finally awake. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning to look, Usopp saw a bizarre man dressed only in a pair of Speedos, flanked by two scantily clad women with flashy hairstyles, lounging on an old old, battered sofa, eyeing him with interest. Usopp furrowed his brow, then glanced to the side at his 3 weapons, Black Fire, White Thorn, and Spirit Punisher, lying quietly next to the sofa. Frankie, were you the one who saved me? Usopp got to his feet and made his way over to retrieve his weapons. No, to be precise, I brought you here to use as hostages. Frankie shook his head, not making any move to stop Usopp from picking up his things. He knew exactly how strong Usopp was. Even with his weapons back, Usopp was hardly a threat. Still, Frankie couldn't help but be a little surprised by how calm Usopp seemed. From Frankie's perspective, Usopp, whose 200 million berries had just been stolen by him, should by all rights be ranting and raving, maybe even fighting him in desperation. Yet to Frankie's surprise, Usopp was uncharacteristically calm now, his eyes free of any trace of anger. Frankie was puzzled by this calmness. He couldn't help but wonder what Usopp must have gone through to become so composed. Usopp was caught off guard for a moment. Then he finally noticed the small, triangular-sailed ship hanging above the waterway nearby. Mary. Usopp's expression changed in an instant. The corners of his mouth lifted into a joyful smile. Thank you, Frankie. I didn't expect you'd go out of your way to bring Mary here, too. Frankie frowned. Hey, long nose, don't get the wrong idea. I'm kidnapping you lot right now, not rescuing you. It's all about the same. Usopp replied nonchalantly, waving a hand as he picked up the 3 weapons scattered on the floor. By the way, where did you find me? Frankie pulled a face, a little thrown by how much Usopp seemed to trust him. It was odd, considering they were supposed to be enemies. We found you by the coast. To be honest, your luck really is something. If the ship hadn't happened to block you, the waves would have swept you away long ago. At last, Frankie answered his question. Usopp was taken aback as he listened, then turned to look at the going Mary. So that's it. It was you who saved me, Mary. He murmured quietly, his smile slowly fading as he turned serious. Then, fixing his gaze on Frankie, he asked, Frankie, what time is it now? Frankie thought for a moment before replying, it's around 10 o'clock at night. Why do you ask? Damn, I've been unconscious for that long. Usopp muttered, frowning. He remembered that Robin was supposed to board the sea train, leaving Water 7 at 11. By now, most things must already be over. Not wasting another second, he spun on his heel and made for the door. There was no time left to lose. Hey, long nose, where do you think you're going? Don't forget, you're my hostage right now. Frankie shouted, annoyed as he watched Usopp leave without so much as a second glance. Hostage? Usopp rose, as if struck by a sudden thought, then turned back and asked, Frankie, we didn't let your boys go around announcing that you're hiding here, did you? Of course I did. Otherwise, how else am I going to lure the Straw Hats here to rescue you? Haha, Frankie replied smugly, clearly pleased with his own plan. Idiot, you'd better find a place to hide yourself. Fast. Usopp shot back, utterly blunt. What did you say? Long nose, don't forget you're my hostage right now. Frankie retorted with annoyance. As soon as Frankie heard those words, he sprang up from the sofa, fists clenched in anger. Usopp frowned and explained, your identity has already been exposed. The CP9 agents are searching for you everywhere, and yet you're having people broadcast your hiding place all over town. That's outrageously reckless. Frankie froze, caught off guard, unable to react for a second. Usopp continued, I just fought with a CP9 agent this afternoon and got tossed straight into the sea. Their strength is far beyond what a handful of us could handle. They're not opponents we can take on lightly. Regaining his composure, Frankie still seemed incredulous. Cautiously, he asked, hey, long nose, what exactly are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Usopp looked Frankie straight in the eye and said, my crewmate Robin has been captured by CP9. CP9 is our common enemy, Cutty Flam. Hearing that name, Frankie's pupils narrowed abruptly, his body tensing with shock. I need to head straight to the sea train platform. You should also find somewhere safe to hide right away. Noticing Frankie's change in demeanor, Usopp decided not to say more. He left a final warning, then turned and headed out. Wait, why are you going to the sea train platform? The world government has taken over the trains tonight. The whole station will be crawling with their men. You're not seriously going in there on your own to save that Robin, are you? Frankie asked, unable to contain his concern as he saw Usopp so anxious. Usopp paused for an instant, but then kept walking towards the door. No, I know very well what I can and cannot do. I'm going there to push my limits and train myself to prepare for the real battle ahead. And besides, I'll be waiting on the train for the rest of my crewmates to arrive. Night had fallen thick and deep, with wild winds tearing across the streets. Usopp hurried toward the sea train platform, his mind a storm of racing thoughts. Though his confrontation with Blueno that afternoon had ended in defeat, Usopp had learned a great deal from that fight. The experience gave him a much clearer understanding of himself and the power granted by the system. For instance, it was the first time he truly grasped the meaning of his basic life points and hockey points as the foundation of his combat strength. These two stats would gradually drain during battle, but just as steadily, they'd recover on their own. Usopp's base health regenerated at a rate of 3 points per second, and his basic hockey at 4 points per second. Some injuries might slow the process, but that recovery was always there, which meant, unless he was struck down instantly, Usopp had a huge advantage in a drawn-out fight. Of course, that was only if he could drag the fight into a battle of endurance. Beyond this, he also began to reflect on his own offensive capabilities. In this world, anyone with even a hint of fame is practically a formidable warrior. Usopp's attack power, a little over 100 points, was hardly threatening to such people. It wouldn't even cause them the slightest pain. For instance, when he fired hundreds of shots at Blueno, the man emerged virtually unscathed. That fact spoke for itself. And as for the formidable warriors of the New World, those who wield armament hockey, Usopp's attacks were entirely useless against them. When Usopp first realized this, he felt a surge of panic. But he quickly regained his composure and came up with a solution: to rely on equipment and skills. In the system shop, all sorts of equipment were on sale, including items designed to counter high health enemies by dealing damage based on a percentage of their current health. Examples included the divine Sunderer and Blade of the Ruined King. Similarly, several hero abilities could also inflict percentage health damage, such as Vayne Silver Bolts, Warwick's Jaws of the Beast, and Fiora's passive duelist stance. With these items and abilities in hand, Usopp could deal effective damage damage even when facing the toughest, most resilient foes. However, as abilities could only be acquired randomly upon leveling up, for now Usopp could only pin his hopes on the equipment. As for the first major item to purchase, Usopp had already made up his mind. The Blade of the Ruined King. Blade of the Ruined King. Price, 3,300 gold coins. Plus 40 attack damage. Plus 25% attack speed. Plus 8% lifesteal. Passive, Mist's Edge. Every attack deals an additional 8% of the target's current health as damage. Passive, Siphon. Every third attack on the same target deals 200 magic damage and steals 25% of their movement speed for 2 seconds. Not only does the Blade of the Ruined King boost both attack damage and speed, it also enhances lifesteal. Its Mist's Edge passive lets him deal damage based on the opponent's health, while Siphon both slows his enemy and boosts his own speed. Undoubtedly, this is the ideal item for an ADC favoring hit-and-run tactics, the very thing Usopp needs the most right now. Unfortunately, it requires 3,300 gold to obtain. At present, Usopp only had 1,400 gold, barely enough for a few low-tier items. That was why Usopp made his way to the sea train station to defeat the Marines and government agents stationed there, collecting gold from them to fund his purchases. As for Robin, in the end, Usopp decided to set it aside for now. He knew all too well that convincing Robin on his own would be nearly impossible. He needed to join forces with the rest of the Straw Hat crew if they were to have any chance of success. After dashing swiftly for another 10 minutes or so, Usopp finally caught sight of the outline of the sea train platform, and the train itself was resting atop the waves, ready to depart. We've made it at last. Sanji should be inside the station now, right? Should I meet up with him first? Usopp perched himself on a rooftop, eyes fixed on the heavily guarded platform below. Soldiers patrolled every few steps. He found himself pondering how best to slip in unnoticed. Suddenly, there was a string of sharp cracks slicing through the air. Usopp looked up to see 4 figures in suits bearing a large sack, dropping straight from the sky to land at the entrance of the platform. It was CP9, and with them Frankie. Usopp's pupils narrowed in shock. Frankie really had been captured. It seems CP9 had arrived right after he left the warehouse. That meant sneaking into the sea train from the front had become all but impossible. He watched as CP9, hauling the sack, were greeted by neatly lined ranks of Marines and government agents. Together, they crossed the platform hall and boarded the waiting sea train. Usopp realized he had almost no time left. He immediately turned and sprinted toward the shore. If he couldn't get in from the front, he'd have to approach from underwater. Usopp pulled a leather pouch from his toolkit and quickly made a few makeshift air bladders before plunging into the sea. Though the rushing waves threatened to sweep him away, Usopp's impressive stamina served him well, allowing him to get close to the sea train before long. This time, prepared as he was, his physical abilities made all the difference. Soon, he reached the underside of the last carriage, sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as he waited patiently for the right moment. He had no idea how much time passed as, one after another, the Marines and agents boarded the train. Then, a familiar figure emerged from the station's shadow, stepping into Usopp's line of sight. It was Sanji. Usopp raised an eyebrow, but didn't make any move, simply observing Sanji's next steps. Sanji, for his part, seemed well-versed in the station's layout, slipping nimbly through pockets beyond the guard's notice, inching closer and closer to the sea train. Just then, a long, piercing whistle rang out as the train began to move. Seeing that all the guards had now boarded, Usopp wasted no time. He shot out of the water, clambering up onto the rear of the train. Almost at that exact moment, Sanji leapt from the platform, landing at the train's tail. Usopp. Sanji froze in surprise as he spotted Usopp crawling up from the water, then blurted out in astonishment, "Hey, Sanji." Usopp shook the water from his clothes and gave his companion a friendly greeting. "Hey, Usopp, what's going on? How did you end up here?" Sanji furrowed his brow and quickly asked, "Why shouldn't I be here? Robin is on this train too, isn't she?" Usopp drew his twin pistols, his expression calm and collected as he spoke. Sanji glanced at the unusually shaped guns in Usopp's hands and the large sword strapped to his back. Lighting a cigarette, he said slowly, "That's not what I meant. I'm just surprised, that's all." Usopp responded with a grin. "You're surprised now? It's way too soon for that. I'm nothing like the person I used to be." Sanji curled his lip in disbelief, not taking Usopp's words seriously. After all, Usopp's tall tales were as common as the waves on the sea. Drawing deeply on his cigarette, Sanji was about to ask if Usopp had learned anything useful when suddenly the door at the back of the carriage slid open and a government agent appeared in front of them. Sanji froze, ready to leap into action, when, with a sharp crack, the agent was struck and sent sprawling backwards. Usopp chuckled, "Let's talk later. Leave these small fry to me. This is the perfect chance to test out my new weapons." In his mind, Usopp activated a triple experience card and a triple gold card in the system shop, switched his skin to the source plan, and strode into the carriage with his twin pistols at the ready. Sanji, wide-eyed and speechless, watched Usopp go. He looked for all the world like a warrior from the future, transforming right before his eyes. Sanji was so shocked, he didn't even notice the cigarette dropping from his lips. It took a long moment for Sanji to regain his senses, staring at the one-sided carnage unfolding inside the carriage. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell? Gold coins plus 3, experience points plus 3, gold coins plus 3, experience points plus 3. With the system's notifications sounding in his mind again and again, Usopp swiftly took out every world government agent carriage. There were 26 agents in this section, and after defeating them all, Usopp had collected 78 gold coins and 78 experience points. Usopp frowned, feeling the reward was far too meager for the trouble. After all, he was currently benefiting from triple gold and triple experience bonuses, and even then, each agent only netted him 3 gold coins and 3 experience points. In other words, without the bonuses, each agent was only worth a single coin and a single experience point. Usopp had already looked into the rules for earning gold and experience in the system. The amount given would be dynamically adjusted based on the difference in strength between him and his opponents, with the minimum reward set at once. This meant that if Usopp defeated enemies of the same level but vastly inferior strength, he would get fewer coins and less experience for the victory. By the time Usopp's strength had far surpassed these targets, such low-level enemies could only provide him with a minimum reward, 1 gold coin and 1 experience point. At first, when Usopp encountered these game mechanics, he didn't think much of it. After all, it's common for leveling up to become harder as one progresses. But Usopp could never have imagined that these secret agents, handpicked and meticulously trained by the world government, would end up only giving him the bare minimum in rewards. Was it a sign of his own growth, or were these so-called agents really that? For now, the experience required to level up still seemed manageable. Just 100 experience points per level. Though the required experience would increase with every level up, the pattern was clear. Before level 6, each new level demanded 100 more points. From level 6 to 11, 200 more per level. And from 11 to 16, the increase was 300 per level, and so on. With the extra boost from his triple experience card during this Enies lobby operation, Usopp was sure he could level up several times in a row. But the issue of gold coins was different. Right now, Usopp was still 1,800 coins short of purchasing his coveted blade of the Ruined King. Even with the help of his triple gold card, that meant he would need to defeat 600 Navy soldiers or world government agents just to save up enough coins. Yet, even counting everyone on this train, the total number probably didn't even reach 200. Clearly, to gain more resources, he would eventually have to take on stronger opponents. Hey, Usopp, where did you get that gear? And do you have any more? Sanji walked over, his eyes caught by the futuristic project source armor that Usopp was wearing, and couldn't help but ask, interrupting Usopp's thoughts. Sanji wasn't particularly concerned about Usopp's newfound strength, but this high-tech armor had definitely piqued his interest. This is the exclusive project source, God Usopp said, custom-made just for the great Usopp himself. There's only one in the world, so you may as well give up thinking about it. Usopp replied with pride, striking a confident pose as he showed off his flashy gear to Sanji. Idiot, I was just asking. I want your stuff anyway. Sanji snorted, doing his best to cover up the tiny pang of disappointment he felt, then brushed past Usopp and headed for the next train car. Alright, let's not waste more time. Robin is waiting for us up ahead. Usopp quickly hurried after him. He knew there were more enemies in the next car, and there was no way he'd let Sanji steal his chance to level up. As they entered the next carriage, they found over 20 more world government agents inside. With the deafening rumble of the train, these agents were completely oblivious to the intruder's arrival. Usopp and Sanji didn't waste words. They sprang into action at once. Working in perfect sync, the pair took down every enemy with ease in less than a minute. With the battle concluded, a flash of golden light swept over Usopp. He had finally reached level 2. Both his skill slot and equipment slot gained a new space, and Usopp's basic attributes saw a boost as well. HP 3136/3136. Hockey 1193/1193. Experience 26 out of 200. Gold 1526. Attack power 173. Spell power 0. Armor 141. Magic resistance 69. Attack speed 3.26. Ability haste 0. Critical chance 0. Movement speed 654. At the same moment, the skill draw icon that had been grayed out in the top right corner of the system panel finally lit up. Usopp had earned a chance to draw for a new skill. Wasting no time, Usopp immediately tapped the draw button. In their current predicament, every new ability was one more lifeline. Icons spun rapidly across the screen before finally stopping on an image of a bull's head roaring skyward. Skill name, Unyielding Will. When activated, this skill instantly removes all negative effects from the user and grants 75% damage reduction. Skill cost, consumes 10 haki per second. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Can only be reactivated after the skill is turned off. At the sight of this skill description, an irrepressible excitement and joy flashed across Usopp's eyes. He hadn't expected the system to transform Ollie Star, the Minotaur chieftain's ultimate move, into an effect that could last almost indefinitely. This was astonishing. What did 75% damage reduction mean? If a single blow could have taken him down before, it would now take at least 4. His survivability had quadrupled. He was all but unbreakable. But Usopp's delight didn't last long. When he noted that the skill drained 10 haki per second, his heart immediately plummeted. 10 points a second, 600 in a minute. With only 1193 haki at his disposal, he could maintain the skill for barely 119 seconds. Wait, maybe the calculation wasn't so straightforward. In reality, Usopp's haki regenerated steadily, 4 points every second. So in practice, the skill could be sustained a bit longer. He began to consider it seriously. With his current haki points at 1,193 and the skill consuming 10 points per second, yet restoring a net 4 points per second, he would actually be losing 6 points each second. That meant he could hold on for about 199 seconds. Even so, he had to factor in that in actual combat, using other skills would also drain his haki, so the real duration would be even shorter. Usopp considered this and couldn't help but wonder, do most battles in this world really end within 3 minutes? Of course, those fights where there was an overwhelming difference in strength were another matter. Usopp still remembered the stories of Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiju, in their struggle for the title of lead admiral, had dueled on an island for days before a victor emerged. Compared to that, a few minutes seemed utterly insignificant. Thinking of the challenges that might lie ahead, Usopp quickly changed his original plan. The steadfast will skill was simply too crucial. He had to find a way to increase its duration. Usopp spent 500 coins directly in the system shop to purchase 2 fairy amulets, which doubled his basic haki recovery speed. Now, he could regenerate 8 points of haki per second. With the strong will skill now consuming only 2 points per second, that meant he could at least maintain the skill for 10 minutes straight. Hey Usopp, what are you spacing out for? Time to move. Sanji, seeing that Usopp was dawdling after having dispatched their foes, hurried him along. Oh, coming. Snapping back to reality, Usopp quickly caught up to Sanji's brisk pace. pace. His equipment slots were now filled to the brim, and he was down to just 1,026 coins. He needed to earn more coins soon if he wanted to upgrade his gear. Pushing open the door to the next train car, the first thing he saw was Frankie trussed up in burlap and lying on the floor, along with two nearly identical world government agents. Yes, there's a Den Mushi here. I can finally contact Nami. Sanji ignored everyone else in the compartment and made straight for the Den Mushi sitting on the table. You go no further. This place is under. Get your pistols ready. Spotting Usopp and Sanji entering, the twin agents rose to their feet, drawing their sabers in unison. But before they could even finish their threat, Usopp acted first. He drew his blade and slashed with ferocity, sending both agents flying right out of the compartment. Coins plus 12, experience plus 15. Coins plus 12, experience plus 15. Several notifications popped up in front of Usopp, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. These two nameless characters, with barely any lines of their own, had actually rewarded him with more coins and experience than the minimum possible. And with the triple bonus card, the haul from this round had far exceeded his expectations. The truth was clear. Targeting elite mobs really was the most profitable strategy. Hey, you with the long nose. Hurry up and untie me. Frankie, lying on the floor, spotted Usopp and Sanji. He was surprised at first, but quickly recognized Usopp's trademark nose and eagerly called for help. Who are you supposed to be? Usopp hadn't even answered when Sanji, now annoyed, interrupted and asked Frankie impatient. Curdy kid, I'm Frankie, boss of the Water 7 Backstreets, a dismantler by trade. Frankie was explaining earnestly, but Sanji cut him off with a sharp kick. So you're Frankie, you bastard. You stole our 200 million berry and hurt our crewmate. Sanji had long held a grudge against Frankie, and even after landing the kick, he wasn't finished. He was ready to go at him again. Usopp quickly stepped in to stop Sanji and said, wait, Sanji, let's just forget about what happened before. After all, he did save my life later on. Hearing these words, Sanji paused, his hands stopping mid-action. He frowned and asked, is that true? What exactly happened? Frankie, who had just been kicked, struggled in anger, looking as if he might break into a fight with Sanji at any moment. Enough, we'll talk about all this later. Right now, we need to get out of here and take cover on the roof of the train for a while, Usopp said simply. He moved forward to untie Frankie's ropes, asking as he did, Frankie, didn't I warn you before? How did you still end up getting caught? Don't even start, Frankie grumbled, glaring at Sanji with frustration as his restraints were removed. You'd barely left when those guys came looking for me. I didn't even have time to react. Though clearly angry, he didn't actually start a fight. Let's get moving. There's no time to waste, Usopp urged, leading the way out of the train car and climbing onto the roof. Sanji and Frankie followed close behind. I was actually on my way to meet you guys today, Usopp recounted as they moved along. But I happened to notice Robin together with some shipwrights from the Galley Lock Company. It struck me as odd, so I secretly trailed after them. I overheard their conversation and realized those shipwrights were actually undercover agents from CP9, the world government's secret organization. They've been sent to Water 7 to keep watch. Robin seemed to know exactly who they were. She didn't fight back at all, just let them threaten her into carrying out an assassination against Icebug, the head of Galley Lock Company. After they split up, I tailed them a bit longer, he continued. Eventually, Robin was left with just one of them, a guy named Blueno. I thought I might be able to take him out and try to sneak attack, but he turned the tables and knocked me straight into the river. I blacked out, and if Frankie hadn't fished me out, I wouldn't be here. After that, I hurried straight to this sea train, Usopp concluded. Oh, and I have more intel on CP9. There are 4 official CP9 agents on this train. Their bodies are incredibly strong, far beyond ordinary people's, and they're masters of a whole arsenal of unique combat techniques. For example, there's Suru, which lets them move so fast they're almost impossible to track. There's Kami-E, letting them dodge attacks in ways that look impossible. Tekai, which makes their bodies hard as iron. Renkyaku, a kick that sends out razor-sharp air blades. Shurgan, which turns their fingers into deadly weapons, firing out like bullets. And Jeppo, which lets them leap around and even walk through the air. These moves are all extremely dangerous. We have to be extremely careful. On the rooftop of the train, Usopp began sharing what he knew with a mix of truth and embellishment, but he didn't mention a word about the matter of traveling between worlds or the system. This wasn't because Usopp didn't trust Sanji and the others. It was simply that these things were just too unbelievable. Even with all his experience in exaggeration and storytelling, he knew that blurting it out would only make things more complicated. He had no intention of making trouble for himself. You idiot. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? After what happened before, you still go running off by yourself. When something like this comes up, you should stick with us. Charging it alone is just asking to get killed. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, ignoring the details about CP9 for the moment, and instead turning to caution Usopp about being more careful in the future. Usopp forced a slightly embarrassed smile. He knew that Sanji was really just worried about him, so he didn't argue. Forget it. Let's get in touch with Nami and the others first. Sanji shook his head, then pulled out his transponder snail and dialed the number for the one he'd left at the station for emergencies. As soon as the line connected, Sanji explained the current situation to Nami, including the information Usopp had brought with him. So Usopp is with you now? That's a relief. We couldn't find him, and we're starting to think he'd been swept away by the sea gods. After hearing Sanji's report, Nami first let out a sigh of relief, then grew serious. All right, Sanji, let me fill you in on Robin's reasons for her actions and everything that's happened on our end. With the ocean train thundering in the background, Nami described all that had transpired on their side in full detail, not leaving out a single thing. All in all, things had unfolded more or less as they'd imagined. There hadn't been any unexpected twists. Hey Sanji, Usopp, are you there too? At that moment, Luffy grabbed the transponder snail from Nami, his voice bursting with energy. Both Usopp and Sanji responded right away. Sanji, keeping his tone calm, spoke up. Nami just filled me in on what's happening over there. If you want to know more about our side, you can ask her in a bit. Got it. So what about Robin? Is she okay? Luffy's voice was filled with concern as he pressed on with his question. Sanji answered, she's still in their custody. Luffy fell silent for a moment, then gave a reassuring laugh. Haha, I'll leave it to you guys lose, just go for it. No sooner had Luffy said this than everyone on the other end frowned, even before Usopp and Sanji had a chance to react. Hey Luffy, those guys are tough. It's way too risky to split up. Tell them to stay put until we catch up, and then we'll move together. Zoro's voice was urgent and dead serious. He'd already crossed swords with CP9, so he knew full well just how strong they were. It's alright, Zoro. If it were you, if you found out Robin sacrificed herself to protect us all, could you just stand by and do nothing? Luffy met Zoro's eyes, asking earnestly in return. Zoro froze for a moment, falling silent. He knew perfectly well that if he were in that situation, he absolutely wouldn't be indifferent. Exactly, since we understand how Robin feels. Even if it's the captain's order, I won't stop. Not this time. Sanji spoke with unwavering resolve, crushing the receiver in his hand. Usopp let out a long breath, about to say something, but was interrupted by the sound of someone sobbing. What a moving story. Just amazing. Frankie was bawling his eyes out, tears streaming down his face. Somehow, he'd pulled out a guitar and was strumming it wildly and out of tune. Idiot, what are you crying for? Sanji was a bit bewildered by Frankie's reaction. You blockhead, I'm not crying. It's just, this is all too touching. Frankie was completely swept up in his own emotions, flopping down on the floor and hammering the roof of the car to let out his excitement. Sanji sighed helplessly, choosing to ignore Frankie, and said, forget it. Anyway, Robin is just in the next compartment. I have to go save her. To be honest, if Robin gets taken by the world government, it'll be a huge headache for me too. So let me, the king of the underworld backstreets, give you guys a hand, Frankie declared, wiping his tears away with newfound determination. Sanji didn't refuse, instead turning to look at Usopp, who had been silent this whole time. Usopp hesitated, then finally spoke up. Sanji, I think you shouldn't get your hopes up too high about rescuing Robin right away. At those words, both Sanji and Frankie frowned. Hey, Usopp, what are you talking about? Are you scared again, you idiot? Sanji frowned deeply, forcing down his anger as he spoke. But more than anger, confusion filled Sanji's heart. From what he knew, Usopp might be a coward most of the time, but when things got serious, he'd always muster up the courage to face the challenge. Especially when it was about saving a crewmate. Usopp nodded, then shook his head and said, I've always been scared, that's true, but that's not what I mean this time. Sanji grew even more puzzled at Usopp's words, and asked, What do you mean? Usopp explained, Robin's situation is complicated right now. She's already sunk herself into the depths of despair, and I doubt the two of us alone can change her mind. If Robin herself doesn't really want to leave with us, we simply can't save her. Sanji furrowed his brow, realizing Usopp was right, but the thought of doing nothing was unbearable to him. So what do you want to do? You're not planning to just wait around for Luffy and the others, are you? Usopp chuckled and replied, Of course not. I only want you to be prepared for the possibility that we might not be able to bring Robin back. But we still have to go. No one truly wants to give up on life. As long as we show up, the hope buried deep in Robin's heart won't disappear. We might not be able to change her mind, but let's be the first ray of light that breaks through the darkness in her soul. Sanji stood there in a daze, softly repeating, the first ray of light in Robin's heart. Robin. And in the next instant, a blazing fire burst from Sanji's eyes, spreading through his entire body. He transformed into a living, burning torch of passion. All right then, I'll use all my passion to banish the darkness in Robin's heart. Robin, I'm coming. Usopp couldn't help but wince at that. He might have said more than he should have. But wasn't Sanji's reaction just a little too much? At this level, even Ace would be moved to tears by his flames. Honestly, even a dog wouldn't eat that burn fruit. Just as Usopp was lamenting, a Marine soldier leaned out of the train car window, about to check the roof. With his unique point of view awareness, Usopp immediately noticed, and without hesitation, raised his weapon and fired. The moment the Marine's head emerged, Usopp's particle beam struck him squarely, sending him crashing to the floor. Although there wasn't a sound, those searching inside the train car noticed their fallen companion right away. In an instant, they realized what was happening and rushed towards the roof, shouting all the way, Great, now we're busted. This is going to be trouble without end. Sanji couldn't help but grumble. Fortunately, there are only about 60 people, which means there are only 60 or so guns to deal with. Leave these small fry to me. You two go on ahead to the next carriage. I'll catch up right away. Usopp, holding a pair of pistols, picked off the Navy soldiers who kept popping up, taking them down one by one as he spoke. Leave them to you, Usopp. Sanji didn't say another word. He simply turned and dashed toward the front car, with Frankie hurrying after him. Suddenly, a brilliant arc of sword light shot skyward, and the roof of the trio's carriage was instantly shredded to pieces. All three, Usopp, Sanji, and Frankie, tumbled down into the middle of the train car. What have you scoundrels done to my beloved subordinates? Stepping forward was a tall, gaunt man, corpse-like in appearance, sallow and spectre-pale, wielding a massive sword. This was Navy Headquarters Colonel, the ship cleaver, T-Pain. This guy looks like trouble. Sanji's face grew serious. As soon as he hit the floor, he slipped into a guarded stance. I know about him, ship cleaver T-Pain. Word is this guy can slice a ship like it's just a hunk of steak. Frankie pulled off the leather sheath covering his right hand, revealing a fist forged from solid steel. I'll take him. You two get going. A glint of excitement flashed across Usopp's face as he spoke up right away. This was T-Pain, the kind of opponent Zoro would tie his bandana on to face in earnest. Surely, he'd be worth at least the pay of a cannon squad. Hey, Usopp, now's not the time for heroics. Let me handle him instead. Sanji frowned, meaning to take this foe off Usopp's hands. I despise crooked swordplay. Right angle flash, bamboo. But T-Pain wasn't about to stand around and let them decide on a strategy. With a sweeping slash, arcs of sword light crisscrossed through the air, enveloping all three of them at once. He meant to keep Usopp, Sanji, and Frankie contained, including all of them in his ruthless assault. Whirlwind edge. Just as Sanji and Frankie moved to react, Usopp was a step quicker. He drew the Spirit Punisher from his back and unleashed a circular slash, blocking the deadly wave head-on. Trust me. Leave him to me. Wild charge, crossfire. Usopp called out once more. Without waiting for a reply, he darted past T-Pain in a blur, sword flashing in a lightning-quick strike. Steel clashed with a ringing clang as T-Pain's eyes widened in shock. He had barely registered Usopp streaking behind him. He raised his greatsword just in time, but Usopp's follow-up attack struck home. With a mighty crash, T-Pain and his sword were both blasted backward, smashing straight through to the next carriage. Sanji and Frankie stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment at what they had just witnessed. Especially Frankie. He just couldn't figure out, with strength like Usopp's, how had he managed to end up so battered by his hand just yesterday? Hey, don't stand there daydreaming. Get to the front car now. Usopp quickly sheathed his sword and drew his gun, clearing out the remaining Navy soldiers as he shouted the order. Oh, got it. Be careful, Usopp. Sanji and Frankie snapped back to reality. They both realized it wasn't the time to hesitate. They answered quickly and dashed past Usopp, making for the front car. Usopp's gun was unrelenting, each shot claiming the life of a Navy soldier close by, as if he were a Reaper among them. In just this short span, he was nearly overflowing with experience points. Taking down all these small fry here would definitely get him to level 3. Hey, don't you dare mess with my beloved crew. Rectangle flash. At that moment, a sharp slash ricocheted through the air, heading straight towards Usopp. He instantly holstered his gun and drew his sword, spiral slash. This time, the blade T-Pain unleashed collided with Usopp's spiral slash in midair. Instead of dissipating immediately, the clash hung suspended, each struggling for dominance. Worryingly, his spiral slash looked close to breaking apart. Usopp's eyes widened as he retreated in haste. He'd been conserving his haki, using only the bare minimum needed for his spiral slash. He hadn't anticipated that T-Pain's attack would carry such tremendous force. Rectangle flash, bamboo. Another razor-straight beam of sword light swept across, slicing the entire train car in two. It was clear. Earlier, T-Pain had held back, conscious of the sea train itself. Now he no longer cared. Usopp pushed off hard with his feet, leaping high to evade the attack while quickly sheathing his sword and drawing his gun, firing shot after shot at T-Pain. T-Pain gripped his sword defensively in front of him, knocking down the oncoming particle beams one after another, then countered with another flying slash right at Usopp in midair. Caught without any footing, Usopp had no choice. He drew the Spirit Punisher and, aiming at T-Pain, unleashed a fierce gale once more. As he charged in, Usopp's clash of firepower shattered T-Pain's attack, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind his opponent. A sharp, wet sound broke the tension. T-Pain's shoulder had been struck by the slash, trailing with the fierce gale, and blood blossomed like a crimson flower. Usopp frowned, a sense of unease creeping over him. The first time he pulled out his fierce gale against T-Pain, the swordsman couldn't keep up with the blinding speed, but had still instinctively raised his sword to block the trailing slash. He'd even managed to shift his guard and block Usopp's immediate follow-up attack. So how could T-Pain, now that he was prepared, let himself be hit by the same move twice? Still, Usopp didn't have time to overthink it. Opportunity in battle is fleeting. Without hesitation, he raised his arm, ready to slash down across T-Pain's back with another strike. Fi! Clang! Just as Usopp raised his blade, T-Pain's greatsword appeared early in the arc of his swing, intercepting the edge of Spirit Punisher. Usopp's attack was stifled before it could even be unleashed. I've already seen through your attack. T-Pain's face was impassive as he spoke in a cool, measured tone. That charging move of yours is certainly fast, but at such speed your strikes lose much of their power. That's why you always follow up your charge with a powerful blow, trying to boost the force of your assault. If I try to block your attack during your charge, I'll struggle to defend against your next move. But if I brace against your charge, I'll have all the time I need to counter your real strike. The moment his words ended, before Usopp could react, T-Pain flicked his wrist, knocking Spirit Punisher aside, then twisted his torso and swept his greatsword upward in a diagonal slash aimed at Usopp's chest. Right angle flash, bamboo. Usopp's pupils shrank. Instinctively, he wanted to call forth his unwavering resolve, but hesitated for a split second and decided against it. Gritting his teeth, Usopp raised his right hand, swinging the barrel of his black flame gun toward T-Pain's direction, firing 2 rapid shots in quick succession. Crossfire! Crossfire! A deafening explosion. Usopp and T-Pain went flying in opposite directions. A savage gash split the armor across Usopp's chest, fresh blood pouring freely from the wound, his life force plummeting by nearly half in an instant. T-Pain's blade carried far more power than even Bruno's Tempest Kick. But T-Pain wasn't left unscathed. Usopp's twin blasts tore bloody holes in T-Pain's shoulder and abdomen, the force of the particle beams launching him several meters through the air. Coughing, T-Pain braced himself on his sword, surprise flickering in his eyes as he took in the black flame in Usopp's hand. I never expected your bullets to have such destructive force. Clearly, your gun is no ordinary weapon. Of course not. I'm the sniper for the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp glanced at his system panel, watching his steadily draining life force, and spoke resolutely. You managed to make me bleed. Looks like I underestimated you. I thought you were just a pawn, but it turns out you're every bit a super soldier. T-Pin's brow furrowed. In confusion, he asked, "What are you talking about? Pawns? Super soldiers?" Usopp shook his head. "It doesn't matter. What matters now is, I'm not giving you another chance. I'll be facing the CP9 agent soon. I can't afford to waste any more of my strength on you." T-Pungen's face darkened at those words. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Arrogant. Survive my sword first, then we'll talk." As soon as he finished, T-Pungen charged toward Usopp, sword in hand. Usopp's lips curled into a smirk, and without hesitation, he unleashed his skill, Berserk Sprint. T-Pungen's pupils contracted as he cried out, "No, don't." But Usopp's target for his Berserk Sprint wasn't T-Pungen. Instead, he rushed toward the surviving Navy soldiers watching their duel from the rear carriage. In the recent skirmish, Usopp had landed just one Berserk Sprint and 2 firefights on T-Pungen, only ranking AB in his passive Braveheart. Intent on wrapping up the battle quickly and avoiding any extra casualties or wasted hockey, Usopp made a decision. He'd rack up some passive bonuses from those Navy soldiers first. With a burst of motion, like the shadow of a ghost, Usopp cut through the Navy soldiers in an instant. Braveheart, rank A. Firefight. The soldiers barely had time to react before Usopp swept through with a single slash. Every last Navy soldier collapsed in unison. Braveheart, rank S. At the same time, a golden glow flashed over Usopp as he leveled up to 3, his basic attributes all getting a boost. Damn it. Right-angled flyer. Pung, on Skystrike. Seeing his entire squad wiped out, T-Pungen trembled with fury and unleashed his ultimate attack without hesitation. Blade Cyclone. Berserk Sprint. Usopp didn't waste a breath. He powered up his own Blade Cyclone and dashed straight through T-Pungen's attack, reappearing behind him in a blur. Zofust. T-Pungen's pupils shrank. The speed of Usopp's advance was even greater than before. There simply wasn't time to react. Infernal Trigger. Usopp gave T-Pungen no chance. He whipped out both pistols and loosed a torrent of bullets straight at him. T-Pungen was pelted with gunfire, reduced to a bloody mess, and collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Coins plus 255. Experience plus 360. With 2 crisp notifications ringing out, Usopp leveled up again. He caught his breath, and, as the wound on his chest started to mend, thanks to the life-stealing effect of Infernal Trigger, Usopp checked his system panel. His face was bright with barely contained excitement. T-Pungen had brought him far more rewards than he ever expected. Health, 4211/4516. Hockey, 1015/1719. Experience, 96/400. Coins, 1459. Attack power, 250. Spell power, 0. Armor, 204. Magic resist, 100. Attack speed, 4.71. Skill haste, 0. Critical strike, 0. Movement speed, 942. All of Usopp's fundamental attributes improved dramatically. And in addition, he now had 2 extra skill slots, a new equipment slot, and 2 opportunities to draw for skills. Usopp immediately clicked on the skill draw. After the surprise that the skill Steadfast Will had brought him last time, his expectations for what the new system revision might yield were even higher. Skill, Absolution, Enhanced Passive. Every life that perishes within your attack range has a 10% chance of dropping a Black Mist Wraith, which you can collect to empower yourself. Each Black Mist Wraith grants you 8 gold and 1 attack power. For every 20 collected, you gain 20 additional attack range and a 10% critical strike chance. 35% of your overflowing critical strike chance will be converted into life steal. Skill, Ascendant Divine Path, Enhanced Passive. Your attacks grow stronger as your level rises. Level 1, Zeal. Your basic attacks increase your attack speed by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. After 5 stacks, you enter an exalted state with plus 10% movement speed, which fades after 5 minutes out of combat. Level 6, Surge. Your attack range increases by 1,000 meters. Level 11, Fervor. Your exalted attacks unleash blazing waves, dealing an additional 25% ability power damage. Level 16, Transcendence. You remain forever in the exalted state, gain another 1,000 meters to your attack range, and your blazing waves inherit spell effects and can land critical hits. Usopp stared at the 2 newly obtained passives, lost for words. Although these passives might not seem overwhelmingly powerful at first, anyone who knew their mechanics would understand just how significant they were. There's no need to elaborate on the power a fully leveled Angel or a late-game Senna can reach, especially with the revamped passive Absolution. It had shed many of its previous cumbersome restrictions, turning practically unstoppable. Usopp could already picture himself, from 800 miles away, landing a single shot that took out an at-ease enemy in a display of true heroism. And with blazing waves bestowed by ascendant divine path, perhaps someday his attacks would truly become an act of divine retribution. Just imagine, torrents of heavenly fire raining down from leagues away to obliterate every foe. If that isn't divine punishment, what is? Usopp could almost taste the anticipation. A tremendous boom shattered his reverie. Snapping back to reality, Usopp immediately spotted Frankie locked in fierce combat with a scrawny man atop the third carriage ahead. Could that be the new recruit from CP9? Usopp wasn't sure. His memory of the slender figure was fuzzy at best, and the man's name had entirely escaped him. He hesitated for a moment, then seized the opportunity. Just as the scrawny man leapt into the air with moonwalk to evade Frankie's attack, Usopp launched his own skill. Full throttle. With a sudden whoosh, a burst of blood exploded behind the new CP9 agent, Nero the Weasel, splattering across the roof of the carriage. Usopp took advantage of the chaos, leaping past the second carriage to land atop the first. Damn it, who ambushed me? Nero's face twisted with rage. He sprang up, scanning for the attacker in hopes of revenge. Well done, Longnose. Frankie wasn't about to waste the opportunity. He lunged forward, seized Nero's head, and laughed. Haha. Let's see you try and escape this time. Usopp, ignoring Frankie and the scuffle behind him, swung himself down from the roof. He had something more important to do. He needed to find Robin. Inside the first carriage of a sea train, compared to the clamor and uproar in the other carriages, this one was wrapped in an uncanny silence. That was because, in the entire carriage, only Nico Robin sat alone. At this moment, Robin felt an unusual calm settling over her heart. Memories of her long, yet fleeting life drifted through her mind, just as if she were someone who had accepted the approach of death with quiet resignation. Perhaps, having the chance to save her cherished friends from danger before the end gave her a deep sense of fulfillment. Such satisfaction grew so potent that, for a while, it even eclipsed her fear of death and regrets about life itself. Then, a gentle, deliberate rhythm, knock, knock, knock. 3 brisk taps sounded, followed by the opening and quiet closing of the carriage door. Robin paid it no mind, nor did she care who had entered. For someone on the threshold of death, none of it seemed to hold any meaning anymore. Without turning her head, Robin continued to stare blankly ahead, her eyes empty. Footsteps approached her, but did not come directly to her side. Instead, they paused by the refreshments trolley in the carriage. After a moment's quiet clattering, a steaming cup of coffee was carefully set on the table before her. The journey ahead is still long. Have a coffee to stay alert. That familiar-sounding voice made Robin jerk her head up in surprise. The face behind the mask was unfamiliar at first glance, but then she recognized that unmistakable long nose. The long nose. Usopp dropped his disguise, carrying a big tray piled with bread, fruit, and other snacks as he sat down across from Robin, grinning. Sorry, it's been a while since I've eaten anything. I was starving. Why are you here? How did you get in? And your wound, is it okay? Robin frowned, her heart racing as she watched Usopp eat so nonchalantly. When her eyes caught the vicious-looking slash on his chest, worry swept over her, tumbling out in a rush of questions. All right, one question at a time. No need to panic. Leisurely, Usopp finished a whole bun before replying. As you can see, I walked in through the door, knocked like a gentleman before coming in too. The wounds on my body aren't serious. Give me a little while longer, and they'll heal up just fine. As for why I came here, honestly, do you think there's any other reason worth me coming for? It's not just me. Sanji and Frankie are fighting in the cars behind us, and Luffy and the others are already on the next sea train, racing this way. Hearing this, Robin let out a quiet breath of relief, but her expression quickly turned grim. Everything she had done up to this point was for their protection. But now, with Usopp and Sanji putting themselves in danger, what did all her efforts even mean? Yet, even Robin herself hadn't realized that, deep down, a faint sense of joy and warmth had crept in. Why are you all still chasing after me? I've already said my goodbyes. I'm not coming back to the ship. Robin still tried to mask her feelings, her face cold and resolute, hoping she could persuade Usopp to give up. Usopp shook his head and replied, No. Strictly speaking, you only said goodbye to them. You never said goodbye to me. And Luffy never truly accepted that you were leaving the crew, either. What's more, Iceberg is still alive. We know the real reason for your actions now. There's absolutely no way we could just stand by and do nothing. Robin frowned and muttered, That guy, he survived? Usopp looked at her, sighed gently, and said, If I'm being honest, I didn't really expect to change your mind today or take you away by force. Robin was taken aback. Meeting Usopp's eyes, she asked in surprise, "Then why are you here?" Usopp could tell what she wanted to ask, so he spoke first. "Those guys in the second car are really strong. Even with Sanji and Frankie, we're no match for them. If you want to cooperate, maybe we'll manage. But if you don't, there's simply no way we could take you along by force." Robin frowned. "If that's how it is, why did you even bother coming? I told you, I'm not going back with you. Even if you know the truth, none of it changes anything." Usopp looked into Robin's shadowed eyes, pausing for a moment of silence before suddenly speaking. "Right now, you're scared, aren't you?" Robin froze, not understanding why Usopp would say something like that, too startled to reply. Usopp continued, "Maybe you won't believe me, but I can feel your fear. I understand exactly how you feel." "No, you don't know anything. You could never understand." Robin's voice rose suddenly, agitation in her tone. Maybe she'd repressed her feelings for far too long. Now, with Usopp's words striking a chord deep inside, she could hardly hold herself together. "Buster Call." Usopp didn't argue. He simply spoke those 3 words, calm and clear. At the mention of that name, Robin's whole body trembled. The words caught in her throat, stalling the outburst as silence fell over her. The Buster Call is a devastating military operation, led by 5 vice admirals from Navy headquarters and carried out by 10 massive warships, which will not cease until the target is completely annihilated. As Usopp enunciated the meaning encapsulated in the term Buster Call, Robin's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her fragile and helpless appearance tugged at the heartstrings, inviting sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Usopp reached out and held Robin's hand, saying, "I can't claim to fully understand what you're feeling, but when it comes to fear, I'm definitely the most qualified to speak about it. I've always been the most timid person on this ship, and in the face of every ordeal, the terror I feel is always the greatest. The reason I've managed to hang on until now is that there's always been something, someone, that gives me the courage to overcome my fear. And it's the same this time. If you weren't here, I would never have set foot on this sea train." Robin stared at Usopp in astonishment, as if she were seeing him for the very first time. Usopp paused, then continued. "You just asked me why I came, knowing full well I might not be able to take you away. The answer is simple. I came here to let you know, we haven't given up on you, and we never will. No matter where this sea train takes us, to Enies Lobby, Navy headquarters, or even the deepest sea prison, we won't abandon you. Even if we have to chase you all the way to the very depths of hell itself, we're bringing you back." Robin's trembling finally eased, but she was left speechless, unsure of what to say as she looked at Usopp. Seeing this, Usopp released her hand and offered a gentle smile. "I know words alone aren't enough to convince you, and there's no need to rush. We still have time. When Luffy and the others arrive, we'll probably already be at Enies Lobby. That's when we'll show you our resolve with our actions. In the meantime, I hope you can find the courage to conquer the fear that holds you inside. And if you can't, that's all right too. Trust me. Trust Luffy. Trust all of us. Let us be the source of your courage, the force that chases away every shadow of fear in your heart." With his words finally spoken, Usopp stood up, donning the skin of Project Yasuo. The fight between Sanji and Frankie should be wrapping up by now. "Do you want to go see Sanji?" Usopp looked at Robin as he asked. Robin pressed her lips together, a trace of struggle flickering across her face. It was clear that Usopp's words had already begun to move her heart. Yet the cold that encased her heart was not formed in a single day. Robin's fear was deeply rooted and would not be banished so easily. Moreover, Usopp understood that compared to the threats of CP9 and the Buster Call, what Robin feared most was that her trusted companions in the Straw Hat Pirates, the ones she had come to accept, would one day betray her. Robin had grown up in a world woven with betrayal and deception, where trusting others always carried the shadow of being betrayed. The Straw Hat Pirates were the only people over the years who had given her a sense of peace and belonging. But Robin knew all too well that, as someone regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government, she would always bring endless danger and trouble to those around her, wherever she went. Robin was terrified that the Straw Hat crew would ultimately turn their backs on her because of the dangers she brought upon them. That was why Robin chose to sacrifice herself at this very moment, hoping to trade her own safety for that of the Straw Hats, while she was still accepted as one of them. Therefore, Usopp realized that only when the Straw Hat Pirates proved to Robin, with their actions, their resolve not to abandon her, could she truly be freed from that deep-seated fear. "Even though I already know how this will end, Sanji will never give up," Usopp said quietly after a moment's pause. "So that means we'll have to face off against those CP9 guys, like it or not." Robin was taken aback when she heard this. Pushing aside all other concerns, she stood up in alarm. "Wait, you can't do that," she exclaimed. "You and Sanji are no match for them. You'll be killed." Usopp responded calmly. That's not up to us anymore. They've already begun. With that, Usopp strode directly toward the second train car. Robin frowned and followed close behind him. Opening the door, Usopp didn't hesitate for a second. He kicked the door to the second compartment wide open. The noise instantly drew everyone's attention in the car. Sanji, Frankie, and the 4 members of CP9, who had been locked in a standoff, all turned to look. Who are you supposed to be? A gaunt old man, standing by the door, jumped in surprise at the sight of Usopp. Then, catching sight of Robin behind him, the man's face twisted in anger. Nico Robin, who told you? Before he could finish, Usopp casually drew his blade, sending the old man flying out of the compartment. Small fry shouldn't get in the way, he said flatly. Usopp recalled that this old man seemed to be the official in charge of the sea train, but his skills were hardly worth mentioning. Robin, I'm here to get you. Sanji had spotted Robin as well. The seriousness of his previous standoff melted away, replaced by his usual flamboyant enthusiasm. But none of the others in the compartment had the mind to respond to his antics. So it's you. I see you're still alive. Looks like luck's on your side. The 4 members of CP9, who had previously been calm and unshakable, finally showed a flicker of interest. But ever since Usopp appeared, Bruno started to look uneasy. The wound on his chest still throbbed with a dull pain. Oh, so he's the one who injured you, Bruno. The other 3 members of CP9 immediately grew interested, sizing Usopp up from head to toe. So, Robin, has this changed your mind? Usopp's gaze flickered as he asked, making no effort to lower his voice. Robin frowned, pondered for a long while, and finally just turned her head slightly away, giving no answer. I see. Usopp took in every detail of Robin's reaction, understanding at once the choice she had made. Then, he looked over at Sanji and asked, Sanji, what's your take? Sanji, by now, had regained his composure. Lighting a cigarette, he took a long drag and said, Isn't it obvious? Leave everyone except that lady to me. Time to serve up some prime cuts. The moment Sanji finished, he charged straight at Lucci. Almost simultaneously, Bruno vanished from sight. A heavy thud echoed as Sanji's kick landed squarely on Lucci's neck. Even though Usopp had already told him about CP9's special techniques, when Sanji actually faced off against Lucci's iron body, he could hardly believe it. The jarring sensation through his foot told him that his powerful strike hadn't even phased Lucci. Ordinary moves wouldn't even budge this guy. Nice form, but you're sorely lacking in power, Lucci commented in a flat, emotionless voice. Damn it, prime cut, shoot. Sanji twisted his body, retracting his leg and launching another fierce kick toward Lucci's neck. But this time, Lucci responded with a cold snort and retaliated with his own kick, a shave kick. Feeling the cutting wind from Lucci's foot, Sanji's eyes widened as he recalled the intelligence Usopp had given him. He quickly pulled back, switching from offense to defense. A great crash resounded as Sanji managed to block Lucci's leg with his own just in time, preventing the shave kick from taking full form. Still, Lucci's brute strength sent Sanji flying through the air. Almost at the same moment, another figure hurtled backward and crashed into Lucci. Lucci frowned, sidestepped, and turned, blocking the incoming figure. Bruno? Lucci's voice iced over, clearly displeased with Bruno's performance. Sorry about that, Bruno coughed out, clutching the fresh cut across his chest. I let my guard down. He's much stronger than before. Califa, adjusting her glasses, spoke up in Bruno's defense. Indeed, this guy's impressive. Physically, he's already at CP9's level. Because she had absolute confidence in Lucci's strength, Califa had focused all her attention on Bruno just now, allowing her to clearly see everything that had happened. Bruno used Soru to instantly appear before Usopp, aiming a powerful punch at Usopp's head. However, Usopp saw right through Bruno's movement, calmly dodging the punch with a simple tilt of his head. Surprised, Bruno immediately switched tactics, pushing off the ground with his foot to retreat half a step, preparing to unleash a Rankyaka kick. But before Bruno's leg even made it halfway up, Usopp stepped down firmly on his foot, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Without giving Bruno time to react, Usopp struck back, slashing through with a decisive blow that sent Bruno flying. After leveling up 3 times, Usopp's physical abilities, reflexes, and speed had improved tremendously. Now, he was able to keep up with Bruno's movements without difficulty. In fact, with the aid of his third-person view, Usopp could see right through all of Bruno's attacks. Sanji, haven't I told you not to underestimate them? Usopp said, striding forward with his blade held at the ready, raising his fighting spirit to its peak. Oh, my apologies. I won't make that mistake again, Sanji answered, getting up from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes, and joining Frankie at Usopp's side, forming a tight encirclement against the 4 members of CP9. How interesting. The agents of CP9 grinned savagely, their curiosity and excitement unmistakable. They had never faced a situation like this before. Impressive spirit, but unfortunately, we're on assignment and have no time to play with you. Lucci shrugged off his cloak, and the white dove on his shoulder, Hattori, fluttered its wings and flew away with perfect timing. They're all yours. The rest of you, head to the front carriage, Lucci said to the other 3 members of CP9, clearly preparing to face all 3 opponents himself. Khalifa, Kaku, and Bruno nodded wordlessly and started walking toward the first carriage. Usopp frowned. As the 3 passed by him, he subtly raised his left hand, still gripping his divine punishment weapon, ready to strike, but suddenly his body froze. Sure gone. In a flash, Lucci appeared behind Usopp, thrusting out his finger. With a sharp impact, Usopp's body was sent flying before he could even react. Lucci frowned slightly, glancing at his own finger. The effect of Shurgon shouldn't be like that. Midair, Usopp twisted and landed solidly beside Sanji and Frankie. At that moment, a layer of black and gold plating spread across Usopp's body, enveloping his Genesis Project armor. Unyielding will, activate. Are you alright, Usopp? Sanji asked with concern. If it's only this much, I can still handle it. Usopp straightened up, stretching his arms and legs a bit. He hadn't expected the skill steadfast will to manifest as armament hockey. This bizarre sensation struck him as rather novel. Is that hockey? Lucci hesitated for a moment as he watched the black and gold sheen spreading over Usopp's body and asked uncertainly. As an intelligence officer for CP9, Lucci was well aware that hockey was an essential skill for the truly powerful. It was just that, due to his long-term undercover missions, he'd never found the time to study it systematically. Hockey? What's that? Sanji glanced at Usopp with evident confusion. It's a very handy little trick. I'll explain it more later. Usopp replied casually, brushing off the question. I didn't expect you to be capable of this. In that case, we really can't let you go. Lucci's face turned grim, and his body began to stretch taller and taller. Coarse fur sprouted across his skin as he slowly transformed into a towering, humanoid leopard. Wait, you promised me. As long as I obeyed your orders, you wouldn't lay a finger on them. Robin, seeing that Lucci's killing intent was no longer hidden, called out in a hurry, her voice filled with anxiety. Silence, Nico Robin. This is beyond your control now. The other 3 members of CP9 wore grave expressions as well. To avoid any desperate, last-minute effort from Robin that could complicate their mission, Khalifa even brought out a pair of sea prism stone cuffs, snapping them onto Robin's wrists and sealing away her powers. With a sudden whoosh, Lucci said no more. His form flickered, vanishing from where he stood in an instant. Watch out. Usopp's pupils contracted as he hurriedly warned the others. He had always known Lucci was powerful, far beyond the other CP9 members. What he hadn't realized was just how extreme that gap truly was. At full strength, Lucci's speed nearly outpaced Usopp's ability to keep up. Shurgon speckled strike. Lucci materialized in front of the trio, his massive frame launching an attack wide enough to engulf all 3 at once. Sanji reacted the quickest, meeting Lucci's blows with several fierce kicks. In those flashes of motion, he managed to buy Usopp and Frankie a precious moment to respond, and then quickly pulled back. Usopp also sprang back immediately, putting distance between himself and Lucci, drawing his gun to fire, stacking his passive skills for added effect. Frankie, ever bold, didn't back down. Relying on his cybernetic body, he pushed straight through Lucci's strikes, muscling in close and attempting to land a punch of his own. Lucci grunted coldly, unconcerned by the particle beams Usopp fired at him. After driving Sanji back, he lunged forward and seized Frankie's head with one massive hand. You bastard! Let go of me! Frankie thrashed about wildly, his iron fists pounding again and again onto Lucci's body with all his might. But those fists, strong enough to shatter stone and split mountains, seemed to have no effect at all on Lucci, as if he were simply being scratched gently, not harmed in the slightest. Lucci tightened his grip, twisting his hand ever so slightly. Immediately, Frankie's string of curses came to an abrupt halt. His body went limp as he lost consciousness. Frankie! Usopp's expression changed sharply. He instantly fired up his crossover booster, amplifying the power of his particle beams as he targeted Lucci's wrist, hoping to force him to release his hold on Frankie's head. At first, Lucci remained unmoved, not bothering to dodge. But after taking a full-force blast, infused with 200 points of Usopp's haki, Lucci's eyes narrowed, and he darted back in a flash, dragging Frankie with him to put some distance between them. Keep an eye on him, too. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lucci tossed Frankie into the first car of the train, gave a quick command, then vanished once again without a trace. Sure gone, finger pistol. Lucci's silhouette appeared behind Usopp. He thrust a finger with blinding speed, aiming straight for the vital point at the back of Usopp's head. This was a lethal blow. Lucci showed no mercy. If it had landed, it would have easily killed a normal person. Crossover. Usopp whirled around, slashing at Lucci's forearm with his blade, just in time, knocking Lucci's piercing finger strike off course. What? Lucci's brows shot up in surprise. He hadn't expected Usopp to react in time, barely managing to keep up with his speed. At that moment, Usopp had fully activated his Ascent to Divinity passive ability, entering an exhilarated state that boosted his attack speed by 50%. Meanwhile, the rating of Usopp's other passive, Dauntless Nature, had reached Grade C, granting him a 10% increase in movement speed, just enough to keep pace with Lucci's movements. Waist shot. Just then, Sanji charged in, slamming a powerful kick into Lucci's side and sending him flying. Seizing the opening, Usopp quickly sheathed his blade and drew his gun. A barrage of over a dozen particle beams, 3 of them boosted with crossover shots, hammered relentlessly into Lucci. There was a resounding bang. Midair, Lucci stamped his foot down as if walking on thin air, using his moonstep technique to stabilize himself above the ground. Rampage. Crossover. Usopp lunged forward, delivering another blade strike directly to Lucci's back with explosive force. He hesitated for a moment, opting not to use his Hellfire trigger technique. With his current attack power, that move wouldn't be enough to take Lucci down. It was better to maintain his S-rank status and retain the 25% speed boost and 75% damage bonus. Now, Usopp was in peak form, exhilarated state, S-rank rating, every stat pushed to the maximum. This was the only way he stood a chance of battling Lucci head-on. Second-level mincer. Sanji, seeing his moment, leapt high and drove both feet at Lucci in a fierce aerial kick. A heavy thud rang out upon impact, but Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Lucci had blocked the full force of his twin kicks, using only one arm. Luffy slowly raised his head, his gaze sharpening into something as bloodthirsty and ferocious as a wild beast's. By chance, Sanji met his eyes for a fleeting moment. Instantly, a chill swept over him, freezing him to his core and locking his body in place. You guys just keep coming at me, one after another, don't you? With a fierce swing of his arm, Luffy flung Sanji aside, then suddenly lashed out with a powerful kick from his right foot. Tempest Kick, Flying Bird. A razor-sharp slash, shaped like a soaring bird, streaked through the air, targeting Sanji's tumbling figure with blistering speed. That's bad. Watching the flying slash graze dangerously close to where his body had been flung, Sanji couldn't help but cry out in alarm. There was simply no time to react. Blade Whirl. At that very moment, Usopp appeared just in front of Sanji, his sword flashing as he cleaved apart Luffy's incoming attack, blocking the deadly arc. But in the very next instant, Luffy's massive form shimmered with impossible speed, almost as if he'd teleported, appearing right in front of Usopp. No way. He's even faster than before. Heart pounding. Usopp recognized the danger in Luffy's stance and knew things were about to get much worse. Finger gun, Golden Lotus. Luffy's fingers curled, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens of strikes, each one like a piercing bullet, pummeling Usopp relentlessly. Usopp could barely endure the assault. Even with his steadfast resolve, his strength and life force were draining away at an alarming rate. Long nose. Inside the first carriage, Robin saw what was happening and panic flooded her voice as she called out in distress. This was the last scene she ever wanted to witness. Usopp, no way I'm letting this happen. Shoulder meet, shoot. Seeing the desperate situation, Sanji's teeth clenched so tightly they almost cracked. He immediately reached out, grabbing Usopp by the shoulder and yanking him back, then spun himself forward, launching a fierce kick at Luffy's shoulder. Luffy snorted coldly, tapping his toe as his figure blurred, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared behind Usopp and swiped out with his claws. Sanji's kick hit nothing but air, but his momentum didn't falter. Using Usopp's body as leverage, he spun like a whirlwind, lashing out at Luffy's outstretched hand. Banquet table spinning kick. Even so, Sanji's strength was no match for Luffy's. The instant their attacks clashed, Sanji was sent tumbling backward. But that was exactly what Sanji wanted. He used the chance to flip backward, seizing Usopp and trying to put some distance between themselves and Luffy. Naive. Luffy scoffed, his eyes cold as he chased after them without hesitation. There was no way he'd let such a golden opportunity slip away. Sanji frowned, putting Usopp down as he prepared to face Luffy head-on. But just then, Usopp unexpectedly reached back, giving Sanji a sudden yank. Caught off guard, Sanji stumbled as Usopp pulled him around, tossing him behind and stepping forward himself, directly into Luffy's path. Usopp, what are you doing? Thrown off balance, Sanji nearly fell to the floor, and his urgency spiked as he saw Usopp facing Luffy. Ignoring everything else, he shouted anxiously, pleading for an answer. In Sanji's eyes, Usopp had just taken what should have been a fatal blow. By all logic, he ought to be hanging by a thread right now. Courting death. Lucci let out a cold chuckle at the scene, picked up speed, and thrust another piercing finger gun at Usopp. Gunfight. Usopp's eyes were icy, pouring most of his remaining haki into this single slash. A deafening crash resounded, followed by the wet sound of flesh being torn. Lucci's finger gun pierced clean through Usopp's shoulder, and blood gushed down Lucci's clawed hand in crimson streams. Had Usopp not managed to dodge at the last possible moment, Lucci's strike would have run straight through his heart. Usopp's blade, meanwhile, brushed just past Lucci's side, carving a fierce gash into the floor. Damn it, did he miss his mark? Sanji frowned, immediately rushing forward, determined to save Usopp. Sanji, stand back. Just then, Usopp shouted, cutting off Sanji before he could leap to help. At the same time, Usopp tossed his spirit sword behind him and reached out to seize Lucci's arm. Lucci froze in surprise, but caught on at once and tried to wrench himself free. Oh no you don't. Trying to get away? Too late. With a twist of his foot, Usopp sprang up, wrapped himself around Lucci, and hurled them both backward with all his strength. The train car they'd been fighting in, already battered from the earlier gunfight, finally gave way under the strain, splintering and collapsing into pieces. Damn it! Lucci wore a grim look, not because of the ruined car, but because of the astonishing strength surging from Usopp. As a master of the six powers, Lucci had no shortage of techniques for stabilizing himself, even on open water. Yet the real problem now was that he couldn't break free from Usopp's hold right away. After all, Usopp's physical strength had already reached 45 times that of a normal human. In pure power, he was in no way inferior to Lucci. What's more, Usopp's maneuver borrowed the momentum of their falls, disrupting Lucci's balance completely. He had no way to stop from being thrown off. Moonwalk. At that moment, Lucci stopped fighting the pole. Instead, he leaned into the fall, kicked out at just the right angle, and launched his moonwalk technique. Harnessing the force, Usopp and Lucci shot nearly parallel to the surface of the sea, streaking toward the rear cars. Grill shot. Sanji finally caught on to Usopp's plan. Leaping from the third car, he spun midair and smashed a fierce kick into Lucci's head, sending both Lucci and Usopp flying into the sea. The instant they hit the water, Usopp could feel all of Lucci's struggling power vanish without a trace. Lucci was suddenly as helpless as a lamb led to slaughter. Usopp didn't hesitate for a moment. Planting a foot on Lucci's body, he used the force to shove Lucci deeper toward the seafloor, while propelling himself upward toward the surface. At the same time, Usopp whipped out the twin pistols strapped at his waist, pouring the last of his strength into a frenzied barrage, aiming shot after shot at the sinking Lucci. Just moments earlier, Lucci's relentless finger gun strike had landed squarely on Usopp's vital chest and abdomen, utterly devastating blows that nearly finished him off. With multiple internal organs injured, even Usopp's steely resolve and 75% damage mitigation couldn't save him from seeing his health plummet abruptly to 614. And that number was still dropping fast, blood loss draining his life with each passing moment. Now, with his health falling below 300, Usopp knew he had to reach the surface as quickly as possible to treat his wounds. Just then, Usopp saw that Lucci, hit by his blazing beam of energy, suddenly opened his mouth, bubbles streaming out as his eyelids fluttered, and he finally lost consciousness altogether. A golden flash flickered over Usopp. He leveled up. No way, Lucci. Up in the lead carriage, the three CP9 agents who'd been watching the battle were stunned, unable to contain their shocked outcry. More pressing still, with the second carriage coming apart, the rear cars were losing power and slowing down, while the lead carriage, where CP9 sat, surged ahead, suddenly lighter and gaining speed after shedding the weight behind it. They'd already shot forward a considerable distance. By now, heading back for a rescue would be tough, perhaps even futile. Wait, follow me. Door of air open. Bruno wasted no time. With a swift gesture, he opened a shimmering air door and stepped through without hesitation. Kaku was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught on, following Bruno through the doorway. The space Bruno accessed with his power was a mirrored version of the real world, a dimension closely resembling reality in every detail, where one could still see everything happening outside. With his door fruit ability, Bruno could move from this space to anywhere in the world, including beneath the sea. Without the drag of the ocean water, they could move even faster now, perhaps just in time to save Lucci. Back in the third carriage, Sanji watched as the sea train pulled further and further away, soon vanishing into the gloom of the sea, his brows knit with worry. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to chase after it on foot, but instead dove head first into the waves. Even though he'd just witnessed the fall of Lucci, the strongest foe among CP9, the enemy still had 3 top-tier fighters left. Sanji knew that alone. He couldn't hope to defeat them all and rescue Robin. Besides, in his current condition, there was no way he could catch up to the speeding sea train. And more importantly, between Robin's plight and Usopp's, Sanji judged that Usopp was in a far greater danger right now. Sanji had witnessed with his own eyes how Usopp took the brunt of Lucci's storm leg for him and got injured. That Usopp could still move at all was already a miracle, never mind the fact that he'd managed to swim up from the sea. But just as Sanji dove into the water, he saw Usopp emerge powerfully from the depths, not showing a single sign of being severely wounded. Sanji was momentarily stunned. Though he couldn't quite understand it and felt a bit confused, relief washed over him, and together they climbed back up onto the carriage. "How's that guy? Did he die?" Barely regaining his balance on top of the carriage, Sanji couldn't wait to ask. His impression of Lucci was as sharp as ever. If such a formidable foe could be dealt with here and now, there'd be nothing better. No, he was rescued when the other CP9 agents opened a door. He should survive. Usopp shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Back in the water, Usopp had clearly seen a door suddenly open next to the sinking Lucci. Both Lucci and a torrent of seawater vanished through that doorway. It must have been Blueno using his door fruit ability to save Lucci. Ah, then that's going to be trouble. We might never get another chance this good. Sanji frowned, but quickly relaxed, adding, "Still, next time, it won't be just the 2 of us here." Usopp nodded, disengaging his Origin Project armor. He found a reasonably flat spot inside the carriage, sat down, and started tending to his wounds. Seeing those ghastly bullet holes scattered across Usopp's body, Sanji drew a sharp breath and hurried forward, asking, "Hey, Usopp, are you all right?" "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. My body isn't the same as before. Unless it's fatal, no matter how bad the wounds are, I'll recover." Usopp explained while tying off his wounds to stop the bleeding. "Not the same." Sanji arched an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. "Usopp, what on earth happened to you? How did you change this much in just one day? A body like that, incredible strength, and some seriously cool gear. Sure, on the Grand Line, nothing is impossible, and all sorts of things could happen. But for Usopp to change so drastically in the span of a single day, how could Sanji not be curious?" Faced with Sanji's questioning gaze, Usopp didn't even hesitate to make up a story. Well, last night I ran into a mysterious organization and joined a so-called Origin Project body modification experiment." Sanji pressed on. "Origin Project? What's that?" Usopp explained. "Simply put, it's an experiment that fuses the human body with advanced technology, much like how Frankie modified his own body. It's just that the technology one uses is different from Frankie's methods. For example, my 2 pistols, White Thorn and Black Fire, are particle core beam pistols that can fire concentrated energy blasts. My greatsword, the Spirit Judgment Blade, is forged from plasma-tempered, refined steel and fitted with a 0-degree pulse edge. It's easily the equal of any legendary sword in this world." Sanji nodded, marveling aloud. "Incredible. To think that there's such technology in our world." "Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, isn't it? But Sanji, we can chat more about this later. Can you help me find something to eat first? There should be a kitchen car nearby, right? I haven't had a proper meal since last night. I did eat 2 pieces of bread with Robin just now to fill my stomach, but it's nowhere near enough." With his wounds finally tended to, Usopp allowed himself to relax, but suddenly, hunger crashed over him like an unstoppable tide. Usopp's current body was far beyond that of an ordinary human, and correspondingly, its energy consumption was off the charts. Since this morning, Usopp had been through one battle after another, and the meager food he'd snatched earlier was nowhere near enough to keep him going. Perhaps, he thought, that was part of the reason his health had been dropping all this time. "Leave it to me. I just went to the dining car earlier. There's still plenty of supplies left. While Luffy and the others are catching up, I'll whip up something extra." Sanji agreed readily and made his way toward the back where the dining car was located. Usopp took the opportunity to rest for a while, then opened up his system panel to check his current stats. After all, during the time he spent in the sea earlier, he'd managed to level up twice. Name, Usopp, level 6. Weapons, White Thorn, Black Fire, Spirit Judgment. Health, 986/6504. Severely wounded, bleeding. Haki, 152/2476. Experience, 396/700. Gold, 2,359. Attack power, 360. Magic power, 0. Armor, 294. Magic defense, 144. Attack speed, 6.8. Skill haste, 0. Critical chance, 0. Movement speed, 1358. Current skills, signature hero, Samira, steadfast will, god ascending stairs, passive, absolution, passive. Items, fairy amulet, x3. +2 skill slots, +2 equipment slots, +2 skill draw chances. Passive, god ascending stairs. Rise, attack range plus 1,000 meters. With the bonuses from his triple gold and experience cards, Lucci had ended up granting Usopp a whopping 900 gold and 1,200 experience points. Through this experience, Usopp finally understood what the system meant by completely defeat. It referred to the enemy losing all sense of self and the ability to resist. That opened up so many more strategic possibilities. But there was no rush. The days ahead were long. For now, Usopp set those thoughts aside and focused on the skill draw, clicking on it without hesitation. Skill, Deceptive Magic. Teleport to any location within 40 meters and enter a cloaked state. Skill cost, 5 hockey points per second. Cooldown, 5 minutes. After deactivation, the skill can be used again after cooling down. Skill, Cannonade Barrage. Fire a signal flare from the ghost ship shrouded in mist, causing it to unleash 18 waves of cannonballs and a giant cannonball upon a target area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Each cannonball deals 100% AD and 10% AP damage, while the giant cannonball inflicts 300% true damage. Skill cost, 1 signal flare. Cooldown, a signal flare is generated automatically every 18 hours, with up to 5 charges storable at once. Note, this skill affects both allies and enemies. Use with caution. Catching sight of these two newly acquired skills, a gleam flashed in Usopp's eyes. That deceptive magic skill was undoubtedly crucial for him, a real lifesaver. And as for Cannonade Barrage, Usopp's heart brimmed with dark amusement. He was very much looking forward to the arrival of the Buster Call. With the skill draw complete, Usopp's attention turned to the system's marketplace. At the moment, he had a total of 2,359 gold coins. It wasn't quite enough for a high-tier item, but buying a few smaller items now and saving up for the big ones later was still a good strategy. He also happened to have 3 empty equipment slots, so space wasn't a problem. After some thought, Usopp spent 2,300 gold coins in the system's marketplace to purchase 3 pieces of equipment. Vampiric Scepter, Recurve Bow, and Tear of the Goddess. Vampiric Scepter, plus 15 attack damage, plus 7% lifesteal. Price, 900 gold coins. Recurve Bow, plus 25% attack speed. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Tear of the Goddess, plus 240 hockey points. Price, 400 gold coins. Passive, Power Accumulation. Each time you hit an enemy with a skill, gain 3 extra hockey points, up to a max of 360 points. Note, can be purchased multiple times with effects stacking, but the passive can only be triggered once at any given time. The Vampiric Scepter and Recurve Bow were stepping stones for Usopp to eventually craft the Blade of the Ruined King. As for the Tear of the Goddess, that was meant to boost his maximum pool of hockey points. Most of the skills provided by the system consumed hockey to increase their damage output, which meant that, in a sense, Usopp's hockey cap determined the upper limit of his skill damage. Because he lacked enough hockey points, Usopp had always been cautious and reserved when using his abilities in previous battles, limiting himself to the bare minimum. As a result, whenever Usopp's skills struck his enemies, they barely felt a thing. It was as if his attacks simply glanced off, having no real effect at all. If only Usopp had enough hockey reserves, a single crossfire slash would be powerful enough to split mountains and churn the sea. Even Lucci probably wouldn't be able to withstand a crossfire slash infused with 20,000 hockey points. Would he? And if he could, then what about a slash with 30,000 hockey points? That's why hockey points are an absolutely vital attribute. Only with enough hockey can Usopp truly find his footing on this vast ocean. Alright, Usopp, eat these first. If it's not enough, I've got more. I'll even make some extra as lunchboxes. Luffy and the others will definitely need them. Just as Usopp was deep in thought, Sanji set down a massive plate of food in front of him, then immediately turned and headed back into the kitchen car. Usopp didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking Sanji, he immediately threw himself into the meal with vigor. He was truly starving. With a major battle looming at dawn, he had to restore his health as quickly as possible. By the way, Usopp, didn't you have a talk with Robin? How'd it go? Sanji called out from inside the kitchen car. Usopp paused mid-bite, took a moment to collect his thoughts, and said, well, I suppose I did learn something. After Usopp recounted the main points of his conversation with Robin, Sanji's expression darkened. So, it's the Buster Call. As I suspected, Robin's been forced into this. Usopp frowned. It's not just the Buster Call. What's worse is that Robin has lost her trust in us. I get it. Let's wait for Luffy and the others to get here before we go over the details. Sanji nodded, clearly feeling how troublesome this situation had become. So, Usopp and Sanji waited in the train car for nearly half an hour more, until a sea train shaped like a fierce shark finally came into view. Usopp jumped to his feet, glanced into the kitchen car where Sanji was still busy, and called out, "Sanji, Luffy, and the others are here." "Yeah, got it," Sanji replied without looking up, completely focused on his cooking. "They don't seem like they're planning to stop. We need to move these train cars out of the way." Watching as the sea train drew closer, Usopp called out again to remind Sanji. "I said I heard you. Stop rushing me. I'm almost done." Sanji responded, voice tinged with impatience. Usopp could only shake his head in resignation, climbing up onto the roof of the kitchen car to start clearing away the other train cars on his own. Once Usopp had managed to send the extra cars into the sea, Sanji joined him on the roof, slinging a massive bundle over his shoulder. At this moment, Luffy and the others were less than 100 meters away. At last, they're here. It's been ages since Robin was taken away. Who knows if we'll catch up in time? Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and spoke with a frown. "Don't worry. The sea train Luffy's on is way faster than the one Robin took. They're sure to catch up." Usopp tried to reassure him. "Hey, Sanji, Usopp." Aboard the Rocketman, Luffy caught sight of Sanji and Usopp and shouted out, his voice brimming with excitement. "This is it." Sanji had no time to answer Luffy. He grabbed his bundle, leapt to the side of the dining car, and with a swift kick, sent the whole car tumbling off the tracks. Usopp, instantly understanding Sanji's intent, sprang forward and landed neatly onto the approaching Rocketman sea train. As soon as he touched down, Usopp quickly fished out a rope from his bag and tossed it to Sanji, pulling him up onto the sea train as well. At last, the entire Straw Hat crew was reunited. Inside the Smoky Tom sea train carriage, Robin and Frankie were bound tightly, left in a corner of the car, tied up hand and foot. Meanwhile, CP9 members Bueno, Kaku, and Califa gathered around the still unconscious Lucci, their faces unusually tense and silent. Their heavy silence had nothing to do with Lucci's condition. Rather, none of them knew how they'd face Lucci when he finally woke up. Among CP9, Lucci was by far the strongest, their unchallenged leader. He rarely spoke, but when he did, no one ever dared to take his words lightly. Despite the calmness Lucci usually showed, his fellow CP9 agents all knew it was only skin deep. Beneath that cool exterior lurked a heart as cold as ice, violent and bloodthirsty. Now, having been duped and knocked into the sea by an absolute nobody, right in front of everyone, Lucci had lost face and badly. Knowing Lucci's extreme temperament, Bueno and the others could only imagine the lengths to which his wrath might go. He might even take it out on them. While the trio's thoughts raced, Lucci suddenly opened his eyes and snapped back to consciousness. Bueno and the others rushed to help him, but the icy glare Lucci shot at them instantly froze them in place. They dared not move an inch. "Where are those two?" Lucci stood up, took stock of the car situation, and asked coldly. "Because the train cars came apart, they got stuck back there and won't be able to catch up anytime soon." At that time, Bueno hurriedly began to explain everything that had happened since Lucci fell into the sea. Lucci showed no particular reaction after hearing this. He simply nodded, found a place to sit, and settled down. Bruno, Kaku, and Califa exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, they finally asked, "Lucci, what should we do now?" Lucci looked over at the three of them and replied coolly, "Keep executing the mission. Escort Robin and Frankie back to Eni's lobby." The three of them were momentarily stunned, surprised that Lucci would say such a thing. Califa frowned and asked, "But what about the Straw Hat crew? Are we just going to ignore them?" At the mention of the Straw Hats, a cold glint flashed in Lucci's eyes. He responded in a chilling voice, "They'll probably come chasing us to Eni's lobby anyway. For now, we don't need to bother with them, at least not until our useless superior lifts these restrictions off us." All three, Califa, Kaku, and Bruno, straightened up with a spark of understanding. They immediately saw where Lucci's thoughts lay. It seemed that this time, Lucci wouldn't rest until the Straw Hat crew was utterly annihilated. Inside the only carriage of the sea train, Rocketman, Sanji was surrounded by the remaining Straw Hat pirates, the three foremen from the Galley Company, and members of the Frankie family, as he recounted everything that had just happened. Meanwhile, Usopp was leaning against one side, letting Chopper tend to his injuries. Usopp's own attempts at bandaging were so clumsy that they could hardly be described as first aid, good for little more than stopping the bleeding for a while. Now, after a much-needed rest, Usopp had recovered just a bit over half his strength. Still, it was best to let Chopper properly patch him up. That's pretty much everything that happened, Sanji said, blowing out a smoke ring as he finished recounting the whole incident. He also went over the abilities of the CP9 agents they'd encountered. Previously, Sanji had only heard Usopp's descriptions, which left him with a vague sense of things, so when he talked to Luffy and the others over the Den Mushi, he could only relay what he'd been told, word for word. But after a real confrontation with CP9, Sanji's understanding of their techniques was much deeper, so he gave everyone a fresh rundown. Yeah, we already know all that, someone chimed in. Those guys can move at lightning speed, fly through the air, and make their bodies as hard as iron. I've pretty much figured out what their moves are, and I've even come up with a few interesting ideas myself, Luffy said brightly, adjusting the straw hat on his head and breaking into a beaming grin. In that case, Sanji continued, before we go rescue Robin, there's one more thing I should mention about Robin's past and the Buster Call. Sanji's voice grew serious as he passed on the information he had learned from Usopp, then concluded, that's how Robin ended up with CP9. They found her weakness and used it against her. I'm not making excuses for why I can't save her. I'm saying that even if we storm to the heart of Enies lobby, Robin might still refuse to come with us. The rest of the Straw Hat crew wore deeply serious expressions as they listened. What does that matter? No matter what, I'm going to rescue Robin, Luffy shouted with absolute resolve, completely unfazed. Idiot. We're talking about 5 vice admirals from Navy headquarters and 10 massive battleships. How can you just brush that off? Nami snapped, slamming her fist down on Luffy's head, pinning the hot-blooded captain firmly in place. So what? Does that mean we abandon Robin? If we do nothing, she's doomed. Luffy shot back, stubborn and fierce. Nami frowned and retorted, I never said we'd abandon her. If we were going to, why would we even come here? All I'm saying is, think before you leap. Don't just charge and head first. The plan's simple. We barge in and snatch Robin back. Luffy dismissed her words entirely, rolling up his sleeves and limbering up, clearly itching for action. Nami felt exasperated. What past life crime had landed her such a thick-headed captain? Still, some things had to be said, no matter how many times. She opened her mouth, ready to lecture Luffy again. All right, Nami, that's enough. Leave the Buster Call to me. Usopp stepped in, cutting off Nami before she could launch into another scolding. His words drew everyone's attention as he spoke with conviction. You? Usopp, how exactly are you going to handle the Buster Call? Nami eyed him with suspicion. The others, too, turned their gaze on Usopp, curious but unconvinced. Heh, my army of 8,000 men is already lying in wait all around Enies lobby. Usopp boasted grandly. As soon as the warships come in for the Buster Call, all I have to do is give the order, and they'll... But before he gotten far, Nami and the others had already lost interest, turning away from him to resume their own heated discussion, paying no attention to his story. Usopp froze, his bravado crumbling, leaving his next lines unsaid in awkward silence. Only Chopper's eyes sparkled with childlike awe as he gazed at Usopp. Whoa, really? Usopp, you're amazing. Feeling renewed, Usopp arched his brow and struck a heroic pose. Of course, just you wait and see. No vice admiral in the world can stand against Captain Usopp. Chopper's eyes sparkled even brighter, admiration painted all over his face. Hey, everyone, you can already see the lights of Enies lobby ahead. At that moment, someone shouted from outside the train car. Inside, everyone tensed and readied their gear, weapons held tight, preparing for what lay ahead. Because Enies lobby is a wondrous island where night never falls. It's also known as the Island of Eternal Day. If you can see the island aglow in the distance, that means you've already entered Enies lobby's domain. Everyone gather around. Barry, the foreman from Galley Company, timely produced a hand-drawn map and addressed the group. I've been here before to repair the tracks, so I sketched the general layout of Enies lobby from memory. Behind Enies lobby lies the ominous gates of justice. Beyond those gates is the path to Navy headquarters and Impel Down, the deep-sea prison, and along the way, the route is as perilous as the Calm Belt, teeming with massive sea kings. So, if we don't manage to rescue Nico, Robin, and Frankie on the path from Enies lobby's main gate to the gates of justice, we'll have failed this mission. Everyone stared intently at Barry's hand-drawn map, nodding as they mulled things over. Barry then looked up at Luffy and continued. Enies lobby houses at least a few thousand troops. In contrast, we have just a little over 60 people. If we get tangled up with these rank-and-file soldiers, we'll be overwhelmed without a doubt. I've journeyed with you long enough to know your abilities. If anyone here stand a chance of saving Nico, Robin, and Frankie from CP9, it has to be all of you. So, hold your positions at sea and rest for 5 minutes to conserve your strength. Let us go ahead and clear the path for you. Zambai from the Frankie family chimed in too. Yeah, no matter how many of us fall, don't look back or hesitate. Just keep pressing forward. You must save your strength and focus everything you've got on facing CP9. Looking into the determined faces of Zambai and Barry, Luffy, unusually serious, replied, All right, understood. Hey, we've arrived at the front entrance of Eni's lobby. Everyone get ready. Just then, Kokoro, the engineer at the helm of the sea train, shouted the announcement over the loudspeaker. In that case, let's move out according to plan. Upon hearing this, Zambai and Barry jumped up, leading their teams aboard the massive ships dragged by Sodom and Gomorrah, storming straight for the main gate of Eni's lobby. Inside the carriage, the Straw Hats silently watched Zambai's group depart. Suddenly, Chopper blinked in confusion. Huh, where's Luffy? Nami gasped in realization. Wait, he was just here. He's already jumped ahead, asking him to stay put for 5 minutes and wait. Impossible, Usopp said, standing and stretching his arms and legs. Zoro frowned in frustration. That idiot. Just let him go. Otherwise, if we really let Frankie's crew of 60 face thousands alone, it'd be a massacre for sure. Usopp secured the White Thorn, Black Fire, and Spirit Punishment on himself, then activated his Project Genesis armor. All right, I'm heading out first. One by one, pieces of Project Genesis armor equipped themselves onto Usopp in an astonishingly stylish fashion. When Usopp, now looking almost robotic, appeared in the train car, Chopper, Nami, and Zoro, witnessing this scene for the first time, were stunned, their mouths agape in speechless shock. Chopper, in particular, stared wide-eyed in awe, starstruck to the point that little glimmers seemed to shine in his eyes, and a touch of drool glistened at the corner of his mouth. Heading out first? Usopp, what exactly are you planning? Sanji asked, having already seen Usopp's Project Genesis gear before and not finding it too surprising. Instead, he focused on what Usopp had just said. This also jolted the other three back to their senses. They all frowned and turned to Usopp, waiting for his explanation. Usopp gave a knowing smile. I'm a sniper. It only makes sense I go ahead and find the best sniping spot. And like I just said, do you all really expect 60 or so members of the Frankie family to take on the thousands of soldiers at Eni's lobby for us? If I go on ahead, I can also watch out for Luffy. Zoro frowned. Usopp, your idea isn't bad. But he didn't finish his sentence, but the worry in his eyes made his concern clear. He doubted Usopp's strength. Usopp caught on immediately. With a casual shrug, he replied, Don't worry, I'm not the same Usopp as before. If you don't believe me, just ask Sanji. I'll just be careful. Sanji nodded. He didn't say more, but offered Usopp a brief warning. Truthfully, if there were another way, Sanji would never want to rescue Robin at the cost of innocent lives. But with CP9 and such formidable foes still to contend with, they simply couldn't afford to divert too much attention to the lesser enemies. That's why Sanji genuinely supported Usopp's move to go help first. I'll be careful, Usopp replied, and without another word, vanished from sight. Sleight of deception. With a flash, Usopp teleported himself to the fence surrounding Eni's lobby, instantly shifting into stealth mode. At this moment, Eni's lobby was already in turmoil from Luffy's invasion, and security had been noticeably increased. Usopp had no intention of getting caught up with guards right from the start. His goal was to locate 2 mobile artillery units. Thanks to his invisibility, Usopp slipped confidently and unbothered past the defenders and arrived before the massive second gate of the main island. This is exactly where he needed to be. Usopp recalled that there were 2 giants at Eni's lobby, deceived by the world government into serving as its guards. They seemed to be the subordinates of Dory and Bragi, the giants they had once met in the Little Garden. In the original story, after Usopp exposed the lies of the world government, those 2 giants immediately switched sides and helped them break into Eni's lobby. So now, Usopp wanted to see if he could sway these 2 giants to their side ahead of time. With a few bounding leaps, Usopp vaulted over the 20-meter-tall city wall and landed inside the second gate of the front island. Perhaps the authorities trusted the giant's strength too much, or perhaps they feared that if the giants started a fight, the destruction would be so great that innocent people might get hurt. For now, only the 2 towering giants were slouched against the city wall near the second gate. There were no other guards in sight. Usopp mulled over his options, then simply jumped off the wall and landed right in front of the 2 giants, revealing himself. Are you giant from the warrior village of Elbaf? Usopp shouted loudly. The 2 giants leaning against the wall turned towards the voice, both pausing in surprise at Usopp's sudden appearance, unable to process what was happening for a moment. Are you giant from the warrior village of Elbaf? Usopp called out again, repeating his question. Who are you? What are you doing here? The question jolted both giants back to their senses. They hurriedly stood up, each grabbing the massive weapons at their sides, and demanded an answer from Usopp. My name is Usopp. I'm a pirate, and we're the ones invading Eni's lobby this time. Usopp didn't hide anything. He said it plainly. How dare you? I almost let you slip past me. The giant Kashiai, gripped by anger at the revelation, swung his enormous axe straight down at Usopp. Usopp frowned, drawing the spirit punisher from his back and raising it overhead to meet the attack. Clang! A deafening crash rang out, and the ground beneath Usopp's feet cracked and splintered in a radius of 10 meters or more. The power of the giants was unmistakable. Even so, Kashiai's massive axe was stopped dead above Usopp's head, unable to advance any further. Before you start fighting, could you at least answer my question? With a flick of his arms, Usopp pushed the giant axe aside and said in a low, steady voice. Purely in terms of strength, the current Usopp no longer feared these two giants in the slightest. We are indeed warriors from the village of Elbaf, but so what? There's no way we'll let you pass through here. Oimo, the other giant with a massive spiked club, stared at Usopp with a grim expression. Oimo had witnessed the previous clash and understood that Usopp was not someone to be taken lightly, so he didn't attack right away. Usopp smiled and said, If I wanted to get past, you wouldn't be able to stop me. But before we start fighting, I just want to clear a few things up. What things? Kashiai asked in a grave tone. I have two giant friends, Uncle Dory and Uncle Broggy. If you know them, maybe I'll go easy on you. Usopp paused for a moment, then said this deliberately. Captain? No way. Absolutely impossible. Both Kashi and Oimo wore matching looks of disbelief as soon as they heard Usopp mention those names. Kid, just how old are you? How could you possibly know our captains? And where did you even hear their names? Oimo asked, getting visibly agitated. I may be young, but I still know Uncle Dory and Uncle Broggy. They're not dead, after all. Usopp answered calmly. Our captains certainly aren't dead, but they were captured by the Navy decades ago. You weren't even born yet, kid. Kashi squeezed the giant axe in his hands, clearly ready to split Usopp in two if he didn't give a convincing answer. Captured by the Navy? What are you talking about? Uncle Dory and Uncle Broggy are still fighting in Little Garden, you know? We met them only a few months ago. Wait, are you two also members of the giant warrior pirates? Working here for the world government. Don't tell me you betrayed Uncle Dory and Uncle Broggy. Usopp feigned surprise and disgust as he spoke. Impossible. We would never betray our captains. It was the world government people who said they'd already caught the captains. If we agreed to guard this place for 100 years, they'd release them. Oimo explained, anger rising in his voice. With Uncle Dory and Uncle Broggy's strength, there's no way the world government could capture them. Usopp went on to give a detailed description of what Dory and Broggy looked like when he met them. He even mimicked their laughter and quirks. After listening, Kashi and Oimo were finally convinced that Dory and Broggy were still dueling in Little Garden and hadn't been caught by the world government at all. Unforgivable. The damned world government dared to deceive us. We'll make them pay for this. Kashi and Oimo were ablaze with fury, swearing to make the world government answer for their lies. Eni's lobby, the island's front, main gate. The Frankie family and the foreman from the Galila Company had already stormed inside, riding the Sea King-inspired King Bull. Although the gate's defenders had the advantage in numbers, there were no truly powerful fighters among them, so they were being defeated in utter chaos. At that moment, more and more reinforcement from the Navy and world government began pouring over from the main island. But before they even reached the front island, they suddenly saw two towering figures charging straight toward them. It's Kashi and Oimo, the giants. How did they end up here? Weren't they supposed to be guarding the second gate? Don't tell me the second gate on the front island has fallen too. That can't be. They're giants, after all. Weren't there only a few dozen enemies? The Navy soldiers and government agents who had hurried over to help were all bewildered, murmurs spreading among the ranks. Meanwhile, both Kashi and Oimo charged forward with grim, silent faces, not uttering a single word. As they drew near, someone couldn't help but shout, Hey Kashi, Oimo, what's going on? Why are you back from the front island? You too. But before he could finish, Kashi and Oimo raised their weapons high, and a shadowy figure clambered up onto Oimo's shoulder from behind. At that moment, every government agent and Navy soldier froze in their tracks, sensing something had taken a turn for the worse. How dare you deceive us for so long? With a furious roar, Kashi and Oimo swung their weapons in unison, sweeping away a swath of guards in one mighty blow. At the same instant, Usopp's twin pistols erupted, unleashing bursts of particle beams. He didn't even need to aim. Every shot found its mark, dropping a foe with ruthless precision. The first wave of defenders was nearly obliterated in an instant, casualties piling up. Headquarters, this is Forward Command. Urgent update. The guardians of the second front gate, Kashi and Oimo, have switched sides, and there's a powerful sniper fighting with them. We can barely hold them back, requesting immediate backup. Before the message could be finished, Usopp neatly picked off the Navy soldier, trying to relay their position, then turned and said, Oimo, Kashi, let's slow down and try to draw as many guards as we can. We need to clear a path for the group coming up behind us. Got it. But, Usopp, someone already charged into the main island ahead of you and pulled a lot of the enemy away. Don't you think we should hurry up and help him? Oimo replied, glancing back uncertainly. That's my captain, Usopp said with a casual confidence. He'll be fine. He can handle whatever comes his way. In fact, from Usopp's vantage point, he could already see nearly the entire judicial island, and he had a clear view of Luffy's situation. Luffy, at that moment, was surrounded by hundreds of guards, but among them, not one posed a real threat to him. So, although he was temporarily bogged down, Luffy wasn't in any real danger. Meanwhile, thanks to Usopp and the two giants holding off the enemy at the front, Frankie's family and the foreman from the Galileo Company found themselves under much less pressure. Their advance sped up noticeably. Now, they had already broken through the second gate and were making their way toward the main island. As for the Rocketman's sea train carrying Zoro, Sanji, and the others, it had already reached a spot not far from the front gate of the outer island. In just a little while, they would be able to charge straight inside. Usopp kept a close eye on the entire battlefield of Enies Lobby, his mind steady and calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Even though Kashi and Oimo had deliberately slowed their pace, their immense strength still allowed them to advance at an astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, they had broken through to the very center of the main island. During this time, with the triple experience card in effect, Usopp managed to level up to level 7. Name, Usopp level 7. Weapons, White Thorn, Black Fire, Divine Penalty, Attack Range, 15-20 meters. Health, 6724/7805, Injured, Hockey, 3021/3518. Experience, 125 out of 900, Gold, 429. Attack Power, 488. Magic Power, 0. Armor, 353. Magic Resistance, 173. Attack Speed, 10.2. Skill Haste, 0. Critical Chance, 10%. Movement Speed, 1630. Current Skills, Signature Hero, Samira, Steadfast Will, Ascendant Path, Passive, Absolution, Passive, Trickster's Magic, Cannon Barrage. Current Equipment, Fairy Amulet *3, Vampiric Scepter, plus 15 attack, plus 7% lifesteal. Recurve Bow, plus 25% attack speed. Terror the Goddess, 240 Hockey, Passive, plus 66 Hockey. Passive, Ascendant Path, Elevation. Attack range increased by 1,000 meters. Passive, Absolution, Black Mist Wraiths, 31, plus 20 attack range, plus 31 attack power, plus 10% critical chance. Meanwhile, Usopp unlocked a new skill. Skill, Bullet Storm. Fires a hail of bullets into a 30-meter diameter area within attack range, dealing 190 plus 100% of Hockey as ability power damage, and reducing target's movement speed by 50% for 2 seconds. Skill cost, 80 infinite Hockey points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Compared to the other skills Usopp had drawn so far, Bullet Storm wasn't exceptionally powerful, but it was absolutely perfect for clearing out waves of enemies. Especially right now, as more and more guards gathered from all around Enies Lobby, Usopp was confident that he could level up again before running into CP9. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Usopp's eyes, and his trigger finger paused mid-action. Within his field of vision, 2 squads, quite different from the ordinary guards, burst out from the courthouse, rushing straight in their direction. Kashi, Oimo, stay sharp. A team of cavalry riding giant dogs and a group of burly men wielding massive iron balls are headed our way. Usopp called this warning down to the 2 giants who were currently fighting with unstoppable enthusiasm at his feet. It's the Judicial Dog Squad and the Guilty Jury. Don't worry, they're no match for us either. After a brief explanation to Usopp, Kashi added with a hint of disdain. I know, but we still need to be careful. The guards are lying in wait for us in a plaza up ahead. They've set a pocket ambush, and the dog squad along with the guilty jury are sure to strike there too. Usopp had watched every move of the Enies Lobby guards, easily seeing through their plans. So, how many have they gathered? Oimo asked. Usopp quickly did some mental math and replied, roughly 500 men. Plus, there are about 10 jury members and 50 dog squad troops. As for their arsenal, 20 cannons, several rifles, and a number of portable launchers. Oimo was taken aback. He'd only asked in passing, But Usopp's answer was so precise that his curiosity was piqued. Usopp, you've been with us this whole time. How do you know all this? Usopp smiled. I'm a sniper. Nothing escapes my watchful eye. Oimo furrowed his brow, recalling a rumor he'd once heard on the seas. Usopp, do you possess some sort of special haki for sensing things? Usopp was momentarily surprised that Oimo knew about such haki, but he nodded along. Ah, I know a little. That explains it, then, Oimo said, looking enlightened, then asked, so what should we do? Without hesitation, Usopp replied, we break right through. I'll take out anyone that poses a real threat as soon as the fight starts. Just be careful. Got it. Oimo and Kashi nodded at once, quickening their pace. This kind of straightforward solution was just to their taste. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Justice, in Spandam's office. Incompetence. How can thousands of you not handle just 4 people? You. Spandam, the direct superior of CP9, was raging over the transponder snail at the island's guards, while the CP9 agents lounged on the side, calm and unimpressed. Idiots. So what if they're giants? Were you given sticks to fight with instead of real weapons? If you can't handle them, just all go die for all I care. Slamming the transponder snail down in fury, Spandam continued venting. Those damn giants. How dare they betray me? I'll make them pay dearly for this. He strode out from behind his desk and addressed the gathered CP9 members. You lot, if any of you are just sitting around, go deal with those 2 giants for me. Those useless guards are hopelessly outmatched. Although Spandam was arrogant and dismissive of everyone, he still had some understanding of the giant's strength. He knew that ordinary soldiers could never stand against them. Perhaps it was because of this preconception that Spandam assumed all the chaos happening on the main island was caused by the giants, paying no attention at all to the presence of the Straw Hat crew. So, the 2 giant gatekeepers on the main island have turned traitor? Things are getting more and more interesting. Drawl the skinny man lounging on the sofa, his waist-length braided hair swinging as he spoke with a hint of amusement. Spandam responded, What, are you interested, Jabura? Not really. They're just 2 insignificant giants. But if you give the order, Chief, I don't mind taking a trip, Jabura replied indifferently. Bruno, frowning slightly, glanced at Lucci, who showed little reaction, then spoke up. Perhaps I should go. My abilities might be more suitable for this task. Spandam gave Bruno a quick look, nodded, and said, All right, Bruno, you handle it. And while you're at it, deal with that so-called Straw Hat crew as well. Understood, Bruno replied. Raising his hand, Bruno opened an invisible door in the air. After exchanging a subtle glance with Lucci, he stepped through and vanished. At that moment, Spandam felt the situation was securely under control. He leaned back in his chair, took a contented sip of his coffee, and waved a hand dismissively. All right, the rest of you should get back to your duties. Don't clutter up my office any longer. And you, Kaku and Califa, remember to eat those devil fruits as soon as possible and get familiar with your new powers. Understood. With a single respectful acknowledgement, the CP9 agents all stood and left the office. Meanwhile, on a central plaza of the main island of an ice lobby, Usopp, Kashi, and Oimo found their advance delay for the first time. The Lawhound Squad and the Guilty Jury turned out to be far tougher opponents than they had imagined. The Lawhound Squad moved with remarkable speed. Kashi and Oimo simply couldn't land a hit on them. Each member of the Guilty Jury was far stronger than an average guard, and their massive iron balls were large enough to block all of Usopp's particle beam shots. On top of that, there were several hundred ordinary guards drawing enemy fire to themselves, which made it impossible for Usopp's trio to quickly break through their defenses. It was clear there was no more room for holding back on hockey points or battle grades. Taking a deep breath, Usopp steadied his voice. Kashi, Oimo, stay sharp. I'll take care of those guys. Without waiting for a reply, Usopp dashed forward like a sudden gale, charging directly into the densest part of the Lawhound formation, and unleashed his Inferno trigger. A torrent of particle beams swept out from him like a relentless tide, clearing out not just the Lawhound Squad, but every guard in the vicinity in an instant. Seizing the opportunity before the duration of Purgatory trigger ended, Usopp launched into a furious charge, dashing toward another part of the battlefield. In just 2 seconds, he unleashed his frenzy 3 times within the plaza, leaving devastation in his wake. Nothing survived where he passed. Within those 2 seconds, Usopp had dispatched all the members of the Law Dog Squad, his primary targets. What caught Usopp by surprise was how just one member of the squad granted him 18 experience points and 12 gold coins. Taking down these 50 or so Law Dogs alone was enough for Usopp to level up once more, unlocking a brand new skill. Name, Usopp level 8. Weapons, White Thorn, Black Fire, Ling Punishment, Attack Range, 1,560 meters. Health, 9, 125/9, 366, wounded. Hockey, 3, 325/4, 203. Experience, for 97/1, 100. Gold coins, 1,377. Attack power, 598. Magic power, 0. Armor, 424. Magic resistance, 208. Attack speed, 12.25. Spell haste, 0. Critical rate, 30%. Movement speed, 1,956. Current skills, Birthright Hero, Samira. Resolute Will, Ascendant Step, passive. Absolution, passive. Trickster's Magic, Cannon Barrage. Rain of Bullets. Current equipment, Fairy Amulet X3. Vampire Scepter, plus 15 attack, plus 7% lifesteal. Recurve Bow, plus 25% attack speed. Tear the Goddess, 240 hockey value. Passive plus 108 hockey value. Passive, Ascendant Step, Soar. Attack range increased by 1,000 meters. Passive, Absolution. Black Fog rates 64, plus 60 attack range, plus 64 attack power, plus 30% critical rate. New skill, Severing Dustblade. Slash all enemies along a chosen path, dealing base attack power plus 600 plus 40% AD plus 40% AP plus bonus hockey damage. Instantly relocate behind the last target struck, sending all hit enemies flying toward you. Skill cost, 120, infinity hockey value. Cooldown none. Even as he drew his new skill, Usopp's movements did not pause for a second. He rushed toward the guilty jurors cowering in the alleys. These jurors were not only formidable individuals, but also extremely cunning and ruthless at heart. They made it their principle never to stay in one spot for long, firing from one alley and then vanishing elsewhere, never lingering at the same spot. Yet under Usopp's third-person vantage, none of their movements could escape his notice. With near-supernatural speed, Usopp became almost a blur, suddenly appearing before a guilty juror, and with a clean slash, cut him down. A scream of agony rang out, followed by the great shadow of the juror collapsing. Usopp wasted no time, instantly hurtling toward another lurking figure hidden in the gloom. After Usopp dealt with the fifth guilty juror, the other remaining jurors sensed something was wrong and immediately abandoned the battlefield, fleeing in all directions. Usopp hesitated for a moment, but decided not to chase after them. Although each of these guilty jurors was worth quite a bit, just one could provide him with 30 experience points and 24 gold coins. He knew he needed to push forward quickly, not linger to grind out more experience. With the law enforcement hounds and the guilty jurors no longer holding them back, Kashi and Oimo had already thrown the entire plaza's defenders into disarray. Now, all that remained was for Usopp to return, and they could continue to press forward. Iron Body break! Just as Usopp was about to head back, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air behind him. In an instant, a figure leapt from midair, fist smashing down toward Usopp. A tremendous crash thundered out, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath Usopp's feet, fracturing it inch by inch. Even the walls of the surrounding buildings split with several enormous cracks. How can this be? Bruno stared in disbelief. Usopp had managed to block his Iron Body-enhanced attack with nothing more than a casual swing of his broadsword. Nothing is impossible. Usopp's arm surged with strength, flinging Bruno away before he turned and replied evenly. The moment the air behind him had shifted, Usopp noticed something was off, instantly guessing the identity of his attacker. Thanks to his vigilance, he responded just in time. I can hardly believe it myself. You're nothing like you were during our first battle. Your rate of growth is terrifying. Bruno's expression grew tense, his brow furrowed as he stared grimly at Usopp. So, are you regretting not finishing me off when you had the chance? Usopp's tone was calm, almost cold. Bruno shook his head. No, I never held back against you. That first time, you caught me off guard with your bizarre moves. You got the upper hand by surprise, and so you managed to escape. The second time we clashed, I didn't expect you to have gotten so much stronger. That's why you slipped away again. But this time, I won't give you a single opening. As soon as he finished speaking, Bruno flicked his toes off the ground, reappearing instantly behind Usopp and sending a fist hurtling toward Usopp's back. Usopp ducked low, dodging the blow, and in one fluid motion twisted his body, counterattacking with a sweeping slash from his blade. Paper art. Bruno's form suddenly thinned, twisting his body in an eerie way to dodge Usopp's strike. Finger gun. Seizing the moment, Bruno thrust a finger sharply toward Usopp. Usopp's eyes narrowed, instantly shifting his blade's trajectory to meet the attack head-on. And so, with lightning-fast movements, the two clashed fiercely, exchanging blow after blow. After several bouts, Usopp found himself growing more adept with every exchange. His movements became increasingly smooth and confident. He no longer needed to rely on any special skills. His sheer physical strength alone was enough to match Bruno blow for blow. But Bruno saw things quite differently. The moment they clashed, Bruno realized Usopp's physical prowess was worlds beyond his own. Bruno had to draw on every ounce of power from his six powers techniques just to barely keep up. Usopp's ordinary running speed was already fast enough to keep pace with Bruno's Soru technique, making it exceptionally difficult for Bruno to break away from their close-quarter struggle. If it weren't for Bruno's wealth of close combat experience surpassing Usopp's by a wide margin, he would likely have lost already. Yet, even that seemed like only a temporary advantage. Usopp's combat skills were improving rapidly, and Bruno was finding it harder and harder to cope. Exchange fire. Iron body. There was a heavy thud. Spotting an opening, Usopp sliced down toward Bruno's left shoulder. To Usopp's surprise, Bruno didn't dodge this time by using Kami-E, but instead chose to stand his ground and use Iron Body to take the blow head-on. After the dull impact, a fresh wound split across Bruno's shoulder, but he seemed unfazed by it. He reached out and grabbed the blade of Usopp's weapon, Spirit Punisher, without hesitation. Usopp's eyes widened, a sudden sense of foreboding gripping him. Door technique. Bruno pressed his hand forward, and with a motion like folding a paper fan, he forced the blade of Spirit Punisher to collapse in on itself. You've been sticking close to me, afraid I'll use my door fruit powers to escape, haven't you? Too bad, you're still too green. Rankyaku. Usopp hesitated only for a moment before deciding not to take the attack head-on. He leapt back, putting distance between himself and Bruno. Bruno didn't pursue immediately. Instead, he stood his ground, brushing his shoulder wound and speaking with a wry grin. You assumed I'd dodge your strike using Kami, so you purposely weakened your slash to conserve energy, didn't you? Heh, naive. I know exactly how much my iron body can withstand. Your assumption gave me the perfect chance. Now that you're separated from your blade, just how much of your power can you really display? Usopp frowned, quietly channeling some haki into Spirit Punisher, which gave him newfound confidence. Don't you know what my role is on this ship? He slung Spirit Punisher across his back, drew his twin pistols, and spoke with deliberate emphasis. Sniper. Barrage. Usopp raised an arm and fired a shot into the air. In the blink of an eye, countless beams of light rained down from above, inundating the area where Bruno stood. Sizing up the overwhelming density of particle beams pouring from the sky, Bruno recognized that dodging with Kami-E was impossible, and even using Soru wouldn't get him out from under this torrential onslaught. He had no choice but to use Iron Body to endure the barrage. Yet, the instant those beams touched his skin, Bruno realized something was terribly wrong. The particle beam wasn't all that powerful. In fact, compared to Usopp's previous shots, it was a bit weak. Strangely, though, after taking a hit, his body felt numb, his movements suddenly stiff and slow. Fire. Usopp raised his gun and fired a powered shot, aiming it straight at Blueno. Iron Body, steel. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Blueno quickly used his strongest defense. A thunderous blast rang out. This time, Usopp had truly tapped into his full potential, combining his overflowing haki with his 600 points of attack power. With a single shot, he sent Blueno flying. Blueno let out a muffled grunt. As soon as he hit the ground and felt his body return to normal, he immediately used Soru to close the distance, determined not to give Usopp another chance to shoot. Usopp kept stepping back, firing his gun repeatedly at Blueno as he retreated. Iron Body revolve. Blueno knew that some of Usopp's shots were impossible to dodge, so he simply gave up trying. Hardening his body with Iron Body, he charged forward like a windmill, barreling straight through the particle beams toward Usopp. Soru. As soon as he got close enough, Blueno used Soru again and thrust straight at Usopp with a finger pistol aimed directly at his head. This is my win. Blueno's eyes were cold as he poured all his strength into this single finger pistol strike. Yet what Blueno couldn't see, hidden behind Usopp's mask, was the faint, satisfied smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He'd been waiting for this very moment. Deceitful magic. In an instant, Usopp vanished, reappearing behind Blueno. Blueno's pupils shrank, a sense of dread surging within him. Fire. Usopp drew the Spirit Punisher from his back. The folded blade snapped out straight, and he slashed a devastating, enhanced strike right across Blueno's back. Blueno coughed up a mouthful of blood, and even more spurted from his wounds in a wild spray. Air door. Barely clinging to consciousness, Blueno opened an air portal right in front of him, tumbling through as he collapsed. Usopp frowned, surprised by how quick Blueno's response was. He immediately flicked the Spirit Punisher upward, severing Blueno's right arm. then kept firing shot after shot at Bueno, not stopping until the air portal finally dissipated. Usopp waited at the spot for a while, but there was no notification from his system, no coins or experience points added. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After all, Bueno counted as an elite-level opponent and would have been worth a hefty reward in both gold and experience. But considering the situation at the time, there was just no way. Usopp couldn't, and didn't dare, chase Bueno into the strange dimension opened by the door fruit. If something went wrong, Usopp could easily end up trapped in that unknown space, left to starve to death with no escape. Even if Usopp were to kill Bruno in there, it's still uncertain what would happen to the door fruit's user space after the current user dies. In any case, there's probably not going to be any good outcome. Usopp definitely doesn't want to take that risk. "Hey, Robin." From afar, Luffy's voice boomed through the sky. Usopp paused, only now noticing that at some point, Luffy had already reached the rooftop of the courthouse. With Bruno gone, nothing stood in Luffy's way, and he was now shouting boldly across to the judicial tower. "Now our formation is getting a bit scattered." Usopp frowned. Zoro and the others had just ridden the Rocketman C train through the second gate, arriving at the island's entrance to meet up with the Frankie family. And there were still some guards putting up a desperate resistance over there. It would probably take a while for Zoro and the others to catch up. That meant Luffy might end up facing the CP9 members all by himself. Hurrying back to the square, Usopp leaped onto Oimo's shoulder and called out, "Oimo, Kashiai, we have to pick up the pace. Let's clear the way as fast as we can." "Understood." Oimo and Kashiai responded in unison, charging ahead with huge strides, unstoppable by anyone. The King Bullfish still moved at an astonishing speed. As long as nothing major blocked their way, ordinary guards stood no chance of slowing them down. Usopp stayed sharp, watching out for the appearance of lawhounds or the guilty jury, those special forces. Aside from them, there were no other guards left on the main part of Eni's lobby that could stand in their way. In a lounge outside Spandam's office in the Judicial Tower, all 6 members of CP9 had gathered. Soon, once the relay ship beneath the Gate of Justice was prepared, they would have to escort Nico, Robin, and Frankie separately. One to the undersea prison, the other to Navy headquarters. So there was no point in returning to their rooms to rest. Instead, they waited here. Suddenly, the air began to ripple, distorting in an instant. A door of air swung open, and Bruno, covered head to toe in blood, collapsed out of it. "I'm sorry. I fail." Bruno fell to the ground, gasping desperately for breath. Everyone in the room stared at him in shock. Califa frowned and remarked, "Hey, Bruno, even if you wanted to scare that useless chief, you didn't have to go this far. Isn't this a bit much?" "Scare Spandam? Why would we do that?" Kumadori, Jabra, and Fukaru, who had been working on other missions and hadn't met Usopp's group yet, looked puzzled. "No, I wasn't pretending. I really lost. That guy's growing at an unbelievable rate." Bruno struggled to explain. "Who did you lose to?" Lucci looked up, his eyes flashing with an icy glare. Usopp, the long-nosed sniper from the Straw Hat crew." Under the cold, piercing gaze from Lucci, Bruno felt as though a prehistoric beast was staring him down. His heart tightened with fear, and he quickly answered, "I'm well aware of his strength. Sure, he's got a few clever tricks, but honestly, that's about it. You're not telling me you underestimated him, are you?" The mention of Usopp's name made the chill in Lucci's eyes nearly solidify. Back then, it was Usopp who had dragged him into the sea, a humiliation that had left his pride in tatters. Such disgrace could only be washed away with blood. But even though Usopp technically defeated him that time, Lucci still knew clearly what Usopp was capable of. Usopp, while certainly strong, was lacking in both speed and reflexes, and his techniques weren't all that impressive. If it came to a head-on confrontation, Lucci had every confidence he could take Usopp down in a single instant. So from Lucci's perspective, while Bruno might find himself locked in a tough fight with Usopp, it simply didn't make sense for him to lose so utterly. That's exactly my point. I wasn't careless. Bruno braced himself and forced his battered body to sit upright. I fought against him 3 times, and with each encounter, his strength jumped to a whole new level. It's been less than 2 days from when I first had a clear upper hand, to now, when he can easily defeat me. And he didn't seem to be hiding any strength. I can only chalk it up to his astonishing rate of growth. Bruno spoke with grave seriousness, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Bruno, no matter how much of a genius you are, no one grows stronger that fast. You're exaggerating." Califa pushed up her glasses and, after a moment's thought, said, "I believe it's either that he was hiding his true strength, or that, for some reason, he wasn't able to bring out his real power before. But, since there's no reason for him to hold back against us, the second scenario seems more likely." Bruno frowned, thought for a moment, then nodded. Maybe so. But either way, the fact remains. Even an unbountied member of the Straw Hats has strength like that. I don't need to tell you how strong their captain must be. Back when we were at the Galley Company, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, and the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, didn't seem all that formidable, but it's possible they're in the same league as Usopp. And then there's that curly-browed guy we ran into on the sea train. His kicks were strong enough to break through my tech eye. He's no pushover, either, and I'd say he's one of the Straw Hats' main fighters. These people are extremely dangerous. If we leave them unchecked, they'll surely become a major threat. Bruno was breathing heavily, and by the time he'd finished speaking, he was almost completely spent. He had persevered until now simply to share the information he had gathered with the other members of CP9. As for the upcoming battle, he knew he would no longer be able to take part. A grave threat? What grave threat? What's all this ruckus about? At that moment, Spandam pushed open the office door and stepped out. When he caught sight of Bruno's wretched state, Spandam gasped, unable to hide his shock. Bruno? What on earth happened? How did you end up like this? I lost the fight. The island's guards suffered heavy losses. The Straw Hats will be here any moment now, Bruno replied succinctly. What? That's impossible. Spandam's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, utterly incredulous. Hey, Robin. Just then, Luffy's booming voice rang out, echoing in from outside the window. No way. How can this be? Panic immediately overtook Spandam. He seemed to nearly jump out of his skin in fright. Guards! Guards! Bring Nico, Robin, and Frankie here at once. I need to leave immediately. Spandam shrieked almost manically, frantically waving his hands as he barked out orders. Try to stay calm, sir. The drawbridge hasn't been lowered yet. He can't get across from the other side. Califa reminded him, her voice edged with exasperation. Dealing with a superior like this was exhausting. I see. Comprehension dawned on Spandam, and in an instant, he collected himself. This is outrageous. Useless, the lot of you. Can't even hold back a few pirates. He strode over to the window, glanced at Luffy, who was gesturing wildly atop the courthouse roof, and turned back with irritation. All right, one of you, go take care of him for me. Lucci looked up, responding coolly. You haven't given the order yet, sir. I just did, didn't I? Bruno. Spandam instinctively started to retort, but broke off halfway, gesturing at the battered Bruno. Wait a minute, Bruno. Are you telling me that guy over there did this to you? No, not him. That's Straw Hat Luffy, the captain. The one who beat up Bruno was an unbountied crew member from the Straw Hat ship. Califa clarified. What? A shudder ran through Spandam. He staggered backwards several steps, nervously edging away from the window, as if worried Luffy might see him. Guards, what are you all doing? Why haven't you brought Nico, Robin, and Frankie over yet? By now, Spandam had clearly made up his mind. No matter what happened next, he needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. Once he passed through the gate of justice, all of this would finally be over. No matter how powerful a pirate may be, there's simply no way to get past that gate. Sir, something's terribly wrong. At that moment, a guard burst out from the small room where Robin and Frankie were being held, his voice raised in panic. You fool! Can't you even escort a couple of prisoners properly? Spandam strode quickly toward the small room. But Frankie's hips are swelling up. The guard's voice was trembling, as though he had just witnessed something that shattered his very understanding of the world. What? Spandam was stunned for a second, then hurried into the holding cell. And there, Spandam was met with a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded. Frankie's hips were ballooning, swelling up bigger and bigger, as if he were being inflated like an enormous beach ball. Oh, Spandam, you're here. Frankie addressed Spandam with a blank expression, his voice flat. What are you trying to do, Frankie? Swallowing hard, Spandam asked in a quavering voice. I've accepted my fate. Since I'm about to die anyway, I thought I'd take all of you with me. Hidden inside me is a bomb big enough to blow up everything within 3 kilometers. Frankie spoke in a calm, almost careless tone. Wait, Frankie. Spandam was so terrified his soul nearly left his body, and his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. 5. Frankie started counting down without hesitation. No. The guards in the small room bolted in a frantic scramble for the door. 4. Stop, please. Now Spandam finally snapped to his senses, fleeing alongside the desperate guards, running for his life in complete disarray. 3. By the time Frankie reached 3, every single guard had already fled the room, leaving only him and Robin behind. Frankie grinned, rolled over, and braced Robin. All right, Robin, get ready. I'll send you straight to the Straw Hat Kid. Suddenly, a powerful blast snapped the metal chains binding him, and the force rocketed both him and Robin out of the room. Frankie and Robin smashed through several walls in quick succession, barreling through room after room until they finally crashed into the outer guardrail of the Tower of Justice, coming to a stop at last. Frankie released Robin and quickly flipped himself upright. "Hey, Nico Robin, make sure you explain everything to them, you got that?" He couldn't help but offer one last, worried reminder. Now that he finally understood the whole story, he was doing everything he could to help Robin reunite with the Straw Hats without holding anything back. Robin stood up, biting her lip and remaining silent as she looked across to Luffy. "Hey, Robin, so you're still here? Wait right there. I'll be with you in a second." The moment Luffy caught sight of Robin, his face lit up with delight. He had made it just in time. Luffy quickly gauged the distance between the courthouse and the Tower of Justice. It was already well beyond the limit of how far he could jump, and below them yawned a bottomless chasm. Luffy took a few steps back, wanting to see if a running start would give him enough momentum to leap across. Wait, he had barely broken into a run when Robin's raspy voice called out to him. Startled, Luffy froze mid-step and looked back at Robin. "I've told you so many times. I won't go back to your side. Go back. I don't want to see any of you ever again. Why? Why chase me all the way here? I never wanted any of you to do this. When did I ever ask you for this?" Robin's face twisted in pain. She inhaled deeply several times, then shouted, "I just want to die here." Luffy, hearing these words, stood dazed, rooted to the spot. "You idiot, what are you talking about?" "Nico Robin, the Straw Hats are risking their lives to save you." Frankie frowned, his voice trembling with emotion. "That's just their own foolishness." Robin replied coldly. "You." Frankie was genuinely upset. He was at a loss for Robin's stubbornness. He wanted to say more, but just then a shadow crashed down, pinning him to the ground. As Frankie struggled, he caught sight of the figure's face and instantly froze. It was Kaku from CP9, and behind Kaku, the other 5 agents of CP9 stepped out one by one, fanning out beside Robin. Fuck. All of CP9 is here." Spandam appeared next, swaggering out after them and crowing. "Now the Straw Hats are doomed. There's no escape for them. But let's wait a moment. Looks like the Straw Hats are fighting among themselves. We get to sit back and enjoy the show." He laughed, delighted. "This is too entertaining." On the main island of Eni's lobby, with the giants clearing the way, Usopp and his 2 companions advanced without further trouble, arriving quickly at the courthouse. "Kashiai, Oimo, please stand guard at the main gate and don't let any more guards through. When my friend arrive, just toss them up to the rooftop." Usopp leapt down from Oimo's shoulder as he spoke. "Don't worry, Usopp. Are you going up now too?" Oimo asked. "No, I need to go lower the drawbridge first." Usopp shook his head, then with a swift slash, split a gap right through the thickly shut courthouse doors. Inside the courthouse, dozens of judgment hounds and hundreds of regular guards stood braced for battle. When they saw the massive doorway cleaved open in a single stroke, they gulped nervously, tightening their grip on their weapons. In a flash, Usopp darted into their midst, twin pistols raised and ready. "Wait, who are you? How dare you ignore the authority of the world government?" At the end of the hall within the courtroom, a towering figure with 3 heads caught sight of Usopp and, as usual, tried to throw out some threats. But before he could even finish a sentence, Usopp sprang into action. Bullets tore through the air. A raging storm, the infernal trigger, a tempest unleashed, again and again. Though the hall was spacious, it felt suffocatingly crowded with so many people packed inside. Perfect conditions for Usopp to clean out the place in no time. With his firepower unleashed, it took less than a minute. Every last guard in the courtroom, including the 3-headed Chief Judge, Baskerville, fell where they stood. Amidst the carnage, as bodies piled high and blood pooled across the floor, Usopp leveled up once more. Name, Usopp, level 9. Weapons, White Thorn, Black Fire, Spirit's Judgment. Attack range, 1,600 meters. HP, 11240/11240. Hockey, 3355/5010. Experience, 777/1300. Gold, 2,501. Attack power, 731. Magic power, 0. Armor, 509. Magic resist, 250. Attack speed, 14.7. Skill haste, 0. Critical chance, 50%. Movement speed, 2348. Current skills, Signature Hero, Samira, Steadfast Resolve, Ascendant Steps, Passive, Absolution, Passive, Deceptive Artistry, Cannon Barrage, Bullet Storm, Dust Quelling Slash. Current equipment, Fairy Amulet ×3, Vampire Staff, plus 15 attack, plus 7% lifesteal, Recurve Bow, plus 25% attack speed, Tear the Goddess, 240 hockey, plus 144 hockey, passive. Passive, Ascendant Steps, soaring. Attack range plus 1,000 meters. Passive, Absolution. Black Mist rates 108, plus 100 attack range, plus 108 attack power, plus 50% crit chance. New skill, Behind Enemy Lines. After channeling for 2 seconds in place, summon Hualuo to merge with you, granting flight and a 130% movement speed bonus. Note, the speed bonus is lost if struck, but recovers after being out of combat for 3 minutes or when the skill is recast. Skill cost, 10 hockey per second. Cooldown, none. He can fly now. The instant Usopp gained this new skill, Behind Enemy Lines, his first thought was, I can finally fly. It looked like there was no need to lower the drawbridge anymore. But after only the briefest hesitation, Usopp immediately dashed toward the control room on the right side of the courtroom hall. He couldn't be sure whether he would be able to take all 5 members of the Straw Hat crew with him. Even if he could, 6 people flying together would make a giant target in the sky. And besides, carrying 5 other people would inevitably slow him down, turning them all into easy prey for the enemy. If there's truly no other choice, that method could be tried, but lowering the drawbridge is certainly the safer option. This time, however, Usopp moved forward much more cautiously. There were far fewer guards on the path to the right side control room, but several guilty jury members were scattered among them. The real problem was how cunning these jurors were. They tended to hide in the small rooms flanking the corridors, launching ambushes. And since Usopp's third-person perspective couldn't see through walls, he had no way of spotting them in advance, which seriously slowed him down. By the time Usopp managed to activate the drawbridge switch in the right control room, the Frankie family and the foreman from the Galala Company had also reached the courthouse. As Usopp was coming down from the right side control room, he ran into Kewpie and a few members of the Frankie family hurrying upward. Hey, Longnose, your friends have already been taken to the rooftop by the giants. Hurry up and join them. Even from a distance, Kewpie recognized Usopp's unmistakable nose and shouted loudly. I've already flipped the right side drawbridge switch, but you'd better send someone to stand guard. It'd be trouble if the remaining guards switched it back. And I'm leaving the left side drawbridge to you. Watch out for guilty jurors hiding in the side rooms. They're tough opponents. Usopp warned them, still visibly uneasy. Don't worry. Kiwi, Mozu, and the Galala foreman are already taking care of it. We'll get that drawbridge down if it's the last thing we do. Kewpie replied, his tone resolute. The other members of the Frankie family shouted their agreement in unison. Seeing this, Usopp hesitated no longer, spinning around and dashing for the rooftop. The shortest path between 2 points is a straight line. To reach the rooftop as quickly as possible, Usopp knew going straight up was the only way. With a thunderous crash, Usopp drew his blade and slashed open a gaping hole in the ceiling the moment he reached the top floor. He leapt up through the breach and landed squarely on the rooftop terrace. You're slow. Get over here already, Sanji called out, glancing over his shoulder. On the rooftop, all 5 members of the Straw Hat crew were arrayed on the edge of the stone pillars, facing off with the CP9 agents across the gap. Usopp's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. The CP9 members who had crossed paths with him in the past looked especially eager for a showdown. And as for Lucci, if looks could kill, Usopp would have been sliced to pieces 1,000 times over. The hero always arrives last. Usopp declared boldly, stepping up to stand beside Luffy. Hey, who are you? Luffy's eyes lit up as he saw Usopp. Usopp's flashy new getup was exactly the style Luffy admired. But then, confusion flickered across Luffy's face. Who was this guy, and why was he standing next to me? Usopp felt a bit exasperated, his understanding of Luffy's intellect reaching yet another new low. Idiot, it's me. Usopp couldn't even be bothered to explain anymore. He simply deactivated his origin plan disguise. Usopp, how was he just now? How did you do it? Can you do it again? Once Luffy saw Usopp's real face, his big heart accepted it all without question, and then immediately became fascinated by Usopp's attire. You blockhead, is this really the time to be asking that? Robin's still over there. Before Usopp could say a word, Sanji, who had been losing patience, bellowed at Luffy from the side. Oh right, Robin's still there. Luffy snapped back to his senses, suddenly remembering what mattered most. He quickly turned to look across at her. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Hey, Robin, since we're already here, you know we're not leaving without getting you out. So, if you really want to die, just wait until we've gotten you to safety, then you can do whatever you want. Luffy stared at Robin on the other side, his voice firm and resolute. Seeing that the whole Straw Hat crew had arrived, Robin was deeply moved. Tears shimmered in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Robin, I don't care if you want to live or die, but please, save those words for when you're with us. Luffy said once again. Robin opened her mouth, words welling up and nearly pouring out of her heart. But at that moment, a sliver of moonlight caught in her eye, falling on Spandam, who was watching the scene with wicked amusement. She remembered the Buster call clutched in his hand. The small flame of hope in her heart was instantly doused by icy water, gone in an instant. 20 years ago, it took just a single Buster call to destroy my world, to ruin the lives of countless people. And now, the very same threat looms over the friends I've finally found. The ones I can open my heart to. The more I want to stay with you, the more you'll be dragged down by my fate. No matter how far I sail at sea, I can never shake off these powerful enemies. Because my true enemy is this world itself, and its darkness. Back then with Akiji, and now, both times, I've dragged you all into danger. If things keep going on like this, no matter how kind you are, Robin clenched her fists in pain. You'll all see me as a burden, just like everyone else once did. You'll betray me, and leave me behind. That's what I'm most afraid of. That's why I never wanted you to come rescue me. If I'm destined to die, I'd rather die right here. Hearing Robin's words, the Straw Hats fell silent, the weight of her feelings finally sinking in. At last, they understood how she truly felt. Usopp, who already knew a bit of the situation, felt completely at ease. Once everything is laid out in the open, these things become much easier to handle. Ha ha, that's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. No fool would willingly let themselves be dragged down by you. Ha ha ha. Spandam found himself thoroughly agreeing with Robin's words, laughing wildly, and then turning to address the Straw Hats. Pirates, look at that flag. That symbol stands for the united organization formed by the over 170 member countries from the Four Seas and the Grand Line. This is the world government. Do you realize just how insignificant you are to resist it? Do you understand now what kind of enormous force has been hunting this woman for the past 20 years? Standing beneath the world government's banner, Spandam seemed to transform into the embodiment of that very power, looking down on the Straw Hats from a position of supreme arrogance. But Spandam's words gave Luffy an idea. Ah, now I finally know who Robin's true enemy is. Usopp, shoot down that flag for me. Luffy spoke in a calm, unwavering tone as he stared at the world government standard. At your command. Without a moment's hesitation, Usopp raised his weapon and fired a shot straight at the flagpole, blasting it apart and shattering the world government's banner into pieces. For a moment, the entire place fell utterly silent. Spandam and the guards opposite all stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Pirates, openly declaring war on the world government. Are you all out of your minds? Don't think you can take on the world and still hope to live. Spandam shouted, voice harsh but betraying his own anxieties. That's just what I wanted. Luffy roared, his face twisted with determination and fury. Spandam, startled, instantly retreated back behind the courtyard wall, while the barrier in Robin's heart shattered completely with that one gunshot. Robin, I want to hear it from your own lips. Luffy locked his gaze on Robin and shouted with every ounce of his being, say that you want to live. Robin's body trembled as memories raced through her mind. Her tears finally broke free and ran down her cheeks. I want to live. Take me with you. Take me to the sea. Gazing at the resolute Straw Hats before her, Robin at last called out her true desire. Hearing Robin's heartfelt words, the Straw Hats could finally relax. Their fighting spirit soared higher than ever, their strength surpassing every limit. In that instant, it didn't matter if the admirals themselves stood before them. They would face them without hesitation or regret. All right, everyone, let's go. Luffy shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Hold on a sec. The Frankie family is still lowering the drawbridge down there. When it's ready, we can charge straight ahead. Even Sanji was struggling to keep his enthusiasm in check. But until the drawbridge was down, there was nothing he could do. What a pity, the time is too tight. Otherwise, I could have used the sound shell to record a piece of background music. Scenes like this just feel like they're missing something without a soundtrack, Usopp said, an unmistakable note of regret in his voice. Luffy nodded in agreement. I've said it all along. We need to find ourselves a musician. Let's make that our next quest once all this is over. Find a musician to join our crew. That's worth considering. But honestly, we really should look for a shipwright first. Plus, I doubt Water 7 has any musicians anyway. Usopp mused, his tone thoughtful. You two idiots. Is this really the time for a conversation like this? Nami couldn't take it anymore and snapped, her voice echoing with frustration. Sorry, it's my fault. Luffy hurried to apologize, determined not to get smacked by Nami before the big fight even started. Usopp was about to follow suit and apologize when suddenly his expression changed. He looked sharply across the way. Atop the Tower of Justice, Frankie and Spandam were deep in conversation. Suddenly, Frankie spat a stream of fire, and in an instant, the stack of blueprints in his hands was reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Usopp immediately understood what had just happened. Frankie had taken a massive gamble and burned the blueprints of Pluton. "Everyone, looks like I'm heading out first," Usopp announced as he swapped into his project Source outfit, speaking to the rest of the crew. "That's so cool." Luffy and Chopper's eyes sparkled like stars, utterly unfazed by Usopp's words. "What are you talking about? What do you do alone, anyway? And how are you even planning to get over there at a time like this?" Zoro frowned in concern. "Look, over there. They've already started fighting. I'll go ahead and back them up. The rest of you, get there as soon as you can." Usopp's body crouched slightly, one hand raised in preparation. Zoro looked up, quickly realizing something was off. "But it's so far. How are you going to—" Suddenly, a piercing cry split the sky as a giant mechanical eagle swooped down from above, heading straight for Usopp. Behind enemy lines, the metallic talons of the mechanical eagle, Valo, clamped firmly onto Usopp's shoulders, and with a smooth slide, the eagle's body lined up flush against his back. With a flurry of mechanical clicks and whirs, a pair of gleaming wings with a span of over 3 meters unfurled from Usopp's back. Unbelievable! Luffy and Chopper's eyes bulged wide, jaws practically hitting the floor, awestruck. A wry grin spread across Usopp's face. With a swift beat of his mechanical wings, he soared up into the sky. "Everyone, I'll see you on the other side." Hovering in midair, Usopp's wings gave a single, powerful thrust as he dived straight toward the people on the Tower of Justice. Right now, both Robin and Frankie were still atop the tower, and the drawbridge was just about to be lowered. If possible, Usopp would have preferred to settle everything atop the Tower of Justice, without the added chaos of having to rush to the Gates of Justice to save Robin. Through his out-of-body perspective, Usopp could already see that the drawbridge mechanisms were starting to move, so all he needed to do was stall CP9 for a while longer. Just as Usopp was thinking through the details of his plan, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body. Something had grabbed his left ankle. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Snapped out of his thoughts, Usopp turned to find Luffy stretching his arm and grabbing hold of his ankle, flying through the air right alongside him. "Come on, don't be so stingy. I really can't wait any longer. Just take me along, will you?" Luffy beamed, utterly carefree. "You idiot. We're way too obvious like this. Makes us a perfect target for their attacks. And you guys too. Luffy being a rubber man is one thing, but if they start shooting, I can't guarantee you'll be fine." Usopp scolded Luffy sharply. Then, catching sight of Sanji and Zoro, also itching to leap after them, he quickly stopped them in their tracks. Sanji and Zoro both frowned in frustration, but forced themselves to hold back their anxiety and stay put. "Ha ha ha. Everyone, I'll go on ahead with Usopp." Luffy laughed triumphantly, as if he'd pulled off a great trick. "Idiot." Usopp couldn't help but curse at him again. Still, what's done was done, and with time so short, he could only press on, flying toward the enemy. Originally, Usopp's plan was just to buy time, hold back the enemy, and see if he might get a chance to rescue Robin first. If things got dangerous, he could always rely on his trickery and sleight of hand to escape, so he dared to go in alone. But now, with Luffy along for the ride, Usopp couldn't risk barging recklessly into CP9's formation. Luffy was strong, yes, but just one Rob Lucci was already a handful, and there were still 5 other CP9 members. Even adding Usopp and Frankie, whose cola-powered energy was all but depleted, they'd only be able to withstand 2 or 3 of the CP9 at most. And with Robin still shackled by sea-stone cuffs, she couldn't even use her powers. If the remaining CP9 attacked them together, Usopp had no confidence they'd get out unscathed. If things went wrong, not only might they fail to save Robin, they might lose even more friends. Thinking fast, Usopp changed his flight path, angling up above the CP9 group on the opposite side. "Hey, Usopp, you're flying the wrong way. Robin's over there," Luffy called out, noticing they were actually moving farther from Robin after a moment. "I know, but if we fly straight at them, we'll get surrounded. I'm not worried about myself, but you." Just as Usopp started to explain, Luffy suddenly used his grip on Usopp's ankle to hurl himself directly at CP9's group. "Idiot." Usopp was yanked by Luffy and instantly lost his balance. He frantically flapped both wings to steady himself. At that moment, Luffy had already charged into the midst of the CP9 agents, wasting no time and lunging straight for Lucci. Hurry up and kill him. Kill all of them." Although Luffy wasn't actually coming for him, Spandam was terrified out of his wits. He fled in panic into the Tower of Justice, not even bothering about Robin. "Sir, do you mean we can attack as we wish now?" Lucci raised a foot and kicked the oncoming Luffy aside, rolling his neck as he spoke. "Of course. Do whatever you like. Just kill them all." Spandam cowered off to one side, nodding frantically as he shouted. "Well then, that's good. Lucci gave a cold laugh, then turned his gaze to Usopp, who was still airborne. Hey, Pigeon Keeper, your fight is with me. Luffy clambered back to his feet and launched himself at Lucci in a blur, moving so quickly that even the CP9 agents around them were taken aback. Lucci blocked Luffy's punch, the corners of his mouth lifting in excitement. You've gotten a lot stronger since last time. I've got plenty more for you to see. Jet Axe. Luffy grinned as well, raising his right leg high, bringing it down toward Lucci with tremendous force. Sensing the immense power behind Luffy's attack, Lucci grew serious, twisting away from Luffy's strike just in time. There was a thunderous crash as Luffy's foot smashed into the floor, shattering the tiles and sending up a cloud of debris. Frankie. Now it was Usopp's turn to act. He whipped out both pistols and unleashed a rain of bullets, covering the area where the CP9 agents stood and firing relentlessly to keep them pinned down. Got it, leave it to me. Frankie immediately understood Usopp's intention. He rushed forward, hoisted Robin onto his shoulder, and dashed away towards safety. Damn it, what strength is this? My paper art can't dodge his bullets. Caught off guard, the CP9 agents suffered minor setbacks and had to quickly switch to Iron Body to withstand Usopp's shots. It was worth noting that Usopp's attack power had now reached 731. Even an ordinary shot packed a serious punch. Finger pistol, 10-finger strike. Just as Usopp was firing wildly, a figure burst forward like an arrow, braving the rain of beams to strike at him. Usopp's eyes went wide. He hastily holstered his guns and drew his sword to block. There was a heavy thud. Usopp was sent skidding back more than 10 meters by the force in his enemy's double palm strike. I'm the only one in CP9 who can keep up my Iron Body while moving. Don't underestimate me, you. After driving Usopp back, Jabra steadied himself mid-air using Moonwalk and spoke. Usopp shook his slightly numb arm, frowning a bit. These guys really are tough. Hey, what you all doing? Nico, Robin, and Frankie are getting away. If you don't hurry up and chase them, you'll regret it. Inside the room, Luffy and Lucci had already taken their fight elsewhere. Spandam, now somewhat composed, shouted at the remaining CP9 members still in the room. Understood. Leave it to me, I'm on it. With that, the owl responded, and in a few quick flashes, they vanished from sight. Usopp hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should give chase. What are you looking at? Iron Body, Wolf's heavy step. Noticing Usopp's distraction, Jabra hurled a heavy punch straight at him. He's so fast. This is a whole different level from Blueno. Usopp barely managed to come to his senses before Jabra's fist was right in front of his face. With a desperate twist, Usopp dodged Jabra's punch, barely avoiding the blow, and immediately swung his blade in retaliation. But Jabra moved even faster. In a flash, using Moonwalk, he leapt above Usopp at an angle and unleashed a storm leg, sending Usopp flying straight into the Tower of Justice. Ugh, looks like dealing with Robin will have to be up to Frankie now. Climbing out from a pile of rubble, Usopp shook his head, deactivating his infiltration skill. That skill uses up a lot of haki, and besides, fighting indoors makes flying almost useless. Haha, Blueno made you out to be a monster, but seeing you now, you're not so impressive after all. With a silent swoop, Jabra followed him in and sneered. Oh really? Why don't you try me again and see what happens? Usopp took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, as a layer of black and golden armament haki formed all over his body. Unyielding will activated. Oomph. Iron Body, Wolf Fong. Jabra snorted and lunged with his claw, aimed right at Usopp. Clang. Usopp stood his ground, unmoving, letting Jabra's claw strike him straight on. To Jabra's utter shock, his attack didn't even leave a mark on Usopp. Usopp retaliated immediately, swinging his blade and sending Jabra flying across the room. What Jabra didn't realize was that Usopp's armor had reached 509, his magic resistance was at 250, and with a 75% damage reduction from his unyielding will, he was an absolute tank. Jabra's regular attacks barely made a dent in his vast pool of health points. They were negligible at best. Regaining his composure midair with a quick moonwalk, Jabra stared at Usopp. I see. So this is armament haki. The defense really is formidable. But that just makes things interesting. From now on, I'll be fighting at full strength. I won't give you another chance. Jabra's figure began to rise, transforming into a towering humanoid wolf. The Zoan type. Inu fruit, wolf form. Usopp had anticipated this. There was little surprise on his face. He still remembered the abilities of several CP9 members, especially this one, whose strength ranked among the top 3 within their group. After a brief moment of contemplation, Usopp quietly opened the system shop and spent 1,400 gold to finally forge the blade of the Ruined King, an item he'd long been longing for. Item name, Blade of the Ruined King. Price, 3,300. Plus 40 attack power. Plus 25% attack speed. Plus 8% lifesteal. Passive, Mist Edge. Your attacks deal an additional 8% of the target's current health as bonus damage. Passive, Leech. Every third hit on the same target deals 100% of your ability power as bonus magic damage, and reduces their movement speed by 5% for 2 seconds. Effects do not stack. Reading over the description of the Blade of the Ruined King, Usopp felt a twinge of disappointment. Compared to its effects in the game, this version of the blade was considerably nerfed. In the game, Leech would sap an enemy's speed directly, and there was no restriction against stacking effects. If he could wield such power in real life, especially with his current firing speed, enemies wouldn't even have a chance to move. And that extra 8% of current health wasn't true damage. Otherwise, Usopp was confident he could finish a fight in under a minute. Still, for now, this weapon was more than enough. Raising his rifle, Usopp unleashed a rapid volley at Jabra, eager to test out the blade's effects. Yet Jabra showed no intention of dodging. Relying on his iron body technique, he charged straight at Usopp, but as the first particle beam struck, Jabra's body jarred. Something was clearly wrong. That power, far stronger than before. Even Iron Body wouldn't hold out for long at this rate. A smirk tugged at the corner of Usopp's mouth. While firing shot after shot, he retreated, widening the distance between them. Curses! Iron Body, Wolf Bar style. Jabra's shape blurred. In a flash, he surged toward Usopp like a streak of shadow. But Usopp stayed calm, weaving and dodging with nimble movements, all the while maintaining steady gunfire. Occasionally, he would let off a crossfire shot, stacking up the Divine Ascension and Daring Spirit passives. Tempest Kick, Wolf Pack Meteor. Leaping into the air, Jabra lashed out with a kick, sending a flurry of wolf-shaped shockwaves bounding towards Usopp. Usopp's eyes narrowed in concentration. In a swift motion, he drew his blade and spun. A whirlwind. A circular barrier flared up, shattering all of Jabra's incoming attacks. Iron Body, Wolf Hunt. Hands from all directions. Seizing the opening, Jabra closed the distance, his form blurring as he whipped around Usopp in a whirlwind of movement, unleashing a hail of claw-like slashes that tore through the space all around him. There's no time to use Gale Spin at this range. Usopp's pupils shrank as he took in a rain of attacks coming his way, dodging and blocking with everything he had. But even the most stubborn defense gives way eventually. Within a blink, Usopp had already suffered over a dozen claw strikes. Surging forward, spotting an opening, Usopp grit his teeth and forced himself to take a direct hit, using the moment to spot Kaku's shadow and launch surging forward, breaking through to Kaku's rear. Crossfire. Iron Body, Wolf Fang. Usopp slashed, and Kaku spun around, meeting the attack head-on with both hands. A deafening, bone-shaking impact erupted. The ground beneath both Usopp and Kaku splintered in every direction. Ha ha ha! Who'd have thought you'd be this strong? Are you really just a sniper? Kaku marveled, flexing his tingling palms in surprise. Of course, if you still doubt me, I'll gladly show you what my marksmanship is like. Usopp replied with a light, confident chuckle. No need for that. I already know just how impressive your shooting is. That's exactly why I'm not letting you get any distance on me. With a sweep, Kaku knocked away Usopp's blade, lunging forward with a powerful grab. My swordsmanship is no weaker than my marksmanship. Usopp countered, reversing his grip and clashing blades again, the two launching into a rapid-fire exchange of blows. After dozens of fierce moves back and forth, Usopp had to admit the strength of this wolfman before him was overwhelming, far beyond anything Bruno could muster. Even now, despite Usopp's powered-up physique with every passive buff stacked, he still couldn't overpower Kaku. This can't drag on any longer. I have more important things to do. Time is of the essence. Even in the heat of his fight with Kaku, Usopp's focus flickered to the situation beyond. Zoro and Sanji had already charged across the drawbridge into the Tower of Justice. Robin's side was safe for the moment. Yet Usopp had other reasons to keep the battlefield locked inside the Tower of Justice. Iron Body, 10-finger gun. Seizing on an opening, Kaku's attack slammed into Usopp's chest, knocking him back hard. Hey, haha, are you worried about your friends? Losing focus in battle is a serious mistake. Kaku taunted, breathing heavily. Wounds from Usopp's blade crisscrossed his body, blood soaking his fur, giving him a wild, desperate appearance. Usopp was hardly better off. His body was marked by no fewer wounds, and his life force was already down by more than half. No, I was just thinking, it's time to end this, Usopp said, straightening up and drawing back his blade slightly as he spoke. Kaku's brow furrowed. Raising both hands before his chest, He began charging up the next attack. Ah, I've seen your strength clearly. It's time to finish this. Usopp looked up. The orange glow in his mask's eye sockets deepened to a fierce red, and trails of black and crimson aura wound their way along the length of Spirit Punisher. Very soon, a sinister aura enveloped Usopp, as if a demon god had descended upon the world. Gabra's heart leapt. He dared not hesitate for even a moment longer. With a powerful step, he charged straight at Usopp. Iron Body, Heavy Step Wolf, Moonlight 10-finger gun. Usopp, too, slowly raised his weapon, Spirit's Judgment. The murderous energy around him boiled furiously. Duscel severances las. The Moonlight 10-finger gun was Gabra's most devastating attack at that moment. Coupled with the power of the Heavy Step Wolf, concentrating the force used for the Iron Body, plus the sheer impact, he focused it all into his hands, multiplying the destructive potential of the Moonlight 10-finger gun. Gabra shot forward like an arrow, his fingers pointed straight at Usopp, deadly and unstoppable. Whatever it is you're planning, victory is already mine. As Gabra saw Usopp still standing in his fighting stance, a cold smirk crept up his lips. But before Gabra's smile could fully spread across his face, it froze abruptly. Usopp had vanished from sight. Duscel severances las. Gabra's body jerked. He was sent flying backwards, completely out of control. Blood spurted from within him like a fountain, and the Iron Body technique shattered utterly. Usopp reappeared behind Gabra. In a flash, he sheathed his blade and drew his gun, Purgatory Trigger. A torrent of particle beams crashed down on Gabra like a raging tide. Without the protection of Iron Body, Gabra's body erupted instantly with countless bursts of blood. Keep in mind, Usopp was now wielding the blade of the Ruined King, each shot dealing an extra 8% of Gabra's health as bonus damage. Within 2 seconds, Gabra was hit by hundreds of shots, a deadly barrage that was anything but a joke. Gabra spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed head first onto the ground, reverted to his human form, and lost all consciousness. Experience plus 750, gold plus 600. Current level, 10. As the notification chimed from the system, Usopp finally let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, farming elite monsters is the way to go. Just one is worth as much as 250 regular soldiers. Usopp immediately opened the system panel to check his current base stats. Name, Usopp, level 10. Weapons, White Spike, Black Fire, Spirit's Judgment. Attack range, 1,620 meters. Health, 7,845/13,488. Injured. Hockey, 1,357/5,994. Experience, 187/1,500. Gold, 1,941. Attack, 916. Magic Power, 0. Armor, 611. Magic Resist, 300. Attack Speed, 17.65. Skill Haste, 0. Critical Chance, 60%. Movement Speed, 2,818. Current Skills, True Hero, Samira. Unyielding Will, Divine Ascension, Passive. Absolution, Passive. Trickster's Magic, Cannon Barrage. Bullet Storm, Dust Seal Severance Slash. Current Equipment, Fairy Amulet X3. Blade of the Ruined King. Plus 40 attack power. Plus 8% lifesteal. Plus 25% attack speed. Tear the Goddess, 240 bravado points. Passive, plus 204 bravado points. Passive, Divine Ascension, Soaring. Attack range increased by 1,000 meters. Passive, Absolution. Wraiths of the Black Mist X128, plus 120 attack range. Plus 128 attack power. Plus 60% critical strike chance. Usopp smiled with satisfaction. These base stats were enough to utterly crush Kaku in battle. Even against Lucci, Usopp now felt confident enough to put up a fight. At the very least, he wouldn't be instantly defeated by Lucci anymore. Without any hesitation, Usopp went ahead and drew a new skill. Skill, Extraordinary Dark Power. Passive, whenever your skills hit a target, you gain a stack of Extraordinary Dark Power. Each stack grants you 1 ability power. Yet another game-changing ability for late-game power. In this world, remember, ability power translates to Conqueror's hockey damage. Before entering the New World, on the first half of the Grand Line, very few people could use hockey at all. Plain attack power was more than sufficient. But once you reach the New World, the strongest warriors abound, many of them wielding hockey. Simple attack power alone wouldn't cut it anymore. What's more, many of Usopp's skills had an ability power scaling, but up till now his ability power had always been a flat 0, limiting his damage potential. Relying solely on stat boosts from items wasn't enough. And it's not as if Usopp had endless gold to buy gear from the system's shop. So the arrival of extraordinary dark power couldn't have come at a better time. Whether right now or further down the road, this was a skill Usopp simply couldn't do without. Calming his excitement, Usopp strapped the Spirit Punisher to his back and headed upstairs. This time, he wanted to search for any useful information that might be found here. CP9 was, after all, the strongest intelligence agency under the world government, second only to CP0. And as the headquarters of CP9, the Tower of Justice was bound to house intelligence gathered from across the world, perhaps even secrets unknown to the public. It wasn't that Usopp had a particular interest in this information. Rather, he wanted something that would lend more credibility to the stories he'd tell. Back on Blue Star, Usopp had never finished watching the One Piece anime, stopping partway through the Sabaody Archipelago arc. Still, he'd picked up some of the most important plot twists from other sources. For instance, after awakening the Goma no Mi, Luffy's paramecia fruit turned out to be the mythical Zoan-type, the human fruit, model, Nika. There's also the moment when Pirate King Luffy was smashed by Kaido into becoming the Pirate King, or when Luffy activated Gear 4th to take on Doflamingo in an all-out battle. And let's not forget the Summit War and the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard. Usopp didn't know the exact details or the specific timeline, but he was aware of some of the outcomes of the Summit War. The problem, though, was how could Usopp make Luffy and the others believe the words of a self-proclaimed king of liars and master storyteller? At any other time, it might not matter so much. Luffy and his crew knew that Usopp wouldn't joke about something so serious. But the catch was, the Summit War was still a future event. To speak of it now would sound utterly far-fetched. And with Usopp's notorious reputation for exaggeration, convincing them and getting them to take any action was even harder. So Usopp's plan was to dig up some intelligence relating to the matter, anything that could make his words sound more credible. He didn't need much. Even the slightest shred of relevant information would do. The rest, Usopp could embellish as he pleased. With a nimble twist, Usopp slipped into stealth mode, using his trickster's magic to render himself invisible. The Tower of Justice was massive, and it was crawling with guards. Usopp certainly didn't want to waste his time tangling with them. He dodged past 2 patrols, then made a beeline for Spandam's office. Usopp didn't actually know much about the layout of the tower, but he figured Spandam's office was the most likely place to stash confidential files. If luck was on his side, he might even run into that coward Spandam himself. If so, there was probably a lot they could learn straight from a source. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed from all corners of the Tower of Justice. The Straw Hats had broken out into an all-out battle with CP9. Unfortunately, the thick stone walls meant Usopp couldn't see what was happening on every battlefield, nor could he get a clear grasp of the overall situation. By the time Usopp reached Spandam's office, it was already deserted. Both Spandam and the CP9 group were nowhere to be found. But that actually saved Usopp some trouble. He immediately started searching the office. There weren't many documents in Spandam's office, but it wasn't exactly empty either. Unfortunately, everything he found was related to the Revolutionary Army, including several covert agent lists for the world government. But there was not even a hint of the information Usopp was actually looking for. Damn it, are these guys only interested in the Revolutionary Army? This is the world of pirates. How can I not be keeping tabs on pirates at all? Usopp couldn't help but grumble, but he still stuffed a few important pieces of intel about the Revolutionary Army into his pocket on the way out. Just as he was about to head off and search elsewhere, a din mushy tucked away in the corner suddenly rang. Oh no, was that the baby transponder snail? Did I just accidentally trigger a buster call? Spandam's loathsome voice came crackling through the transponder snail, delivering a truly earth-shattering message. Usopp's brow tightened. Even at this point, they've still activated the buster call? And just like in the original story, it unfolds with such dramatic flair. You actually triggered the buster call? Hurry up and contact Navy headquarters. Tell them to cancel the buster call. Robin's slightly panicked voice echoed through the din mushy. Usopp froze for a moment, surprised. Wasn't Robin supposed to be on the run? Why is she with Spandam? Don't tell me she's been captured again. But as far as he remembered, wasn't it only that owl who chased after Frankie? The owl shouldn't have been able to defeat Frankie. You idiot. How am I supposed to cancel it at this point? Are you expecting me to tell Navy headquarters? Sorry, I pressed the wrong button on my din mushy. If I did that, where would my dignity go? Spandam's voice grew frenzied. No. Do you really understand what the buster call means? It's an indiscriminate attack. They will utterly destroy everything on this island. Pirates, Marines, even world government agents. No one is spared. Robin screamed at the top of her lungs. So what? As long as I bring you in, I'll get promoted and get a raise. If a few people have to die, so be it. That's just necessary sacrifice. Spandam sneered, utterly callous. Just how little do you value human life? Robin shot Spandam a look of utter loathing. The despair was mounting in her eyes, but then she suddenly noticed the din mushy in his hand. Has that din mushy in your hand been connected the entire time? Eh. Spandam blinked, and then, realizing what just happened, panicked. Don't tell me. Did someone hear everything I just said? Everyone, run for your lives. The Buster call is coming. Robin seized the moment, shouting her warning through Spandam's din mushy. Idiot, stop talking nonsense. Spandam barked at Robin, then hurriedly brought the din mushy close to his mouth, forcing a dry laugh. Ha ha ha. You all heard wrong. Actually, I'm Luffy from Straw Hats. Ha ha ha. Inside the undersea tunnel, Spandam abruptly hung up the din mushy, dragging Robin as he headed desperately toward the bridge of hesitation, grumbling and cursing along the way. Damn it, Bruno. You had to faint at the crucial moment. If I die, none of you will get away with this. Judicial Tower, inside Spandam's office. Usopp no longer bothered with gathering intel. He turned away at once, starting the search for Frankie and Robin. Only by finding those two could he hope to understand what was really going on. After several twists and turns, Usopp finally discovered Frankie in the kitchen, locked in a turn-based boxing match with the owl. Lying unconscious in a nearby corridor was Bruno. Usopp revealed himself, landing a swift kick that sent the owl flying out of the room, abruptly halting the intense clash between the two fighters. Frankie, where's Robin? Usopp called out urgently. Long Nose? What are you doing here? Frankie exclaimed in surprise, his face lighting up. There's no time in a corridor nearby. Bruno still lay unconscious, completely out cold. Usopp appeared out of nowhere, landing a solid kick that sent Fukaru flying out of the room, abruptly breaking up the two fighters locked in combat. Frankie, where's Robin? Usopp asked anxiously. Long-nosed? What are you doing here? Frankie replied, with surprise and delight. There's no time for that now. Where's Robin? Usopp pressed him. Oh right. Nico Robin was taken by Spandam toward the Gate of Justice. Hurry after them. Frankie quickly explained. I was about to bring Robin to find the key to her sea-stone handcuffs, but that guy caught up with me and kept me pinned down. Then Spandam showed up with Bruno right behind him. I couldn't handle them both at once, so they managed to take Robin away. But Bruno's nothing special. I gave him just one of my super punches, and he was done for. Huh, today I'm really... Frankie began to wander off into bragging as he recounted what happened. Got it. I'm going after them right now. Usopp had no patience for Frankie's boasting. He turned and hurried for the exit. Wait. Frankie suddenly seemed to remember something and called after Usopp. What is it? I don't have time to. Though clearly impassioned, Usopp still stopped in his tracks. Take this. Frankie rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a ring of keys and tossing them to Usopp. We'd already found the keys, but didn't have time to unlock the cuffs. If we had, Nico Robin wouldn't have been taken so easily by Spandam. Usopp caught the keys, nodded wordlessly, and with a single leap dashed out of the room and onto the balcony. Behind enemy lines, Usopp raised his arm to signal, and within 2 seconds, a giant mechanical eagle swooped down from the sky, strapping itself onto Usopp's body. He may have been a few steps behind, but Usopp refused to believe that Spandam, the loser with a power level of just 9, could be faster on foot than he was through the air. Besides, Spandam was dragging along a very uncooperative Robin. With his speed boosted by 120% for this behind enemy lines infiltration, it took Usopp less than a minute to soar across the waters and arrive in the skies above the bridge of hesitation. Just as Usopp expected, apart from a few Navy soldiers preparing to set sail, there was no sign of Spandam or Robin on the bridge. Usopp gave a cold, confident chuckle, landed atop the first pillar of the bridge of hesitation, shed his infiltration gear, and set off toward the underwater passage below. He was genuinely looking forward to what sort of expression Spandam would make when they came face to face. Hurry up and move, Nico Robin. Down in the underwater tunnel, Spandam was dragging Robin's prone form along the ground by a rope as they moved forward. Spandam, however, was pitifully weak, and his progress was agonizingly slow. No, they'll come to rescue me. Robin bit down hard on her lip. Though her whole body was drained of strength, she used every ounce of her weight to resist being dragged forward. No one's coming to save you, foolish woman. No matter who they are, they'll all be burned alive in the hellfire of the Buster Call. Even the disgrace of that sacred flag, pierced by pirates, will be wiped away along with everything else. Spandam laughed wildly, but then, as if recalling something, he stopped in his tracks. A sly smile flashed across his face as he said in a meaningful tone, Just like what happened 20 years ago with that giant vice admiral who betrayed the Navy in O'Hara. Robin froze, jolted by the sudden memory of the giant who died, saving her all those years ago. A memory she had tried so hard to suppress now came flooding back in an instant. You thought I didn't know any of that, didn't you? The disgraceful actions of former Navy Vice Admiral Hagwardi. Your mother, Nico Alvia, everything that happened on O'Hara Island all those years ago. I know it all. Spandam reveled in his own arrogance, peeling back Robin's old wounds one layer at a time, taunting her with every revelation. Do you know why I know all this? It's because someone told me. The one who set foot on the demon-infested land of O'Hara back then, who unleashed the Buster Call to punish their unforgivable sins. It was the chief of CP9 at that time, my old man, Spandine. Robin's eyes widened in shock. Before her, Spandam's face slowly began to overlap with the face of the very demon she remembered from 20 years ago. The terror, the helplessness, the utter despair. All those dark emotions surged up again, and Robin's eyes shimmered with gathering tears. Ah, I heard that everyone in O'Hara was wiped out back then, except for one lucky little girl who managed to escape. But what good did that escape do you? How many times did an 8-year-old almost get killed by greedy adults seeking her bounty? With no one to trust, nothing to lean on, and not even a safe place to sleep. A life worse than that of a stray dog. 20 years like this, I can't even imagine it. Seeing Robin's pain, her lips pressed tight in stubborn silence while sorrow and anger twisted her face, Spandam felt an unrestrained sense of satisfaction. And the one who put the bounty on your head 20 years ago was my old man Spandine? Ha ha! Spandam burst out in wild laughter. Then he added, and now, 20 years later, it's me, his son, who's finally captured the sole fugitive from O'Hara, drawing the final curtain on the Battle of O'Hara. O'Hara has already lost. Spandam laughed wildly, his harsh laughter striking Robin's heart again and again. Robin couldn't hold back any longer. Her tears streamed down like a bursting spring. But in that moment, her resolve to survive only grew stronger. I'm still alive. O'Hara hasn't lost yet. Robin shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice raw with defiance. But you're going to die soon, aren't you? Robin's unyielding spirit infuriated Spandam, who spat the words at her with venom. They'll come to save me. Robin gritted her teeth as she replied, clinging to her last hope. It was the only hope she had left. Fool, no one's coming to save you. They'll never find the entrance to this tunnel. And even if they do, they won't get past that specially made metal gate. Now move, get going. Spandam's words sounded triumphant, yet his actions told a different story. He hurriedly dragged Robin onward, deeper along the bridge of hesitation. The gate of justice was already open, and the communication ship was standing ready. Once they passed through those doors, nothing would stand in his way. Suddenly, 3 brilliant points of light streaked through the air with a whistling rush, slamming into Spandam and sending him flying. What's happening? Spandam tumbled to the ground, panic twisting his voice into a shrill cry. Say what you will about Spandam. Though he lacked any real power, he could certainly take a hit. Even after those 3 direct shots, he managed to escape with little more than some bruises, still very much able to move. Glancing around in all directions, Spandam couldn't spot whoever had attacked him. But the shots seemed to come from the direction of the bridge of hesitation. Could it be? No, impossible. A wild thought flashed through Spandam's mind, making his skin break out in a cold sweat. Had the Straw Hat crew actually gotten ahead of him? No, that was impossible. The sea above was roiling with whirlpools. No ship could make it through. There was only one way to the bridge, and it was the tunnel he was in. So how could anyone have possibly gotten past him? Unless they could fly? Spandam shook his head, ready to laugh off such a ridiculous idea, when suddenly he froze. Wait, wasn't there actually someone in the Straw Hat crew who could fly? Spandam's eyes opened wide, terror radiating across his face. For Spandam, who'd tasted joy only to be struck by panic, what happened next transformed Robin's despair to hope. Her eyes blazed with sudden light. She had already spotted that familiar silhouette. Usopp was slicing through the shadows, his form nearly a blur as he closed the distance like a ghost in the gloom of the passage. Usopp himself had never expected Spandam to be moving so slowly. Despite starting much earlier, Spandam and Robin had barely made it a fifth of the way through the undersea tunnel. At first, Usopp mistakenly thought that Spandam had taken Robin down another path, and he hesitated, wondering if he should look elsewhere. Fortunately, Usopp's unease drove him to take a few more steps, and that was when Spandam and Robin came into his line of sight. As he drew nearer and confirmed Robin was mostly unharmed, Usopp eased his pace and slowed down. Hey, what are you? Bang! Spandam, watching Usopp approach step by step, began to stammer a desperate protest. But before he could even finish, Usopp calmly raised his arm and, with a well-aimed shot, sent him flying once again. Long-nosed hero. Robin gazed at Usopp as he drew close. The shadows clouding her face scattered in an instant. 1,000 words welled up at her lips, yet she found herself speechless. I'm sorry, Robin. I got here late. Usopp hurried up to Robin and gently helped her to her feet. Seeing Robin's tear-streaked face, a mixture of anger and ache welled up in Usopp's heart. More than anything, he just fell for her. For Robin to be brought to this state, given her usual composure and rational demeanor, showed just how much she had endured. Without any unnecessary theatrics, Usopp simply took out the key Frankie had given him and unlocked the Sea Prism stone handcuff from Robin's wrists. Robin was no helpless damsel. A surplus of comfort would only embarrass her. "Thank you, long-nosed hero," Robin whispered as she wiped away her tears, finally offering him a genuine smile. "Oh, think nothing of it. This isn't the time for thanks anyway. Have you decided what you want to do with that guy?" Usopp waved off her thanks and gestured meaningfully toward Spandam, who lay sprawled out not far away. Robin's eyes chilled as she turned to Spandam. Raising both hands, she crossed them in front of her chest. "Six-wheel blossoms." A scream echoed through the air. After enduring a series of unspeakable torments at Robin's hands, Spandam was left utterly unrecognizable. Usopp couldn't help but marvel at Spandam's tenacity. A weaker man would probably have died a dozen times over from such a thrashing. "Long-nosed hero, let's get out of here. There's not much time left." As much as Robin longed to vent her feelings and pay Spandam back in full, with a Buster Call already looming, she had no choice but to set her hatred aside, for now. "Oh, just give me one more moment. There's something I need from him." Seeing Robin stop, Usopp strode calmly toward Spandam. "Long-nosed hero, the Buster Call has already begun. At the speed those warships travel, they'll be here from Navy HQ in half an hour at most." Robin's voice was taut with urgency. "I have some important questions for him. As for the Buster Call, don't worry. I've already come up with a way to deal with it on my way here," Usopp reassured her. Usopp lifted his visor, offering Robin a faint smile as he spoke. There was a quiet calmness in his voice, an inexplicable steadiness that seemed to ease Robin's heart. "A solution? What do you have in mind?" Robin's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked, expectation coloring her tone. "I've already got my 8,000 men hidden all around us. The moment the Navy ships carrying out the Buster Call arrive, we'll bombard them with cannon fire." Usopp launched into his story, confidently explaining his so-called plan. Robin's expression froze at just the beginning of his tale. What on earth was I hoping for? This is the Buster Call we're talking about. Had I really let my emotions sweep me away to the point that I almost believed one of his tall tales? The heroic figure who had just given her hope suddenly crumbled in Robin's mind, replaced once more by the Usopp she remembered, the master of exaggeration. "Long-nosed one, I think it's time for us to leave." Robin looked at Usopp and offered a gentle smile, her voice steady. Her smile radiated warmth, but Usopp suddenly felt a chill wind blow past him, as if he'd fallen into an icy cavern. Wait, I really have something important to ask him. Give me just 1 minute, that's all I need." Not daring to delay any longer, Usopp darted forward and kicked Spandam in the stomach. With a sharp cry, Spandam snapped back to consciousness from his dazed state. "Spandam, I don't have time to waste on you. Whatever I ask, you answer, understand?" Usopp grabbed Spandam and hauled him upright, his tone turning fierce as he barked the order. "How dare you?" Before Spandam could finish a threat, Usopp slapped him hard on the head, cutting off the words and sending them right back down his throat. Originally, Usopp had intended to hit Spandam's face, but was now so swollen and bruised it barely even looked like a face. Not a single spot left to strike. "Wrong answer. I don't want to repeat myself a second time, got it?" Usopp's tone was icy as he drew black fire, pressing it against Spandam's head. "Understood." Realizing the situation instantly, Spandam nodded eagerly, full of sudden obedience. "Good. First question, where is the CP9 headquarters intelligence room?" Usopp wasted no time, launching straight into his interrogation. The intelligence room. Both Spandam and Robin were caught off guard. Neither expected Usopp to be asking that kind of question at a time like this. "The place where all the information is kept." Thinking he hadn't explained himself clearly, Usopp quickly tacked on an explanation. Panic flickered across Spandam's face, and he stammered, unable to force out a coherent answer. "Hey, Spandam, I'm running low on patience. If you don't answer, I'll just have to spend a little longer searching for it myself." Usopp pressed the barrel of the black fire gun against Spandam's forehead, his voice cold. "Wait, it's not that I don't want to talk. It's just that I never go to the intelligence department myself. Whenever there's anything important, someone reports it to me directly. Spandam hastily explained. Usopp frowned and asked, "You're the chief of the intelligence agency, and you never even visit the intelligence room? Then what do you actually do all day?" "Oh," Spandam rubbed his hands together nervously. "Mostly I just drink coffee, yell at subordinates. Honestly, it's pretty boring." A vein bulged on Usopp's forehead. This guy really does have an easy life. "In that case, what good are you to me?" Usopp threatened, finger tightening on the trigger. "Wait, I may not know the exact location of the intelligence room, but it should be on the first basement level of the judicial tower. Besides, if you're looking for certain intel, just ask me directly." Spandam blurted out, terrified. "I generally know most of the important information." "Oh, then here's my second question. Has anything major happened in the New World recently?" Usopp lifted the gun slightly, turning the interrogation in a new direction. Now that he'd gotten a general idea of where the intelligence room was, this could save Usopp considerable time. But if he could get any useful intel out of Spandam directly, so much the better. The New World? I don't think anything big has happened over there. Our CP9 mainly operates in the first half of the Grand Line, so we don't know much about what goes on in the New World, Spandam answered with sweat breaking out on his brow, careful not to say anything that might get him shot. Usopp frowned again, but honestly, he wasn't too surprised by Spandam's answer. Given the strength of the CP9 members, they could still hold their own in the first half of the Grand Line, but in the New World, they'd be out of their depth. If they were that powerful, the Straw Hats wouldn't have beaten them. All right, then let me change the question. Do you know Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach? Usopp continued. Blackbeard. Spandam thought for a moment. The name sounded familiar. He'd heard something about it recently. Yeah, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Former member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Usopp prompted him. Now I remember. Not long ago, that Blackbeard killed the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and then escaped to the first half of the Grand Line. Spandam's words tumbled out all at once. And I heard the 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace, also chased him to the first half of the Grand Line, determined to capture him and bring him back. Everything Spandam knew came pouring out in a rush. Fire Fist Ace? Luffy's brother? Robin asked in confusion when she heard this. We can talk about it in detail later. Usopp glanced at Robin, then turned his attention back to Spandam. How much do you know about Blackbeard? Cold sweat beaded down Spandam's face as he replied nervously. Well, back then we did conduct a thorough investigation into both Blackbeard and Ace. But since they were ultimately just passing through and not under our direct jurisdiction. So, Usopp's expression stayed blank, waiting for him to continue. Swallowing hard, Spandam said, "So I never read the report." He considered making something up, but since he didn't actually know anything about Blackbeard, if Usopp caught him lying, things would be far worse. Honesty seemed the only safe choice. "And where's that report now?" A spark of excitement flickered in Usopp's eyes. The specifics of the report didn't matter. What mattered was its very existence. I kind of tossed it aside somewhere. I have no idea where it went," Spandam stammered, shivering. "What?" Usopp's eyes narrowed, raising his weapon as if ready to fire. "Wait, even though the copy I had is gone, the intelligence office definitely keeps an archive of this kind of thing." Spandam scrambled to explain. Usopp let out a relieved sigh. As long as Spandam confirmed its existence, that was enough. "All right, just stay put for now. Whether you make it through this depends on your luck." With those words, Usopp delivered a swift chop to Spandam's neck, knocking him unconscious, then stood up. "Let's go, Robin. We need to hurry," Usopp called out. "Usopp, why are you asking him all these questions?" Robin frowned, sensing that Usopp was plotting something. "It's nothing, really. I just happened to come across some things in Spandam's office that caught my attention. I wanted to clear up a few doubts." Usopp replied with an excuse he'd prepared in advance. "Is it related to Luffy's brother, Ace?" Robin asked. Usopp nodded. "Yeah, I'll explain everything once things here are settled. Let's go." With that, he reached out his hand to Robin. Robin looked momentarily puzzled, not sure what he was up to. "I'll carry you. That way we'll save a lot of time," Usopp explained briefly. Without waiting for her consent, he swept her up in his arms and sprinted toward the bridge of hesitation. Robin was so startled by Usopp's sudden burst of speed that she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Wait, Usopp, you're going the wrong way. The Tower of Justice is that way," Robin called out. Robin watched in the direction Usopp was running and called out a reminder. "That's right. Remember how our way in was blocked by a huge iron gate? At my speed, instead of wasting time figuring out how to open it, we'll get there much faster if we head this way," Usopp explained as he ran. Because he was worried that something unexpected might happen during the 1-hour cooldown of his skill, Steadfast Will, Usopp had kept it active the whole time. Right now, the reserve of Haki in Usopp's body was pitifully low. If he wasted more of it trying to get through that massive iron gate, A door even Luffy would need to use his third gear to smash. It would be hard for him to hold out in the coming fight. That's why he'd chosen to fly back over the sea. That way, he could conserve a good deal of his haki. Robin bit her lip, but said nothing more. She didn't know the details, but she chose to trust Usopp's judgment. At the very least, Usopp was far more reliable than before, although he still liked to boast just as much as ever. By the way, Longnose, how did you suddenly get so strong? Robin couldn't keep her curiosity at bay and finally asked. That's a long story. While we were in Water 7, a ton of things happened that you don't know about. I even had a big argument with Luffy over Mary. I'll tell you all about it when we have time later. As for my strength, to put it simply, I took part in something called the Origin Project, a human enhancement experiment, so that's why I've gotten so much stronger. But honestly, this new strength came at just the right time. If it weren't for that, Usopp spoke absently, recounting some of what had happened in Water 7. Robin fell silent. Hey, what's wrong, Robin? Usopp noticed Robin's strange mood as he carried her and asked softly. It's nothing. I just didn't realize so much had happened when I was away. The merry-go. Robin trailed off, her voice catching as she suddenly grasped the truth. Yeah, the Mary can't sail any longer. Here, we're destined to lose a crewmate. Usopp's tone grew heavy. Robin trembled. Her feelings for the merry-go were hard to put into words. After all, it was on that ship that she'd found friends she truly cared about. To someone who'd already lost her hometown, the Mary was more than just a vessel. It was her home. Hearing this news, a flood of feelings welled up inside Robin's heart. But before she could linger on it, Usopp continued. And that's exactly why we can't lose a second crewmate here. You understand what I mean, right, Robin? Robin shuddered from head to toe, her arms tightening around Usopp's neck as if she'd been given a shot of pure determination. Robin looked at Usopp and gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, she said. No matter what happens, I'll stay by your side. Usopp smiled back and let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't really afraid that Robin would slip away again without saying goodbye. His real concern was that the traumatic shadow of the Buster Call still lingered in Robin's heart, and she hadn't truly overcome it. Usopp feared that if they had to face another Buster Call, Robin might not be able to handle it. All right, we're about to set foot on the Bridge of Hesitation. There are a few guards ahead, but we don't need to mind them. If we're quick and careful, we could just fly out of here. Usopp said as he carried Robin up to the first pillar of the bridge, reminding her to be cautious. Understood. I'll be careful, Robin replied, her spirits rising as she gathered her determination. With a leap, Usopp vaulted from the corridor up to the surface of the bridge, raising his arm as he prepared to use his infiltration skills to slip past enemy lines. All the guards on the Bridge of Hesitation were clustered at its far end. If they moved fast enough, they could easily pass unnoticed, saving precious time. After all, Usopp knew that suffering any harm while using his infiltration ability would cancel out his extra speed bonus, so he had to be especially careful. Usopp, wait. Suddenly, Robin called out his name, as if she'd just witnessed something shocking. Startled, Usopp froze mid-action, turned, and was taken aback by the scene before him. At some point, the Gate of Justice had swung wide open, but what mattered even more were the gigantic shadows taking shape across the sea beyond the gate, a fleet materializing in the mist. 10 massive Navy warships had arrived to carry out the Buster Call. A volley of fierce whistling rang out as shells tore through the sky and crashed into the outer barriers of Enies Lobby, blasting a colossal gap into its defenses. The 10 Navy warships, formation tight and imposing, began advancing steadily toward the breach. It's too late, Robin murmured, her voice barely audible as a whirlwind of bloody memories flashed through her mind. Her delicate body went limp, and she collapsed into Usopp's arms. As expected, it was still too much for her. Feeling the trembling of Robin's body, Usopp let out a gentle sigh. A moment later, he pulled Robin closer, holding her tightly. Watch closely, Robin. The Buster Call is nothing for us to fear. Robin stared at him, momentarily stunned, then lifted her head to look at Usopp. Usopp raised his gun and fired a single shot into the sky. A signal flare exploded above, bursting into the emblem of Usopp's Project Origin. Cannon barrage, launch, he declared. Back on Enies Lobby's main island, the guards, shaken by the news that the Buster Call had been triggered, lost all will to fight and scattered in panic. The rain of naval gunfire wouldn't spare anyone, Marine or pirate alike. Anything within the target zone was doomed to be obliterated. What do we do now? Beneath the courthouse, the two giants, the Frankie family, and the foreman of the Galileo Company exchanged bewildered glances as the guards, momentarily forgotten, ceased to restrain them. Thanks to Usopp's involvement, none of them had expended much energy upon arriving at the courthouse this time. So at this very moment, the guards of Enies Lobby still hadn't managed to capture them. The Buster Call has been activated. If we stay on this island any longer, it's certain death for all of us. Barry, one of Galilaw's foremen, said with a deep frown. Yeah, I never even thought about how we'd get out of here when we set off, said Dyreston, another rough-hewn Galilaw foreman, a little sheepishly. If we want to leave Eni's lobby, it's got to be by ship or the sea train. But now, those places must be swarming with guards. Peoply Lulu, another foreman, remarked anxiously. Don't worry, haven't you noticed? Ever since the Gate of Justice opened, the whirlpools around this sea have calmed down. Zambai from the Frankie family reminded everyone. Is that so? Everyone paused for a moment, only now realizing there was something odd about the waters around them. So that's why, when the Gate of Justice is closed, it blocks the flow of the currents, which creates all those whirlpools. Now that the gate's open, the currents have resumed and the sea is calm again. Barry, who made his living as a shipwright, quickly deduced the cause thanks to his knowledge of the sea. Whatever the reason, the calmer sea is a lifeline for us. Remember, we've got Sodom and Gomorrah. Zambai declared with a broad laugh. That's right, we have Sodom and Gomorrah. That jolted everyone's memory. They still had their two king bull sea beasts. With Sodom and Gomorrah's power, they'd have no trouble carrying everyone to safety. What about the two of us, though? A tremendous figure stuck his head in and asked. It was Oimo, one of the giants. Everyone froze again. They'd actually forgotten about these two towering friends. Even the king bulls were barely more than half the giant size. There was no way Oimo and Kashiai could escape on Sodom and Gomorrah. Can you two swim? Barry asked after a moment's thought, looking up at them. What are you thinking, telling us to swim away? In these mysterious and dangerous seas, that's as good as signing our death certificates. Kashiai protested, disgruntled. It was true. These waters were home to monstrous sea kings and unpredictable, deadly weather. Even the fearsome Golden Lion pirates had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Roger pirates years ago, all because of a sudden, violent storm. Having a boat is already dangerous enough, let alone swimming across. They're not Rayleigh, the Dark King, after all. Relax, as long as you can swim just a little distance from the shore, you'll be fine. The Frankie family's dock is still over there. It should be sturdy enough for you all to board. Barry explained. I see. Then there's no problem. We used to be pirates ourselves. How could a pirate not know how to swim? Oimo nodded as he spoke. All right, let's do this. We'll set off as soon as the Straw Hat Boss and the others return. Zambai said. No, we leave now. Barry shook his head firmly. What? Barry, are you saying we just leave the Straw Hat Boss behind and run off with our lives? Fuming, Zambai grabbed Barry by the collar, ready for a fight. Barry shook off Zambai's hand and replied calmly, Of course not, idiot. Who are we to worry about those guys from the Straw Hats? The best thing we can do is not distract them. Right now, the Eni's lobby guards are busy saving themselves. If we stay here any longer, all we're doing is making the Straw Hats worry for nothing. Besides, we haven't even found your dock yet. Once we're all there, we can judge if and when to go back and help them. That's the smart move. Zambai paused, frustration still clouding his face, but he knew Barry was right. All right then, let's set out now. We'll find our dock and then come back for the boss and the others. Zambai decided at once. The Tower of Justice. Most of the battles here had already come to a close. Though the fights had their twists and turns, things had ended well overall. Zoro had defeated Kaku. Sanji had bested Jabra. Frankie had taken down Fukaru, and Chopper and Nami, working together, had overcome Califa. Only Luffy and Lucci's duel was still raging on. And right now, Luffy was at a clear disadvantage. Hey, Mosshead, look over there. The Straw Hat crew stood together, watching the clash between Luffy and Lucci. Only Sanji kept scanning the bridge of hesitation with his binoculars, his attention fixed on what was happening at the far end. Suddenly, as if he'd spotted something, Sanji passed the binoculars to Zoro, his brows tightly knit. Zoro, caught off guard, didn't refuse. He took the binoculars and turned to look for himself. Usopp and Robin, they've made it. That's great news. Zoro immediately spotted Usopp and Robin standing on the bridge of hesitation. The sight made him breathe a little easier, though he couldn't help but find Sanji's response odd. Normally, Sanji would be cheering and dancing at a scene like this. Why so serious now? Idiot! Look behind, Robin. Sanji took a long drag of his cigarette as he spoke, his voice heavy with concern. Hearing this, Zoro raised the telescope higher, and at the sight before him, he couldn't help but frown. The Buster Call. What Zoro saw through the telescope was none other than 10 Navy warships slowly approaching. Are you still able to fight? Sanji asked. Of course, Zoro replied without the slightest hesitation, tossing the telescope to Chopper, tying his bandana tightly once more, and drawing the 3 swords at his waist. We don't have time to wait for Luffy to finish his fight. Let's jump in together. Diable Jam. Sanji immediately unleashed his newly developed move. With a flash, Sanji and Zoro joined the fierce battle between Luffy and Lucci. The strongest member of CP9, Lucci, was now up against the three core fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates. But what none of them saw was this. After the Navy warships blasted open the gates of Enies lobby, Usopp, standing on the bridge of hesitation, fired a signal flare into the sky. Chopper, who had caught the telescope and looked over at the bridge of hesitation, suddenly had stars sparkling in his eyes. Oh, so these are Usopp's legendary 8,000 followers. As Usopp's signal flare soared up and burst spectacularly in the air, a strange and mysterious force began to ripple outward. Out on the sea, several kilometers from Enies lobby, a fleet of ghostly, half-transparent ships broke through the water's surface, forming up for battle. A barrage of cannonballs thundered out, pounding the Navy warships like a relentless rainstorm. Just the first volley left the Buster Call fleet in chaos, causing massive losses. One warship, caught completely off guard, took a direct hit from a giant cannonball to its hull, suffered catastrophic damage, and immediately began to sink. Meanwhile, in Usopp's mind, there were constant notifications. Gold coins +3, experience +3, and sometimes, bigger notifications appeared. Gold coins +10, experience +12, and even higher. This was a massive windfall, a total victory. What's going on? Where's this bombardment coming from? On one of the Navy warships, Vice Admiral Burning Mountain cut down several incoming cannonballs with a single stroke, frowning as he spoke. I found him, Vice Admiral. 2 o'clock. An unidentified fleet. A Navy lookout swept the area with his telescope and quickly located the source of the bombardment. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Cursed pirates. Return fire, immediately. Sink them. How dare a bunch of pirates go up against the Navy in a firefight? Burning Mountain shouted in fury. But Vice Admiral, the enemy. At that moment, the lookout seemed to have seen something unimaginably terrifying, stammering and unable to finish his sentence. Burning Mountain's frown deepened as he roared. What about them? Spit it out. They're ghost ships. Under the terrifying force and pressure exuded by Mount Hotburn, the Navy lookout shouted out with terror what he wanted to say. A ghost ship? Nonsense. Open fire. Mount Hotburn snorted coldly as he gave the order. Almost simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded on the other Navy warships. In an instant, 1,000 cannons thundered from the Navy fleet, bombarding the phantom ship summoned by Usopp as they retaliated with all their might. It has to be said, the warships deployed for the Buster Call are among the finest in the world. Their range and the sheer density of their bombardment are both formidable. Yet, when the cannon shells fired from the Navy ships connected with the ghost ship, they passed straight through without exploding, only detonating beneath the surface of the sea. The shockwaves and towering sprays kicked up by the explosions had no effect at all on Usopp's ghost fleet. Damn it! What in the world is that thing? Aboard one of the Navy warships, Vice Admiral Mount Hotburn stared at the scene in disbelief. A ghost ship? It really is a ghost ship. I never imagined such things truly existed in this world. But why is the ghost ship attacking us? Wait, before the ghost ship appeared, I think there was a flare fired from Hesitation Bridge. Yes, I saw it. The long-nosed guy holding Nico Robin on Hesitation Bridge. Is he the one controlling the ghost ship? Chaos swept through the Navy ships, unable to fight back effectively. Their fear of the phantom vessel grew stronger with every passing moment. Back on Hesitation Bridge, the sounds signaling the increase of Usopp's gold coins and experience points his mind had slowed considerably after that initial burst of panic among the Navy. But even so, his experience points surged to a new peak. With the cannon barrage drawing to a close, Usopp hesitated no longer and launched 3 more signal flares into the sky. 3 more ghost fleets materialized on the sea, unleashing new broadsides against the Navy ships. An even heavier storm of shells rained down on the Navy fleet. Each cannonade lasted no more than a minute. Usopp had only 5 signal flares in total, so relying on this skill to buy time was clearly not a viable plan. Given that, Usopp's only option was to destroy as many Navy ships as possible to weaken the strength of the Buster Call. But the Navy fleet was obviously not short of formidable fighters. In the first round of shelling, only the massive shell sank a single Navy ship. Most of the regular shells were intercepted by the experts among the Navy. Most notably, the 5 ships bearing Navy vice admirals had sustained almost no damage at all. If Usopp continued to use the cannonade skill 1 volley at a time, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to deal any more decisive blows. So Usopp immediately fired 3 signal flares at once, summoning 3 ghost fleets to launch a simultaneous bombardment. Just as Usopp had expected, under the devastating blast of the 3 massive shells and the triple barrage of ordinary shells. 2 Navy warships were blown apart and began to sink almost instantly. At the same time, Usopp gained an enormous amount of experience points and leveled up once more. Name: Usopp, level 11. Weapons: White Thorn, Black Fire, Spirit Punishment. Attack range: 1,680 meters. Health: 11, 845 to 16, 186. Injured: Haki, 2, 111 to 7, 119. Experience: 7/1, 800. Gold: 3,261. Attack power: 1,129. Spell power: 4. Armor: 734. Magic resist: 360. Attack speed: 18.2. Skill haste: 0. Critical rate: 80%. Movement speed: 3,382. Current skills: Signature Hero, Samira. Unyielding Will. Ascendant Stairway, passive. Absolution, passive. Trickster's Magic, Cannon Barrage, Bulletstorm, Dust Sealing Ultimate Slash, Infernal Malevolence. Current equipment: Fairy Amulet X3, Blade of the Ruined King. Plus 40 attack power, plus 8% lifesteal, plus 25% attack speed. Terror the Goddess, 240 Haki, passive, plus 216 Haki. Passive: Ascendant Stairway, Frenzy. Your basic attacks increase your attack speed by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. At full stacks, it transforms into a rousing state, granting plus 10% movement speed. Fades after 5 minutes out of combat. Elevation: attack range increases by 1,000 meters. Devoted Blaze. Rousing attacks unleash a wave of flame, dealing an additional 25% AP damage. Passive: Absolution. Black Mist Wraith 191, plus 180 attack range, plus 191 attack power, plus 80% critical rate. Passive: Infernal Malevolence. 4 stacks, plus 4 AP. New skill: Destructive Shot. Fires a colossal particle beam at the target, knocking them back and dealing base AD plus AP and 500 plus 100% AP plus Haki output as extra AP damage. So it really was him commanding the ghost ships. All hands, aim at Hesitant Bridge and open fire. Smoker glared intensely at Usopp, standing atop Hesitant Bridge, and shouted. But Vice Admiral Smoker, Nico Robin, is there as well. Admiral Akiji ordered that she must be captured alive. A hesitant Navy lieutenant spoke up. Before the officer could finish, Smoker waved his hand dismissively and barked, "Fool! Don't you understand the situation? Are we supposed to get all of us killed for that order? I'll explain it to Admiral Akiji myself. Open fire." "Yes, sir." "Have they been discovered?" On Hesitation Bridge, Usopp watched as the Navy warships slowly drifted into his cannon sights. He smiled and summoned the mechanical giant eagle, Hualuo. "Hold on tight, Robin. It's time to take off." "It's a pity, though. In the end, I only managed to sink 3 warships." High in the sky, Usopp observed that the barrage was drawing to a close. The Phantom Fleet was about to vanish, and the Navy side had only lost 3 ships, which left him feeling a little disappointed. Usopp's cannon barrage had only worked in the very beginning. Soon after, all 5 Navy vice admirals on board went all out, intercepting his shells. From then on, the barrage became largely ineffective. Of course, this was also because Usopp's attack power at this moment wasn't enough. His barrage shells just weren't strong enough. Each cannonball contained less power than one of his standard attacks, making it nearly impossible to inflict real damage on those massive Navy ships. If it hadn't been for the handful of giant shells at his disposal, these 4 volleys would probably have failed to sink even a single Navy ship. Usopp, what was that just now? Robin, until now stunned into silence, finally found her voice, still tinged with disbelief. The look she gave Usopp was laced with something hard to define. After all, this was a buster call, an attack capable of reducing everything to ashes. 5 vice admirals, 10 warships. Such a formation, even in the first half of the Grand Line, was considered unstoppable. Nothing could stand its way. And with just a single exchange, he managed to sink 3 of their ships, a third of the attacking Navy force wiped out. This kind of result bowled Robin over. No one knew better than she did just how terrifying a buster call truly was. "My 8,000 followers," Usopp said with a touch of frustration. "I really wanted to wipe out the buster call fleet before your eyes, to help you vent your anger. Now it seems I was too optimistic. No, this is more than enough." Robin shook her head. With her sharp mind, she could read the deeper intention behind Usopp's actions. Part of his goal had indeed been to vent her frustration. But more than that, he wanted to tear down the myth of the buster call's invincibility, at least in her heart. He wanted to help her truly break free from its shadow. In truth, Robin had only been drawn back for a moment into the painful childhood memories the Buster Call evoked. Give her a little time, and she would be able to cast off that fear herself. Just as Usopp once told her, there are always things in this world that give us the courage to conquer our fears. And now, she had found that very thing. Unconsciously, a gentle smile curled Robin's lips. She cherished Usopp's intentions more than words could express. Usopp was momentarily stunned, seeing Robin smiling in this perilous moment. He simply couldn't comprehend how she could still smile at a time like this. Although the Navy fleet had lost 3 warships, there were still 7 vessels remaining. The Buster Call's destructive power was as fearsome as ever. If just one thing went wrong, their whole crew could easily meet their end here. At a time like this, shouldn't Robin be the most terrified among them? So why was she smiling now? If Usopp knew what Robin was thinking, he would have cried out in protest. Bombarding the Navy fleet wasn't solely about venting Robin's grievances. He had his own plans as well. He was farming for experience points and gold. As for whatever Robin was thinking, like breaking through her psychological shadows for her sake, well, sorry, Usopp hadn't considered anything quite so profound. Still, Usopp had no intention of delving into Robin's thoughts. What mattered most now was to regroup with Luffy and the others as quickly as possible, and find a way to escape Enies lobby together. Mr. Longnose, those ghosts. What about your 8,000 little followers? Robin's voice was gentle, playing along with Usopp's braggadocio, as she inquired with open curiosity. Usopp frowned, feeling there was something odd about Robin's demeanor, but decided to answer her anyway. Oh, I signed a contract with them. When necessary, I can pay a certain price to summon them to fight at my side. So far, I can only make them appear briefly 5 times, and I've already used 4. I want to save the last one as a trump card. You never know when it might come in handy. A price. Robin's gaze sharpened slightly. She was deeply moved, lowering her voice. The price must be tremendous, right? To Robin, harnessing powers associated with ghosts or demons likely demanded a steep sacrifice, lifespan, or even one soul. After all the legends said as much. That Usopp would pay such a price for her. She was so touched, she simply didn't know what to feel. Oh, every time I summon them, I have to fire a signal flare. And making a single flare takes 18 hours. So, yeah, quite a hefty price, right? Usopp nodded as he explained. 18 hours? So the price is only the time it takes to make the flare, just 18 hours. Robin paused, finding it hard to believe. Of course, they're all my faithful little followers. Surely taking 18 hours just to bring them out once is sacrifice enough, don't you think? Usopp declared as if this was the natural order of things. Hearing this, Robin pressed her lips together, her eyes glimmering with emotion. He's boasting again, she thought. Is he trying to stop me from worrying? Robin considered saying more, but in the end simply tightened her arms a little more around Usopp's neck, almost subconsciously. Usopp watched Robin's series of strange and shifting emotions with a sense of utter bewilderment. In his mind, he couldn't help but sigh. Robin truly deserved a reputation as the most inscrutable member of the Straw Hats. Even having seen her backstory in the anime, Usopp still couldn't guess what she was thinking. We've arrived. Hold on. I'm about to land. As the two of them spoke, Usopp had already carried Robin into the sky above the Tower of Justice. Glancing down at Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, locked in fierce battle with Rob Lucci, Usopp had no time to dwell on other matters. He immediately steered Robin toward the spot where Chopper, Nami, and Frankie stood watching the fight. Robin! As soon as Usopp touched down, both Chopper and Nami threw themselves at Robin, who was still cradled in Usopp's arms. Usopp stumbled. The ground beneath his feet still felt unsteady after landing, and he nearly toppled over from the force of Chopper and Nami's embrace. Hey, Longnose, did you really manage to get Nico Robin back? Nicely done. Frankie stepped forward and offered his praise. Now's not the time for congratulations. Usopp set the trio of Robin, Chopper, and Nami, still locked in their emotional reunion, safely onto the ground. He turned to Frankie with urgency. Frankie, I've got to ask you something. When you got captured at the warehouse under the bridge, was the Mary still safe? Frankie was caught off guard by the sudden question. He hadn't expected Usopp to bring it up. Earlier, with time running short, Usopp had focused so intensely on rescuing Robin that the fate of the Going Mary had only crossed his mind while talking with her just moments before. On top of that, the Navy fleet would soon reorganize, and it was only a matter of time before they unleashed a Buster Call on Enies lobby. By then, they'd be completely on the defensive with no way to fight back. There was no way they could take on 5 Navy vice admirals at once. So now, their best bet was to defeat Lucci quickly and escape from Eni's lobby as soon as possible. And when considering how to retreat, Usopp naturally recalled the original story, where the Mary had saved them all in their darkest hour. But up until now, Usopp hadn't seen any sign of the Mary within the boundaries of his own plan's possibilities. Could it be that the Mary was still hanging beneath the bridge in Frankie's warehouse? About that. Sorry. At that time, your ship got tossed into the sea by that Lucci guy. Frankie spoke, guilt written all over his face. That's good. But Usopp, on hearing this, let out a breath of relief. Long nose, are you okay? Frankie stared, worried that Usopp had been struck so hard by this news that he'd lost his mind. Don't worry, I haven't lost it. Mary is not a ship that would go down so easily. Time was short, so Usopp kept his explanation brief. Since the Mary hadn't been stranded in Frankie's warehouse, Usopp was convinced it would find them across these seas. He was certain of it, absolutely certain. Usopp darted forward and leapt right into the battleground where Lucci was locked in combat with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. In one swift motion, he drew his twin pistols and fired 6 shots at Lucci's back in rapid succession. Feeling the whistling wind of the attack behind him, Lucci, who was already being besieged by the 3, furrowed his brows. With a sharp move, he unleashed a shave kick to force the trio back and instantly switched to Iron Body to brace himself for the oncoming barrage. He knew all too well that some of Usopp's shots were simply impossible to avoid. The firepower of those shots, it's a lot more intense than before. Lucci glanced over at Usopp, cold light flickering menacingly in his eyes. What'll really surprise you is yet to come, Usopp replied coolly. Luffy panted heavily, chest heaving with each breath. Huff, huff. Usopp, you're here too. Although he was truly overjoyed to see Usopp arrive, the prolonged and fierce fight with Lucci had drained him of so much strength that he struggled to even get his words out. Robin's been rescued, but the warships carrying out the Buster Call are closing in. We have to retreat as soon as possible, Usopp said urgently. Yeah, I know. I heard the cannons just now. Once we deal with this guy, we'll leave together. Luffy's answer was unwavering, but his whole body was battered and bruised. He couldn't even keep up his gear second form anymore. If it hadn't been for Zoro and Sanji holding Lucci back, he probably would have lost this fight long ago. But even Zoro and Sanji were at their limits, having just fought their own grueling battles with the other CP9 members. Struggling now against Lucci, the strongest of them all, they were barely able to hold their ground, running on nothing but sheer willpower. Lucci, despite his own considerable injuries and disheveled appearance, had not suffered any critical wounds. He remained every bit as dangerous as before. Usopp couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He'd always thought, even just from watching the anime, that Lucci's strength was almost excessive, far beyond anyone else in the Straw Hat crew. Whenever Lucci fought Luffy, aside from a single miscalculation where he underestimated his opponent, Lucci almost completely dominated the battle. Even after taking a direct, bone-crushing punch from Luffy's third gear, he suffered only a hurt ankle. His fighting power barely diminished. Again and again, Luffy was driven to the edge, surviving only through sheer force of will. In the end, Luffy's victory had felt more like the work of destiny, thanks to his protagonist's plot armor, than an ordinary victory. But now, things had shifted just a little. Because Usopp had provoked him, Lucci now fought with savage intent. There was no more holding back. Every blow was meant to kill. It was Luffy who was completely on the back foot, scrambling just to stay alive. Even when the battered Sanji and Zoro joined in, pooling their strength, the 3 could only manage to hold Lucci to a shaky stalemate. Watching anxiously from the sidelines, Frankie, Chopper, and Nami weren't even strong enough to step into the fray. Thankfully, Usopp was no longer the same Usopp as before. Let's do this together. Let's finish him fast. Raising his pistols, Usopp fired off several more shots at Lucci. Shave kick. Lucci lifted his foot, sending a razor-sharp slash flying toward the particle beam fired by Usopp. He knew that while some of Usopp's shots were unavoidable, they could still be blocked or shattered. But in the next instant, Lucci's pupils contracted sharply. He was witnessing something beyond belief. When the particle beam clashed with the Tempest kick, they canceled each other out, but waves of fire erupted and continued blasting toward Lucci. Was this a slash? A flicker of doubt flashed in Lucci's eyes as he leaped upward, narrowly evading the raging flames. Jet pistol. Steam surged from Luffy as he powered up into second gear, launching a devastating punch straight at Lucci in midair. You pigeon keeper. I'm not dropping this form until I take you down. Lucci scowled, his expression grim. Luffy's second gear was incredibly fast. He was airborne, with no time to dodge, so he braced himself, arms crossed in front of his chest to take the blow head-on. Three-sword style, tornado. Diable jam, dragon strike. Zoro and Sanji's attacks came crashing down in quick succession, leaving Lucci with no choice but to take the hits. He'd lost the initiative and could only fight defensively. Usopp seized a moment too, firing shot after relentless shot at Lucci, engulfing him in a storm of particle beams and roaring flames. Yet Usopp held back from unleashing any special skills. At this moment, he was nearly out of haki reserves, and Lucci wasn't someone who could be taken out with ordinary techniques. Using skills recklessly would only waste what little haki he had left. Besides, with his current attack power and the blade of the Ruined King boosting him, even Usopp's regular shots packed a hefty punch. Lucci shielded his vital points with his arms, struggling to withstand the onslaught. While he could duke it out with the three main fighters of Straw Hat Crew, facing all four at once was truly overwhelming. What's more, the four of them worked together in perfect harmony. Luffy pinned Lucci at the front, keeping him thoroughly occupied. Zoro and Sanji flanked him, sealing off any route of escape, while Usopp hammered him with non-stop attacks from behind, cranking the damage to max. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm finished. Lucci immediately sized up the situation. He had to eliminate one of them in order to break free. His gaze swept over the four straw hats, and in an instant he made his decision. He withstood blows from Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, then shot forward, using Soru to charge straight at Usopp. Though Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were all at their limits, their endurance was uncanny. Getting rid of them quickly just wasn't feasible. But while Usopp's attacks hurt, he was sorely lacking in defense and resilience compared to the others. On the sea train, just a single yellow Lotus Finger gun nearly knocked Usopp out of the fight. Usopp was, without a doubt, the easiest one to take down. Oh no! Watch out, Usopp! Sanji and Zoro instantly understood what Lucci was planning and shouted a warning at the top of their lungs. Too late. Secret Art of Rokushiki, Greatest Wheel, Six Kings Gun. Lucci's figure appeared right in front of Usopp, both fists raised, ready to unleash his ultimate move, determined to end it in a single strike. But as Lucci charged in, Usopp's expression remained unmoved. The moment Lucci appeared, Usopp calmly raised his gun and fired. All of his haki, devastation shot. Sensing the deadly intent radiating from the dark barrel of Usopp's gun, Lucci gritted his teeth and stood his ground, opting to exchange injury for injury. A deafening blast echoed through the air. As Usopp's devastation shot struck him, Lucci instantly realized something was wrong. The overwhelming force slammed into him, launching his body into the air and sending him flying backward. Though Lucci managed to fire off his Six Kings gun at the last possible moment, his trajectory was thrown off by the impact. The attack missed its mark, merely grazing Usopp's shoulder as it roared past. With another thunderous crash, Lucci's body smashed through several layers of stone walls, eventually buried beneath heaps of rubble and broken stone. Usopp stumbled slightly, lifting his left foot and stepping back half a pace to steady himself. The black and gold aura of his haki, a symbol of his indomitable spirit, slowly faded from him. That last devastation shot had drained every last ounce of haki Usopp had remaining. The sensation of being completely emptied out was indescribable, somewhere between pain and exhaustion. Did it work? Sanji asked, uncertainty in his voice. There was no question that Usopp's shot just now was incredibly powerful. Sanji knew that if he himself had taken that blow, he'd be dead or permanently crippled. But Lucci's strength was terrifying, so much so that even Sanji couldn't say for certain what kind of attack it would take to finally bring him down. No, it didn't. Usopp's brows knitted in frustration. Even though his vision was obscured by dust and rubble, the lack of any triumphant system notification had already told him the outcome. A sudden, explosive sound burst forth. No sooner had Usopp finished speaking than Lucci, covered in blood, burst from the pile of smashed stone, launching himself straight at Usopp. Usopp, stay sharp. Something's off with him. One sword style, 36 caliber Phoenix. The moment Zoro saw Lucci, a sense of danger ran through him. He sent a sharp sword slash hurtling toward Lucci without hesitation. But Lucci made no move to dodge. He let Zoro's slash cut a fresh wound into his body, heedless of the pain, and single-mindedly charged at Usopp. This is bad. Usopp, dodge now. Zoro shouted urgently. He realized what was happening. After Usopp's last devastating attack, Lucci's body had reached its limit. Now, a force driven by nothing more than sheer willpower was propelling him forward. Lucci's will was singular and unyielding. To kill Usopp. This was Lucci's final blow. Indeed, the strongest strike he had ever unleashed in his entire life. In ordinary battles, people are often limited by their body's instinct for self-preservation. only able to exert force within the boundaries of their physical capabilities. Even after enduring harsh training to break through these limits, it is rare to surpass them by much. But now, Lucci's current state was one where his body had completely lost conscious control. Only sheer will drove him forward. With just this one attack, Lucci could unleash strength many times, perhaps even dozens of times, greater than usual. Though he knew that his body might suffer irreversible damage after this blow, those concerns no longer mattered to him in this moment. Zoro was certain, without a doubt, Usopp wouldn't be able to withstand Lucci's attack. Anxiousness welled inside Zoro. But Lucci's speed was lightning fast, and since Usopp had been hanging back during the fight, he was already out of sync positionally with the rest of them. All three of them, Zoro included, were simply too far to intervene. Whether Usopp could dodge this blow would depend entirely on himself. With this in mind, Zoro fixed his gaze on Usopp, wanting to see how he would handle Lucci's life-or-death attack. But when he saw Usopp's current state, Zoro couldn't help but curse out loud. At such a critical moment, Usopp was actually spacing out. Originally, Usopp had been on high alert, staying wary of Lucci ever since the system's alert implied Lucci wasn't finished. He'd constantly guarded against a sudden counterattack. But all at once, a familiar figure appeared in Usopp's line of sight, completely pulling his attention away. So much so that he didn't react until Lucci was already upon him. The force of the leopard's claw tearing through the air, wind buffeting his face. Only then did Usopp snap back to his senses. Lucci's strike didn't employ any of the six forms techniques or their advanced extensions, just a plain, ferocious swipe. But Usopp could feel that the power contained in this claw far surpassed even Lucci's previous strongest move, the mighty Rokugo King Cannon. Lucci snarled through gritted teeth. As the deadly leopard claw reared up before his very eyes, Usopp's pupils shrank in terror, as if glimpsing the Reaper's scythe itself. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. A torrent of thoughts spun through Usopp's mind, but his body wouldn't budge. All he could do was stare helplessly as Lucci's claw slashed through the air, inch by lethal inch, about to tear away his life. Usopp, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's hearts all burned with panic as they watched, feeling as if their insides were being ripped apart, yet utterly powerless to stop what was happening. Just then, a sharp metallic chime rang out. In that instant, a golden light flashed around Usopp, freezing him in place like a statue cast in gold. A thunderous crash followed. Lucci's claws slammed into the golden shield with a deep, muffled thud, making the entire Tower of Justice shudder under his colossal strength, cracks spider webbing through its stonework. Yet, as Lucci's strike landed, Usopp, the true target, stood utterly unscathed, not even swaying an inch from his spot. How is that possible? Staring at Usopp, unhurt and untouched, Lucci's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Determined, Lucci tried to attack again, refusing to accept what had happened. But just as he moved, a wave of emptiness swept through his body, agony ripping through him as if he were being torn apart. His vision went black. Unable to hold on any longer, Lucci, gripped by intense unwillingness, finally lost consciousness. The moment Lucci's body collapsed to the ground, the golden light around Usopp faded away, granting him back his ability to move freely. Coins gained, 600. Experience, 750. Hearing the system's notification chime in his mind, Usopp let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness the system worked automatically, otherwise this time he might have been done for. Moments earlier, when Lucci's leopard claws rushed toward his face, Usopp had managed to quickly buy a stopwatch from the system shop using his thoughts, activating it in the nick of time. He'd survived Lucci's lethal blow by the skin of his teeth. Item, stopwatch. Price, 750. Active, stasis, single use. Grant immunity to all damage for 2.5 seconds, but you cannot take any other actions during that time. Note 1. After use, it turns into a broken stopwatch that can be combined into advanced items. Note 2. Can only be purchased once. Although the stopwatch's price was a steep 750 coins for just one use, its broken version could still be crafted into items like Zonya's Hourglass or Guardian Angel. Plus, with Lucci's defeat earning him another 600 coins, Usopp realized he was still coming out ahead. Usopp, what was that just now? At that moment, Luffy and the others arrived, utterly relieved to find Usopp unharmed. Luffy, ever the carefree one, instantly let go of his earlier panic, and curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he wondered about Usopp's golden shield. Usopp paused to catch his breath and was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed again. This is bad. The Navy fleet has formed up, and they're closing in. We need to get out of here now. Usopp glanced at the nearby sea, where Navy warships were swiveling their cannons into position and moving closer, and quickly spoke up. After Lucci's devastating attack, the Tower of Justice was already battered and broken. Just one stray cannon shot might bring the whole thing crashing down. The only sensible choice was to leave immediately. They really are. They've quietly closed the distance without us noticing. Luffy peered at the Navy vessels on the sea, only just realizing what was going on. Everyone, follow me. Our friends are waiting to pick us up over there. Without another word, Usopp dashed toward a rendezvous point on Enies Lobby's main island. The others knew this was no time for talk and hurried after him without hesitation. 2 warships are flanking from both sides toward the front island of Enies Lobby. Cut off their escape route. All remaining ships begin bombardment of Enies Lobby and the Straw Hats immediately. Make sure to annihilate them here and now. On the Navy warship, Vice Admiral Enigmo shouted his orders to the whole fleet through the transponder snail, his voice stern and unwavering. The other 4 vice admirals sent to carry out the buster call voiced no objections, springing into action in perfect unison. Vice Admirals Mole and Ghost Spider immediately took their respective formations, steering their ships to the left and right as ordered by Vice Admiral Enigmo, heading straight for the front island. The remaining 5 warships now officially commenced the buster call operation. In little more than an instant, the Navy fleet's opening barrage turned almost half of Enies Lobby into a sea of flame. The iconic Tower of Justice crumbled completely under this first salvo. Whoa, close call, that was close. Any slower, and we'd have been buried under the Tower of Justice. So this is the true power of a buster call. On the main island, Usopp and the others sprinted madly along the coastline on the right, dodging blistering gunfire with every step. Frankie glanced over his shoulder at the Tower of Justice, which had been reduced to smoldering ruins, and shuddered as he spoke. Usopp watched the scene unfold, the worry in his eyes deepening. He planned to search the underground records room for Spandam's files on Blackbeard Teach, but with the Navy fleet arriving so swiftly, he simply had no time. What's more, after pouring out all his hockey to deal with Lucci earlier, Usopp still hadn't recovered nearly enough to use any special techniques. Staying behind in the Tower of Justice under these circumstances would have been suicide. No matter how well you plan, things can change in an instant. Looks like I'll need to find another way. Usopp let out a quiet sigh and steadied his nerves, throwing himself entirely into the escape. Hey, Usopp, where are we headed? How far until we're safe? Nami was running breathless, struggling to match the other's pace given her strength. At this point, she was only able to keep up thanks to Robin and Chopper's support. Usopp paused briefly to check on everyone's state. Luffy, Zoro, and the other fighters were feeling the strain from the recent battle, barely able to ward off the incoming shells as they ran. Everyone was close to their limit. After a quick assessment, Usopp made a decision. He darted over to Nami and Robin in an instant, swung them both onto his shoulders without losing momentum, and continued racing forward at full speed. Though hardly in top form himself, Usopp's natural strength and speed didn't falter, regardless of his condition. With Usopp's current strength, carrying 2 people on his back didn't bother him in the slightest. Nami was startled at first, letting out a surprised cry. But once she realized what was happening, she didn't say much. Instead, she found a comfortable position atop Usopp and shouted enthusiastically, "Charge ahead, Usopp, you've got this." Robin, on the other hand, handled the situation with much more composure than Nami. The moment Usopp reached out his hand, Robin instinctively leaned in his direction, quickly adjusting herself to be ready for the incoming cannonballs. "Usopp, how dare you treat Robin and Nami like this?" Sanji, seeing Usopp embracing the 2 girls, the flowers of their crew, was burning up with jealousy, his whole demeanor twisted by envy. "You idiot, keep your eyes on your back, you lovesick chef." Sanji was so focused on Usopp that he completely failed to notice the 2 cannonballs flying his way from behind. Zoro caught sight of the danger and shouted at Sanji to warn him. "You moss-headed fool, I don't need your advice." Sanji spun around, unleashing a powerful roundhouse kick that sent the cannonballs flying, his fighting spirit now doubled by jealousy. But Usopp wasn't bothered by Sanji's reaction at all. From where he stood, he could clearly see a marine warship speeding toward the 4 Island from the right side of Enies Lobby. If things kept up at this pace, it might even get there before them, reaching the Going Merry, their rescue ship, before they could. That's right. The reason Usopp had spaced out during the fight was because the Going Merry had just appeared in his line of sight. Seeing the Merry filled Usopp with relief, making him relax for the first time in a while. But what truly reassured him wasn't just because the Merry was there to provide an escape route. It was seeing that the Merry had miraculously survived the wrath of the sea train's raging waters near Water 7. Even though Usopp had managed to keep a calm face when hearing Frankie talk about how Merry had been thrown out to sea, and even though he knew Merry's fate from the animated story, deep inside, he couldn't help but worry. After all, This was the real world now. With the Mary's current condition, even a single big wave could tear her apart, let alone the destructive might of the raging sea gods. So when the Mary finally appeared before his eyes, Usopp truly let out a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with emotion. He could hardly imagine what kind of determination the Mary must have had to survive that hellish sea. "Everyone, we have to hurry. A marine warship is about to cut ahead of us," Usopp called out, pushing himself to run even faster. "Yash! Come on, everyone, let's give it everything we've got." Luffy didn't know exactly where Usopp intended to take them, but, trusting Usopp completely, he never questioned the decision and simply sprang into action. The rest of the Straw Hat crew was the same. When it came to their companions, their trust was unconditional. "But Usopp, the allies you mentioned who are coming to pick us up, did you mean the Frankie family and those foremen from the Galilog Company?" Nami asked curiously, leaning on Usopp's shoulder. "No, it's—" Usopp shook his head, wanting to explain, but at a loss for words. The bond with the Going Merry wasn't something he could sum up in just a few sentences. "You'll understand when we get there." In the end, Usopp could only brush it off with this vague promise. Nami frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his evasiveness, and was about to push for more answers when a strange, eerie sensation suddenly swept over them. "Everyone, I'm here to get you." The entire Straw Hat crew froze, as if they'd just sensed something, though perhaps nothing at all had really happened. "What was that? Just now, what did we feel?" Nami's brows knitted in confusion as she voiced her question. "Hey, what are you all standing around for? Why did you all just stop?" Frankie, not yet a member of the crew and unaffected by that strange sensation, looked on in puzzlement at the suddenly still Straw Hats. "Don't just stand there. Let's move. He's already calling for us." Usopp's face was a mix of emotions as, without hesitation, he dashed toward the shore. At that very moment, on the waters to the right of Enies Lobby's main island, a marine warship barreled through the surf at top speed. "Vice Admiral Enigmo, there's a pirate ship ahead." From the crow's nest, a marine lookout called down urgently to Vice Admiral Enigmo, who commanded the vessel. "A pirate ship?" Enigmo was taken aback. This was Enies Lobby, tightly guarded. How could a pirate ship have gotten so close? "Ah, it's a small triangular sailboat. Judging by the flag, it's the Straw Hat cruise ship." The lookout quickly added, raising his voice to be heard. "So, that's their plan, to escape aboard that ship. Sink her at once." Enigmo's mind raced. He immediately realized the Going Merry had to be the crew's escape route, and gave the order to destroy it without hesitation. "Aye, sir." Gunners aboard the warship hurriedly adjusted their cannons to aim squarely at the Mary. "Damn it! Robin, Nami, hold on tight." From his vantage on the island, Usopp watched the scene unfold, his face paling. With a few quick bounds, he leapt atop a nearby rooftop. Calling a warning to Robin and Nami, Usopp released his grip from their arms and drew the twin pistols at his waist. At the very moment Usopp let go, Nami cried out in alarm, nearly slipping off Usopp's back. Thankfully, Robin acted quickly. With the power of her flower fruit, several arms bloomed from Usopp's body, securing them all in place. Usopp had no time to worry about anything else. While darting across the rooftops, he fired shot after shot toward the Navy warships in the distance. Though Usopp's particle beams were impossible to evade, they could still be blocked. If he'd fired from street level, most of his beams would have been stopped by the buildings of Enies Lobby. That's precisely why he was leaping across rooftops. Meanwhile, on the Navy warship, the gunners had just loaded their cannons and were preparing to fire when the sound of projectiles slicing through the air erupted, and several sailors collapsed on the spot. "What's happening? Is this an attack? But we're at sea. Where could shots be coming from? Where's the enemy? There's nobody visible on the Straw Hats ship." Instantly, chaos erupted on deck. Before the Navy could gather their wits, a wave of flames surged and roared with every shot, transforming the deck into a raging inferno. "Damn it! Find whoever's behind this now," roared Enigmo, his back sprouting several extra arms to shield against the sudden barrage of particle beams. Yet the rising waves of fire continued to torment him, making defense difficult. Though they couldn't hurt him directly, those flames could do terrible damage to the sailors and the very ship itself. "Ah, there he is. It's the Straw Hat's sharpshooter." It didn't take long for a lookout with a spyglass to trace the particle beams and spot Usopp's location. The Straw Hat's sharpshooter? The one who summoned that ghost ship? Enigmo froze for an instant, then snapped to action, roaring, "Why are you just standing there? Return fire. Take him out immediately." But Vice Admiral Enigmo, he's too far away. Our rifles can't reach him, let alone take him down." The lookout protested, voice strained. "Idiots, are you all fools? If your guns can't reach him, use the cannons." Enigmo thundered. "Yes, sir." For a brief moment, the sailors on deck stood frozen. Then, as if emerging from a dream, they scrambled into action. Back on Eni's lobby, Usopp watched the activity on the warship closely, his brows drawn in concentration. He could disrupt the gunners on deck, but those operating inside the ship's armored hold were out of reach. As things stood, his standard attacks lacked the power to break through the Navy ship's thick hull in a short time. Still, it was not all bad. At least he'd drawn all their attention now. The Merry-Go is safe, at least for now. Is it the Merry-Go? Just as Usopp was firing at the Navy warship, Robin and Nami, too, spotted the familiar triangular sailboat on the sea and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. What? The Merry-Go is here too? Luffy, who was in the midst of blocking the cannonballs, heard the shout and immediately yelled out, excitement lighting up his face. He stretched his arms, grabbed hold of the eaves, and leaped up onto the rooftop. Whoa, it really is the Merry-Go. That's fantastic. Luffy peered anxiously over the waves, and the moment he caught sight of the ship, he danced with joy, unable to contain his delight. Hooray! Is the Merry-Go really here to pick us up? Chopper beamed ear to ear, bursting with happiness after Luffy confirmed what they all hoped. Yeah, it's really the Merry-Go, Luffy reiterated, gazing at the ship as it slowly sailed closer, his heart brimming with certainty. Idiots! Instead of wasting time gawking, we should be hurrying to catch up. Didn't you see that massive Navy warship looming in front of the Merry-Go? Usopp, now too busy to attack the Marines on deck, threw all his effort into dealing with the barrage of cannon fire launched in their direction. Oh no, that's a Navy warship. The Merry-Go is in danger. Only now did Luffy notice the enormous ship, easily 10 times bigger than the Merry-Go, lurking close by, and worry struck him instantly. No, I have to save the Merry-Go. Taking stock of the situation, Luffy grabbed the edge of the rooftop, crouched, and gathered his strength, ready to leap over at once. Seeing this, Usopp rushed to restrain Luffy and said, "Don't be an idiot. There's still a stretch between here and there, and the sea separates us. What if you fall in? Let me go, Usopp. I have to save the Merry-Go." Luffy struggled fiercely, desperate to break free and dash over. "Luffy, get a grip. The warship's cannons are trained on us now, because I'm keeping them busy. If you rush off alone, you'll just draw more fire onto the Merry-Go. Can you defend the Merry-Go from that kind of attack, all by yourself? We have to go together." Usopp was busy intercepting cannonballs from the warship and had no time to keep restraining Luffy, so he kept persuading him with all the urgency he could muster. "Exactly, Luffy. If you keep making a scene, we're just losing precious time." Without hesitation, Nami gave Luffy a resounding bonk on the head, a lump forming instantly, subduing his restless energy. "Sorry, I'll behave." Luffy straightened up immediately, nodding obediently. "All right then, let's go. We have to reach the shore in 2 minutes." Usopp called out. With all their might, Usopp and the others raced forward, quickly making their way to a strip of coastline on the right side of Eni's lobby's main island. At this moment, the Going Merry was less than 100 meters from the shore where Usopp and the others were, but at the same time, Vice Admiral Enigma's Navy warship was also closing in. "What do we do? We can't let the Merry get any closer, or else the Navy ship will block us and against the coast for sure." Sanji took a deep drag of a cigarette, his voice filled with concern. If they let the Merry get too close to the shore, and the Navy warship blocked their path with its massive hull, there'd be barely any room left for them to maneuver. But the Merry was still almost 100 meters from the beach, and that distance wasn't something they could cross in an instant. Besides, among their group were 3 devil fruit users, Luffy, Chopper, and Robin. If those 3 ended up in the water, not only would they be unable to fight, they'd actually become a burden. In a situation like this, if they had to battle the Navy at sea, they would almost certainly be at a disadvantage. "Why not just sink that warship?" Luffy said, completely unfazed. "Are you an idiot? There are over 1,000 Marines and a Vice Admiral on that ship. How the hell are we supposed to sink them?" Sanji snapped back, furious. If it were that simple, he wouldn't be in such a bind. And besides, we can't afford to be held up here for too long. Other Navy ships are already coming to reinforce them. Usopp glanced toward the sea near the Tower of Justice, keeping an eye on the other Navy ships quickly closing in. If nothing works, and we're out of time, then what are we supposed to do? Aren't we nearly out of options? Damn it. Luffy was pacing back and forth, scratching his head in frustration. It was pure torment to watch the Merry trapped in danger and be powerless to do anything about it. Suddenly, piercing whooshes tore through the air. All at once, dozens of shells came raining down on the Navy warship approaching fast. Amid the barrage, a single colossal cannonball struck the warship's mast with tremendous force, blasting it in two. That's the Frankie family's custom giant shipbreaker cannon. Frankie exclaimed in disbelief as he recognized the handiwork. Usopp stared, dumbfounded. He hadn't even noticed when a gigantic floating dock, pulled by 2 King Bull sea oxen, had appeared on the distant waves. On top of the dock, the Frankie family and the foreman from the Galileo Company were manning all sorts of heavy artillery, launching an all-out assault on the Navy warship. Until now, Usopp had been so fixated on the Navy warship in front of them and the fleet by the Tower of Justice. He never expected this colossal dock to arrive, a joyful surprise out of nowhere. You guys, you're all okay. I'm not crying, really. Asterisk sniff asterisk. I'm not. Frankie watched as his little brothers on the other side broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably, their tears streaming down their faces. Frankie, there's no time for crying now. Don't waste the chance they risked everything to create for us. Usopp thought for a moment, then quickly made a decision. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, you 3 can swim, so find your own way across. I'll take Luffy and Chopper to the Mary first, then come back for Nami and Robin. Usopp's hockey reserves had recovered to over 500 now, enough for him to last for a while if he went deep behind enemy lines. At this moment, the Frankie family's dock was still holding back the Navy warships, so they couldn't come at them with full force. As long as Luffy could be quickly delivered to the Mary and they held their position for a little while, everyone could get aboard safely. No sooner thought than done. Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie didn't hesitate for even a second. All 3 dove straight into the water and began swimming toward the Mary. After guiding for just a couple of seconds, Usopp summoned the mechanical giant eagle, Horo, who swooped down and grabbed Luffy and Chopper, then soared toward the Mary. Meanwhile, Robin and Nami found cover near the shoreline, dodging the Navy's cannon fire and waiting for Usopp to come back for them. Within seconds, Usopp managed to carry Luffy and Chopper across 100 meters of open sea, arriving above the Mary and tossing them safely down onto the deck. Then, with a casual swipe, Usopp shot down several cannonballs, wheeled through the air, and flew back toward the shore. Once he had picked up Robin and Nami, he brought them safely aboard the Mary, ending his infiltration. In just these few short seconds, nearly a third of Usopp's hockey reserves had already been spent. Air Force energy shoot. Out on the water, Sanji launched Zoro with a powerful kick, sending him soaring through the air to land directly on the Mary's deck. One sword style, 36 calamity gusts. The moment Zoro landed, he unleashed a single slash, cutting down all the cannonballs Luffy had missed. Coup de vent Giblast. Without missing a beat, Frankie grabbed Sanji and ignited his engines. With a roaring jet burst, they both shot across dozens of meters and landed aboard the Mary. All right, everyone's here. Let's get out of here. Luffy yelled excitedly as he saw his crew all make it onto the ship one after another. Luffy didn't even need to say it. Everyone was already in their positions, prepped and ready. Nami commanded, Chopper took the helm, Sanji and Frankie manned the sails. The Mary roared to life and surged away at top speed into the distance. Damn it, the Straw Hats are on board. Where's our backup? After them. Forget about the dock. Fire all your cannons at the Straw Hats and sink them at all costs. Vice Admiral Enigmo roared on the Navy flagship. But, Vice Admiral Enigmo, our sails were destroyed by the last barrage. We can't catch up to them, stammered one panicked Navy sailor. They're the very first pirates in history bold enough to attack Enies Lobby. There's no way we can just let them get away. Vice Admiral Enigmo's face was clouded with anger. He clenched his fists and strode slowly toward the bow of the ship. Vice Admiral Enigmo, what are you planning to do? The nearby Marines, sensing the rising pressure radiating from Enigmo, instinctively took a few steps back. Keep firing on the Straw Hats ship. Leave me out of it. With those words, Enigmo disappeared in a flash, leaping through the air and charging directly toward the Mary. On board the Mary, Usopp was the first to notice Enigmo closing in fast, using moonwalk across the sky. His brows knitted in worry. They were definitely no match for a vice admiral right now. Hey, Frankie, do you still have enough cola left for one more coup to burst? Usopp shouted urgently. Huh? Judging by the cola we have left, I think there's just enough for one more. What? Frankie, who was helping with the sails, looked up to ask. There's a Marine vice admiral coming at us. Get to the stern and prepare for the coup to burst. We need to leave these waters right away. Usopp explained in a rush. A vice admiral? That's bad news. Hurry up and get the sails in. Leave the rest to me. Super as always. Frankie's eyes went wide with realization. He immediately got Usopp's meaning and rushed off toward the stern. Seeing this, Usopp let out a small sigh of relief, then braced himself, focusing on the rapidly approaching threat. He needed to buy Frankie and the others some time to stow the sails. Usopp raised his gun slowly, keeping his eyes trained on the incoming vice admiral. He didn't need to defeat Enigumo, just buy enough time at a critical moment. Straw hats. You. Enigumo's voice boomed over the water as he drew near, still dozens of meters away. But before he could finish his sentence, Usopp fired. Devastation shot. A massive energy beam shot across the air. Enigumo immediately drew his sword and slashed at the beam without hesitation. An explosive blast echoed across the waves as he sliced the energy beam clean in two. But in that next instant, a powerful force surged forth, sending Enigumo flying backward, knocked dozens of meters away. Impossible. Enigumo could hardly believe it. From the look of that shot, there was no way it should have packed so much power. Coup de burst. Just then, Frankie shouted from the stern. With a thunderous roar, the entire Mary shot into the sky, propelled by the enormous force of the coup de burst, soaring hundreds of meters and escaping marine pursuit in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Enigumo never imagined a pirate ship could simply take to the air. He was too late to stop them and could only watch in frustration as the Mary streaked away into the distance. Ha ha, we finally escaped. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, laughing heartily. This time, everyone's here together. Sanji lit another cigarette, a smile playing across his lips. Hearing this, they all turned to look at Robin. Each of them smiled from the heart, the warmth unmistakable on their faces. Robin pressed her lips together, caught up in a rush of emotions. In the end, they all condensed into a single phrase. Everyone, thank you. Ha ha, don't mention it. We're crewmates, aren't we? Luffy adjusted the straw hat on his head as he spoke. The Mary was instantly filled with a wave of warmth and camaraderie. Don't get too happy. This isn't over yet. They haven't given up the chase. Just then, Zoro reminded them flatly, his words abruptly shattering the atmosphere. You mosshead, why do you have to say that now? That's right, Zoro. Say another word, and I'll bite you. Sanji and Chopper couldn't stand it anymore. They leapt at Zoro, the three of them tumbling into a scuffle. Luffy watched the chaos with a belly full of untroubled laughter, while Nami sighed wearily, just a bit exasperated. Robin simply wore a gentle smile. Though she'd only been away from the crew for a few days, every day had felt like a year. This familiar scene made her heart ache with nostalgic joy. Usopp, meanwhile, didn't have the luxury to dwell on those moments. Just as Zoro said, the Navy fleet under the Buster Call hadn't stopped their pursuit. The warship commanded by the Spider Vice Admiral was unable to keep up, its sails destroyed, leaving it to fall behind. However, over the distant waves, multiple colossal Navy ships emerged, closing in on them with great speed. This time, without Sanji to close the gate of justice, the Navy fleet hadn't been trapped by Enies Lobby's swirling currents and still possessed the ability to chase. With their superior performance, those Navy warships would catch up to the Mary soon enough. Barring any obstacles, it was only a matter of time. Usopp glanced over at the enormous shipyard vessel carrying Frankie's family. They had enough sense to cease their cannon fire and make their escape the moment the Mary lifted off. With the help of their two giant sea bulls, they'd already put some distance between themselves and the threat. Usopp reckoned they were probably safe by now. But Usopp's brow remained furrowed. His only real way to slow the Navy fleet was with a barrage of cannon fire. But each volley of cannon fire only bought them a handful of seconds, not nearly enough against the might of the Navy fleet. Suddenly, Usopp's gaze swept over the Spider Vice Admiral's sluggish warship, and inspiration struck. If he could just slow the pace of the Navy ships, maybe, just maybe, they have a chance. Usopp raised his pistol and took aim at the sky. A signal flare streaked upward, exploding brightly above them. A fleet of ghost ships burst through the water, launching cannon fire toward the distant Navy fleet. This spectacle immediately drew everyone's attention. They all turned to watch. Oh wow, Usopp, what on earth is that? Luffy's eyes turned into stars, sparkling with excitement. I know, those are Usopp's 8,000 subordinates. Chopper, who had witnessed the sight before, was still overwhelmed with excitement and hurried to explain. That's right, Chopper. These are none other than the 8,000 loyal followers of Captain Usopp. Usopp laughed and responded, then directed a barrage of shots toward the distant Navy fleet. This time, the Navy fleet, having learned from being ambushed before, no longer panicked at the appearance of the ghost ships. Stay sharp. Those ghost ships don't last long. As long as we withstand a few rounds of cannon fire, we'll be all right. All officers of commander rank or above, intercept the cannonballs. Everyone else, focus on protecting yourselves. We also need to keep a lookout in other directions. More ghost ships could surface at any time. On board the Navy warships, the crew responded to the attack in an orderly fashion, managing to avoid any significant casualties. But before they could regain their composure, Blazing waves of fire suddenly surged across every ship's sails, setting them ablaze in a fierce inferno. This is bad. The sails are on fire. How is this possible? Where did that attack come from? Was it those ghost ships as well? Damn it. Their aim is to destroy our sails, so we can't pursue them. Panic broke out once again. The Navy scrambled in chaos, frantically drawing water to fight the flames. But now it was already too late. Their attention had been fixed on the cannon barrage. The sails had barely crossed their minds. With this sudden assault, the sails were devastated before they had a chance to react. And in the chaos, the Mary took advantage of the moment, slipping further away into the open sea, past the barriers of Eni's lobby. Damn it! Repair the sails immediately and pursue them. We cannot let them escape. Vice Admiral Enigmo bellowed, his rage barely contained. Yes, sir. The Navy officers answered at once, rushing to patch up the damaged sails. No, let go. Just then, a lazy, drawn-out voice rang out, drawing every Navy gaze. Admiral Akiji, the towering figure, wearing a sleep mask, left the assembled Navy in utter shock. Admiral Akiji, it'll take some time to fix the sails, but with our ship's speed, we still have a shot at catching up. Enigmo frowned, speaking earnestly to Akiji. Akiji shook his head. Let go. They've already slipped through the net. With the boundless sea ahead, how are we going to chase them down? Akiji spoke in his usual calm, detached tone. But Fire Fist hesitated, wanting to say more. There are no buts. This time we lost. That's all there is to it. Akiji cut him off, delivering his final verdict on the matter. Fire Fist pursed his lips in annoyance. Deep down he thought, lost? If you'd stepped in yourself, catching up with them, even if they ran for several more kilometers, wouldn't have been a problem. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to actually say that out loud. Out on the vast, endless ocean, the Going Merry and Frankie family's shipyard sailed one after another toward Water 7. Ha ha ha. Everyone, things got a bit complicated, but in the end, we're the ones who came out on top. Standing defiantly at the Mary's bow, Luffy boomed out the news of their victory. Hearing this, the Straw Hat crew, the Frankie family members, and the foreman from the Galileo Company all exchanged knowing smiles. At last, they could let their guard down and truly relax. When we get back, we'll throw a huge party, Luffy shouted, thrusting his fist into the air. A party! A party! A party! The Frankie family erupted in cheers, and just like that, a wave of jubilant excitement swept over everyone. Meanwhile, Usopp slipped out of the cabin and drifted toward the stern of the Mary, weighed down by a heavy heart. He had no desire to join in Luffy's celebration. Not long before, he'd gone below deck for a look and found the Mary's keel riddled with cracks, on the verge of breaking at any moment. No, it wasn't even any moment. Truthfully, it had already broken. The only thing keeping it together now was sheer willpower. The Frankie family shipyard was packed to bursting. With two giants aboard, there wasn't even space left to sit, which meant the Straw Hats couldn't transfer over either. That was probably why the Mary had held out for this long. Still, if the story played out as he suspected, the Galileo Company's Icebug would soon arrive with another ship to pick them up. When that time came, it would be time to say a final goodbye to the Going Mary. Usopp reached out and placed his hand on the Mary's side, unable to hide his sorrow. The Mary had joined the crew with him. It was a gift from Kaya, a dear friend. This ship meant everything, a memory, a companion, and more than anything, family. Usopp's attachment to the Mary was perhaps even greater than that of anyone else in the crew. Is something wrong, Long Nose? A gentle but insightful voice broke the silence as Robin walked up beside Usopp. Unlike the others, who were blissfully unaware, Robin had sensed something was off with Usopp and had quietly followed. It's nothing. I just feel a little sad, that's all. Usopp replied with a heavy sigh, his voice soft and downcast. Sad. Robin was taken aback for a moment. She could sense some of Usopp's emotions at this point, but she hadn't expected him to lay it all out so plainly. The Mary. Usopp had no intention of hiding anything. Sooner or later, everyone would find out, and everyone's feelings for the Going Mary were the same. But just as Usopp was about to finish, a giant ship suddenly drifted into his field of view. Icebug, the head of the Galileo Company, a man as solid as a mountain. Usopp's expression darkened. He didn't think they would arrive so quickly. If they were here, that meant the Mary. What is it, Longnose? Robin, seeing the sudden change in Usopp's face, began to feel anxious too, half thinking a Navy warship must have caught up with them. No, it's nothing. Someone's come to meet us. Let's go, let's head to the bow. Usopp shook his head, pulling himself together. He was ready for whatever came next. Robin frowned, an uneasy sense of impending loss rising within her, as if she was about to lose something truly precious. She tried to calm her thoughts and followed Usopp to the front of the ship. Usopp stood at the bow, letting the wind brush past as he stared out over the vast, open sea, saying nothing. The expanse of water stretched on for miles. Although there was still some distance, they could now clearly see the Galila Company's ship approaching. A few minutes later, the large ship sailed closer, and Luffy and the others could finally make out who was on board. "Hey, it's Iceberg. What are you doing here?" Luffy was instantly overjoyed to see a familiar face. But Iceberg's face was somber. He said nothing. At that moment, with a loud crack, the Mary's hull finally gave way and split completely. "No, Iceberg, please. You have to save the Mary." Panic and desperation overtook Luffy's voice as he shouted out. Still, Iceberg remained silent. "Hey, Iceberg, you're shipwright, aren't you? The Mary is in trouble. Please, you have to. Let her rest here." Luffy, completely at a loss, was stopped short by Iceberg's emphatic shout. "I've done all I could." Last night, Iceberg let out a heavy sigh. Last night, after sending Luffy and the others off to sea, he had found the Going Merry stranded on the shore as he made his way back. At the time, it was as though he heard someone begging him for help. He couldn't resist and ended up making a few repairs on the Mary. When he was finished, he distinctly heard a voice say, "Thank you," and that's when he realized everything that happened was real, not just his imagination. Then, watching as the Going Merry was swallowed by the waves and pulled out to sea, Iceberg, well aware that the ship couldn't last much longer, made an immediate decision. He set sail himself to meet up with Luffy and the others. "It's a miracle this ship has held on for so long. I've never seen a vessel quite so extraordinary. Let her rest now. She's earned it," Iceberg explained after recounting what had happened. Luffy was silent. The rest of the Straw Hats, weighed down with emotion, said nothing. Usopp, doing his best to choke back his sorrow, also remained quiet. He understood that sometimes decisions simply have to be made, and only one person could make this decision for their crew, their captain, Luffy. "I understand," Luffy finally replied, after a long pause, hiding his eyes beneath the brim of his hat, his voice low and resolute. After all the preparations were finished, the Straw Hats lined up side by side on a small boat, there to bear witness to the farewell of a beloved companion. "I'm going to do it now. Thank you, Mary, for everything you've done for us on this journey," Luffy called, lifting the flaming torch and carefully setting fire to the wounded places of the ship. Finally, he tossed the torch onto the blazing hull. "How are you holding up?" Zoro glanced at Usopp, who had changed back into his snipe suit, and asked in a gentle voice. "I'm fine. Real goodbyes don't need tears," Usopp replied just as quietly. Zoro just curled his lip and said nothing more. The flames grew fiercer, painting the entire stretch of sea with a warm glow of orange light. Mary's timber turned to ash, flecks of wood, mixed with curling black smoke, drifted toward the sky. When they reached the clouds, they seemed to transform into shimmering snowflakes, drifting softly back down. It was snowing, yet, strangely, no one felt the cold. The scene was so surreal, it pulled everyone into a trance-like state. "I'm sorry." A light, ethereal voice rang out, startling everyone in the boat. "Mary? Was that you, Mary?" Luffy called out, looking around in every direction. "I'm sorry. I wanted to carry you all even further, to take you on more adventures together. I really, truly did." Mary, hearing the voice and the words it spoke, Luffy knew at once who it was. He couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down his face. "Mary, we're the ones who should be apologizing. I broke your mast. Sanji and Zoro were so clumsy, always hurting you. Even though Usopp would patch you up, he never really did it right." Luffy sobbed with all his heart, and the rest of the Straw Hats were overcome with grief. "But being with you all made me so happy." The gentle voice lingered for a while, then began to fade, and with it, that mysterious, otherworldly feeling slowly melted away. "Mary." 3 days later, on a coastline outside Water 7, Zoro and Usopp stood facing each other, swords drawn, locked in a silent but fierce standoff. "Hey, Zoro, do you really have to go this far?" Usopp sighed helplessly. Ever since they'd safely returned to Water 7 3 days ago, Zoro had singled Usopp out, insisting they have a friendly swordsmanship match. Usopp had managed to put him off for 2 days, complaining that he hadn't recovered from their last ordeal and his body was still sore. But today, Zoro finally cornered him here. "The way you use your sword is weird. I want to see it more clearly," Zoro stated plainly. "But I'm a sniper, not a swordsman. I don't even know real sword techniques. I just happen to know a few moves that look like swordsmanship." Usopp replied with exasperation. "So what's that big blade on your back for, then? As long as you know how to wield a sword, it's enough. It doesn't matter whether you're a swordsman or not," Zoro said without a care. "If you're afraid of getting hurt, I'll just use the back of my blade," Zoro added, assuming Usopp was simply anxious. With a flick of his wrist, He reversed his sword so the dull edge was forward. All right, then at least let me use my gun, okay? Usopp gripped the hilt of his blade, strapped across his back with his right hand, and rested his left hand lightly on the holster at his waist. Do as you like. Zoro leveled Sandai, Kitetsu, and Shusui with his body, crossing them behind his left side, while holding Wado Ikemanji clenched firmly between his teeth. Usopp's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized that stance all too well, three-sword style, tiger hunt. Not daring to take any chances, Usopp sprang back to increase the distance and fired 2 shots at Zoro as he moved. Fast. Zoro's tiger hunt wouldn't reach him from here. Zoro's brows furrowed slightly, and with a smooth downward slash of both swords, he deflected the particle beams barreling toward him. Three-sword style, 108-pound phoenix. With a twist of his swords, Zoro unleashed 3 spinning slashes that merged in the air, forming a single massive wave of slicing force flying toward Usopp. Blade Cyclone. Usopp drew his sword in a swift motion, sending a burst of circular energy swirling around him, dashing the 108-pound phoenix into harmless sparks right before his eyes. And just as I thought, three-sword style, Ox Demon, Brave Claw. Taking advantage of the opening, Zoro closed the gap in a flash, his form blurring as he charged Usopp head-on. Usopp's eyes flickered, but this time, instead of dodging, he chose to stand his ground and meet the attack head-on. Rampage. Crossfire. Their figures shot past one another, each stopping where their opponent had stood only moments before. A thin crimson line spurted from Usopp's waist and Zoro's shoulder simultaneously. Usopp moved with lightning speed, his rampage technique pushing him several times faster than Zoro. As their attacks crossed, Usopp seized the initiative with his speed advantage, and his blade bit into Zoro's shoulder. However, Zoro's reaction was just as swift as Usopp's attack. With one upward slash, he checked the momentum of Usopp's huge blade, preventing it from gaining the upper hand, and followed through with a downward swing that swept across Usopp's waist. Though Zoro used the back of his blade, the sharp force of his sword intent still broke through Usopp's defenses. That's enough, right, Zoro? Those are pretty much all the sword moves I know. Usopp turned around and said. If it weren't to show Zoro these techniques he'd learned, Usopp would never have chosen to go head-to-head with him. Instead, he would have ended the match as soon as possible. Pretty much. So you mean you still got moves you haven't shown me? Zoro tightened his grip on the sword hilt, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Zoro's expression, Usopp knew that Zoro wasn't going to let him off until he went all out. All right then. But let me warn you, even if I hold back, this next technique packs a punch that's nothing like the ones from before. Usopp warned him. Skills like Crossfire, Wild Rush, and Blade Whirl don't hit all that hard as long as you keep the use of Haki to a minimum. But Dust Sealing, Mind-Shattering Slash was different. Not only did it include a base attack bonus, but it was also buffed by extra attack and ability power bonuses. With Usopp's current stats, even without spending extra Haki, this move's power was nothing to scoff at. Just what I wanted. Zoro grinned. All right, then be on your guard. Usopp raised his massive blade, Ling Punishment, and a sinister crimson aura began to radiate from it. That aura, most swordsmen couldn't hope to match it. Zoro was so thrilled he shuddered involuntarily. Suddenly, he felt true sword-edge sharpness radiating from Usopp. And you say you're not a swordsman? Zoro almost wanted to tie his headband, but managed to restrain himself just in time. This wasn't a fight to the death, just a friendly duel between crewmates. Dust Sealing Mind-Shattering Slash. Usopp pronounced the name of the technique with deliberate emphasis, and then his figure vanished from where he stood. Zulfust. No, this isn't just speed anymore. Zoro's pupils contracted. He couldn't see Usopp's movements at all, but his instincts screamed at him. So he reflexively raised Shusui to defend before him. A crisp, metallic clang rang out as Usopp's form reappeared behind Zoro. Yet Zoro somehow didn't fall victim to the full force of the Dust Sealing, Mind-Shattering Slash. He blocked it. Usopp was taken aback. This slash was supposed to teleport him behind his target, striking down everything in between. It was practically a spatial slash. No ordinary person could react in time, much less defend against it. No, I didn't block it after all. Zoro's eyes dimmed. A crimson line of blood appeared on his abdomen, and the fine-grade katana, Shusui, in his hand broke cleanly in two. Ah, Zoro, your sword broke. That's got nothing to do with me. Usopp froze for a moment, then stammered anxiously. He knew all too well what a sword meant to a swordsman. It was the same as a wife. Who knew if Zoro might go crazy on him over this? It's not your fault. This was my own doing. Zoro's gaze grew complicated. He hadn't expected that Yubashiri, the blade that had accompanied him for so long, would be lost just like that. He hadn't even caught Usopp's movements a moment ago. His instincts only managed to bring Yubashiri up in defense. But his swing was a fraction too slow, not completely intercepting the dust-sealing severance slash. And on top of that, the angle of the block was slightly off, which led to the sword snapping in two. I see. That's a relief. Usopp let out a sigh of relief. As long as Zoro wasn't about to fly into a rage over this. But at those words, Zoro shot Usopp a fierce, menacing look. Yeah, sorry. I just remembered something I have to do, so I'll get going now. Usopp quickly backed away, wise enough not to linger and disturb Zoro as he grieved for his late wife. His sword, Yubashiri. At that moment, Zoro was just like a bristling cat, definitely not someone to provoke. With a few quick steps, Usopp vanished from the beach, his heart swirling with emotion. He never would have imagined that even though they missed the showdown with that Navy Rust fruit user, Zoro's Yubashiri still broke in Water 7. Was this what people called the adjustment power of the storyline? If that was the case, could the upcoming war at Marineford and Luffy's brother Ace's fate truly be changed? Besides, with Usopp's current strength, he wouldn't even make a splash in a war of that scale. For a moment, Usopp was plagued by self-doubt. It was true. After the Enies lobby incident, Usopp's level had reached 11, and he'd gained quite a lot. Name, Usopp, level 11. Weapons, White Thorn, Black Flame, Spirit Judgment. Attack range, 1,700 meters. Health, 15 for 11/16, 186 injured. Haki, 6, 910/7, 131. Experience, 802/1, 800. Gold, 3,141. Attack power, 1,140. Magic strength, 21. Armor, 734. Magic resistance, 360. Attack speed, 18.2. Skill haste, 0. Critical strike, 100%. Movement speed, 3,382. Current skills, Bonded Hero, Samira, Steadfast Will, Steps to Divinity, passive, Absolution, passive, Deceptive Magic, Cannon Barrage, Bullet Storm, Dust Sealing Severance Slash, Extraordinary Dark Power, Destructive Shot. Current equipment, Fairy Amulet X3, Blade of the Ruined King, plus 40 attack power, plus 8% life steal, plus 25% attack speed. Tear the Goddess, 240 Valor Points, passive plus 228 Valor Points. Broken Stopwatch, passive, Divine Ascension, Frenzy. Your basic attacks increase your attack speed by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. Upon reaching max stacks, you enter an exhilarated state that grants plus 10% movement speed, which fades 5 minutes after leaving combat. Soaring, attack range increased by 1,000 meters. Blazing Devotion, your exhilarated attacks unleash waves of flame, dealing an additional 25% AP damage. Passive, Absolution, Vengeful Wraith from the Black Mist 202, plus 200 attack range, plus 202 attack power, plus 100% critical chance. Passive, Exceptionnelle Corruption, 21 stack, plus 21 AP. In just a single day, he had shot straight from level 1 to level 11. Every attribute had multiplied dozens of times over, and his power had undergone a total transformation. Such rapid progress was nothing short of meteoric, ascending to the heavens in a single step. But even this strength was nowhere near enough to take part in the war between the 4 emperors of the New World and the elite forces of the Navy headquarters. Not to mention changing the course of that clash. And now, Usopp's triple experience card and triple gold bonus had both expired. From here on, advancement was bound to slow to a crawl. To think he could raise his strength to the level needed to turn the tide of battle before the war at the summit, that was little more than wishful thinking. So from start to finish, there had only ever been one way to change Ace's fate. That was to stop him before he lost and was captured. And really, there was probably only one person alive who could actually pull that off, Luffy. At that thought, Usopp let out a faint sigh. Knowing Luffy's nature, he'd probably never take anything seriously until it had already spiraled out of control. No, that won't do. He couldn't just give up like this. Whether or not one could accomplish something was one thing. Whether or not one tried was something else entirely. At the very least, he had to do everything in his power. Usopp's gaze grew resolute. He turned sharply and began heading toward the galley lock company. Luffy had already been sleeping for 3 days. It was about time he woke up. But just then, Usopp came to a sudden halt. Whipping his head around, he stared out at the ocean. Out there, a massive dog-headed warship was rapidly approaching. The legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. Usopp slapped his forehead, realizing he'd completely forgotten about this. Fortunately, it was Luffy's grandfather who was coming. He wouldn't truly act against them, or things could have gone terribly wrong. With a sigh, Usopp lazily continued in the direction of the Galley Law Company. Now that Garp was here, it looked like everything would have to be delayed yet again. By the time Usopp and the lost Zoro found their way back to the Galley Law Company, the place was already completely surrounded by Marines. Damn it, is it already too late? This is all your fault, Usopp. Why do you always walk so slowly? Zoro, upon seeing the situation, rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge straight into the fray. Wait, Zoro, I told you, these Marines aren't our enemies right now, so don't be rash. Usopp quickly grabbed Zoro, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He was already halfway there, but when he saw Zoro running around like a headless chicken, darting back and forth, he couldn't leave him behind. With a sigh, he turned back and brought Zoro along with him. While Usopp wasn't exactly rushing, he was certainly moving at a normal pace. Compared to Garp and his group, who had to come ashore and then head to the Galley Law Company, Usopp and the others should have arrived first. The only reason they arrived later than Garp was entirely because Zoro couldn't even keep pace when walking with others. He'd get distracted, wander off, and Usopp had to drag him back, wasting a ton of time. We're pirates, and they're Marines. How could they not be our enemies? Are you saying we're family or something? Luffy's still asleep right now. There's no way we could stand up to that many Marines without him. Zoro shook off Usopp's hand and reached for his swords. Usopp was at a loss. After all, unless Luffy himself revealed that his grandfather was none other than Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, Usopp couldn't bring himself to say it. This was, after all, Luffy's personal history, a matter of great significance. Luffy himself might not care, but Usopp couldn't help but worry. Haven't you noticed how quiet it is here? There's no sign of fighting at all. If these were ordinary Marines, wouldn't that be impossible? Usopp offered a reminder. Zoro paused, realizing that something was off, and slowly calmed down. What's really going on here? Usopp, do you know something? Zoro asked. If you want to know, you'd better go ask Luffy yourself. Actually, you could just head inside and listen. The others are talking about it right now. Usopp replied. Wait, right now? How do you know what's going on in there? Zoro was puzzled. Usopp had been by his side the whole time, so there was no way he could have known what was happening inside. I saw it. This is the use of observation haki. Usopp thought for a moment and explained. Observation haki? You've mentioned that before. Doesn't it sound really impressive? Zoro frowned as he spoke. Well, it lets me see everything happening around us. We can talk more about it later. For now, don't you want to go see exactly what's going on? Usopp said. A Vice Admiral, Luffy's grandfather. Just as Zoro was about to speak, inside the building came the startled voices of Nami and the others. Ah, that's all right. I think I have a good idea of what's going on now. Hearing the surprised cries from inside, Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly. Putting together what Usopp said, he instantly figured out the situation. Usopp was momentarily taken aback and looked toward Zoro, asking, aren't you going in? No need, Zoro replied coolly. We could just stand guard out here since everything seems fine. If something does happen, it gives us a chance to attack from both sides. Usopp was at a loss for words at first, wondering how exactly Zoro's mind worked. But then Usopp realized that, really, it was a good thing for Zoro to keep up this level of vigilance. At that point, Usopp lost all interest in squeezing inside to join the commotion. After all, he more or less remembered what was going to happen in there. But the stillness of the tree is often disturbed by the restless wind. Just as Usopp and Zoro decided to simply wait and see, the Navy guards on the outskirts took notice of them. Two figures moved in and rushed straight toward them. One figure, golden-haired and brandishing two massive Gokuri broadswords, charged at Zoro and swung a blade straight for his head. Gokuri broadswords? Zoro raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Although these weapons could unleash a series of powerful slashing attacks by spinning the blades, their unusual shape made them unsuitable for most sword techniques. No wonder so few chose to wield such weapons. So, when Zoro saw his opponent armed with not one, but two Gokuri broadswords, he couldn't help but be a little astonished. But only at the weapon. The man's skill was hardly worth his interest. With one swift motion, Zoro drew his sword and effortlessly knocked aside the Gokuri broadsword, then stepped forward and seized his attacker's collar. With a simple twist, he pinned the man to the ground. Nicely done, Zoro. Usopp had watched the whole thing unfold and couldn't help but let out an admiring shout. Though Usopp was confident he could end a fight in a single blow, he knew he couldn't do it with the same effortless grace as Zoro. Zoro's movements had been perfectly timed, utterly decisive, with not a single wasted step. He had taken down his opponent with the smallest effort possible. That right, there was the gap formed by sheer battle experience and the utmost mastery of one's own body. Hey, are you really in the mood to worry about other people right now? Suddenly, a figure with bubblegum pink hair appeared in front of Usopp and swung a punch at him. Too slow. Without even turning his head, Usopp simply shifted his body slightly to the side, deftly dodging the attack with ease. The attacker narrowed their eyes and, with a tap of their toes, vanished and reappeared behind Usopp for a sweeping kick. Usopp raised a hand and, with a grip like an iron vise, caught his attacker's ankle. With a quick flick, he sent the person flying, crashing into a whole squad of Navy soldiers. Usopp moved in a blur, appearing right beside the newcomer, raising his hand to draw Ling Fa and pressing the blade to the stranger's neck. Wait, Usopp, Zoro, they're not enemies. Luffy, who had seen the commotion from inside the room, quickly called out. If Usopp and Zoro struck too hard and angered his grandpa, Garp, everything would be ruined. I know, Zoro answered coolly, standing up and letting go of the blonde man he had restrained. Usopp also sheathed his great blade, Ling Fa, and silently stepped to the side. Ah, it seems I'm still leagued behind you too, Luffy-san, Zoro-san. The pink-haired man got up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and looked toward Luffy. And you are? Luffy, puzzled, stared at the pink-haired man, having absolutely no recollection of who he was or why he acted so familiar. It's me, Luffy-san. I'm Kobe. Kobe pointed to his own face as he spoke. Kobe. Both Luffy and Zoro stared at him in astonishment, completely failing to match this man with the Kobe from their memories. Usopp didn't interrupt their reunion. He quietly entered the room and joined the rest of the Straw Hat crew standing together. Hey kid, was that observation haki you just used? Garp, watching Usopp come inside, asked with a deep voice. The way Usopp had responded to Kobe's attack moments before looked very much like observation haki, but it also felt somehow different from any he'd seen. Garp couldn't quite get a read on Usopp's true abilities, which was why he asked. Yes, that was observation haki, Usopp replied. But my observation haki's a little special. It's different from the usual kind. I see. That means you're gifted in a special way, huh? Garp nodded, not pressing any further. With his breadth of experience, he knew there were a few rare people in the world whose observation haki came with unique traits. Some could glimpse the future, some could peer into hearts. Talents like these were even rarer than the Conqueror's haki, which only appears in 1 in a million. Still, it was nothing more than a passing surprise for Garp. To him, Usopp was just another talented youth. After all, this vast sea was teeming with gifted people. Usopp was still far too green, nowhere near enough to make Garp take him seriously. Observation haki? Usopp, you've mentioned that before, but what exactly is it? Sanji frowned, voicing his confusion. Well, alright, I guess now's as good a time as any to explain it to you all. Usopp pondered for a moment, and then said, Haki is an ability that everyone is born with. It's the manifestation of things like one's aura, presence, and fighting spirit. Haki can generally be divided into 3 types. The first is the armament haki. By using it, you can increase your own defense and attack power, like wearing an invisible armor. When mastered to a high degree, it can even counteract certain devil fruit powers, such as enabling you to touch the actual body of a Logia-type user. Then there's observation haki. It lets you sense the presence of others and predict their movements. Both of these types of haki can be awakened through rigorous training. And then there's the exceptional talent known as Conqueror's haki. Out of millions, only a single person might possess it. With just their spirit, they can intimidate and subdue their foes. Beyond that, there's an even rarer, advanced form of observation haki. It bestows unique abilities on its user. What those abilities are varies from person to person. Finally, Usopp concluded, in a new world, the second half of the Grand Line, haki is pretty much a necessity for the strong. If you can't use haki, you won't survive out there. He couldn't resist throwing a hint to the rest of the Straw Hat crew. After all, he knew that before long, Bartholomew Kuma of the 7 Warlords would send the crew to train in various corners of the world. He saw this as essential, but in order to keep heads from drooping too much, he offered this explanation as a sort of heads-up, a way to prepare them in advance. Ha ha, this kid's got it right. You all are still a bit green. Garp exclaimed with a booming laugh, clearly in agreement with Usopp. Although he had no idea how far this group would go in the future, one thing was clear. The world wasn't their stage just yet. The Straw Hats fell silent, a contemplative mood settling over the group. After a while, Sanji turned to Usopp and finally asked, So, can you teach us how to use haki? Oh, no. My situation's a bit unusual. I can use it, but I never received any formal training in haki myself. So how could I possibly teach you? Usopp shook his head. Surrounded by so many Marines, he didn't feel comfortable giving a long explanation. He just declined straightforwardly. If you want to learn haki, I could teach you. If you join the Marines. Garp suddenly chimed in. What? Gramps, what are you thinking? They're my crew. Luffy, who was outside the house, overheard Garp's comment. He shuddered from head to toe, then dashed inside, too distracted to catch up with Kobe. Garp was momentarily surprised at Luffy's fierce response. He hadn't really meant it, but now that he thought about it, if he could make Luffy's crew become Marines, that would put an end to Luffy's whole pirate adventure. The more Garp considered it, the more his eyes sparkled. The idea was starting to sound pretty good. Wait a second, Vice Admiral Garp. Those guys just destroyed Enies Lobby. They're pirates, and not even you could possibly shield them from the world government. Bogard, Garp's adjutant aboard the ship, hurriedly interjected in an attempt to stop him. He was truly at his wit's end with Garp's tendency to follow his impulses. If they really took the Straw Hats back to Marine headquarters, they'd likely be thrown straight into impelled down the deepest sea prison. Exactly, Grandpa. We're pirates. There's no way we could become Marines. Luffy chimed in emphatically. Is that so? What a shame. Garp scratched his head, sounding regretful. He'd almost been able to picture Luffy in a Marine's uniform, but after Bogard's reminder, he realized how unlikely that was. Though Garp could be a bit rough around the edges, he wasn't foolish. When it mattered, he understood the situation well enough. It was just that his hope for Luffy to join the Marines had been so strong a moment ago that he'd lost sight of reality. Thank goodness. Seeing Garp finally give up, Luffy let out a long sigh of relief. He trusted his friends never to betray him, but if Garp forced the issue, things would be very different. They'd have no way to fight back. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, no matter how strong he became, Luffy always felt utterly powerless in front of his grandpa, Garp. Honestly, can't any of you give this old man a break? Every single one of you is like this, Ace, too, and your father as well. Garp sighed deeply, a note of helplessness in his voice. He was a renowned naval hero, so why did every generation he raised turn out to be either pirates or revolutionaries? My father? I have a father. Luffy asked, genuinely confused. You've already met him, haven't you? He said he saw you off at Logtown. Garp answered. Luffy looked even more puzzled, with no memory of that at all. Your father is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Garp remarked, almost offhandedly. What? With those words, everyone, except for the thick-skinned Luffy and Usopp, who already knew, was utterly shaken. So the leader of the Revolutionary Army's full name is Monkey D. Dragon? This is the first time I've heard his full name. Wait, Dragon, the revolutionary leader, has a son? But then, doesn't that make Vice Admiral Garp his father? A grandfather who's a Marine hero, a father who's the head of the revolutionaries, and a son who's a pirate who destroyed Enies Lobby. Just what kind of family is this? The entire deck erupted into chaos as everyone began to talk all at once. Robin. Luffy was a bit baffled, having absolutely no idea what had just happened, so he could only turn to Robin, the most knowledgeable person on the ship, for help. Your father is truly an extraordinary man, Luffy, Robin said, pausing for a moment. In this world, the Navy and the pirates are two opposing forces. The Navy's power needs no further explanation, and behind the Navy stands something even more formidable, the world government, an alliance formed by over 100 nations. And now, there's a force that seeks to overthrow the unjust rule of the Celestial Dragons and the world government. That's the Revolutionary Army. And the founder of the Revolutionary Army is your father, Monkey D. Dragon. I see, Luffy nodded. Sounds pretty amazing. As expected, maybe I really shouldn't have said anything about this. Garp scratched his head as he watched everyone's shocked faces and said, well, in that case, just pretend you never heard any of this. How could we possibly do that? Everyone was left speechless by Garp's remarkable bluntness. Usopp stood off to the side, his brow knit in thought. He suddenly recalled the documents about the Revolutionary Army that he'd casually picked up in Spandam's office at Enies Lobby. Whether it was the version of himself who grew up under the red flag on Blue Star, or the one who belonged to this world, he deeply admired those who fought to overthrow dark and oppressive regimes. He might not have that kind of conviction himself, but he could certainly respect those who do. I guess I really should find a way to get this information to the Revolutionary Army, Usopp muttered to himself. However, although the idea was clear, figuring out how to contact the Revolutionary Army was another matter entirely. After all, the storyline of One Piece barely touched on the Revolutionary Army to begin with, and Usopp, who hadn't even finished watching the anime, knew even less. Most of what he knew were fragments he'd seen in random short videos. Counting Luffy's father Dragon, Usopp could only name a handful of people connected to the Revolutionary Army. That big-headed Okama King, Luffy's brother Sabo, and an orange-haired young woman nicknamed Second Sister, though he couldn't even recall her actual name. Oh, and there was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who apparently was with the Revolutionary Army as well. Beyond that, he knew nothing. And even for those whose names he recognized, Usopp's knowledge ended there, a name and nothing more. Their stories, abilities, personalities, whereabouts, all of it was a mystery. He had no clue where to even begin looking. As for the rest of the Revolutionary Army, it was even more hopeless. If even the world government's people couldn't track them down, they must be hidden incredibly deep. Usopp had no sources of information and, relying on himself alone, knew that finding them would be next to impossible. This is troublesome. Are we just supposed to wait for that bear to show up on his own? If that's the case, who knows if those documents will even be useful by then? Usopp rubbed his temples, clearly at a loss. He truly couldn't think of a better solution. Are you trying to find a Revolutionary Army, long nose? As Usopp was lost in thought, Robin approached him and spoke softly by his side. "Huh, Robin?" Usopp was taken aback. He'd only muttered a couple of lines under his breath. He hadn't expected Robin to overhear him. "My ears are quite sharp, you know," Robin replied with a gentle laugh. Looking at Robin, a sudden idea flashed through Usopp's mind. He had completely forgotten about this. Robin was exceptionally skilled at gathering and analyzing intelligence. If anyone could come up with a good plan, it would be her. "Ah, Robin, here's the situation. Earlier, when I was in Spandam's office, I happened to grab quite a few intelligence files concerning the Revolutionary Army, so—" Usopp cast a wary glance towards the nearby Marines, then pulled Robin a little further away and quietly explained what had happened. "I see. Well, matters involving the Revolutionary Army really are worth helping with, especially since the leader is Luffy's father." Robin nodded, then looked at Usopp and asked, "Were those intelligence files? Can I take a look?" "Of course," Usopp quickly replied, pulling a thick stack of documents from his pouch and handing them over. Robin skimmed through the papers and remarked, "Most of this seems to be intelligence the world government has collected on the Revolutionary Army's activities. There are even lists of undercover agents. So, Robin, any thoughts?" Usopp pressed. "Give me a bit of time. I need to properly organize all of this," said Robin. "No rush. Take your time. Just let me know once you've sorted it all out," Usopp replied, waving his hand reassuringly. Robin said nothing more. She fully immersed herself in the files, turning to head towards the rest area to work in peace. Though Garp had made a special trip to see Luffy, his identity as a Marine meant he couldn't stay long. Once he'd helped fix the wall he'd smashed through, he took his leave from the Galley Law Company. "Whoa, that scared me. I never expected I'd run into Grandpa here." Luffy heaved a huge sigh of relief, feeling utterly relaxed now that Garp was gone. "Honestly, Luffy, your grandfather turns out to be the legendary Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Why didn't you just tell us sooner?" Even now, Nami hadn't fully recovered from the shock of Luffy's astonishing family background. She spoke, still a bit rattled. "Well, you never asked," Luffy replied innocently. Luffy scratched his head and spoke. "You?" Nami was so exasperated, she found herself at a loss for words. "Forget it. Taking you seriously is already my loss." Waving her hand dismissively, Nami decided not to dwell on it any further. Luffy didn't seem to care either. His gaze swept around the room, and when he spotted Usopp standing in the corner, he asked curiously, "Hey, Usopp, why are you standing all the way over there? And where did Robin go? Wasn't she just here a moment ago?" "If you're talking about Nico Robin, she was called over to the corner by Longnose here for a quick chat, and then she left." Before Usopp could even reply, Frankie strode forward, beating him to the explanation. "What? Usopp, you rascal. You were whispering sweet nothings to my dear Robin." At the sound of this, Sanji immediately jumped to his feet, ready to challenge Usopp for Robin's honor. "Calm down, Sanji. I had a legitimate reason to find Robin." Sidestepping Sanji's flying kick, Usopp straightened up and explained seriously, "Back on Eni's lobby, I found a lot of intelligence files in Spandam's office. I asked Robin to help organize them." "I see. Well, you guys handle those things as you see fit." Luffy nodded indifferently. He was always the type to go with the flow, taking things as they came. Battling head-on was his style, and he never put much stock in information gathering or strategy. "Oh, right, Luffy. There's something else I want to tell you." Usopp's eyes flickered as he smoothly shifted the topic to something that had been on his mind. "What is it?" Luffy looked puzzled. "It's about your brother Ace." Usopp paused, searching for the right words before continuing. "Do you remember when you ran into him back in Alabasta?" "Of course. That was the first time we'd reunited in 3 years." "Why? Is something wrong?" Luffy looked even more confused. "At that time, Ace said he was pursuing an enemy, didn't he?" "Yeah, I think he said he was chasing someone called Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach." Luffy scratched his chin, trying to recall, but no matter how he thought, the name just wouldn't come to him. Usopp plainly stated Blackbeard's full name. "Marshal D. Teach? Usopp, how did you know his full name? I don't think Luffy's brother ever mentioned that back then, did he?" Nami interjected with her own confusion. After all, she had been there the entire time and didn't remember Ace mentioning that name at all. "That's exactly what I want to talk about. I found some intel on this Blackbeard Teach." Glancing at Nami, Usopp continued. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, is actually one of the senior members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the former Yonko of the New World. Clearly, he possesses incredible strength. Yet for decades he was content to remain just an ordinary member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. And the reason he endured and kept such a low profile all that time was so he could use the Whitebeard Pirates' resources to search for a particular devil fruit. The Logia-type Darkness Fruit. Usopp gave a simple summary of Blackbeard Teach's origins and his motives. The Logia-type Darkness Fruit? What kind of fruit is that? What special powers does it have? Nami asked with curiosity. The Darkness Fruit is an exceptionally rare devil fruit, Usopp explained. It doesn't just have its own unique powers. It can also absorb the abilities of other devil fruits, nullify their powers, and may even let its users steal the abilities from other devil fruit eaters. That's impossible. Wouldn't that make him unbeatable? Nami exclaimed in shock. Instead of responding to Nami, Usopp turned his gaze to Luffy. Luffy, if I remember right, your brother Ace is a Logia-type user too. The Flame fruit, isn't he? Luffy frowned, his voice low and serious. Usopp, what exactly are you getting at? He could already sense what Usopp was trying to say. Originally, it was the 4th Division commander, Thatch, who found the Darkness Fruit first. But when Teach heard about it, he killed Thatch and seized the Darkness Fruit for himself. And that's why your brother Ace is determined to hunt him down. Usopp paused, then continued in a grave tone. Even before Blackbeard got his hands on the Darkness Fruit, he was strong enough to kill the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. And your brother Ace, he's just the 2nd Division commander. Not to mention, the Darkness Fruit is said to be the nemesis of almost all other Devil Fruit users. Luffy, your brother Ace won't be a match for Blackbeard. Of course, there were still differences in strength between the division commanders, and in the original story, Thatch had barely even appeared, so no one really knew how powerful he was. Still, it was generally believed he wasn't as strong as Ace. But Usopp made the situation sound even grimmer on purpose, wanting to make sure Luffy took it seriously. Luffy fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned. I get it, but don't worry, Usopp. Ace is really strong. Hey, Luffy, this isn't a joke. Nami cut in anxiously, not waiting for Usopp to speak. For what Usopp just said, Blackbeard sounds seriously dangerous. You should at least warn your brother. Luffy just laughed. I told you, it's nothing to worry about. Besides, even though Ace gave me something called a Vivre card, I can't contact him right now anyway. Usopp frowned and said, Luffy, if Ace really finds Blackbeard Teach, something terrible could happen. Seeing how serious Usopp was, Luffy wiped the smile from his face as well, and answered solemnly, Don't worry, Usopp. Ace and I are both pirates. Each of us has our own adventure. I won't interfere with the path he's chosen, even if it could mean Ace's death. Usopp pressed on. Luffy was taken aback by that, showing a flicker of hesitation. But soon enough, his expression grew determined again. Yeah, no matter what happens, I won't meddle in Ace's adventure. Usopp let out a soft sigh at Luffy's resolve. He had already guessed this would be Luffy's answer. Before Ace's true fate arrives, no matter how much he worries, Luffy would never let go of his pride as a pirate so easily. But if that moment really comes, everything will be too late. What should they do? Was there truly a way out? The next day, in the city of gastronomy, Pucci, Usopp and Robin walked side by side along a bustling street, marveling at the dazzling array of street foods that lined both sides of their path. Since Luffy had stood his ground so firmly yesterday about not interfering in Ace's matters, Usopp's attempt to persuade him had come to an end. With no good solution in sight, Usopp could only put the issue aside for now. That night, Robin found Usopp and told him that record from Spandam's office mentioned a Revolutionary Army outpost hidden in the city of Pucci. It just so happened that Luffy was planning a feast in Water 7, and Sanji had been busy preparing for it all day. Usopp and Robin took on the task of shopping for supplies, which brought them here. Wow, this truly deserves its reputation as the city of gastronomy. The smell is unbelievably tempting. Usopp wriggled his nose, taking in the mouth-watering aromas drifting in the air from all the foods being prepared, and sighed in delight. Robin let out a light, musical chuckle. Once we've taken care of business, we can take our time enjoying everything the city has to offer. With such enticing scents and such a lively atmosphere, even Robin felt her appetite stirring and found herself wanting to linger. Of course, the main reason we're here is to shop for the feast. If we don't sample some of these delights for ourselves, how will we know what's best to buy? Usopp answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world, picking up his pace eagerly. All right, let's find that Revolutionary Army base and finish our errand as soon as we can. Hearing this, Robin shook her head ever so slightly and replied in a calm, gentle tone. Longnose, I wouldn't get your hopes up. Things might not be so easily resolved this time. Usopp paused for a moment, and before he could say anything, Robin continued, "You got this intelligence from Spandam's office. If I was able to find information about the Revolutionary Army's base in those files, that means the world government knows about this hideout as well. The intelligence agencies under the world government will surely take action against such a base." Usopp frowned slightly and asked, "So, are we making this trip for nothing?" "Not necessarily," Robin shook her head and replied. "Actually, the Revolutionary Army set up this base in Pudgy, the gourmet city, to make up for the gap left after they lost their base in Water 7. Water 7 is famous throughout the Grand Line as a shipbuilding center. Even people from the New World come here hoping to have ships built. It's a place that all the major factions compete over. Whether it's the world government, the Navy, pirates, the Revolutionary Army, the royal families, or the underground syndicates, all of them need Water 7's shipbuilding expertise. That's why Water 7 has always been a hub where all sorts of people, good, bad, and everything in between, jostle for advantage. But because Water 7 is so close to Eni's lobby, an important judicial center for the world government, their control over this area is unsurpassed. The other powers have no choice but to operate in the shadows, staying clear of direct confrontation. Not long ago, the world government's intelligence agency uncovered the Revolutionary Army's base on Eni's lobby, and by following the trail, they dealt the Revolutionary Army a heavy blow. Several of the Revolutionary Army's branch leaders, along with dozens of their fighters, had their identities exposed and were assassinated by members of CP9. After the Revolutionary Army's hideout in Water 7 was eliminated, they immediately set up a new base nearby in Pudgy, the gourmet city. This served two purposes. First, to temporarily make up for the gap left in Water 7, and second, to use Pudgy as a stepping stone for possibly re-establishing a base in Water 7 in the future. But what they didn't know was that their movements were exposed from the very start. The government's intelligence agency, CP9, had already set their sights on them. However, because of our situation, CP9 had other matters to worry about and handed the follow-up over to other departments. In the intelligence you acquired, Longnose, the world government's official approach to this base is surveillance and observation. So, if the government hasn't taken any further steps against this base in these past few days, the hideout might still be intact for now. But if they have already taken further action, then the base could be in grave danger. If we recklessly contact them, we could easily end up coming face to face with the world government's intelligence agencies, which would only bring us unnecessary trouble. Robin methodically laid out all the information and analysis she had gathered from the intelligence files, leaving Usopp utterly dazed by her clarity and thoroughness. "So, what should we do then?" Usopp asked. To be honest, Usopp had no intention of getting caught up in the clash between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, if he could help it. It was only because he figured that the enemy of his enemy could be a friend, and also due to Luffy's father being involved, that Usopp thought it might not hurt to lend a hand. He hadn't really given the whole thing much thought beyond that. Well, to be frank, judging by the world government's usual approach, that base must have already been wiped out. If not, then they must have some deeper schemes in mind. Robin contemplated aloud. What kind of schemes?" Usopp asked. "If the Revolutionary Army's base has already been eradicated, then I don't have to tell you what awaits the soldiers there. The world government will absolutely show them no mercy. Beheadings, dismemberment, even burning them alive at the stake." Robin spoke gravely. "But if the base isn't gone yet, then the world government is probably just using it as bait, waiting to catch bigger fish, higher-ranking officers in the Revolutionary Army, before subjecting them to the same cruel executions." Robin's face was deadly serious as she described the types of punishment the world government might inflict. Usopp felt a chill run down his spine just hearing her words. Hey, Robin, I know the world government's our enemy, but isn't that a bit much?" Usopp said, trying to mask his unease. "No, they're exactly that type, cold-blooded, ruthless, with no regard for human life." Robin replied with absolute certainty. "Well, it's not that I doubt their character. I just think maybe your imagination is a little too vivid. I don't know if they go that far." Usopp retorted, only half joking. It was clear that Robin's hatred for the world government ran deeper than most. "Is that so? I suppose you could be right." Robin nodded, conceding the point. "Anyway, let's just focus on what we should do next." Usopp sighed heavily and pressed on. "Right? First, let's head to the Revolutionary Army's base and see if the world government left any bodies intact." Robin replied without missing a beat. Usopp was speechless. To Robin, it sounded as though the fate of the revolutionaries was already sealed. Still, he kept his thoughts to himself. It was clear that the first step really was just to go investigate. After many twists and turns, Usopp and Robin found themselves wandering further and further away from the main streets. The crowds had thinned to nearly nothing. Eventually, The two finally came to a halt before a cluster of low, dilapidated houses. It seems that no matter where you are, there's always a shadow lurking beneath the surface. Looking ahead at groups of street youths swaggering about in flashy clothes, and remembering the atmosphere of peace and prosperity he saw when they first got off the sea train, Usopp couldn't help but sigh. This is the place. The Revolutionary Army's base is on this street. Robin, consulting the map she'd just bought, spoke without a hint of concern for Usopp's lament. She'd seen too many shadows like this before to let it faze her. So, which building exactly? Usopp asked. Most of Pukie City was under his watchful gaze, and this street was no exception. Usopp could clearly track every movement of everyone along this street. It's the fifth door on the right at the end of the street, a small shop selling loose liquor, run by a pair posing as father and son from the Revolutionary Army. Here are their photos. As Robin explained, she handed 2 pictures to Usopp. Usopp glanced at the photos, then scanned the street, frowning. Wait, there's more. Besides that father and son, there's also a teenage boy working inside. Looks like a server. Is he new backup for the revolutionaries? I'm not sure, Robin replied, shaking her head, and then asked, Longnose, have you spotted any agents from the world government? I haven't seen any suspicious people out on the street, in the shops, or in any windowed rooms facing the street, but I can't speak for what's inside the buildings. Usopp had searched thoroughly before answering. They have to be here. Longnose, pay special attention to rooms with windows directly facing the revolutionary base. That's where they're likely to be hiding. Robin reminded him. Now that you mention it, there are a few rooms that do seem suspicious. Curtains drawn in broad daylight, with no way to see what's inside. Usopp agreed, noting the details. Right, those rooms need extra attention. Once we get a bit closer, I'll see what more I can find out about what's going on inside. Robin nodded thoughtfully. As for that unexpected third person. But before Robin could finish, Usopp interrupted her with a sudden alert. Wait, hold on. Something's going on. World government agents and Navy troops are on the move. From Usopp's vantage point, he could see squads of heavily armed agents and Marines pouring out from buildings near the Revolutionary Army's base, quietly closing the net. They were moving in for a strike. There are about 100 world government agents and Marines combined, just the 3 of them inside the shop. So, Robin, should we step in? Usopp relayed everything he'd seen to Robin, then asked for her decision. No, let's wait and see how things play out first. Longnose, could you take me to a vantage point nearby? Robin reached out her hand toward Usopp as she spoke. Of course. Usopp smiled gently, lifted Robin in his arms, and quickly dashed toward a high spot, staying out of sight from everyone else. Well then, Uncle Austin, Brother Yalin, I'm off to make the delivery. Inside the Revolutionary Army supply store, a lively young man with neatly cropped hair carried a case of wine out the door and cheerfully called out to the 2 men inside. All right, Petty, be careful on the road. The young man called Yalin set down his broom and waved his hand in farewell. Young people really are full of energy. It's amazing how quickly Petty bounced back from the grief of losing his family. Isn't it, old man Austin? Watching Petty's figure disappear from view, Yalin turned to Austin, who was polishing dishes at the counter, and spoke. Austin continued wiping the plates, his expression unreadable, and replied in a cool tone. Yalin, I don't trust Petty. What? Austin, why do you keep saying things like that? It wouldn't be good if Petty happened to overhear you. Yalin frowned, casting a nervous glance outside the shop, clearly worried that Petty might suddenly come back. Yalin, doesn't it strike you as a bit too convenient, the way we ran into Petty? Austin looked up at Yalin with a serious gaze. What's so strange about it? There are shipwrecks at sea every day. It's not that unusual that the merchant vessel Petty was on sank. Yalin replied without hesitation. But out of everyone, he ends up with us. Yalin, don't forget what we're really here for. Austin furtively glanced outside the shop to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. It wasn't him that found us. It was me who found him. It was your idea in the first place to recruit someone as a cover, and it just so happened I stumbled upon Petty fainting from hunger on the street, so I brought him back. Yalin shot back, his voice tinged with frustration. I specifically told you to find a local from Pudgy City. Now look at us, 3 out-of-towners together, sticking out like a sore thumb. Austin said with a deepening frown. So what? Do you expect me to just turn my back on someone in need? Maybe you don't understand, but I know all too well what it feels like to starve. It was to stop going hungry, to keep others from starving, that I joined the Re. Yalin's words started tumbling out in a burst of emotion as memories of his own painful past surged up. Yalin! Austin quickly cut him off, stopping him before he could finish saying the forbidden word. Yarlin froze, suddenly realizing something was wrong. He said, Sorry, I lost my temper just now. Forget it, just be more careful in the future. In our line of work, we can't let emotions get the better of us, Austin replied with a sigh, rubbing his temples in frustration. He honestly couldn't understand why headquarters had sent someone as impulsive as Yarlin to partner with him on this mission. Yarlin might make a decent soldier, but a competent intelligence operative he was not. Old man Austin, don't worry. I won't let my guard down around PD. It's just that I couldn't stand by and watch him die. That goes against everything I believe in. Yarlin fell silent for a moment before continuing. Austin looked at Yarlin's determined expression. He was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile crept across his lips. Kid, I see a bit of my younger self in you. Yarlin grinned in response and was just about to say something else when they were interrupted by a shout from outside. Something's wrong. Old man Austin, big brother Yarlin, there's a whole squad of world government agents and Marines outside. Panting heavily and clutching a box tight, PDE burst into the shop, shouting his warning. Both Austin and Yarlin's faces changed instantly at the news. Reflexively, they each reached for their weapons. What do we do, old man Austin? We're surrounded. Yarlin hurried to the doorway, peering anxiously outside with his pistol in hand. Turning back toward Austin, he started to speak, but stopped, startled. Austin was standing there, gun drawn, aimed straight at PDE. Old man Austin, Yarlin called out, bewildered. But Austin didn't spare Yarlin a glance. His eyes fixed on PDE, his voice low and grave. PDE, how can you be so sure those world government agents and Marines are coming for us? PDE stammered, his voice faltering as he stared at the dark, menacing barrel of Austin's gun. Uncle Austin, this isn't funny. Old man Austin, maybe you're overreacting? Yarlin said, at a loss himself. He hadn't expected that with enemies already at their door, world government agents and Marines closing in, Austin would turn his gun first on one of their own. Yarlin, don't you get it? Austin's frustration was palpable. How long have we been in this city? Only a few days. We haven't even had a chance to take any action yet. How did the world government find us so fast? It only makes sense if there's a traitor among us. Austin's gaze was steel, his disappointment in Yarlin clear. He couldn't understand how, when the signs were all so obvious, Yarlin still hadn't noticed anything amiss. After all, their every move since landing on this island had gone smoothly. The only unpredictable element was PD, whose background remained a mystery. If not for the possibility that Patty had made a mistake, Austin truly couldn't fathom why their cover would have been blown. Come on, Uncle Austin, maybe it's just a coincidence. It might not have anything to do with Patty. Yarlin still found it hard to believe. A coincidence? Really? The first thing out of his mouth when he walked in was, something's wrong. But think about it. According to common sense, the world government and the Navy represent justice. For ordinary folks like us, their arrival shouldn't be a bad thing, should it? And besides, how did he know those world government agents and the Navy were after us in particular? He can't have known unless he's already figured out who we are. Austin let out a cold, mirthless chuckle, then fixed his gaze on a visibly flustered Patty as he laid out his conclusions for Yarlin. Wait, Uncle Austin, I admit I do know who you are, but I swear I didn't betray you. Patty blurted out in a panic, desperate to explain. Still trying to talk your way out of this, Patty? Yarlin and I are here on a top-secret mission. If you were just an ordinary castaway, there's no way you could have guessed our true identities. Austin's tone was icy, and he nudged the barrel of his pistol forward, his finger moving to the trigger. If Patty's answer didn't satisfy him in the slightest, Austin was ready to shoot without hesitation. Oh. Patty stared into the dark, yawning muzzle of the gun, feeling the lethal intent in Austin's eyes. His mind went blank with fear, and his words caught in his throat, stammering helplessly. Well, cat got your tongue? Can't explain yourself? Austin's face was impassive as he prepared to squeeze the trigger. Wait, Uncle Austin, about our identities, I'm the one who told Patty. Yarlin quickly interjected awkwardly when he saw that Austin truly meant business. Austin's hand trembled, almost firing the gun by accident. Yarlin, what on earth were you thinking? Austin stared at him, his mind racing with questions. I'm sorry, Uncle Austin, but it's not Yarlin's fault. I accidentally overheard you two talking, and after I pressed him, Yarlin had no choice but to tell me the truth. Patty managed to stammer out, finally regaining his composure. Austin frowned, clearly hesitating. Oh, and Uncle Austin, if I were really an agent for the world government, I could have arrested you both the moment I found out who you were. There'd be no need to wait until now. Calmer now, Patty's thoughts moved more nimbly. He added another point to defend himself. Austin was momentarily stunned. Patty's words suddenly drew his attention to something that didn't quite add up. If Patty had approached them with a special mission from the very beginning, it would mean that both his and Yarlin's identities would have already been exposed. And if the world government really wanted to catch them, there was no reason for them to wait until now. If Patty had reported them only after accidentally discovering their identities, then there wouldn't be any reason for him to risk coming back to this little shop now. Wouldn't it make much more sense for him to just let the world government agents and the Navy waiting outside take action? Given this, if Patty really was the informant, everything starts to feel a bit illogical. But if their cover wasn't blown because of Patty, then where did things go wrong? Austin furrowed his brow, an unexplainable chill creeping over him. Austin, Pops, their encirclement is almost in place. Shouldn't we get out of here while we still have a chance? Wait any longer, and it'll be too late. Arlen, who had been keeping a close watch by the door, spoke with mounting urgency. No, it's already too late. They managed to get this close before we even noticed. Our escape routes are definitely cut off by now. Austin sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Arlen's frustration bubbled over. Austin, Pops, you're not thinking of surrendering, are you? We're revolutionaries, for crying out loud. Of course not. There are just some things I have to report to headquarters before we die. Austin's eyes flickered with determination as he drew a din mushy from inside his coat. Report? You still want to contact HQ at a time like this? Arlen was momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. This whole thing feels off. I simply can't wrap my head around how we were exposed. We've only been in this city for a few days. I'm sure of it. Nothing on our end has slipped. Austin added, glancing at Patty. That is, assuming Patty hasn't betrayed us. Austin, sir, I swear I'd never sell you out. My whole family suffered at the hands of nobles back in my hometown. That's why we risked everything to leave and settle somewhere new. I've always admired the revolutionary cause. Why would I ever turn on you? Patty immediately thumped his chest in earnest as he pledged his loyalty. Austin gave a small nod. I believe you, at least for now. Which brings us to the real problem. If we haven't made any mistakes on our side, then the issue must be higher up. Otherwise, how else could we have been exposed? So I'm going to report everything that's happened here to headquarters, warn them, and leave the judgment to them. That's the last thing we can do for now, he finished with resolve. Austin suspected that he and Arlen had already been exposed as soon as they'd arrived, or even when they were just preparing to come to the city. After watching them for several days and confirming there were no other revolutionaries joining them, the government's agents had decided it was time to pounce. At present, this was the only reasonable explanation Austin could find. Thus, the hidden traitor among them had slipped away and moved up to the higher ranks. If this traitor was not quickly found and exposed, the damage to the Revolutionary Army could be immeasurable. At the very least, Austin had to alert the higher-ups to the existence of this traitor before he died. Resolute in his decision, Austin immediately reached for the din mushy and began dialing. A heavy gunshot rang out. In that instant, Austin's face twisted in shock as he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Brother Yarlin? Petty stared in disbelief at Yarlin, who still held the smoking gun. I set the stage for you so perfectly. Why couldn't you just follow the script? Yarlin let out a long, weary breath. His expression turned chillingly indifferent. All traces of his earlier naivety and honesty vanished without a trace. Brother Yarlin, why? Petty looked at Yarlin, now a stranger to him, struggling to accept what he saw. So it really was you, Yarlin. Austin pressed a blood-soaked hand to his chest and spoke in a deep, pained voice. He considered this possibility before, but deep down, he had never wanted to believe it. In the end, he kept that suspicion to himself. That's right, it's me. Why couldn't you just break through with us? Why did you have to call the higher-ups? Yarlin strode forward, roughly snatching the din mushy from Austin's grasp and cutting the line before the call connected. Break through? Yarlin, what are you really after? A flicker of confusion passed through Austin's eyes as he tried to comprehend. The world government had gone to such lengths to trap him, yet Yarlin spoke as if helping him escape. There had to be much deeper motives at play. Breaking through is simple. The government agents and Marines corner us, and you, the experienced veteran, sacrifice yourself to protect the new blood of the Revolutionary Army, covering our retreat. What do you think? Isn't that a thrilling narrative? Ha ha! Yarlin's laughter rang out, tinged with madness. His face twisted with a cruel grin as he continued. Yet, in this perfectly constructed story, none of you played your roles as you were supposed to. Yarlin, almost as if venting his frustration, fired 2 more shots into Austin before forcing himself to calm down. Blood dripped from the corner of Austin's mouth. He bit down hard on his lip, refusing to give Yarlin the satisfaction of hearing him cry out. So, Petty was just a scapegoat to you? Austin managed to ask. Ah, yes. I intentionally revealed our identities to him. I wanted him to run to the world government and report us himself. That way, I'd have much less work to do and much less risk of exposing myself. But who would have guessed that this brat, instead of reporting us, kept pestering me about how to join the Revolutionary Army? Utterly clueless, I tell you. Yarlin shot a resentful look at Petty, who still seemed at a loss, and spoke with venom in his voice. Austin frowned, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. Yarlin, could it be that all of this is just so you can rightfully become the leader of this base? Oh, so you actually figured it out, Austin? Maybe you aren't as dense as I thought. Though Yarlin feigned surprise, there was no hiding the contempt in his eyes. I've been undercover in the Revolutionary Army for 3 whole years now. During those years, I worked hard, did every task diligently, never complained. Yet, there was never any chance for promotion. Even now, I'm just a low-ranking soldier, completely cut off from the higher-ups. But then CP9 raided our branch, slaughtering the branch chief and many of the revolutionary soldiers, leaving our branch emptier and weaker than ever before. And that's when my opportunity finally arose. I took the initiative to apply for an undercover assignment, joining you here as your assistant and bodyguard. By all logic, I shouldn't have made a move against you. I was supposed to earn your trust. But now the branch is critically short-staffed. If you just happen to die under ordinary circumstances, and I quickly rebuild and expand this base, then naturally, the position of base leader falls to me. When I've built up this base, made it bigger and more powerful, I'll rise through the ranks and finally reach the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army, with access to so much more. And this very base will become a springboard for the world government's intelligence network, sending wave after wave of agents infiltrating the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps because he believed Austin had no chance left to turn the tide, or maybe just to flaunt his flawless plan, Yarlin made no effort to conceal his intentions and laid everything bare to both Austin and Petty. Though there have been some hiccups along the way, the end result won't change. Old man Austin, you will sacrifice yourself here to cover my escape. After I've eliminated the informant, I'll narrowly escape myself and set up a new Revolutionary Army base in Water 7. Haha. With a menacing grin, Yarlin swung his gun toward the still-stunned Petty, finger tightening on the trigger. Curse it all, run, Petty. Austin forced himself to raise his musket, aiming it at Yarlin in an attempt to buy Petty a sliver of time to get away. Yarlin kicked the gun out of Austin's hand, a cold smile on his lips. It's useless, he sneered. Just as you said, this place is already surrounded by agents of the world government and the Navy. No one but me will walk out of here alive. So that's it, Austin replied with a sly tone. The reason those government agents and Navy outside haven't attacked is because they're waiting for your signal, aren't they? They don't want to mess up your plan. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the little shop, catching all three, Yarlin, Austin, and Petey, completely off guard. Who's there? Cold sweat broke out on Yarlin's forehead as he looked around nervously, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. If word of what he had just said got out, all his efforts would come to nothing. Apologies, the newcomer said, his voice casual. It's true. I was eavesdropping, but I have no intention of getting involved in your business. Usopp materialized beside Yarlin. In a flash, he delivered a crisp hand chop to Yarlin's neck. Deceptive magic. Yarlin's eyes rolled up as he collapsed instantly, unconscious. And who might you be? Austin asked, brows furrowing as he regarded Usopp, who had appeared out of nowhere. Things were growing more complicated. Was a third party about to disrupt the balance? Still, for now, this just might be a blessing. Me? No need to worry about who I am. Usopp replied offhandedly. I just have a small favor to ask the Revolutionary Army, and I happen to be passing through. What's your objective here? Austin pressed, clearly wary. It's nothing, Usopp said with a light grin. Recently, I got my hands on a bit of information. I wanted to pass it along to you. What you do with it is entirely up to you. He fished a dossier from his bag, tidily arranged by Robin, and tossed it over to Austin. Austin caught the file and, struggling to his feet, began flipping through its contents. Although none of the shots fired by Yarlin had struck any vital point, the blood loss had left him terribly weak. But in just a glance, the contents of the document made Austin's pupils contract. His whole body jolted, and he nearly collapsed again. Austin, are you all right? Petey rushed to his side, helping to steady him. Austin hardly noticed Petey's concern. Gripping the intelligence file with trembling hands, he locked eyes with Usopp and demanded, Where did you get this information? Ini's lobby, in the office of CP9's leader, Spandam. Usopp replied matter-of-factly. Austin frowned, suspicion in his voice. Just who are you? Why are you helping us? It's nothing secret, Usopp mused. I'm Usopp, the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for helping you, well, it was simply a whim. Well, I've given you what you need, he continued. Do you want me to help you get out of here? A pirate? Austin furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Though he couldn't make sense of the situation, he still nodded and said, All right, it's troublesome. Sir, we've already heard gunshot from inside. Shouldn't we launch our attack now? Just a few dozen meters outside the small shop, fully armed world government agents and Navy soldiers stood ready for action. As the sound of gunfire came from within the shop, a Navy soldier couldn't help but turn to the commander of the operation with a question. "No, let's wait a little longer." The commander hesitated, then shook his head. According to the original plan, that person was supposed to fire at them first, and only then would he lead the charge inside with his men. Until then, no matter what happened in the shop, they couldn't act rashly, lest the situation spiral out of control. After all, there were only 3 people inside the shop, and with the skills of the world government's elite agent, handling an old man and a child should be more than manageable. So the commander chose to trust that man, Yalan. A piercing eagle's cry suddenly echoed. At that very moment, a gigantic mechanical eagle swooped down from the heavens and burst into the shop. "What is that? Everyone, stay alert." "An eagle? No, it doesn't look like a real living creature." "It dove into the shop. What do we do now? Should we go in after it?" Panic rippled through the crowd. The sudden appearance of the massive mechanical eagle sending a shock through everyone. The commander knitted his brow, wavering on whether to give the order to attack. But before he could make up his mind, a figure with wings on his back shot out of the shop, clutching a person in each hand. In the blink of an eye, he soared hundreds of meters into the sky. What? Impossible. Has Yalan's plan been compromised? Is this the Revolutionary Army coming to the rescue? Fire. Open fire now. Shoot them down. Dazed for a moment, the commander quickly regained his senses, realizing what was happening. He shouted out his orders. But it was already too late. Usopp had already flown far beyond the range of their rifles, carrying Austin and Petty to safety. Damn that Yalan. Messing up such a simple task. Utterly useless. The commander watched Usopp's retreating figure disappear into the sky, and knew there was nothing more he could do. Angrily, he cursed out loud. After circling over Pudgy City a few times and making sure they were clear of prying eyes, Usopp finally landed with Austin and Petty on a nearby rooftop. "Looks like everything went smoothly, long nose." Robin stepped out from the shadows of the stairwell, smiling. "Yeah, and we got to enjoy quite the show along the way." Usopp set Austin and Petty down, relaxing now that they were safely behind enemy lines. "I saw it too. I have to say, it was rather unexpected." Robin nodded. Though she hadn't entered the shop herself, she was well aware of everything that had transpired inside. Robin's flower fruit allows her to make any part of her body bloom, like a flower upon any tangible object within her line of sight. From the rooftop of this tall building, one could see deep into the little shop below. Naturally, Robin was also able to use her power to know precisely what was happening inside. "En Nico Hoban? Are you Nico Robin?" Austin, snapping back to his senses, stared blankly at Robin who appeared before him, then burst out in astonishment. "You know who I am?" Robin's brows drew together in a slight frown. It seemed this man, Austin, knew something about her. "You really are Nico Robin?" "Ah, that's right. It's exactly the same as the picture on the wanted poster." "This is great. We've finally found you," Austin asked, and answered himself with excitement vividly lighting up his gaze. "Looking for me? What do you want with me?" A hint of coldness flashed across Robin's face. In this world, people seeking her rarely did so with kind intentions. They were either after the bounty on her head, or they coveted her ability to read the poneglyphs and wished to use her to conquer the world. "Ah, you misunderstand. We mean you no harm. As for the tragedy on O'Hara, we have heard much about it. Our leader, Dragon, has long wished to meet you. He calls you the light of revolution and instructed us to protect you at all costs should we find you." Austin, noticing the change in Robin's mood and fearing she might take it the wrong way, hastened to explain. "Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, the father of Luffy." Robin's expression softened slightly. If this was the man who founded the Revolutionary Army, and if he was Luffy's father, then surely he must be different from those other people. "Miss Robin, if you would, please come join the Revolutionary Army. We'll shield you from the persecution of the world government." Austin extended an invitation. Robin's eyes flickered. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army also sought the power of the ancient weapons? Of course, they sought to challenge the mighty world government. The Revolutionary Army must be eager for that power as well. Yet, such power should never exist in this world, much less fall into human hands. Determination shone bright in Robin's eyes. Once, Frankie made a choice that defied everything his forebears stood for, burning the blueprints of Pluton, the ancient weapon, right in front of the world government. He had staked everything on her, believing she would never allow Pluton to be revived again. Whether for the sake of this world or to honor Frankie's trust, Robin would never see Pluton brought back to existence. "I'm sorry, but you won't find what you're seeking from me." Robin shook her head, declining firmly. Austin was left dumbfounded, entirely unsure what Robin meant. "Robin, What the Revolutionary Army wants might not be what you think it is, Usopp said. Compared to Austin, Usopp seemed to have a better grasp of what was on Robin's mind. After all, it hadn't been long since they had clashed with CP9 over the ancient weapon, Pluton. It was only natural that Robin would assume the Revolutionary Army wanted the power of the ancient weapons as well. But as an outsider, Usopp saw things more clearly. He didn't share that assumption. Robin, for an organization like the Revolutionary Army, the blank 100 years of history might be even more crucial to them. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, probably wants to use that lost century to overturn the world government at its roots. That's why he calls you the only person in the world who can read the true history, the light of revolution. Usopp explained. Robin paused, and thanks to Usopp's reminder, everything suddenly made sense to her. Indeed, the ancient weapons only changed the balance of power, but the blank 100 years was different. No one yet knew exactly what had happened during that vanished century, but one thing was certain. It was something extremely detrimental to the world government. If the Revolutionary Army could unlock those secrets, they could tear off the world government's hypocritical mask, break their so-called divine halo, and shatter the illusions in people's hearts all around the world. With that, the people would rally more easily, and the Revolutionary Army's cause would become far simpler to advance. Understanding this, Robin felt much more at ease. Though she and the Revolutionary Army had different goals, she also wanted to bring that hidden history to light. There was no conflict between them. But even so, Robin's expression softened into a genuine smile as she said, "I've found companions who can protect me now, so there's no need for you to worry about me. If I get the chance, I'll meet your leader one day." Dusk, Water 7. Ypsilanol, Binks, Sake. The Straw Hats feast took place as planned, and a lively atmosphere drew more and more people over. The Frankie family, shipwrights from the Galila Company, the giant duo Kashiai and Oimo. In the end, everyone in Water 7 gathered to join in the merriment. Luffy, being the ultimate extrovert, welcomed everyone. No matter who they were, he managed to make friends with them in no time at all. Usopp, having smoothly handed over the intelligence documents recovered from Spandam's office to the Revolutionary Army, felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He relaxed and lost himself in the festivities. Earlier, back in Pucci, the gourmet city, Robin had clearly refused Austin's invitation. Austin didn't press the matter. He simply told her that the doors of the Revolutionary Army would always be open to her, and then left with Petty. As the leader of one of the Revolutionary Army's bases, Austin naturally had many methods to leave Pucci City safely. There was no need for Usopp and Robin to worry about him. Afterwards, Usopp and Robin strolled around Pucci City together, picking up some local specialties before heading back to Water 7. With matters concerning the Revolutionary Army temporarily settled, the only unresolved issue that remained was Ace's predicament. However, at this point Usopp had neither the means nor the power to resolve that. So for now, all he could do was take things as they came, one step at a time. "Hey, Usopp, come sing with us." Luffy, using a piece of grilled meat as a makeshift microphone, belted out a tune but was still not satisfied. Eager for more fun, he called out for Usopp to join the revelry. Usopp grinned and didn't refuse. After all, he'd long prepared a special background song for himself, but never had the right moment to perform it. Now was the perfect opportunity to show off his singing. All right then, let the great Usopp light up the party. Born on the island of snipers, I never miss my mark. Tra-la-la-la-la. Robin watched the lively banquet unfold, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she leaned against the wall with a drink in hand. Her heart was full, brimming with contentment. Though she wasn't joining in Luffy's antics, she could feel herself immersed in the atmosphere. She was truly a part of this, no longer alone. "Just listen, Nico Robin." Suddenly, a deep male voice spoke from behind the wall. Robin's pupils narrowed, a shudder running through her body. Akiji. She already knew, but couldn't stop herself from asking, hoping the man behind the wall wasn't who she feared. If it was him, Robin dared not imagine what fate awaited them all. She had thought everything was finally. "Why didn't you run this time, like you used to? Surely you could have escaped from CP9 on your own." Just a wall away, the imposing figure of Admiral Akiji leaned against it, all traces of his usual nonchalance gone. His voice was grim and serious as he questioned her. Robin frowned, her own voice cold. "I told you, I'm not the same person I used to be. I can't just stand by and watch them march to their deaths." Akiji fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Jaguar Tisol, the giant who fought for O'Hara 20 years ago. He was a friend of mine." Robin froze in disbelief. She had seen with her own eyes how Akiji had struck Saul down. Though they had spoken to each other, she'd always thought that was just a fleeting camaraderie between fellow Marines. "That day, I chose to let you escape from O'Hara, honoring his final wish. From that moment on, I felt a duty to watch over your life. But 20 years have passed, and still you refuse to settle down. Since you remain a time bomb who runs whenever you're hunted, I can no longer turn a blind eye. After all, you were already prepared to seek your own end. This time, I originally wanted to bring everything of O'Hara to a close. Of course, I never expected CP9 to be defeated. Akiji paused for a moment. For some reason, he suddenly had the odd feeling of a father watching his daughter finally grow up. Have you finally found a place to call your own? Robin bit her lip, her tone full of certainty, and answered softly, yes. Whether Saul was right or wrong to help you survive, will you show the answer to that question? Akiji pressed on. I intend to. Robin's answer was just as resolute. Then live well. O'Hara hasn't been destroyed yet. Akiji let out a long, weary breath, as if finally releasing a heavy weight from his heart. Robin frowned, relieved yet now filled with even more questions. She was about to speak, but suddenly Akiji addressed someone else. Young man over there, can you put the gun down? As you can see, I've come this time without hostility. Robin froze, momentarily forgetting everything else, and set down her wineglass, running through an archway to the other side of the wall. But behind the wall, except for Akiji's tall silhouette, there was no one else to be seen. Robin cast a quick, searching glance through the nearby crowd, but did not find the figure from her memory. Only then did she call out uncertainly, Usopp? Oh dear, I've been discovered. Was it observation hockey, I wonder? Usopp canceled his trickery spell, appearing not far from Akiji, sheepishly lowering the black fire he'd been aiming at him. Usopp had noticed Akiji not long after he'd arrived at Water 7. Truth be told, Usopp had almost forgotten about this encounter, but upon seeing Akiji again, he remembered that after the Eni's lobby incident, Akiji had approached Robin once more. Although in the story Akiji had only come to talk to Robin, there was no guarantee that things would go off without a hitch in real life. So Usopp had cloaked himself with trickery magic, lying in wait just in case things went wrong. He hadn't expected that even sneaking around using trickery magic wasn't foolproof. He could still be found. You should learn to quiet your presence, Akiji advised. To a skilled eye, you'll stand out like a torch in the dark, even if you're cloaked. He continued, your hockey is odd. It doesn't seem to belong to you, and you can't control it freely. You ought to start practicing hockey from the basics. With your current physique, you shouldn't have much trouble mastering it. Usopp frowned. It was true. At the moment, his hockey was almost only useful on the attack, and he could only use it for defense when bracing his will. As for observation hockey, that was really just his excuse for having a third-person perspective. Honestly, he couldn't claim to have truly mastered hockey. Thanks for the advice. Usopp offered his sincere thanks. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. It's time for me to go. Before the words had fully left his lips, Akiji's figure flickered, then was gone without a trace. Wait, Akiji, Robin called out, her voice ringing with urgency. She still had so many questions she hoped to ask him. Let go, Robin. He's already gone. Usopp gazed in the direction Akiji had vanished, offering comfort in his own way. Though Akiji was never known for his close-quarter combat, his speed was still leagues beyond theirs. Usopp hadn't even managed to see how he moved just now. That was to be expected from one of the Navy headquarters' strongest fighters. It was clear they were simply outmatched for now. For a stretch of days afterward, the lives of the Straw Hat crew entered a rare and precious period of calm. For reasons they couldn't quite fathom, the world government and Navy headquarters made no move to pursue them over the incident at Eni's lobby. Seizing the opportunity, the Straw Hats used their time in Water 7 to rest and regroup. But because of everything that had happened recently, things hadn't gone according to plan. They had set aside 300 million berries for ship repairs, but Frankie had snatched away 200 million to buy branches of the legendary treasure tree atom. The remaining 100 million berries were confiscated by the shipwrights of the Galilei Company, who, seeing the crew as enemies, kept it in custody. When a misunderstanding was finally cleared up, the funds were returned to the Straw Hats. Unfortunately, they barely had time to enjoy their restored finances. Luffy, ever impulsive, spent the remainder all at once, throwing a party before anyone could protest. So now, they were left without a ship and without a single berry, truly penniless. Luckily, Frankie decided to put the treasure tree atom to use for them, building a dream ship fit to cross any sea. This was exactly the blessing the Straw Hats needed. If not for that, Usopp and the rest might not have known how long it would be before they could sail again. Ugh, I'm so bored. Luffy stretched luxuriously as he voiced his complaint. Inside their lodging, several members of the crew were gathered, all equally idle and lost in thought. They had made every preparation needed in the past few days. Now, all that remained was to wait for Frankie to finish building their new ship, and then they could set sail again. With no chores left to do, the crew found themselves uncharacteristically at leisure. Hey, Nami, Give me some spending money. I want to buy something to eat. An idea struck Luffy, brightening his eyes. He reached out, hand open and expectant, without the faintest trace of hesitation. Idiot. Usopp paused from cleaning his weapon and looked up at Luffy's still bruised face, sighing softly. After all, Luffy had already pushed his luck. Blowing through 100 million berries without permission had really gotten on Nami's bad side. These past few days, Nami would pummel him at every opportunity she could find, using it as a way to vent her anger. And now Luffy asked her for more money for snacks? It was practically begging for trouble. Sure enough, at Luffy's words, Nami snapped. She lunged at him and, without mercy, delivered another swift, resounding beating. How shameless. You still have a nerve to ask me for money? That's 100 million berries, you idiot. Nami unleashed her fury, her fists charged with something almost like hockey, beating Luffy, our rubber man, until his face was black and blue, blood streaking everywhere. Even in his fight with Rob Lucci, Luffy hadn't taken much worse. I'm going out for a walk. Zoro, catching sight of Luffy's sorry state, couldn't help but wince. Afraid he'd get caught up in the chaos, he quickly came up with an excuse and hurriedly tried to leave the scene before things got any worse. After all, a huge part of the banquet expenses had been for drinks, and Zoro alone accounted for most of it. Just a few days ago, he'd gotten dragged into trouble with Luffy and ended up getting thoroughly thrashed by Nami. If he didn't make his escape now, then when? But just as Zoro reached for the door, two tall figures appeared at the entrance. It was Kiwi and Mozu, the square sisters from the Frankie family. Hey everyone, your new ship is finished. Big bro Frankie sent us to let you know, so come take a look. Kiwi and Mozu announced in unison. Really? That's fantastic. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew jumped up in delight, and even Nami stopped pummeling Luffy. It was the best news they'd heard in days. Finally, their boring downtime was coming to an end. All right. Everybody, pack up, we're heading out. Though Luffy's face was swollen and askew from the beating, his excitement couldn't be hidden. He was ready to set sail right away, packing his bags without even seeing what the new ship looked like. And truth be told, the rest of the crew felt the same. They packed up fast, eager to be on their way. Hey, Captain Straw Hat. Everyone, just as Usopp and the others emerged from their rooms, luggage in tow, a commotion broke out in the distance. Members of the Frankie family came running up to them in a panic. Zambai, what's going on? When they caught up, Mozu looked at the breathless Zambai with confusion. It's bad. The Navy has just issued the latest wanted posters. Every one of you with the straw hats is now wanted. Zambai fumbled a newspaper from his coat, pulling out several brand new wanted posters tucked inside. All of us. Even me. Am I wanted now, too? Chopper's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had dreamed of this day for so long. Except for Nami, everyone else's faces lit up with genuine interest, too. After all, the bounty posters were, in their own way, the Navy's recognition of their strength. Straw Hat Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bounty, 300 million berries. Zambai slapped a crisp new poster down in front of Luffy. Ha, my bounty's gone up again. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 120 million berries. The corners of Zoro's mouth curled upward, clearly very pleased with the amount. Demon Child Nico Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Robin let out a soft chuckle. She hadn't expected her bounty to rise by 10 million after a mostly uneventful fight. Cat Burglar Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 1,600 berries. Nami's face filled with despair. It was especially painful when she realized the photo on her wanted poster was a glamour shot taken just a few days before. She'd been tricked, and it stung even more. Cotton candy-loving Tony Chopper, the pet of the Straw Hat crew with a bounty of 50 berries. 50 berries? Chopper could hardly believe it. He'd fought bravely. He'd even taken down a member of CP9. Why only 50 berries? And what's with calling him a pet? He's the ship's doctor. Blackleg Sanji, cook of the Straw Hat crew, photo acquisition failed, with a bounty of 77 million berries. Sanji stared at the hand-drawn sketch pasted on his wanted poster and instantly broke down. Is that supposed to be him? The drawing looked nothing like him. Sanji had often fantasized about his handsome face gracing wanted posters and charming the hearts of beautiful ladies far and wide. But now, Sanji collapsed to his knees in despair, feeling as though the entire world had gone dark. Great God Usopp, sniper of the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 110 million berries. Usopp accepted his wanted poster, which showed him, head held high in his project skin, firing a signal flare to summon the Ghost Fleet. Beneath the photo, there was a brief description of his abilities. One line in particular, suspected to possess the power to command the undead, likely explained his grandiose title. Usopp hadn't expected his very first bounty to break the 100 million mark. No doubt his own skills contributed, but that shot which pierced the world government's flag surely played a part as well. Either way, Usopp found himself quite satisfied with the figure printed on his poster. Oh, right, Luffy, everyone. The main reason we came to find you is because of this. Zanku, having distributed the Straw Hats bounty posters, pulled one more from his coat and displayed it before the crew. Cyborg Frankie, wanted for 44 million berries. We're not sure why neither the foreman from the Galley Company nor us were mentioned in this incident, but it's true. Frankie's become a wanted man. Frankie can't stay on this island any longer. Straw Hat, I beg you, please take him with you. Zambai and the rest of the Frankie family's younger members fell to their knees, voices ringing out in desperate plea. Please, we're counting on you. East Blue, Syrup Village. Miss Kaya. Under the bright sunshine of a peaceful country lane, 3 children with peculiar haircuts dashed toward a blonde girl strolling through the woods, frantically waving a wanted poster. The girl's golden hair brushed her shoulders. Her frame was delicate, and in the sunlight, her fair skin glistened like snow. The gentle curve of her lips radiated a warmth as comforting as a spring breeze, making her seem as fragile and lovely as a newly blossomed daisy. This golden-haired girl was Kaya, Syrup Village's wealthiest young lady, and the one who gifted the Straw Hat crew their beloved ship, the Going Merry. What's wrong? Green pepper, carrot, and onion. Did something happen? Kaya greeted the trio with a friendly smile and asked softly, Here, take a look at this. Green Pepper couldn't hold back his excitement as he thrust the wanted poster into Kaya's hands for her to see its contents. Though she wasn't sure what was going on, Kaya nonetheless took the poster and began to examine it. At a single glance, upon seeing the face on the wanted poster, Kaya couldn't help but gasp, Usopp. Hardly able to believe her eyes, she looked again at the name written beneath the photograph before finally confirming it. I knew it. If it's Miss Kaya, she'd recognize Captain Usopp anywhere. That's right. I said right away this was Captain Usopp. Even with a mask, we could still tell. Everyone else in the village kept saying it was just someone with the same name, but now they'll have to believe us. With Kaya's confirmation, the 3 kids burst into loud, excited chatter, unable to contain themselves. Haha, it really is Usopp, masked or not. That nose gives him away every time. Kaya gazed at Usopp's photo, her laughter light and affectionate. Exactly, Captain Usopp's nose is impossible to miss. And just look at his outfit. He looks incredible. He really does. And his bounty is a whopping 110 million. Around here, that would make him the most feared pirate in all the East Blue. Wow, Captain Usopp must be so strong now. Oh, how I'd love to hear him tell his adventure stories again. Once the topic was brought up, the 3 youngsters couldn't stop themselves, their excitement overflowing as they animatedly discussed their captain. Usopp, you really have always been moving forward, haven't you? Kaya gazed at the photograph, her thoughts drifting, and with quiet determination she murmured, Then I must do my best too. Kaya carefully folded the wanted poster and put it away. She looked at the 3 and said, It's about time you all head home for dinner, otherwise your parents will start to worry. Green Pepper Head shrugged nonchalantly. They don't need to worry about me. I'm a crew member of Captain Usopp, the great pirate. That's right. Exactly. Radish Head and Onion Head chimed in enthusiastically. Kaya smiled and said, All right, but no matter how tough you are, you still need to eat. I should get back to my medical studies as well. When Usopp comes back, I'll make sure to give him a big surprise. The Grand Line, Water 7. Luffy looked at the crowd of Frankie family members kneeling before him, a bit puzzled. What are you all doing? Even if you don't say anything, I'm taking Frankie with me. He's the shipwright I've chosen. Although there had been some unpleasantness with the Frankie family before, after the fierce battle at Eni's lobby, Luffy and his crew had let go of their grudges and accepted them. Really? The Frankie family members asked in unison, their voices filled with hope. Of course. Luffy nodded firmly, then turned to the rest of the Straw Hat crew. What do you all think? I agree. Usopp, Robin, and Zoro nodded in support. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever. See if I care. Nami, Chopper, and Sanji, however, seemed completely uninterested, still miffed about their own wanted posters. All right then, let's go. Time to see our new ship and officially invite Frankie to join us. With a burst of enthusiasm, Luffy raised his arm high and led the way toward the shipyard. Usopp and the others followed closely behind, but the Frankie family members, not wanting to say goodbye to Frankie face-to-face, stayed behind and made their way back to their own headquarters. Guided by Kiwi and Mozu, Usopp and the crew soon arrived at the bay where their new ship awaited. Here, however, they only found Icebug and a few foremen from the Galilok Company. There was no sign of Frankie. "Hey, Icebug, is this our ship? Where's Frankie?" Luffy strode forward and greeted Icebug, curiosity shining in his eyes as he glanced at the ship hidden beneath a tarp, then wondered why Frankie was nowhere to be seen. "Ah, Frankie's already gone. I think he was worried he wouldn't be able to turn you down in person." Icebug chuckled softly, explaining the situation. He knew exactly what Frankie was thinking. "I see, but I'm not giving up that easily." Luffy's voice was full of determination. "Uh-huh, I hope you get your wish. But before that, aren't you dying to see your new ship?" Icebug smiled, choosing not to involve himself too much in the affairs between Frankie and the Straw Hat crew. Instead, he began introducing the pirate ship concealed under the canvas. Of course, Luffy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In the new world, a sea teeming with beasts, dangers lurk at every turn. But I believe this king of beasts will carry you through any obstacle in your way. As Icebug finished speaking, the foreman from the Galilok Company yanked the canvas aside. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a gigantic, twin-masted ship. The bow was crowned with a lion's head, sculpted like a sunflower, its cheerful face jutting out above a crossbones of bone. On either side, lion paw anchors gripped the deck, the entire vessel resembling a cartoon lion crouched playfully, radiating an undeniable cuteness. Yes, downright adorable. Had the Straw Hat flag not already been hoisted, no one could have believed this was actually a pirate ship. Usopp's eyes shone with awe. Though he already knew what the new ship looked like, seeing it in person sent his heart racing with excitement. But he would not be fooled by its cute exterior. He knew well that Frankie had built this ship incorporating features from the ancient weapon Pluton. Its destructive power was absolutely top tier in the world. Whoa, so cool. Luffy and Chopper were so captivated that they started drooling, and without a second thought, scrambled aboard to explore every corner. Usopp and the others followed closely behind, touring the ship's many amenities under Icebug's guidance. A grassy lawn, a lounge, a dining hall, a kitchen, a library, a medical bay, every living and recreational facility imaginable was right there. The Straw Hat crew was thoroughly delighted, instantly falling in love with their new ship. "Ahaha! Thank you, Uncle Icebug. I'm so happy with this ship," Luffy exclaimed with genuine excitement. "I'm glad to hear it," Icebug said with a knowing smile, then added, "But a ship this size will be quite a handful to maintain and repair. You'll need a real professional on board." Luffy nodded eagerly. "I understand, Uncle Icebug. Where's Frankie now? I want to find him right away." "All done, Robin. Here's all your books." Usopp lowered a bundle nearly as tall as himself onto the library floor. "Thank you. You've worked hard," Robin replied, sliding a couple of volumes neatly onto the shelf before turning to smile at him. "It's nothing. Do you want me to help organize them?" Usopp untied the bundle, revealing stack upon stack of all kinds of books. "Would you? Aren't you busy putting away your own things?" Robin asked. "Ah, Frankie's workshop has everything you could possibly need. Honestly, I barely have to lift a finger, just need to put away my own things, and that's it. And right now, Luffy's off to find Frankie, while Sanji and Zoro have gone into town to stock up on provisions. Chopper's busy organizing his medical kit and supplies. Nami's sorting out the wardrobe. Honestly, you're the only one left who I can actually help," Usopp said. There was nothing for it. Medicine wasn't Usopp's forte, and butting in with Chopper would just make things messy. As for Nami, whether or not Nami would even want Usopp interrupting her flow was another question entirely. Besides, organizing a woman's wardrobe sounded like a recipe for trouble. Definitely not something Usopp was eager to volunteer for. "All right then, could you help me put the books about geography and customs up on the top 3 shelves of that bookcase?" Robin nodded, not wasting any words, and started giving Usopp directions as naturally as if she were orchestrating a symphony. "Okay, leave it to me." Usopp dove straight into the piles of books, searching for the right ones. Watching Usopp bustling around, Robin's lips curled into a soft smile. Then suddenly, something seemed to flicker through her mind, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Long Nose," she called, somewhat hesitantly, continuing to tidy up the bookshelf. The name slipped out so casually it seemed almost incidental. "What is it? Do you need something?" Usopp turned to look at Robin. "I heard from Chopper that you tried to persuade Luffy to go and look for his brother, Ace?" Robin thought it over for a moment before deciding to ask directly. Yeah, that did happen." Usopp blinked, then nodded. He saw no reason to hide the truth. Robin pressed further. "Back in the underwater tunnel at Eni's lobby, you questioned Spandam about Ace as well. Did you know something others didn't?" During their time in that submarine tunnel, none of Usopp's actions had escaped Robin's notice. When Usopp approached Spandam, it may have looked like a simple inquiry, but to Robin, it seemed he was trying to tease out something specific from Spandam. Robin had always been puzzled by this unusual behavior. It hadn't been until Chopper mentioned Usopp's attempt to talk Luffy into seeking out Ace that she began to piece things together. Usopp's actions at Enies lobby might have simply been about finding a justification to persuade Luffy. But why was Usopp so intent on having Luffy go find Ace in the first place? Was it just because Blackbeard, Teach, was incredibly strong, and facing him meant Ace could be in danger? Robin didn't think so. She suspected Usopp knew something far more concrete. Is his Ace going to die? Robin paused for a moment, then asked in a steady, low voice. Usopp's whole body trembled. He hadn't expected Robin to read him so completely. As expected, you really do think differently from everyone else on this ship. The smartest person here. Usopp let out a sigh and commented with a touch of helplessness. Robin didn't respond, quietly waiting for Usopp's answer. Usopp considered it. Having someone to share his worries with wasn't so bad. Yeah, Ace is going to die. Usopp nodded, his voice firm with conviction. Why do you say that? Ace's Vivre card is still perfectly fine. Nothing seems to be wrong with him at all. Robin asked. After understanding Usopp's intentions, Robin had gone to Luffy to check Ace's Vivre card herself, confirming that at present, Ace was indeed safe and sound. It's not about now. It's about the future. Usopp explained. In the near future, Ace will find Blackbeard and his crew, and a fierce battle will break out. Ace will be completely defeated. Afterward, Blackbeard will hand Ace over to the world government in exchange for a seat among the Shichibukai. With the Navy now poised to march into the New World and secure its foothold there, they'll seize this opportunity. They'll use Ace to draw out the Whitebeard pirates, setting a trap to wipe them out. War is coming. Both Ace and Whitebeard will die in this war. Robin frowned, clearly troubled by what she heard from Usopp. His words seemed unbelievable at first. But upon closer thought, Usopp's analysis made perfect sense. If things really played out that way, there was every possibility they'd unfold exactly as Usopp described. What do you think? Sounds like nothing but a wild fantasy, doesn't it? That's why I've been trying to find information to convince Luffy. But Luffy just isn't the kind of person to believe something until he sees it with his own eyes. Expecting him to break the pirate code and willingly interfere in another pirate's affairs. Basically impossible. Unless Ace's death becomes an absolute certainty. Usopp chuckled self-deprecatingly. Robin's eyes flickered as she asked the crucial question. Then, how do you know all this? Usopp fell silent for a moment before replying. I caught glimpses of many things. For a moment, I saw the past, the present, and the future. This was one of the things I saw. Robin stared at him, momentarily lost for words. Sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? Honestly, I think so too. That's why I wish I had a reason that sounded a little less absurd. Usopp replied, forcing a bitter smile. Robin's brow was still furrowed. She said nothing, lost in thought. No, this just made things a bit more complicated. After a long pause, Robin suddenly broke her silence. Usopp blinked, not sure what she meant. If we can't stop this before Ace is captured, then with our current strength, there's simply no way we could even think about getting involved in a war between the Navy headquarters and an Emperor of the Sea. Robin continued, her voice steady. Robin, do you really believe me? Usopp looked at Robin, startled by how seriously she was analyzing the situation. Ido, Robin nodded, replying gently. Long nose, I don't think you'd lie about something like this, would you? A warmth bloomed in Usopp's chest. He couldn't quite find the words to reply. That trust, coming from a crewmate, was just so touching. Wait a second. Usopp suddenly thought of something, his voice bright with excitement. If you believe me, Robin, then doesn't that mean the others, Luffy and the rest, might too? No. Robin shook her head, her tone cool. Given Luffy's intelligence, he'd probably just think you're telling one of your tall tales again. Maybe Chopper would believe you, but that's about it. Usopp's grin froze on his face, and he muttered awkwardly, no way. This is such an important matter, though. They would. But honestly, you've spun so many wild stories in the past that by now, almost everyone just treats your incredible tales as comic relief. Robin mercilessly revealed the state of things aboard the Sunny. Usopp's spirits deflated immediately. It was just as he'd suspected. Sure enough, aside from Robin and the ever-gullible Chopper, hardly anyone else would take him seriously about this sort of thing. We'll need to take our time with this. Is there still time left? Robin asked, looking thoughtful. Usopp considered. Ace must have been captured while they were fighting Gecko Moria. Yeah, there's still some time left, but not much. Robin nodded, satisfied. Good. Let's wait for everyone to come back first, then we'll talk. After that, Usopp and Robin didn't linger on the topic of Ace. After all, if there wasn't any way to solve the problem, talking it to death would only add to their anxieties. As they chatted idly, the two organized the rest of the books, and then stepped out of the library together onto the grassy deck. By now, Chopper was already there, waiting on the lawn, bright and eager. Nami, on the other hand, was no doubt still lost in her endless piles of clothes and hadn't come out yet. "Chopper, are Luffy and the others back yet?" Robin asked with a smile. "Not yet. I've been waiting here for ages, but I still haven't seen them," Chopper answered, turning his head. "Zoro and Sanji are still out shopping, but they should be done soon. As for Luffy, he's heading this way with Frankie's underwear in hand." Usopp stated matter-of-factly. "Underwear? What's that about?" Chopper asked, puzzled. You're probably better off not knowing." Usopp thought it over and still chose not to reveal everything he knew. Frankie, for all his manliness, was admittedly a bit of a weirdo. "Usopp, what exactly happened?" Chopper pressed curiously. Usopp shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly sharpened with alertness. "Chopper, go stow the sails. We need to get ready to set out," Usopp ordered in a serious tone. "What's going on? And shouldn't we be raising the sails if we're setting off?" Robin asked. "Luffy's grandpa's warship is circling around from the other side of the island. Judging by the look of it, he's coming in hot. And about the sails, this ship is nothing like any ordinary ship. Just do as I say," Usopp explained. "Huh? How could that be? Didn't Luffy's grandpa say he wouldn't catch us this time?" Chopper asked, puzzled. "I don't know. Either way, let's just get ready. As soon as Luffy and the others are back, we'll set sail immediately," Usopp said. "Okay," Chopper answered and hurried off to make the preparations. Soon enough, Luffy appeared on the shore holding Frankie's underwear, with Frankie, who had been bare below, strutting along right behind him, attracting more than a little attention. What happened next unfolded almost exactly as it did in the original story. Once Sanji and Zoro made it back, Luffy's grandpa, Garp, also arrived, steering his warship along the coastline. Frankie, always trying to act tough, was finally defeated by Robin's swift clutch move. After tearfully bidding farewell to his little brothers of the Frankie family, he officially joined the Straw Hat crew. "Luffy, I'm your grandpa. I'm your grandpa. For certain reasons, I have no choice but to arrest your entire crew right here now," Garp shouted through a megaphone from the deck of his Navy warship. "But why, Grandpa? Didn't you say you weren't going to catch us this time?" Luffy protested. "Gahahaha. Orders from Sengoku. There's no going against them. Brace yourselves. Here comes Fist of Meteor Shower." Garp laughed heartily and, barehanded, began hurling cannonballs with a speed and force that put the ship's artillery to shame, sending a barrage flying at the Straw Hat crew. "What the heck, Luffy? What kind of monster is your grandpa?" Sanji kicked away a cannonball with such unexpected force that he almost lost his balance landing back on deck. "Everyone, don't even think about fighting my grandpa. Just run for it." Luffy had no will to fight against Garp and was focused on just getting away. "Hey, Frankie, does this ship have any secret weapons we should know about?" Usopp, dual pistols blazing, was frantically shooting down the incoming cannonballs. But Garp was launching them so quickly that there were far more cannonballs in the air than Usopp could possibly intercept with his particle beams. It's hard to believe that this is the strength Garp is displaying after holding back at sea. If Garp were to go all out, there's no doubt their whole crew would be finished here. Usopp had no intention of wasting more time with Garp, so he signaled Frankie to hurry and bring out the secret weapon they'd stowed on the pirate ship, the Kuda Burst. "Oh, long-nosed buddy, did you discover something on board?" "Super." Frankie arched his eyebrows and struck an utterly ridiculous pose as he spoke. "A secret weapon? What is it?" Luffy and Chopper's eyes sparkled at the mention, unable to contain their excitement. "All right, just you wait and see. This ship is guaranteed to amaze you. But before we unveil it, don't you think we ought to give her a name?" Frankie suggested. "You're right. Let's call it the Black Bear, White Bear, Lion." Luffy grinned, and in the blink of an eye, came up with a name. "No way." The rest of the Straw Hats rejected the name flatly. "Okay, how about Tiger, Wolf, Lion?" Unfazed by their disapproval, Luffy instantly pitched another name. "No, be serious for once, Straw Hat." Frankie protested in frustration. "Then, Squid, Octopus, Gorilla. Since none of you have a good name for now, why don't we hear what Ice Boy came up with?" Frankie cut Luffy off before he could say more. A ship as vibrant as the sun, sailing boldly across treacherous seas. The pirate ship, Thousand Sunny. Frankie announced, giving weight to each word. "Oh, that's an awesome name." Luffy and Chopper's eyes shone with delight. "Way better than my Lionel the Boss." Zoro agreed. "Beats my Sunflower Gentleman." Sanji nodded. "It's better than my Dark Maru too." Robin joined in with a smile. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to say the name aloud. "Great, that's it, Thousand Sunny," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "Hold on. Actually, Ice Boy came up with that name just to get the ball rolling. The real contenders should be Frankie Lion King Champion, or maybe Lion Power Champion." Frankie went on rambling, But Luffy and the others paid him no attention. All right, Frankie, get ready. Things are about to get serious over there. Usopp patted Frankie on the shoulder, urging him to hurry up. Frankie froze, turning to see Garp inexplicably pulling out an iron ball even bigger than the Sunny itself, preparing to launch it at them. You gotta be kidding. What on earth is that? Frankie was startled and didn't dare to waste another second. He hurried off to get things ready right away. Hurry up, Frankie. If we get hit by that thing, we're as good as dead. Sanji shouted anxiously. Almost there, just fueling up the cola energy. Everyone hold on tight. Frankie called out from the helm as he swiftly worked the controls. A sharp, howling wind swept through the air, a deafening whistle, as a massive shadow loomed over the Thousand Sunny, threatening to come crashing down at any moment. Coup de burst. With a thunderous roar, a colossal blast of air shot out from the Sunny's aft, catapulting the ship skyward. And just like that, the Straw Hats launched into another exhilarating adventure. Hey, Nami, which island are we heading to next? Somewhere out in the Grand Line, Luffy was perched atop the Sunny's lion figurehead, shouting back at the crew. Fishman Island. It's right at the midpoint of the Grand Line. Ships from all over gather there before crossing into the New World. Nami replied, Fishman Island? Oh, I can't wait. Luffy grinned, brimming with excitement. Beautiful mermaids, here I come. Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts, his body twisting and contorting with wild, lovesick fantasies. The rest of the crew, too, couldn't hide their own anticipation, each face showing hints of excitement about the journey ahead. But, hey, don't get too carried away. It's not guaranteed that we'll make it there safely, Nami cautioned. Granny Kokoro told me there's always a thick mist ahead, the Devil's Triangle. Ships disappear there every year, whole fleets vanishing without a trace. They say there have been sightings of ghost ships drifting lost in the mist. No one knows if it's real or just a legend, Nami continued, her words quickly dousing the crew's excitement with apprehension. Her original plan was to cool down, especially the ever-enthusiastic Luffy, and keep everyone on high alert. Yet, as she spoke, even she found herself shivering a little, the chill of fear creeping in first. FFF, Frankie, did you think there really are ghost ships? Chopper stuttered, eyes wide, clearly frightened by Nami's tale. Wonder if there'll be any moving skeletons on board a ghost ship? Luffy piped up, not scared at all. Instead, his curiosity was sparked, eyes shining with excitement. No way. I don't want to see a walking skeleton. Chopper shook his head vigorously, every inch of him signaling refusal. Oh, come on, Chopper. Up in the crow's nest on the Sunny's main mast, Usopp watched his friends deep in animated discussion and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Robin, we're running out of time. By the time we reach the Devil's Triangle, it'll probably be exactly when Ace and Blackbeard meet. Usopp turned and walked over to Robin, who was paging through a biography. I've been thinking carefully about it. Given Luffy's personality, it's almost impossible to persuade him to cut short his own adventure, to interfere with Ace's unless there's concrete evidence. So maybe we should consider other options. Robin closed her book as she spoke. Other options? Like what? Are you suggesting we go find Ace ourselves? Usopp frowned in concern. Robin nodded and said, all we'd be doing is giving Ace a warning, not picking a fight. There's no need for the whole crew to go. Splitting into 2 teams might not be a bad idea. But how would we explain that to Luffy? And without the Beaver card he's holding, how can we find Ace in this endless sea? Besides, how would we convince Ace even if we did find him? Usopp blurted out all his worries at once. He had actually thought about finding Ace himself before, but without a plan for how to track Ace down or what to say to convince him, the idea just wouldn't work. Finding him isn't the main problem. We could just be honest with Luffy. If we're determined enough, he'll probably agree. If not, we can always ask the Revolutionary Army for help. With their resources, tracking someone down in the Grand Line shouldn't be an issue. As for persuading Ace, Robin's confidence began to falter as she spoke. The thing about Luffy and his family was that once they set their minds on something, it was nearly impossible to change it. But just as Robin mentioned the Revolutionary Army, a flash of inspiration struck Usopp. Something clicked in his mind. Hey, Robin, what if something happened that involved both Luffy and Ace personally? Do you think that could shake things up and make them shift their focus temporarily? Usopp's eyes brightened as he proposed the idea. What do you mean? Robin asked, puzzled. Usopp grinned. Actually, Luffy and Ace aren't just 2 brothers. They're 3. What? 3 brothers? How come Luffy never mentioned it before? Robin frowned slightly, the question popping out automatically. But as soon as she spoke, she realized it was a pointless question. With Luffy's straightforward nature, unless you asked directly, he'd never volunteer the information. It wasn't that Luffy was secretive. His single-minded brain just never thought that far ahead. Luffy and Ace have a sworn brother named Sabo. When they were kids, Sabo had an accident and died. What Luffy and Ace don't know, however, is that Sabo didn't actually die in that accident. He was saved by Luffy's father, Dragon. He simply lost his memory due to a concussion. Usopp explained. So you mean Sabo is with the Revolutionary Army right now? Although Usopp put it simply, Robin's sharp mind immediately grasped the cause and effect and understood exactly what Usopp implied. Yeah, think about it. If Luffy and Ace knew that their long-lost brother was still alive but injured and suffering from amnesia, do you think they'd drop everything and rush off to find Sabo? Usopp put special emphasis on the word injured, his tone laden with meaning. Hee Longnose, you're so bad. Robin covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. For a fleeting moment, she almost caught a glimpse of a supervillain's aura from Usopp. But Usopp's image was so at odds with such a role that it struck her as delightfully absurd, making it hard not to chuckle. Hey, I'm a hero, you know. The beauty of this plan is it'll convince both Luffy and Ace, and I'm not lying either. Relieved to have finally found a solution, Usopp's mood lightened and his tone became much more upbeat. He'd never really thought to involve Sabo before. For one thing, when he used to watch the anime, Sabo hadn't really appeared yet. The name was familiar, but his impression wasn't deep. Besides, the situation didn't seem to involve Sabo all that much, so he'd never made the connection. True, you're not lying, Robin nodded, regaining her composure. But how did you find out about all this? Is this something else you've seen? You can't just say that to Luffy, or no one would believe you. She looked at Usopp seriously. I've got an idea for that, too. Remember when the two of us went to Gourmet City, Pudgy, looking for the Revolutionary Army? Let's say I found out by chance when we were there. When the time comes, you just need to play along with me. Usopp spoke with growing confidence. Acting, you say? So you want me to help you deceive everyone? That actually sounds kind of fun. Robin's eyes sparkled as her interest was piqued. Oh please, acting isn't the same as lying. That's art. We be sacrificing for the sake of performance. When the time comes, you'll do this, and I'll do that, and then... Usopp quickly set about crafting their script, explaining the plan in detail to Robin. Robin listened intently. She was genuinely intrigued. Hey, Usopp, what are you doing to Robin? Why haven't you come down yet? Night fell, and Sanji, noticing that Usopp and Robin had spent the entire afternoon in the lookout tower without any sign of coming out, shouted up in irritation. What's the matter, Sanji? Usopp poked his head out the window of the lookout tower and called down. Dinner's ready. If Luffy eats up your share, don't blame me. Of course, Robin. If you're hungry, there will always be something special for you. Sanji snapped at Usopp, clearly annoyed, but the moment Robin also leaned out the window, his attitude did a complete turnaround, warm and charming. All right, we'll be right there. Usopp paid no mind to Sanji's mood swings, gave a quick reply, and ducked back inside. He glanced at Robin, saying, Heads up, our #1 supporting actor is on stage now. I know. Robin gave a gentle nod, opened the door, and took the lead, climbing down the rope. Usopp followed closely, and the two made their way to the dining hall in comfortable silence. By now, the rest of the Straw Hat crew had already started eating. Although dinner had only just begun, half the dishes on the table had already vanished, and what remained was disappearing at a pace you could easily see. Most of the crew were reasonably well-behaved, sticking to the food in front of them. Luffy, on the other hand, had no concept of restraint, eyeing everyone else's plates while shoveling food into his mouth, and now and then helping himself to what was on other people's plates. If Usopp and Robin had been even a minute later, they might have ended up going hungry. Without another word, Usopp immediately took a seat and joined the scramble for food. Robin, this is a special sandwich I made just for you. No one else gets one. Unlike the frantic Usopp, Robin was in no rush. She had barely sat down when Sanji emerged from the kitchen bearing a plate of sandwiches, which he placed gently in front of her. Thank you. Robin offered a soft laugh as she spoke. Yet before she'd even finished her sentence, half the sandwiches had already disappeared from the plate. Delicious. Luffy swallowed down his stolen sandwich in a single bite, sounding deeply satisfied. Hey, Luffy, that was for Robin. And Usopp, don't think I didn't notice your quick hands either. Sanji was furious. Without missing a beat, he raised a fist and landed a punch on both Luffy and Usopp. Sorry. Luffy apologized at once, but didn't even slow down as he continued stuffing food into his mouth. Usopp was taken aback. He thought he'd been fast enough and had even used Luffy's distraction as cover, but Sanji still caught him. Could it be that Sanji was already awakening the power of observation haki? It's all right. I couldn't finish all that by myself anyway. I've got plenty of other things I'd like to try. Robin laughed lightly, her tone serene and gracious. I'll let you off this time for Robin's sake. If you're still hungry, there are some leftover sandwich scraps in the kitchen. Sanji snorted and brought out another plate, piled high with bits and pieces of sandwiches. Though they didn't look very appealing, the taste was just as good. Without another word, everyone pounced and polished off every last crumb on the plate. Amid this cheerful commotion, Sanji's food was devoured down to the last bite, and dinner time drew to a close. Sensing the moment, Usopp discreetly exchanged a glance with Robin. Robin caught his meaning, wiped her mouth, and stood up, saying, "All right, Usopp, let's continue. Everyone, we're heading to the lookout tower." Usopp nodded and rose to his feet as well. "Okay, let's go." "Wait a minute. Usopp, what exactly are you doing with Robin?" Sanji jumped in at once, his face twisted with jealousy as he demanded an explanation. Just as expected, Sanji took the bait. A flicker of amusement crossed Usopp's eyes, but he feigned confusion and replied, it's nothing. Robin and I are just looking into some intel we got from the Revolutionary Army last time." "Couldn't you research intelligence in the library? Why do you have to occupy the lookout tower?" Before Sanji could get a word in, Zoro interjected with a grumble. After all, Zoro had his eye on the lookout first. It was quiet, the view was great, making it the perfect spot for a nap or some training. But then Usopp insisted it was a sniper's territory and claimed it for himself, leaving Zoro no choice but to concede. After all, the lookout tower truly did belong to the sharpshooter. "Hey, didn't we already hand that intel over to the Revolutionary Army in Gourmet City? What else is there to study?" Sanji brushed off Zoro's complaint, furrowing his brows with suspicion. The others shot curious looks in their direction as well. "No, I'm talking about the information Usopp picked up from Spandam's office last time. According to the revolutionaries in Pudgy City, their chief of staff Sabo was injured and lost his memory, you know?" Robin explained, her expression calm as ever. "Sabo." Luffy's whole body tensed up, his eyes suddenly sharp and full of shock. "I heard that the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff, Sabo, was born a noble in the Goa Kingdom of the East Blue. When he was a child, he set out to sea, only to be struck by a celestial dragon's cannon fire, which caused him to lose his memory. If the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, hadn't been passing by and saved him, Sabo would have been long gone." Usopp remarked, his words heavy with meaning. To be honest, Usopp's memories from Luffy's childhood were always a bit hazy. Thankfully, Robin's encyclopedic knowledge of the world's geography helped fill in the gaps. After spending the whole afternoon piecing together the story, she finally managed to complete that part of Usopp's recollection. "Kingdom of Goa, Sabo." Luffy's whole body trembled as he cried out in shock. "Yeah, that's right. I heard this Sabo was seriously wounded, lost all his memories, and only remembers his name, Sabo. Everything else is a blank, and no one knows where his family is, even now." Usopp's eyes flickered, and he spoke, half casually, half intentionally. "Really? Is it really Sabo?" Luffy leapt forward, grabbing Usopp's collar anxiously. "Oh, what do you mean is it Sabo? Luffy, do you actually know the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff Sabo?" Usopp asked, his face full of astonishment. "Of course. No. Well, the Sabo I knew should be dead. No, wait, if someone saved him, then Sabo might really be alive." Luffy stammered, overwhelmed by a mix of excitement and joy. Yet beneath it all, a tremor of fear. This sudden dash of hope felt so fragile, it was terrifying. What if it all vanished like a bubble? If the Sabo you knew was a guy with a fancy top hat, goggles hanging on it, short blonde hair, missing a tooth at the corner of his mouth, then it's probably the same person. Usopp described Sabo as he remembered him, especially the way Sabo looked as a child, knowing this would match the Sabo in Luffy's memory perfectly. "That's amazing. Sabo is alive. I have to go find him right now." Luffy's cries became an outpouring of tears and laughter, overwhelming joy bursting out of him. "Hey, Luffy, why are you so worked up about this? Does this Revolutionary Army Sabo have anything to do with you?" Usopp took a cautious step back from Luffy, edging away so Luffy's tears wouldn't end up on him, though he already knew the answer. "Sabo, he's my brother." Luffy sobbed out the words, tears streaming down his face. "Your brother? Wasn't Ace your brother? When did you have a Sabo too?" Nami looked puzzled. "Ace is my brother, and so is Sabo. Back then, the three of us shared cups of sake and made a brotherhood pact. Sabo is my brother too. It's just, for certain reasons, when we were kids, Sabo tried to set out to sea on his own and leave that awful place. But then his boat was blasted by cannon fire, and after that he simply disappeared. We all thought he died." Luffy explained. "Could just be a coincidence? The world is so big. There must be people with the same name and a similar story." Robin questioned gently. "It can't be a coincidence. Kingdom of Goa, top hat with goggles, short blonde hair, missing a tooth at the mouth, and he was caught in a cannon attack. There's no way it's anyone else. That has to be Sabo." Luffy insisted, sure and unwavering. Everything Usopp described matched Sabo in his memories perfectly, There was no doubt in Luffy's mind. Luffy was now certain that the so-called chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army was none other than his brother Sabo. His excitement grew stronger by the minute, and he wished he could fly straight to Sabo and reunite with him right away. Everyone, I'm counting on you. I really want to go find Sabo as soon as possible. Though he was still visibly agitated, Luffy managed to regain some of his composure. Even though he was the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, if he wanted to drop their current adventure for his own personal matters, he felt he should at least ask for everyone's opinion. This was something only possible aboard the Straw Hat Pirates ship, which was more like a band of free-spirited adventurers anyway. On other pirate crews, the captain's word was absolute. I don't mind, Zoro said, keeping his usual stern face, expressing his stance with few words. Well, since it's Luffy's brother, we can't exactly say no. And besides, this is a kind of adventure too. Sanji took a deep drag on his cigarette as he spoke. I'll work on developing a medicine to cure amnesia while we're on the way. Chopper promised, tears brimming in his eyes as he patted his chest with determination. Don't worry. With the Sunny's power, even if we take a little detour, we won't lose any time, Frankie said, wiping away a tear and nodding in agreement. Leave it to me, Luffy. I'll plot out the fastest possible route. Nami chimed in as well. Everyone, looking at his friend's responses, Luffy was deeply moved, his throat tightening with emotion until he couldn't get the words out. At that moment, Usopp and Robin exchanged a glance and gave each other a subtle signal. Catching on, Robin spoke up. Wait a moment, everyone. I have no objection to searching for Sabo, but the problem is we don't have the slightest idea where he is right now. The warmth and energy in the dining hall suddenly vanished, as if doused by a cold bucket of water. Robin, Usopp, you two don't know where Sabo is either? Luffy asked, looking a bit lost. Of course not. Sabo is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, their second in command. The world government and the Navy are always searching for him too. How could we possibly know his whereabouts? Robin explained, nodding. Then what should we do? There was a hint of worry in Luffy's voice as he asked. He had thought that Robin and Usopp knew where Sabo was, so they only needed to adjust their destination a bit. But if they didn't know his exact location, tracking down one person in the vast, unending ocean would be next to impossible. A wild goose chase that would cost them precious time. That meant there was no way of knowing when they might resume their adventure. Now, Luffy realized he might be acting irresponsibly toward his crewmates. And, even for him, this was a hard decision to make. Robin, Usopp, you two are the only ones here who have been in contact with the Revolutionary Army. Are you still able to reach them? I'm guessing finding Sabo should be pretty easy for them, right? Nami looked over at Robin and Usopp as she spoke. Luffy's eyes lit up at her suggestion, turning to Robin and Usopp with an eager look. It's possible, but we'll have to wait until we reach the next island. Robin nodded as she answered. Robin wasn't lying, either. Back when she parted with Austin, he had naturally told her, regarded by the revolutionaries as the light of revolution, how to get in touch with them, and he'd openly welcomed her to find them anytime. But even if we managed to contact the Revolutionary Army, would they actually tell us where their second-in-command is? Zoro frowned as he voiced his concern. No matter what, I have to find out what's happened to Sabo. Luffy straightened up, his tone full of resolve. Actually, it's not as difficult as it sounds. Robin is known among the revolutionaries as the light of revolution. And don't forget about Luffy's background. He's got connections. Usopp jumped in at just the right moment to remind everyone. That's right. Luffy is the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Surely it won't be hard for him to meet their second-in-command. The others' faces suddenly brightened, realizing they'd completely overlooked that fact. In a sense, Luffy was like the prince of the Revolutionary Army. Finding someone shouldn't take more than a moment. All right, the next island is Fishman Island, right? Full speed ahead. We'll look for the Revolutionary Army there. Luffy might not understand what Sabo's whereabouts have to do with his own history, but seeing everyone visibly relieved, he decided not to dwell on it and declared their new course with renewed fighting spirit. No, the next stop is Sabeti Archipelago. It's the gateway to Fishman Island, and the Revolutionary Army has a foothold there. Robin smiled as she explained the situation. Sabeti Archipelago? What kind of place is that? Why does the log pose no longer have a reading for it? Nami blinked, confused by this new revelation. I'm not entirely sure about the details myself. This is just what the revolutionaries told me. They said if we want to reach Fishman Island, we have to go through Sabeti Archipelago. There's no need to alter our course. As long as we head toward Fishman Island, we'll pass right by it. Robin shook her head, clarifying. I see. Then our target is Sabeti Archipelago. Let's set sail. Luffy didn't bother with the details. With a sweeping gesture, he gave the order. As far as he was concerned, as long as they could find Sabo, nothing else mattered. Wait a second, Luffy. You just said the three of you are sworn brothers, right? That means Ace is Sabo's brother too. Shouldn't we let Ace know that Sabo is alive? Seizing the perfect moment, Usopp at last revealed his true intention. That's right, I almost forgot about Ace. If Ace finds out I told Sabo he's alive every single time, he'd definitely give me a hard time. Thanks, Usopp. Luffy slapped his forehead as the realization dawned on him. But how am I supposed to find Ace, anyway? In the next moment, Luffy was troubled by a new dilemma. Luffy, didn't Ace leave you a piece of Beaver card? If you use that, you'll be able to find him in no time. Usopp reminded him. You're right, I totally forgot about that. Usopp, you really are my guiding light. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly at Usopp's words, and he hurriedly rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a small strip of Beaver card. Luffy laid the Beaver card flat on his palm. Freed from its confinement, the Beaver card immediately shifted, pointing in a certain direction. Wow, it actually works. So Ace is in that direction? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. This direction is exactly the opposite of where we're headed. Looks like it's back the way we came. Nami checked the log pose and compared it with the direction indicated by the Beaver card. So what do we do? Are we really going to turn back? Sanji asked with a furrowed brow. About that. For a moment, everyone looked unsure of what to do. If all we need to do is find Ace and let him know Sabo is alive, not everyone has to go. We could split up, one of us can deliver the message to Ace, and then we all meet up again at Sabaody Archipelago. Usopp chimed in at the right moment. Usopp, do you mean you'll go? Sanji glanced at Usopp, immediately understanding his plan. Yeah, I can fly. It won't take me much time at all. I might even catch up with you before you reach Sabaody Archipelago. Usopp nodded confidently. Luffy frowned in thought, but soon made up his mind. He handed the Beaver card to Usopp and said, All right, Usopp, I'm counting on you. After considering it for a moment, Luffy felt that Usopp's suggestion was indeed the best option they had right now. And Luffy had seen Usopp's flying speed for himself. There was no doubt Usopp was the best fit for this mission. So, without thinking twice, Luffy agreed to Usopp's request. Usopp accepted the Beaver card, a gleam of excitement flickering deep in his eyes. Half the task was already done. No time to waste. I'll pack up and head out right away. Sanji, could you fix up some pirate bento for the road? Usopp tucked away the Beaver card and looked to Sanji. Yeah, just give me a moment. I'll get right on it. Sanji nodded without another word and hurried off to the kitchen. All right, I'd better get ready too. Seeing this, Usopp bid everyone farewell and turned to leave the dining hall, climbing up to his lookout tower. In truth, Usopp didn't have much to prepare. He simply straightened up his belongings a little, and that was enough to get ready. Congratulations, Longnose. You've achieved your goal, Robin said with a soft laugh, climbing up the rope ladder to join Usopp on the lookout tower and taking in the sight of Usopp, all geared up. And I owe it to your cooperation, Usopp replied with a smile of his own. Oh, how was my acting back there? Robin's lips curled upwards as she looked at Usopp, eager for his approval, clearly feeling a little self-conscious about her first attempt at something like this. Well, your performance was a bit exaggerated and over the top, not exactly in line with how you usually behave. Still, it was more than enough to fool Luffy and the others. But if you want to trick anyone else, there's definitely room for improvement, Usopp commented, striking a thoughtful pose as if taking the assessment seriously. Robin's smile faltered at that, her expression freezing for a moment. I'm just kidding. You played your part perfectly. As long as we've reached our goal, that's what matters, right? Usopp chuckled, clearly in good spirits. Robin, regaining her composure in an instant, glanced at him and mirrored his light laugh. Yes, our goal has been achieved, at least for now. But what? Usopp asked, not picking up on the shift in Robin's tone. But plans can never keep up with change. For all you know, by the time you get there, Ace and Blackbeard might already have crossed paths, Robin replied, her smile dazzling and bright. Oh, that can't be, can it? According to the timeline, Ace shouldn't run into Blackbeard. Teach, for a while yet, Usopp said, furrowing his brow, still oblivious to Robin's implication. Anything is possible. After all, these things are beyond anyone's control. Even the slightest change could send events spiraling down a completely different path, Robin said, her smile growing brighter still. A chill ran down Usopp's spine. Whatever happiness he'd been feeling vanished in an instant, replaced by a rising unease. Indeed, a single butterfly's wings could whip up a hurricane leagues away. The world had already begun to change because of Usopp's presence here. Who could say whether those changes might affect Ace and his fate? And if, when you arrive, it's all already over, that might not even be the worst scenario. If you arrive and they're still fighting, you might just get swept up into it yourself, Robin continued, and Usopp's face grew even more troubled with every word. Suddenly, Usopp caught a glimmer of something unusual in Robin's eyes. He paused, and in that heartbeat, realized what Robin was up to. All right, Robin, that's not how you scare people. What you're doing is more like casting a curse. Usopp said with a hint of helplessness. I was merely describing something that could very well come true. Robin replied in her calm, measured tone, unfazed by Usopp's attempt to call out her motives. Forget it, forget it. I'll take that as your way of reminding me. Actually, you just made me remember something. Usopp waved his hand, letting the matter drop without further argument. He changed the subject, saying, if I'm not here, you all need to be extra careful on the journey ahead. Make sure you watch out for a certain ghost woman at all times. Thanks to Robin's earlier comments, Usopp's memory was triggered. He remembered the ghost woman in the Florian Triangle with her fearsome powers. In the story of One Piece, even the crew's 3 strongest fighters were utterly helpless in the face of her negative ghosts, left completely at her mercy. In the end, it was Usopp in his most desperate moment who stepped up and defeated the ghost woman, paving the way for the Straw Hat Crew's victory. Now, Usopp wasn't as negative as he once was, but he still had his unshakable resolve, a skill that could resist all negative effects. Because of this, he wasn't really afraid of the ghost woman anymore. But now he had to go search for Ace. If the Straw Hats happened to wander into the Florian Triangle at a time like this, the consequences could be disastrous. Ghost woman? Who's that? Robin asked with genuine curiosity. She's one of the officers under Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I can't remember her exact name, but her devil fruit power is extremely rare. She can sap a person's will to fight, plunging them into deep despair. If any of you get touched by her negative ghosts, there's no way you'll be able to win. Usopp began to explain the ghost woman's powers, but as he spoke, he suddenly paused in thought. When it came to negativity, Robin seemed just as unruffled as he was, maybe even more so. Thinking back, Robin had never fallen victim to the ghost woman's power in the anime. If Robin's inner world was as dark as her demeanor suggested, maybe, just maybe, a brand new desperate Robin would be born from the experience. And even if the outcome was failure, the chance to see Robin unsettled for once might be worth it. Usopp sized Robin up from head to toe, increasingly tempted by the idea. Should he nudge her a little and see what happened if she tried facing the ghost power herself? Usopp, what are you up to? Sensing that up-to-no-good glint in Usopp's eyes, Robin suddenly shivered, goosebumps prickling her arms. Her instinct screamed that Usopp was definitely plotting something that involved her. She didn't even bother calling him long-nosed anymore, just cut straight to his name. Haha, it's nothing, really nothing at all. Catching the warning in her tone, Usopp gave an awkward laugh and waved her off. Is that so? Robin's gaze was cold and sharp as a blade, piercing deep into Usopp's heart, as if she intended to slash away every dark thought lingering in his mind. It's really nothing. Let's get back to the main topic, the ghost girl. Usopp, feeling a bit guilty, avoided Robin's eyes and forcefully steered the conversation back on track. He then gave a detailed account of the ghost princess Perona's abilities. Though Usopp was genuinely curious to see Robin lose her composure, he would never risk a crewmate's life merely to satisfy his own curiosity. After all, Perona's powers were no joke. Just one misstep, and the entire Straw Hat crew might end up at her mercy. Now that they were talking about serious matters, Robin's attitude also shifted. She let go of what happened earlier and focused. Hearing you explain it, that ghost girl's powers do sound incredibly troublesome, Robin said with a furrowed brow. The ability to shatter a person's fighting spirit, and with their current strength, they had no way to defend against it. How were they supposed to stand a chance in battle? Yeah, if you're hit by that ghost girl's attack, your only hope is to tough it out with sheer willpower. But even someone as determined as Zoro can't withstand it. Usopp nodded and explained this further. He couldn't help but smirk a little, picturing the usually stoic Zoro on his knees before Perona, totally defeated, a look of utter despair on his face. What a place the Florian Triangle was. If it were possible, Usopp would love nothing more than to buy a video transponder snail and go there himself, just to take some photos as a keepsake. But the more formidable a power is, the more likely it has a glaring weakness, wouldn't you say? Robin thought for a while. Then, noticing the faint smile at the corner of Usopp's lips, inspiration struck. She looked at Usopp with a glint in her eyes and posed her question. If this so-called ghost girl strength was really that outrageous, there was no way she would be so obscure in these seas. Which meant Perona's powers had to come with a significant drawback. It was just like her own Hana fruit. If the extra limbs she created got hurt, the pain was reflected right back to her real body. Used poorly, she might take even more damage herself than her opponent. Exactly. Leave it to you, Robin. Brilliant, as always. A look of approval flashed in Usopp's eyes. Talking with someone as clever as Robin was frankly a relief compared to dealing with Luffy or the others. When she's in her ghost form, Perona is untouchable, but her physical body becomes incredibly vulnerable. And when she uses certain powers, she can't move her real body at all. So, all we have to do is find her real body and take care of it. Solve the root. Solve the problem. And with your abilities, Robin, I bet it'll be a breeze for you to track her down. Usopp explained his thinking. In that case, I suppose I could give it a try. Robin's eyes sparkled with interest as she nodded in agreement. As long as they knew their opponent's weakness, things would be much easier to handle. Still, after some thought, Usopp remained uneasy. After all, Perona's abilities were just too overpowered. Even if Robin set a clever trap, victory wasn't guaranteed. Even if Robin could defeat Perona from a distance using her flower fruit powers, the moment one of Perona's negative ghosts touched one of Robin's conjured arms, Robin would still collapse in defeat. Usopp mulled it over for a while, then opened his system menu and purchased 2 control wards from the in-system shop, essentially the true seeing wards. Control ward, price 75 gold coins. Active, use, place a powerful control ward to grant true sight within a 50-meter radius. The device also reveals hidden and disguised traps and targets. P.S.1. All teammates within the control ward's range also gain true sight of that area. P.S.2. You can have a maximum of 2 control wards active at any time. With these in hand, Usopp could keep track of the Straw Hat crew situation at all times, even from miles away, and react instantly to anything that happened. With a casual flip of his hand, Usopp produced 2 small, red-eyed devices, each no larger than a thumbnail, in his palm. He deftly attached one of the control wards to the crow's nest atop the Sunny, ensuring that, no matter when, he'd always be able to monitor everything aboard the ship. After a moment's thought, Usopp handed the remaining control ward to Robin. Keep this on you. This way, I'll always know what's happening on your end. What is this? Robin accepted the blood-red eye-like device, turning it over in her hands, curiosity lighting up her face. She had to admit, Robin had always had a soft spot for things with a dark Gothic aesthetic. At first glance, she already rather liked the feel of the control ward in her hand. This is a handy little thing. In some ways, it's just like having my own eyes with you. It can also help you see things that might be hidden away in the darkness, Usopp explained. But there's a catch. Once you place this device, you can't pick it up again. It can only be destroyed. So it's best to fix it to something you wear all the time, like your clothes or jewelry. As he explained, Usopp reflected on why he'd purchased the control wards. It wasn't just to keep a constant eye on the Straw Hat crew. He was also wary of another one of Gecko Moria's officers, Absalom, the Invisible Man. Usopp remembered this guy all too well. Absalom, who could turn himself invisible. He'd made a notorious entrance by slobbering over Robin, and later went so far as to pin Nami down in the bathroom and try whatever he pleased. Back when they were watching anime, Usopp was green with envy. He was downright jealous. Zo, Momonosuke must die. Oops, wait, that's not right. It's Absalom who must die. But now, with the Sentry controller in play, Absalom would probably get kicked right off the ship by Sanji the moment he set foot on board. All right, I understand. Robin gave a slight nod. After a moment's thought, she brushed aside the hair near her left ear and placed the Sentry controller, which had once been an earring, onto her earlobe. Robin, what are you? Usopp was startled and tried to stop her, but it was already too late. What's wrong? Is there some problem? Clothes, jewelry, they're always at risk of getting damaged or lost. Isn't keeping something like this on your body the safest option? Robin spoke as if it were only natural. No problem, no problem. Usopp swallowed anxiously, clearly at a loss for what to do. He looked at the Sentry controller hanging from Robin's ear, and his thoughts grew muddled. Hadn't he just told her this thing was essentially his eyes now? And didn't he also mention that once it was put on, it couldn't be taken off? That meant everything Robin did, eating, bathing, sleeping, and, well, especially bathing, would all be within his field of vision. Did Robin not understand what he'd meant? Or did she simply not care? If she really didn't understand, should he remind her? Or maybe he shouldn't at all? Morning came. The rising sun cast its golden red glow across an unnamed stretch of sea on the Grand Line. Ripples of radiant light danced across the undulating waves as the sunlight poured down. Suddenly, a shadow skimmed swiftly over the surface of the sea. Carried by incredible speed, the rush of wind sliced through the water, leaving a long wake in its path. In an instant, the figure behind beat its wings, halting sharply in mid-flight and hovering just above the water. Usopp, with his left hand, reached behind and grabbed a slab of roasted meat from his half-human-sized pack, chewing heartily as he kept his eyes fixed on the piece of Ace's Vivre card in his right palm, checking its direction. Damn it, the directions changed again. What on earth is Ace up to? Usopp muttered under his breath, his voice edged with fatigue, as he watched the paper drift diagonally upward in his hand. Last night, right after Sanji finished preparing a pirate's bento, Usopp immediately set out in search of Ace. He had been flying, without rest or sleep, for over a dozen hours straight. Thanks to his solid reserves of haki and the 3 fairy charms granting a 150% boost to his recovery rate, he could keep using his skills with virtually no cost, going deep behind enemy lines if necessary. Even so, after a day and a night without sleep and so long a journey, fatigue was finally starting to catch up with him. I need to find an island to get some proper rest. If I don't, my body might give out before I even find Ace, Usopp muttered to himself. After a moment's hesitation, Usopp turned and flew off in another direction. In the distance, the faint silhouette of an island hovered on the horizon. As the saying goes, even a horse can wear itself out running toward a distant mountain. And on the endless sea, that's even more true. Although the island didn't look far away, it took Usopp more than an hour of flying before he finally neared its shores. The island was small, a barren, irregularly oval landmass with a jagged coastline, no more than 300 meters across at its widest point. Rocks of all sizes littered the landscape, with not a trace of greenery in sight. There were no signs of life at all, but that didn't bother Usopp in the slightest. He had enough fresh water and food with him to last for a while. All he needed was a place to land and catch up on some sleep. Usopp touched down on the island and picked a random hollow among the rocks where he could take shelter from the sun and wind. Settling himself against a boulder, he took a seat. He unpacked a bit of water and food, eating as he used the sentry's shared vision to check on Luffy and the others. Everything was peaceful on Luffy's end. Most of the crew were still fast asleep, not a thing out of the ordinary. After finishing his meal, Usopp took a moment to digest, then drifted into a deep sleep against the rocks. On deserted islands like this, neither navy, nor pirates, nor even merchant ships bothered to stop. So Usopp, thinking only of getting some much-needed rest before setting out again, let down his guard and slept soundly. What he hadn't anticipated was that not long after he dozed off, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon, slowly making its way toward the island. "Hey, everyone, wake up! There's an island ahead. Should we head over?" A booming voice called, cutting through the quiet. A tall, broad figure leapt down from the top of the pirate ship's mast and shouted loudly toward the cabin. "An island? Let's go," came a woman's lazy reply from inside, her voice thick with sleep. "We're running low on supplies anyway. See if we can find anything useful ashore. And if there's medicine, all the better." "Leave it to me," boomed the figure on deck, eager as ever. With a leap, he landed at the wheel and steered the pirate ship toward the lonely island. Soon enough, they were anchored off the coast. Several figures emerged from the cabin, staring wordlessly at the bleak, deserted land. "Owl, is this the island you were talking about?" Califa asked emotionlessly, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "Yes, that's right, it's an island. Just listen to the sounds of nature." The owl hopped about on the deck, showing not the slightest awareness of the rather tense atmosphere at that moment. If Usopp were to see the faces of these people, he would surely cry out in shock. For these very individuals were none other than CP9, the group that had crossed swords with the Straw Hats at Eni's lobby not long ago. "Owl, if I'm not mistaken, this is nothing more than a barren, deserted island. Why have we come here?" Califa's tone remained calm, as smooth as still water, revealing nothing. Yet anyone who knew her could tell that this was only a facade. Within her heart, Califa was surely boiling with rage. The quieter she seemed now, the more fearsome her outburst would later become. "Yo-Yo-E, you can't blame Owl for this disaster. It's my fault for failing to watch him properly. To take responsibility, I shall commit seppuku at once." With these words, Fukuro, with his long pink hair, tossed his cane to the ground and drew a short blade, making a dramatic show of preparing to take his own life in apology. A vein throbbed visibly on Califa's forehead. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't take these two idiots in a fight, she'd dearly love to teach them a bloody lesson right now. What a time to be carrying on with such nonsense. After the incident at Eni's lobby, they, the defeated, had been discarded by the world government like yesterday's trash. Their names struck from the records, they were now hunted by their former allies. Had it not been for Bruno's door-to-door fruit powers, they would have been captured long ago. Since their escape, burdened by the dire injuries of Lucci and Jabra, and completely penniless, they'd been forced to perform on street corners just to scrape together enough for medical supplies. But before Lucci and Jabra had even begun to recover, government agents and Marines had arrived to hunt them down. In the end, they'd been forced to flee in a panic, carrying their wounded comrades, never daring to linger in one place. Now, after days adrift on this pirate ship they'd taken, their provisions were nearly gone. Especially the medicines needed to treat Lucci and Jabra. Those had run out long ago, and the two injured men were holding on by sheer force of will. If things went on much longer and their conditions worsened, not even their superhuman bodies would spare them from death. Yet even now, at such a critical moment, Owl and Fakuro were still carrying on as if nothing had changed, playing their old foolish games. This only added to the frustration smoldering inside Khalifa, who had already been holding back so much anger. Enough. Don't get so worked up. Since we're here, let's check out the island. Who knows? Maybe we'll find something useful. Bruno frowned, quickly stepping in to smooth things over. Now it was no time for infighting. You go if you want. I'm going to check on Lucci and Jabra. Khalifa snorted, turned on her heel, and strode back into the cabin. As one of the few reasonable people in CP9, Khalifa could still tell the difference between what mattered and what didn't. Bruno shook his head quietly and let out a sigh. Every one of their CP9 members was prideful and rebellious. When Lucci, the big boss, was around to keep them in check, it wasn't so bad. But now that Lucci was down, nobody would listen to anyone else. They had clashed countless times along the way. Luckily, they were still on the same ship for now, keeping the conflict from getting out of hand, for the time being, at least. Otherwise, things would have descended into chaos long ago. All right, Al, Komodori, you two go check out the island. If there's nothing here, get back quickly. We're still on a tight schedule. Bruno looked at them as he spoke. Roger that. This little island is nothing. I can't handle it alone. Just wait right here, the owl replied, his voice lively. Without waiting for an answer, he launched himself into the air, stepping lightly off the sky to get an aerial view of the deserted island. A series of muffled explosions echoed from all directions, low and powerful, like being surrounded by blast waves. Still half asleep, Usopp frowned and turned over impatiently. Hey, over here, there's someone. The owl's startled cry pierced the air. Usopp's eyes snapped open. He stared up, a bit dazed by the strange figure floating overhead. Was that CP9 Silent Owl? Usopp was taken aback. What was he doing here? It's one of the straw hats, the owl blurted out in surprise as soon as he recognized Usopp, his excitement ramping up. What? Several voices cried out in shock. In a flash, accompanied by the now familiar sound of those explosive steps, figures materialized around Usopp. Bruno, Kaku, Komodori, Khalifa, and the first to see him, Silent Owl. Everyone from CP9 was here, except for Lucci and Jabra. Were they about to duke it out again? Usopp was confused, his mind still foggy from sleep and struggling to catch up. Well, a straw hat? That's right, I saw him at Eni's lobby, Komodori said, leaning on his long staff while giving Usopp a long, calculated look. That's him, no mistake. Usopp, the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat crew. I'd know him anywhere, even if he was reduced to ashes. Bruno glared at Usopp, his tone locked with cold conviction. But is he alone out here? This island's so small, you can see all the way across it at a glance. And there's no sign of the other Straw Hats. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, eyes gleaming sharply behind the lenses, her tone filled with hidden meaning. Distasteful as it may be, I must admit, this may be an opportunity. Kaku's figure began to grow taller, transforming directly into his half-beast form. Hoot, hoot, hoot. I've successfully caught their lone sniper. This time, I'm the hero of the hour, the owl announced smugly. Usopp, staring at the 5 CP9 members who were eyeing him hungrily, finally snapped to full alertness. What the heck? Didn't CP9 just get wiped out moments ago? How are they already back together, ready for another team fight? But most importantly, damn it, where are my teammates? Good morning, everyone. Have you all had breakfast yet? Usopp forced a nervous chuckle, trying to stall for time as he racked his brain for a solution. Sure, there were 5 of them, but none were as well equipped as he was. Even if Kaku, the strongest among them, stepped up, Usopp felt confident he could take him on. The remaining 4, if faced one-on-one, posed no real threat. Usopp could mow them down with ease. But if they all attacked together, that would make things tricky, in fact downright dangerous. Still, if he could seize the perfect moment to dodge and counter, maybe he could pull off a stunning shot or two. Usopp, the great Usopp, your very first bounty and you broke 100 million. Your name spread far and wide. Bruno snorted coldly, ignoring Usopp's attempt to downplay himself, his words seething with hate. The battle at Eni's lobby made the Straw Hats famous throughout the world, with bounties handed out to the entire crew in glory that lasted for days. But for CP9, used as the world's stepping stone, that same event drove them right into the depths of disgrace. The more favored the Straw Hat crew became, the more miserable life grew for CP9. The suffering, the humiliation, they'd endured so much these past days, and all of it only deepened their hatred for the Straw Hats. In this moment, enemies face to face, hatred burned even brighter. Bruno could have torn into them right then, and they're out of sheer fury. You flatter me, really, Usopp said, waving his hand as if brushing off the praise. If we're being honest, at least half my bounty comes from shooting through the world government's flag. Didn't have much to do with you, actually. Hearing this, The CP9 members stiffened, their jaws tight with frustration and murderous rage. So, after stepping over us to climb higher, now you're saying we weren't even worth your time? Soap Sheep Cloud, relaxing bubble. Khalifa, unable to contain the resentment she'd bottled up all these days, finally snapped. In a rush, she struck out at Usopp. Usopp's eyes narrowed. He knew better than to let that bubble touch him. A single pop would sap his strength, almost like a lesser version of Perona's negative ghosts. He sprang aside, dodging the foam, and at the same time burst forward in a lightning-fast dash, sword flashing as he launched a quick assault from behind the owl. Trying to break through my defenses? Hoot, 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 dream on. Paper art, soft mud. The towering frame of the owl became suddenly as pliable as clay, contorting his body into an impossibly strange posture to evade Usopp's swipe. Life return, Lion Lance Barrage. Kumadori flourished his flowing pink hair and launched his attack. Dozens of interwoven fingers thrust fiercely toward the area where Usopp stood. He made no effort to avoid, including the owl, within the range of his assault. Usopp frowned, then, with a nimble push off his toes, sprang back and sped off, making a break for the distant horizon. He's a sniper. Don't let him get distance. Khalifa shouted a warning, and together with her companions, darted after Usopp, unwilling to let him slip away. No, that's not it. He's trying to escape to the sea. The barren island under their feet wasn't large, so in just a matter of seconds, the members of CP9 glimpsed the bright blue sea and immediately realized something was wrong. Of the 5 of them, 3 possessed devil fruit powers. If the battle moved to the water, their strength would be cut by more than half in an instant. As this realization struck, the CP9 agents accelerated, moving to surround Usopp and cut off his escape. But none of them seemed to notice the faint curl of smirk at the corner of Usopp's lips as he ran at the head of the group, seeing them throwing everything into the pursuit. For even among CP9, gaps existed, with everyone pushing themselves to the limit to chase him. Their differing physical abilities soon became clear, and their tidy formation unraveled in an instant. Kaku, the strongest, surged out in front. Bruno, the owl, and Kumadori, evenly matched, formed the second tier, while Khalifa, the weakest in terms of raw strength, inevitably fell to the rear of the group. Time to strike. Suddenly, Usopp halted mid-stride, performed a sharp twist, and, in a burst of sudden speed, swept past the 4 agents at the front to confront Khalifa directly. Of everyone present, it was Khalifa who truly posed the gravest danger to Usopp. Kaku, though formidable, was only a moderate threat to him. But Khalifa, with her bubble fruit, despite her frail physique, was by far the most dangerous opponent. To avoid being accidentally touched by her bubbles and losing his strength, Usopp had deliberately held back his firm resolve skill at the start of the fight, not wanting to squander its passive effect of dispelling all negative conditions. Only by taking Khalifa out first could Usopp fight CP9 with his full strength and without restraint. Engage! Usopp showed no mercy, swinging his broadsword straight toward Khalifa's curvaceous form. Khalifa, watch out! The attack came so swiftly that Khalifa was caught completely off guard. Only Kaku's warning pulled her from her daze. But by then, Usopp's blade was already upon her. A thunderous impact. Blade met steel with a resonant clang. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a tall figure wrapped head to toe in bandages shot out from the pirate ship's cabin and planted himself in front of Khalifa, raising an arm to block Usopp's great blade. Usopp's gaze sharpened as he stared at the imposing figure before him, and he uttered 2 words in a deep voice. Lucci. Things were really going south now. A weight sank in Usopp's chest. The other CP9 members could still be dealt with, but Lucci was on a whole different level. Even in a one-on-one duel, Usopp couldn't say he was sure to win. Truth be told, even his chances were less than 50%. And right now, it wasn't just Lucci he was facing, but all of CP9 together. It seemed like this really might be the end. Lucci? Why are you out here? Khalifa stared in surprise at Lucci, standing firm in front of her, unmoved like a mountain, and then a look of worry crossed her face. Although Lucci's breathing on the surface was calm and steady, Khalifa knew just how dire his physical condition truly was. He'd been confined to bed for days. The fact that he could even stand now was already a miracle, let alone join the fight. Taking Usopp's blade head-on just now had to have taken a heavy toll on him. That was why Khalifa's concern deepened. Shurgan spotted strike. With a wave of his hand, Lucci knocked aside Usopp's spirit judgment sword, then unleashed a rapid barrage of finger jabs right at Usopp. Something didn't feel quite right. As Usopp watched Lucci's attack coming at him, a flicker of doubt flashed through his mind. Lucci's Shurgan, his finger pistol, seemed noticeably slower and less powerful than before. Usopp shifted his weight and, with deft movements and a sweep of his blade, was able to fend off Lucci's attacks with surprising ease. Only recently, facing this move, there was no way he could have handled it so lightly. Life returned, hairbind. At that moment, a shower of pink hair snaked through the air like octopus tentacles, writhing all around to seal off any escape route, and began to lash toward Usopp. Usopp took in the situation at a glance. With a swift tap of his toe, he skipped 2 steps back, slipping clear of Lucci's attacks, then drew his sword and swung it in a slicing arc. Whirlwind edge. A circular slash whirled around Usopp, shielding him and forcing the lunging hair to a halt 2 meters from his body. Shurgan, nose pistol. Kaku saw an opening. His long neck bent back, then shot forward at lightning speed, piercing into the range of Usopp's whirling slash, driving straight at him. Usopp hastily brought his sword up and blocked, catching Kaku's massive rectangular nose. With a heavy thud, the impact from Kaku's nose forced Usopp back a step, and in that moment, the lurking pink hair lunged forward, wrapping tight around Usopp's arms and legs, binding him fast. Open the door. Almost at the very same moment, 2 palm-sized patches of ground beneath Usopp's feet suddenly swung open like doors. Bruno's hands reached out from them, grabbing Usopp by the ankles and dragging him into the portal. Well done, Bruno. Take him. Golden bubbles. Caliphate seized the opportunity, ducking past Lucci to rush up to Usopp. She raised her hands and began groping wildly at Usopp's body. Damn it, I let my guard down. Usopp frowned slightly, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Thanks to Calipha's ability, his skin had become so slippery he couldn't even stand upright anymore. Lucci's sudden appearance had seized almost all of Usopp's attention, leaving him less alert to the others, and that lapse allowed them to trap him in their coordinated assault. However, Usopp was in this predicament by his own choice. Before Calipha's hair could coil around him, Usopp actually could have used his deceitful magic to teleport away and turn invisible, escaping the danger. But deceitful magic, his reliable escape skill, came with a 5-minute cooldown. That meant in a heated battle like this, he could only use it sparingly, saving it for the most critical moments. Besides, this situation might just be an opportunity for Usopp. Calipha's hair and Bruno's hands both lost their grip on him, thanks to his now slick and slippery body. Usopp slid right out of their grasp and toppled to the ground. Seeing this, Calipha smirked coldly. The outcome was all but decided. Yet at that very instant, Usopp's sliding body suddenly halted. A layer of black-golden armament haki coated his skin, banishing the powers of the bubble fruit. His hunched figure straightened in an instant, erupting with a surge of formidable strength. Usopp slashed at Calipha with a single decisive stroke. Clash! Calipha! The rest of CP9 were startled by this sudden turn, as if already seeing Calipha cut clean in 2 by Usopp's blade. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh rang out, followed by a gush of warm blood spraying several meters across the floor. Usopp frowned, withdrew his blood-soaked spirit reprieve, and vanished from the spot to evade the next wave of CP9's attacks hot on his heels. Oh, thanks, Kaku. If not for you, I would have been done for just now. Calipha, having narrowly escaped death, leaped down from Kaku's back and exhaled in relief. Kaku reverted from his hybrid form, clutching his bleeding neck with one hand and gasping for breath. When Usopp had swung just now, the others had been too far from Calipha to intervene in time. But Kaku's neck, lengthened by his no-sword technique, had been right there by her side. So, without a second thought, Kaku whipped his neck around, using Tekai to shield Calipha from Usopp's blade. In one swift motion, he snatched Calipha aside, carrying her safely out of Usopp's attack range. But it's important to know, Usopp's slash was intended to kill, filled with lethal resolve, so its force was unimaginable. Kaku's Tekai alone was nowhere near enough to withstand it. Had Kaku not anticipated the move and blocked from the flank, instead of meeting Usopp's blade head-on, his neck would have already been severed by that strike. Calipha, you're being careless again. We've already suffered once for that. You need to pay more attention. Lucci strode forward at a steady pace. As he moved, his body started to grow, shifting into his hybrid beast form, and the bandages wound around him tore apart with a harsh rip. Lucci, your body. Calipha, unconcerned by Lucci's chiding tone, turned to him with worry plain in her eyes as she looked upon his imposing figure. Don't worry. My body is not as fragile as you think. Lucci's reply was cold and sharp. Lucci, this opponent is no ordinary man. Let's take him down together. Kaku clutched his neck, hesitated for a fraction of a second as he watched Lucci, then made the suggestion in earnest. Lucci hesitated too, but didn't refuse. He was fully aware of the state of his own body. At this moment, he was running on little more than willpower. Facing Usopp alone would spell certain defeat. Khalifa, watch for the right moment to use your ability. Kaku, stay by Khalifa's side and protect her. The rest of you, attack with me. Knowing he couldn't battle alone, Lucci quickly sketched out a simple plan. While every member of CP9 was fiercely independent, as weapons forged by the world government, they were no strangers to ganging up on foes. It was simply rare for any target to be deserving enough to warrant such teamwork. But now was such an opportunity. This would show Usopp what a flawless team assault truly looked like. Usopp watched the 6 CP9 members closing in from all sides, cutting off every possible retreat. His gaze grew intense and heavy. This would be a battle to the bitter end. Without a moment's hesitation, Usopp spent 2,800 gold in the system shop to purchase the Scythe of Despoilment. Scythe of Despoilment, price, 2,800 gold, plus 45 attack power, plus 20% critical hit chance, plus 20 skill haste. Passive, Enchanted Blade. After using a skill, your next basic attack deals 200% bonus damage and restores Haki equal to 40% of damage dealt. Previously, after the Enies Lobby incident, Usopp had amassed 3,111 gold coins. Later, he spent another 150 gold on 2 sentry wards. Now, Usopp had only 2,961 gold coins left. These 2,000 or so gold coins, while not exactly a fortune, were also not a trivial sum. It was just enough to buy a reasonably priced piece of finished equipment. Initially, because of the broken stopwatch in his inventory, Usopp had planned to directly forge a Zonya's Hourglass or a Guardian Angel, both renowned for saving lives in critical moments. However, by the end of the Enies Lobby incident, Usopp had come to realize that his Haki reserve, a paltry 6,000 or so points, was utterly insufficient, a major obstacle preventing him from unleashing his full potential. His pitiable rate of Haki regeneration simply couldn't withstand the pressure of intense, drawn-out battles. If he went all out, Usopp's peak fighting strength would last only a few minutes at best. A few minutes might be more than enough in a game of League of Legends, maybe even an unfair advantage. After all, a team fight there barely lasts for dozens of seconds. But this was the real world of One Piece. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, there was really no telling how long a battle might drag on. In lower-level fights, everyone's stamina was limited, but at the top, things got serious. Monsters like Akiji and Akainu once clashed for 3 days and 3 nights nonstop. And those two weren't even the physically toughest among the top-tier powerhouses. They were relatively weaker when it came to body strength and martial skills. So, if Usopp truly wanted to become one of this world's elite, he had to address his lack of Haki. This was a problem he absolutely had to solve. Searching through the system shop, Usopp's eyes eventually settled on an item called the Essence Reaver. The Essence Reaver, better known as the Mana-Stealing Blade, would enable him to restore large amounts of Haki during combat. With this tool in hand, Usopp would never again have to worry about running out of Haki in the midst of battle. However, because he hadn't yet reached the New World, the territory where powerful foes were everywhere, his current Haki reserve was just barely adequate. So Usopp found himself wavering between 3 choices: the defensive Zonya's Hourglass, the life-saving Guardian Angel, and the mana-replenishing Essence Reaver. But with the sudden appearance of the CP9 agents, Usopp's hesitance finally vanished. After all, holding back in a fight just to conserve Haki would be nothing short of suicide. Compared to that, the life-saving gear like Zonya's or Guardian Angel, with their long cooldowns, suddenly seemed less reliable in the heat of desperate battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Usopp bought the Essence Reaver, boosting his stats once again. Name: Usopp, level 11. Weapons: White Thorn, Black Fire, Spirit's Judgment. Attack range: 1,700 meters. Health: 15, 854/16, 186. Injured. Haki: 6, 0, 21/7, 263. Experience: 807/1, 800. Gold: 161. Attack power: 1,195. Magic power: 45. Armor: 734. Magic resist: 360. Attack speed: 21.19. Ability haste: 20. Critical hit: 100%. Movement speed: 3382. Current skills: Innate Hero, Samira. Indomitable Will. Path to Ascension, passive. Absolution, passive. Deceitful Magic, Cannon Barrage. Bullet Storm, Dust Ceiling Annihilation. Extraordinary Dark Power, passive. Destructive Shot. Current equipment: Fairy Amulet X3, Blade of the Ruined King. Tear of the Goddess 240 Bravado. Passive plus 360 Bravado. Essence Reaver. Passive: Path to Ascension, Frenzy. Your basic attacks increase your attack speed by 10% per hit. stacking up to 5 times. At full stacks, you enter an exalted state, gaining an additional 10% movement speed. These effects fade after being out of combat for 5 minutes. Ascendancy. Attack range extended by 1,000 meters. Fervor. While exalted, your attacks trigger blazing waves, dealing an extra 25% AP damage. Passive. Absolution. Black Mist Wraiths 212, plus 200 attack range, plus 212 attack power, plus 100% critical hit chance, plus 6% lifesteal on critical hit overflow. Passive. Extraordinary Dark Power. 45 stacks, plus 45 AP bonus. Although Usopp's basic stats hadn't changed much on paper, his combat power had grown exponentially. As the members of CP9 closed in with predatory eyes, Usopp raised his gun, taking the initiative to attack. His target was none other than Califa, lurking in the back. From start to finish, Usopp believed that Califa, with her bubble fruit, posed the greatest threat to him, especially now that he had activated Indomitable Will. Standing before Califa, Kaku gave a cold snort and, brandishing his twin blades, intercepted every beam of energy Usopp fired. At the same time, Califa summoned a deluge of bubbles, layering them around herself to shield against the surging waves of flame kicked up by the particle blasts. Almost simultaneously, Lucci and the owl lunged toward Usopp. Gale Dash. Usopp instantly sprinted toward the owl, rushing at him from behind, weaving to appear just behind him in a sudden burst of speed. He had no intention of being caught in a CP9 dogpile. Spotting the owl's exposed back, Usopp quickly raised his arm, blade ready to strike. But just then, Lucci's shadow loomed overhead. He lashed out with a slicing tempest kick aimed straight at Usopp. Usopp furrowed his brow and was forced to redirect his attack, his blade clashing against Lucci's kick instead. He couldn't afford to underestimate Lucci's assault. With a muffled thud, Usopp's slash collided with Lucci's tempest kick, the two blows canceling each other out. Both men instinctively backed off several steps, keeping a wary distance. At that moment, the others regained their senses. Komodori, wielding his long hair with life return, swept it forward to restrict Usopp's movements, while Blueno slipped into the interdimensional space of the Dordor fruit, quietly biding his time. The owl closest to Usopp lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that left Usopp no room to catch his breath. Fong Drill, Beast Wrath. This was one of the owl's killer moves, transforming the traditional finger spear technique into a devastating series of punches. Though this attack lacked the piercing power of the original finger spear, its destructive force far surpassed that of an ordinary strike. Usopp didn't dodge, nor did he defend. In this battle, he couldn't afford to waste his attention on the owl, merely a tough frontliner. Steeling himself, Usopp took the owl's blows head-on, then countered with a blazing slash that landed squarely on his foe. Blood sprayed. The owl shrieked in agony and was sent hurtling backward. But Lucci and the others paid no mind to their injured comrade. Instead, they seized the moment after Usopp's attack to launch a coordinated assault. Kairo's long, flowing hair whipped through the air, coiling around Usopp's arms and his heavy blade, attempting to restrict his movement. Bruno repeated his earlier tactic, opening two small doors on the ground and reaching for Usopp's ankles. Meanwhile, Lucci's eyes flashed coldly. He used Moonwalk to gain height in midair, then lunged for Usopp's throat with razor-sharp claws, seeking a single, fatal strike. It seemed Usopp was caught in an inescapable crisis. Yet Usopp carefully tracked every move, his heart untroubled by panic. With a kick to the ground, Usopp vaulted into the air, neatly dodging Bruno's grasp. He twisted mid-flight, narrowly avoiding Lucci's deadly claws, then with a deft flick of the wrist, sliced through Kairo's entangling hair and broke free in an instant. But Usopp wasn't done yet. Freed from his bonds, he released his grip on the great blade, letting it stand upright on the ground, and drew another weapon from his waist, a gleaming gun called Whitethorn. Inferno Trigger. In the battles leading up to this moment, Usopp's passive abilities had reached their peak, and his rating for bravery had soared to S rank, enough to unleash his ultimate move. Usopp spun with incredible speed. From the barrels of Blackfire and Whitethorn, a hailstorm of bullets erupted, targeting Lucci, Kairo, and the owl who had just been thrown back. Within just 2 seconds, Usopp fired over 100 particle beams at his three opponents, each round igniting burst after burst of flame, transforming the battlefield into a sea of fire. Iron Body, Kairo, and the owl, barely back on their feet, reacted instantly, fortifying their bodies to barely withstand Usopp's onslaught. But Lucci did something unexpected. He didn't brace for defense. He let the particle beams tear into him, blood blossoming across his body, and charged straight at Usopp. 6 Powers Secret Art, Grand Wheel, 6 King Gun. Because Usopp was using the Purgatory trigger, his speed had dropped sharply. Even if he stopped firing immediately, he wouldn't be able to create any distance from Lucci now. But then, he unleashed a burst of speed. In a flash, Usopp appeared behind Lucci, neatly dodging the deadly thrust of Lucci's Rokushiki Emperor Gun. However, before Usopp could properly regain his balance, a panther's tail, as tough as a steel whip, lashed out at a tricky angle and coiled tightly around his neck. Rokushiki Emperor Gun. Without giving Usopp even a split second to react, Lucci spun with furious speed, pressing right up to Usopp's head as he unleashed his most powerful strike. A wave of force pounded through Usopp's body. Warm blood oozed from every orifice under his mask. His mind was struck like thunder, turning to utter chaos, and for a heartbeat he lost all sense of consciousness. With a heavy crash, both Usopp and Lucci fell hard to the ground. Lucci was already badly wounded. Forcing himself to use the Rokushiki Emperor Gun after taking so many shots from Usopp had pushed his body past its limits. He simply could not hold out any longer. But unlike Usopp, Lucci still had allies on his side. Soapy Sheep Cloud, Giant Tsunami. The instant Usopp was snared by Lucci, Califa conjured up a massive surge of foamy waves, sweeping straight toward Usopp. By now, the torrent had reached him. As expected, Usopp's body was engulfed beneath the rushing sea of bubbles. His mind was nothing but swirling chaos, but Usopp knew he absolutely couldn't fall here. He bit his tongue, and the jolt of pain forced him back to consciousness. But by now, Califa's powers had already taken effect. Usopp felt his strength ebbing away, his skin turning outrageously slippery, leaving him completely paralyzed and at the mercy of his foes. It's over. Go check on Lucci quickly. Confident in her abilities, Califa relaxed her guard a little after seeing Usopp's helpless state. She hurried toward Lucci, but she had only taken a few steps when, inexplicably, Usopp's unmoving body vanished from where it lay. Almost simultaneously, a splash erupted on the sea dozens of meters away. A figure plunged into the water. Deception magic. The moment he touched seawater, the bubbles clinging to Usopp's body dissolved instantly, and Califa's power lost its hold. As soon as his strength returned, Usopp sprang from the sea, drew his twin pistols, and opened rapid fire at the members of CP9. This can't be. How is that even possible? Califa stared in disbelief, never expecting Usopp to turn the tables under such circumstances. Four-sword style, reverse scale. Kaku reacted in a flash, using all 4 limbs to unleash a flurry of sword slashes, cutting through the air to intercept Usopp's bullets. Soapy Sheep Cloud, relaxing bubbles. Storm Step, Lotus Blossom. Califa and Komodori quickly regained their senses, launching wide-area attacks at Usopp on instinct. In an instant, Usopp found himself under overwhelming firepower, barely able to return fire while dodging frantically. Open the door. At that moment, the ground beside Lucci split open, and Bruno poked his upper body through a door from his Door Fruit's alternate space, reaching out to embrace Lucci. Usopp noticed all of this with a slight frown, but said nothing more. He simply didn't have the luxury, right now, to let his focus slip. But then, suddenly, Usopp's eyes widened. In a flash, he dashed toward the shore, shouting fiercely, "Bruno, you bastard, put that down." Bruno flashed Usopp a broad. He took Usopp's mighty blade, Spirit Punisher, and stepped back into his Door Fruit's mysterious dimension, slamming the door shut behind him with a sharp snap. Usopp was left fuming, on the verge of losing his cool. A moment earlier, in the heat of the moment, he'd thrust Spirit Punisher into the ground before unleashing his Inferno trigger. Then, caught in the crossfire of Lucci and Califa's attacks, he didn't get a chance to retrieve his blade before making a desperate leap into the sea with a trick shot of deception. Who'd have thought Bruno would seize that opening, snatching Spirit Punisher and stashing it away in the dimensional space of his Devil Fruit? Now, things were truly complicated. Usopp relied on Spirit Punisher for a great many of his skills. Without that blade, his fighting strength might not be completely gone, but it was as if he'd lost a whole arm. But with the sword locked away in Bruno's alternate dimension, there was really nothing Usopp could do, no matter how anxious he became. Unless Bruno opened the door himself, there was simply no way into the dimensional space of the Door Fruit. And even if Bruno allowed him entry, Usopp couldn't just walk in without caution. If he ended up trapped inside, getting the blade back would do him no good. Whiplash Bamboo Grove. Spotting Usopp's approach, Kaku elongated his neck like a whip, snapping it toward Usopp with tremendous force. Now that Lucci was gone, Kaku, the next strongest, naturally stepped up to take the lead. Damn it all! Usopp cursed under his breath. Without Spirit Punisher to block, all he could do was dodge and twist out of harm's way. Fierce Bamboo Grove. Kaku's neck cracked like a lash, unleashing a wild barrage of strikes at Usopp. Life Return. Lion's Finger Gun. Usopp narrowly avoided assault after assault, but now Komodori joined in, using his hair to hem Usopp in and rob him of room to maneuver. With a sharp bite of resolve, Usopp endured a few strikes, then raised his arm to aim straight at Komodori. Devastation Shot. With a deafening roar, a massive particle beam blasted from Usopp's weapon, streaking toward Komodori in a flash, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Air door, open. At that very moment, the space in front of Fukaru suddenly rippled, and with a sound like a heavy door swinging open, a massive particle beam shot straight into the newly formed doorway. Are you kidding me? Usopp cursed under his breath. Before he could say much more, Kaku struck him several times in quick succession. Usopp's body shuddered under the blows, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Miscalculation. Suspended in midair, Usopp regretted his last move. It's better to break one finger than to injure all 10 at once. Usopp's original plan was to focus all his firepower on taking down one enemy before turning to the others. Now, however, Califa was hiding well out of reach. Bruno was lurking in the alternate dimension opened by the door fruit. Fukuro was still reeling from a previous attack and could barely lift a finger, and Kaku, the strongest among them, wasn't going down anytime soon. With that in mind, Usopp had targeted Fukuro, who, though not the strongest, was still in decent fighting shape, even as he braced himself to face Kaku's onslaught. What Usopp hadn't anticipated was that his decisive shot, charged with 2,000 points of haki, would be swallowed up by Bruno, who simply opened a door and sent his attack into another space using the door fruit. It wasn't that Usopp doubted the fruit's ability. He just hadn't expected Bruno to use his powers so ingeniously. After all, in both the anime and their previous encounters, Bruno's fruit had always seemed like a questionable asset. Useful, perhaps, but hardly a game-changer. But this sudden twist had truly caught Usopp off guard, leaving him not only empty-handed, but at a further disadvantage. A hail of bullets. Taking the brunt of another lash from Kaku, Usopp seized the moment. With one arm, he hooked Kaku around the neck, while with the other, he fired skyward, summoning a barrage of bullets to rain down over the battlefield. While hail of bullets didn't deal much damage, it was enough to slow their enemies down for a precious moment and buy Usopp a sliver of breathing room. Sure enough, as the bullets peppered the area, the CP9 team's movements briefly faltered. Even Kaku's attacks lost a bit of their ferocity. Usopp quickly holstered his twin guns, tightened his grip around Kaku's neck, and drove both of them down to the ground. With a fierce shout, Usopp summoned all his strength, intending to hurl Kaku away. Storm Leg, Spiral White Blade. Kaku's reflexes were razor-sharp. The instant Usopp's arms tightened, Kaku leapt with emotion, his body spinning in midair as he drove his foot at Usopp in a deadly corkscrewing strike. Damn it! Usopp's eyes sharpened as he realized this could be trouble. Without his Spirit Punisher broadsword in hand, his close combat power had plummeted. He couldn't keep this up. He needed to create some distance, and fast. Loosening his grip, Usopp released Kaku's neck and planted a foot against the ground, meeting the oncoming Storm Leg with a desperate counter. With a wrenching rip, Kaku's spiral white blade tore across Usopp's body like a spinning saw, slicing through him and causing his life force to drop sharply in an instant. Usopp gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Planting his foot on the chainsaw shape Kaku had formed, he pushed off hard, sending himself flying backward. Keep your eyes on him. Don't let him widen the gap. Kaku, still unsteady in the air, shouted out a command. After that brief exchange with Usopp, Kaku had realized that without the Ling Punisher Blade, Usopp's skills in close combat were sorely lacking. As long as they could stick to Usopp and deny him the chance to shoot, victory was certain. Jojoji, Life Return, Hair Bind Technique. Before Kaku even finished, Komodori was already moving to cut off Usopp's retreat. His luxuriant hair wriggled, snaking its way toward Usopp, as if alive, ready to ensnare him. Usopp's eyes narrowed in focus. He reached out and seized one of Komodori's attacking strands. Before the hair could wrap around him, he yanked hard, pulling Komodori bodily toward him. Bending his back and bracing himself, Usopp slammed a punch into Komodori's face. Komodori's whole face contorted from the force of the blow. His eyes rolled back. He nearly lost consciousness on the spot. Usopp let go of the handful of hair and was about to retreat, when Komodori suddenly reached up and grabbed Usopp's arm. Usopp froze for a split second, caught off guard. Before he could react, Komodori lunged in, clamping his legs around Usopp's waist, trying to throw him down. Quickly, Usopp dropped his center of gravity, firmly planting his feet in an effort to break free of Kumadori's hold. But in that instant, Kumadori's long hair flicked upward, hooking the two guns slung at Usopp's waist and tossing them back. Oh, come on. That's just shameless. Usopp panicked. He'd already lost the Ling Punisher Blade, and if he lost Blackfire and Whitestinger as well, his meager martial skills wouldn't be any threat to these CP9 agents. With a powerful heave, Usopp flung Kumadori aside, then sprang toward his airborne pistols. Open the air door. Just then, with a soft whoosh, the air beside Blackfire and Whitestinger parted as if a doorway had appeared. Blueno reached out from his Door Fruit's pocket dimension, snatched the pistols, and instantly pulled them inside. By the time Usopp lunged for them, he grasped only empty air, his hands passing right through the fading portal. Landing back on the ground with a frown, Usopp realized this had just gotten a lot more difficult. Haha, a sniper without his guns is just a toothless tiger, weak and easy to defeat. Califa strolled forward, her confidence crystal clear, as she sneered at him. Blueno emerged from his pocket dimension, blocking Usopp's path of retreat. Fukuro and Kumadori, both a little shaken, clambered up on either side of Usopp, while Kaku joined Califa, fully encircling their prey. Usopp silently took in the scene, making no move at all. He had run out of options. Maybe if he could slip behind enemy lines, there'd still be a glimmer of hope for escape, but there's no way the members of CP9 would give him the 2 seconds he'd need to prepare. Hey, looks like you're giving up without a fight. That's hardly what a real man should do. Kumadori, blood washing across his face, looked at the motionless Usopp as he spoke. A real man? Is it manly to steal my weapons? Usopp replied, at a complete loss for words. Hoo-hoo, the way we were brought up. Anything goes for the sake of victory. Hoo-hoo, I'll chimed in. Young man, taking your weapons is just a tactic in battle, but giving up resistance, that's a matter of spirit, Kumadori said, readying his staff with a wave of his hair before gently trying to persuade him. You can't lose heart. What, do you all want to keep fighting with me that badly? Usopp raised a brow, genuinely puzzled. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone actually cheering on their enemy mid-fight. No, but if you surrender so easily, this whole thing becomes awfully dull for us. Bruno spoke with a cold smirk. So, you think you've got me right where you want me? Usopp could feel their disdain, and his brow furrowed. Awkwardly raising his fists in something that barely resembled a boxer's pose, he said, well, which one do you want to go first? Nah. Out of respect for your strength, we'll all come at you together. Kumadori struck a pose, staff in hand. Usopp's face dropped instantly. He'd been hoping to provoke them into attacking one by one. Maybe then he'd have a chance. But 5 at once? That was hopeless. Don't worry. I promise to be gentle, Califa purred, pulling out a wickedly spiked whip from somewhere as she smiled slyly. Try not to overdo it. Just break his arms and legs so he can't run. That'll do. We might even use him to lure the rest of the Straw Hats, Kaku reminded her. A cold shiver ran down Usopp's spine. Was it too late to start learning martial arts now? Sunlight shimmered over the calm sea, and on a pirate ship sailing the first half of the Grand Line, the weather was perfect. Usopp's body, scrubbed smooth by the power of the bubble fruit, was chained hand and foot to the mast, despair written across his face. 3 days had passed since his encounter with CP9. That day, even though Usopp's tenacity had allowed him to take down both Owl and Kumadori, Califa subdued him in the end, her powers leaving him no chance. And afterwards, they'd all ganged up on him in a brutal beating so savage he could hardly be recognized as human. Thankfully, as long as his life points weren't completely drained, Usopp couldn't actually die, and all his wounds would, in time, heal on their own. By now, Usopp had more or less recovered. But unfortunately, his weapons, the Spirit Punisher, Black Flame, and White Thorn, were still in the hands of the CP9 members. Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't stir up much trouble, so he could only pretend not to have regained his strength yet, hanging there and enduring the insults from CP9. Ah, fate! Usopp gazed up at the drifting white clouds in the sky, sighing softly. He set aside his worries for the moment and turned his attention to the view from the sunny. Right now, Luffy and the others were in the midst of a chaotic brawl with a group of so-called flag hunters. They hadn't reached the Florian Triangle yet, and Ace wasn't due to encounter Blackbeard for some time, so there was no need to rush. Besides, even if he wanted to hurry, what good would it do? At this point, he was powerless to save even himself. Resigned, Usopp decided to relax and watch the little drama playing out with Luffy's group. Although that crew of flag hunters was a bizarre bunch, they were undeniably strong. They kept Luffy's team fully engaged, neither side gaining a clear advantage, which made for great entertainment to pass Usopp's time as a bystander. Just then, the cabin door swung open with a loud creak, and the members of CP9 filed out in a line, led by none other than Lucci. Usopp's gaze tightened. This was the first time in 3 days he'd seen Lucci. Presumably, he'd been bedridden with his injuries until now. Lucci's face was icy as he stepped toward Usopp, looming over him in silence. Usopp swallowed hard, wondering silently if another savage beating was coming his way. Just yesterday, as soon as Jabber was able to get out of bed, he'd come over to vent his frustration by giving Usopp a thorough thrashing, revenge for having been beaten by Usopp earlier. Lucci didn't seem the vengeful type, did he? Is this the Straw Hat Kid's Viver card? After a prolonged silence, Lucci pinched a corner of the life paper and asked, "Yep, this is our captain's Viver card. Before I ran into you, I was using it so I could meet up with the crew again." Usopp nodded vigorously, answering with a straight face and steady voice. After capturing Usopp, Kaku and the others had immediately questioned him about Luffy and the rest. Thinking quickly, Usopp had taken out Ace's Viver card and falsely claimed that it belonged to Luffy. And so, the ship had been heading towards Ace's location ever since, which, in truth, was why Usopp wasn't in any particular hurry. Lucci, the Straw Hats are the main culprits in the Enies lobby incident. If we can capture them, we might atone for our failures. Maybe even end the world government's hunt for us, or restore our former positions. Kaku explained from his side. Lucci nodded without further comment, then fixed his eyes on Usopp and continued questioning. "Where is the Straw Hat Kid headed, and why did you get separated from them?" We originally planned to go through Fishman Island to enter the New World, but on the way, we sailed into a foggy place called the Florian Triangle, and something unexpected happened." Usopp didn't even think before spinning a tale, making things up as he went along to explain. "The Florian Triangle?" Lucci frowned slightly, feeling as though the name rang a bell. "That's the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. If the Straw Hat crew set off from Water 7 heading for Fishman Island, they'd have to pass through there." Califa took a moment to recall, then offered an explanation. "So what happened then? Did you run into trouble with Gecko Moria? Why are you here instead of there?" Lucci nodded, his eyes fixing on Usopp as he continued his questioning. "Well, here's how it went. In the midst of the Florian Triangle, we came across a talking skeleton with an afro named Brook. His shadow had been stolen by Gecko Moria, leaving him trapped in that fog and unable to leave. And since Brook had some history with our crew, we decided to help him reclaim his shadow. That's how we ended up clashing with Gecko Moria." Usopp continued his explanation. "Did you win or lose?" Lucci asked in a flat, indifferent tone. "We both won and lost." Usopp replied cryptically, keeping them in suspense. Lucci looked down at Usopp with a cold stare, not deigning to reply. Next to him, Califa gave a little snort, pulling out her whip in clear annoyance. Sorry. My mistake." Usopp's scalp tingled with fear. He immediately straightened up, speaking more earnestly. "Gecko Moria used shadows and patched together corpses to create a whole army of powerful zombies, each stage more dangerous than the last. From the main gate, the few of us fought our way through challenge after challenge, facing trial upon trial, until at last, we encountered Moria's 3 monstrous lieutenants. Speaking of which, among those monsters was the Ghost Princess. Her eyes were as large as bronze bells. She towered above us, brandishing a pearl-studded umbrella and commanding legions of ghost soldiers. Crack! Usopp had only started bragging again when Califa, growing impatient, lashed out with her whip. "Stick to the main story," Califa said coldly. "Oh, come on, he's telling it so well. Let him finish. It's really entertaining." Fakuro chimed in, thoroughly engrossed, eager for Usopp to continue. Yeah. Next time we put on a show, we should let him tell stories. Could make us a tidy profit." Kumadori agreed enthusiastically. "You two idiots, shut up." Hearing talk of putting on a show, Califa's expression darkened in annoyance, and with 2 sharp cracks, she sent her whip snapping at Fakuro and Kumadori. "All right, keep talking, but stick to the point." Lucci ignored the ruckus from Owl and the others, fixing his gaze on Usopp and speaking in a grave tone. We defeated Gecko Moria, but then a mysterious figure showed up out of nowhere. With a single slap, he sent me flying, and I kept going for 3 days before finally stopping." Usopp spoke concisely, getting straight to the point. "A mysterious figure?" Lucci frowned, feeling that the method Usopp described sounded vaguely familiar. "Yeah, it seemed like this mysterious person was actually after Gecko Moria. Sending us flying was more like an afterthought." Usopp continued. "That's why I ended up here. I used Luffy's Viver card to try and meet back up with the others. Sending someone flying for 3 days with just 1 slap. That sounds a lot like Bartholomew Kuma's power, one of the 7 warlords," Bruno remarked. "He doesn't sound like he's lying. In other words, the Straw Hat crew has been scattered. That's our chance, Kaku analyzed coolly. Lucci said nothing for a moment, his eyes fixed on the vivre card in his hand, the light in his gaze shifting as he weighed his thoughts. After a long silence, Lucci finally spoke coldly, full speed ahead. Target, Straw Hat Luffy. Once Lucci had made his decision, the rest of CP9 didn't say much more. Each returned to their posts, working together to steer the pirate ship at full speed towards the direction indicated by Ace's vivre card. Chibappa. Hey, Longnose, why don't you keep telling me about your time in the Florian Triangle? The more details, the better. After everyone else had walked away, the bored owl squatted in front of Usopp, his curiosity clear as he spoke. Sailing the ship, of course, was left to Bruno and the others, who had spent years undercover at the Galila shipyard and were intimately familiar with vessels. As for Owl, his usual tasks were menial, standing guard, keeping watch on the lookout, tedious jobs that left him with plenty of idle stretches and long bouts of boredom. So when Usopp had earlier described his harrowing adventure in the Florian Triangle in such vivid detail, Owl's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. But since Lucci had been asking serious questions, Owl hadn't dared interrupt, until now. Now that business was over, Owl turned to Usopp, eager to pass the time with the story. And why should I tell you anything, you loser? Usopp's gaze flickered, and he feigned disdain, goading him with a provocative tone. Chibappa, you idiot. You do realize you're the one tied up right now, don't you? Chibappa. The moment he caught the scorn in Usopp's eyes, Owl bristled, shouting angrily. Yeah, it took all 6 of you to take me down. Even then, I still managed to take out 3 of you, including you. Usopp lifted his chin, the contempt in his eyes only growing stronger. Chibappa, how outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The owl seethed with rage at those words, yet found himself unable to refute them. After all, everything Usopp had said was true. What's the matter? Can't stand it. If you're not convinced, then let me go and we'll settle this one-on-one. Usopp taunted provocatively. The owl was momentarily taken aback, as if he realized something, then immediately composed himself. Ah, you think I'm foolish enough to let you go and even hand your weapon back to you? Do you take me for a fool? I am professionally trained. I'm not falling for one of your tricks. He sneered coldly. Among the CP9 members, he truly was the more impulsive one, quick to let his temper get the better of him. But he wasn't stupid. He'd never allow emotion to override his judgment when there was no guarantee of victory. Usopp saw the owl suddenly regain his composure, and a faint glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. So the owl wasn't as dull-witted as he looked, after all. However, there was one thing the owl had misjudged. Usopp's objective was never to take advantage of the situation and escape. That's not what I meant. You don't need to hand me any weapons. Let's settle this with nothing but our bare hands. Just a contest of physical skill. If you win, I'll tell you a story. But if you lose, how about giving me something to eat? Usopp proposed. HM, you're really not trying to run away. The owl stared at Usopp, suspicious. Run? Where could I possibly go? You saw it yourself last time. Once I lost my weapons, half my strength vanished. All of CP9 is right here. How could I escape? And besides, my captain's life paper is still in Lucci's hands. Without that, where would I go? All I want is something to eat. Usopp spoke with earnest sincerity, his words logical and heartfelt. For the past 3 days, apart from occasionally giving him a sip of water, CP9 hadn't given him anything to eat. Though Usopp's body, thanks to system augmentation, wasn't showing real signs of weakness, hunger was still hunger after all. Food truly was one of Usopp's motives. The owl's eyes glimmered, clearly conflicted as he weighed whether Usopp was telling the truth. What's wrong? Afraid you'll lose? Want me to give you a handicap? Fight you with one hand? If that's not enough, I'll tie a leg too. Usopp pressed his advantage, goading him further. Lose? You really think I'd lose to you in hand-to-hand combat, you mere sniper? The owl bellowed, furious. He acknowledged that Usopp's physique was indeed impressive, possibly even better than his own. But Usopp was just a sniper, clueless when it came to close combat. The last time Usopp had managed to beat him in that brawl was only because he'd already taken a serious wound from Usopp's blade. He hadn't really been in shape to fight at all. He still couldn't quite get over what happened during that fight. If you're really not scared, let's settle this right now, you loser. Usopp threw oil on the fire with his taunt. Fine, just you wait. Let's fight then. Owl shot back, leaving that declaration in the air as he turned and walked off. Moments later, Owl returned carrying a bucket of water and dumped it over Usopp. Then he tossed Usopp the keys to his handcuffs and shackles. Owl, what are you doing? Owl's sudden action alarmed the others, and Bruno hurried over to ask what was going on. Stay out of this. This is between him and me. I am absolutely set on this fight, and not even Lucci can stop me. Mark my words. Owl turned and fixed Bruno with a determined look. Now that's the spirit. That's how a real man behaves. Feeling strength surge back into his body, Usopp complimented Owl, then used the keys to free himself from his restraints. Rising to his feet, Usopp glanced calmly around at the members of CP9 who had silently closed in to surround him. What's this? This is a duel between me and Owl. Are you all planning to interfere again? At his words, everyone turned their eyes to Lucci, who stood at the cabin door with an icy expression, waiting for his verdict. Lucci said nothing. He looked at Usopp, then turned his gaze to Owl. Feeling the chill in Lucci's stare, Owl gave a shiver and quickly regained his composure. Oh well, colleagues, this kid is just too cocky. Please, allow me to challenge him one-on-one. Owl grinned sheepishly at Lucci, sounding far more deferential now. As for all the fiery talk from earlier, well, had he even said anything? Owl had always prided himself on following orders. Ha, this is killing me. Owl, seriously, do you really think you can take him? Before Lucci could reply, Jabra burst out laughing, completely unrestrained. As someone who'd tasted defeat by Usopp himself, Jabra was well aware of Usopp's strength. He also knew full well what his teammate Owl was capable of. Frankly, Owl was weaker than Jabra, and now he was challenging Usopp? Now hold on, we're talking hand-to-hand here. Usopp's a sniper. Once you take away his gun, what's he got left? I could totally wipe the floor with him. Owl hurried to explain. Hand-to-hand? Isn't that just asking for a beating? Jabra's eyes lit up, and he quickly threw up his hand. All right, everyone, the Wolf Tribe of the North is volunteering to fight next. Hey, Jabra, he's my opponent. If you want to turn, get in line. And besides, you're not even healed up yet. Give me a break. Owl protested with clear annoyance. Fine, I'll wait. I'm up next. Gabura's gaze shifted. Just a moment ago, he'd been so caught up in the excitement that he'd forgotten about his own injuries. Now, hurrying down the slope, he spoke out. It looks like things won't be boring in the days ahead. Count me in for the third match. Bruno let out a cold laugh. As the first among CP9 to have fought Usopp, his hatred toward Usopp was second to none. You few, don't get too carried away. Califa frowned, about to put a stop to their antics, but before she could finish, Lucci's voice cut her off. I'll take the fourth match, Lucci declared icily. The moment Lucci finished speaking, everyone present froze for a second, utterly surprised. No one had expected the usually aloof Lucci to participate in something like this. Lucci, what are you thinking? Califa's brows knitted with concern as she asked. It's nothing. When I tally it up, this guy's beaten me 3 times already. There may be plenty of reasons, but a loss is still a loss. There's no way I'm losing this fourth match. Lucci glanced at Califa, offering a rare word of explanation. But there's no need for any buts. That's settled. Califa wanted to say more, but Lucci waved her off with finality, shutting down any further discussion. Seeing this, the others didn't press the matter. Instead, they quickly cleared the deck, making space for Usopp and Owl showdown. Hey, Longnose, this time I'm going to show you what real martial arts are all about. Owl clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he taunted with gusto. Oomph. Word mean nothing. Broken bones are the best teacher. Usopp retorted with a cold snort, striking a boxing stance, though it was far from standard. Iron Body J. Without another word, Owl sprang high into the air, spiraling like a drill as he hurtled toward Usopp. Usopp's eyes narrowed in focus. In one swift movement, he leapt backward to dodge Owl's attack, then suddenly pushed off the ground, charging forward and throwing a heavy punch at Owl. Owl had only just landed and hadn't regained his footing. If nothing unexpected happened, Usopp's punch was sure to land. Paper art quicksand. But just as Usopp's fist was about to strike Owl's head, Owl's massive body went limp like molten clay, melting away from the arc of Usopp's punch with the current of rushing air. As he dodged, Owl bent backward and unleashed a powerful counterpunch at Usopp. Usopp hurriedly brought his arms up to shield himself. With a heavy, muffled thud, Usopp blocked Owl's fist with his forearm, and the two became locked in a fierce grapple. Usopp possessed formidable strength and was, in nearly every physical aspect, superior to Owl. But his utter lack of close combat experience made it impossible for him to truly capitalize on his innate advantages. Although the Owl lacked a bit in physical strength, his wealth of experience and masterful use of the Navy 6 powers allowed him to keep up with Usopp for now, resulting in an evenly matched contest. Yo-yo-e, this guy's no pushover, Komodori exclaimed as he watched the fight. Just on physical capability alone, he's able to keep up with the Owl's shave technique. That's impressive. Komodori watched Usopp and the Owl exchanging blows and couldn't help but remark on how evenly matched they were. If the Owl can't win even while using the 6 powers, Kaku suddenly chimed in, then the outcome is already set in stone. Yo-yo-e, Kaku, they've only just started fighting. How could the owl be doomed to lose so quickly? Komodori asked in confusion. Before Kaku could reply, Jabra let out a sly chuckle and explained first. Can't you see? The owl's just too weak. That long-nosed guy obviously lacked combat experience, so he can't fully capitalize on his physical gifts just yet. But once he adapts to the owl's rhythm, he'll only get stronger as the fight goes on. As for the owl, he's already hit his ceiling. He can only just cope by relying on the 6 powers. And remember, using the 6 powers takes a heavy toll. The longer the fight drags, the worse the owl's condition will get. Given this shift in advantage, it won't be long before the owl is utterly defeated. Komodori nodded at that analysis. When he turned his gaze back to Usopp in the arena, a new wariness flickered in his eyes. Just as Jabra had said, the momentum of the fight reflected his predictions. After several rounds, Usopp had fully stacked up all his passive abilities, growing bolder and more formidable with every exchange. Especially after ascending to the exaltation state atop the stairway of divinity. Every punch and kick from Usopp erupted in surges of flame, leaving the owl hard-pressed and miserable. Yet even after more than 10 minutes, though the owl was constantly suppressed, he hadn't shown any clear signs of defeat. Yo-yo-y, Jabra, what's going on? Didn't you say the owl would lose soon? But that's not what I'm seeing, Komodori questioned Jabra, puzzled. Jabra hesitated, suddenly a loss for words. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He was just as baffled. He was sure his analysis was on point. The gap in physical prowess between the owl and Usopp was enormous. By rights, the fight should have ended long ago. Yet somehow, the two were still going toe-to-toe. Jabra just couldn't figure it out. He's learning. Lucci suddenly spoke, his tone cool and detached. What? The rest of the CP9 were stunned, their minds slow to catch up. He knows his weakness lies in martial arts, so he's deliberately choosing to spar with us this way, to hone his skills and patch up that flaw. The gap between him and the owl was too great. He could have finished the owl off long ago, but he chose not to. On the contrary, after noticing the owl losing ground, he deliberately slowed his attacks, creating the illusion of an even match, all the while carefully studying the owl's fighting techniques. Lucci continued to explain. Learning martial arts in the midst of a battle? Does he really think he can patch up his weaknesses in close combat with just a few fights? That's nothing but wishful thinking, Bruno mocked with a cold laugh. No, it might just be possible. This guy has astonishing strength, speed, and reflexes. What he lacks is battlefield experience. It's only a matter of time before his hand-to-hand skills catch up too. Kaku shook his head, frowning as he spoke. TCH, at the root of it all, this is because the owl is just too weak. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any chance for him to learn. If it were me, I'd have finished him off already. Jabra snorted dismissively. Enough talk. Why don't you go then? Kaku glanced sideways at Jabra, his tone flat and unconcerned. Damn it, Kaku. You want me to take you on first? Jabra bristled, glaring at him. Oh, want to try? I'm not afraid of you. Kaku replied indifferently, as if Jabra was unworthy of his attention. Just you wait. Jabra shot back, glaring helplessly at Kaku. Truth be told, their skills were nearly matched, but Jabra's wounds had yet to heal. If it came to a real fight now, he'd be no match for Kaku. That's enough. Get him something to eat. The second bout continues tomorrow. Lucci finally spoke, ignoring the argument between Kaku and Jabra. After glancing at Usopp, who was still in the thick of battle, he turned and walked into the cabin. Asubumbu? That meant Bruno, who was stronger than the owl, would be next to give Usopp more experience? The CP9 members watching were all taken aback, unable to grasp why Lucci would arrange things this way. Yet Lucci's manner made it clear his decision was final, and he had no intention of explaining further. So, none of them pressed the matter. In CP9, Lucci's word was always law. Half an hour later, Usopp seized a perfect opening and landed a punch that sent the owl crashing to the ground. Instead of pressing the attack, he quickly retreated several steps to gain some space. Though the fight had dragged on for more than half an hour, Usopp's stamina was still in great shape. He hadn't even needed to use his skill, unyielding will. Just as Lucci had said, Usopp was indeed using the owl as a sparring partner to hone his martial arts and sharpen his combat instincts. Although the owl's strength was not exactly formidable, anyone who could become an official member of CP9 was undeniably a martial artist chosen from 10,000, an elite among elites. Moreover, the owl was noticeably weaker than Usopp. Usopp could see through every one of his moves, and even had enough presence of mind during the fight to contemplate the rationale behind each of the owl's actions in this place. A person like this was, without a doubt, the perfect sparring partner. Although half an hour of fighting wouldn't be enough to completely reinvent Usopp, it had brought him considerable benefit. By now, Usopp had already grasped all of the owl's patterns, There was no longer any need for their battle to continue. Conveniently, the owl could still provide him with one last favor. Huff, huff, chirp, chirp, chirp. Why don't you just finish me off when you have a chance? Are you pitying me? Panting heavily, the owl struggled to his feet, visibly displeased with Usopp's mercy. Halfway through their battle, the owl had realized that Usopp was holding back. After all, his condition had deteriorated significantly, yet he could still trade blows with Usopp. If he still couldn't see the truth, he'd have to be a real fool. Though the owl couldn't fathom Usopp's reasons for this mercy, he was unwilling to dwell on it. Instead, he stubbornly convinced himself that Usopp was looking down on him, which only made him grit his teeth and throw himself into the fight with even greater effort. But in the end, the difference in their skills was plain to see. The owl's resolve was unwavering, but ultimately, it was not enough to defy the outcome. Don't worry, I'll give you an ending worthy of a true man. From this point on, I'll be fighting at my full strength, Usopp said sincerely. After all their time exchanging blows, Usopp actually felt a hint of gratitude toward the owl. It wasn't every day you found a sparring partner willing to put their life on the line for your training, and even pay you for the privilege. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then I'll pour all the strength I have left into my next attack, my final strike. Mustering the last of his energy, the owl forced himself to stand tall and tried to steady his breathing. Usopp wasn't impatient. He simply waited in silence. Here I come. Beastly secret art. Owl's raging fists. A few seconds later, the owl gave a warning shout, his figure blurring into a flurry of afterimages as he launched a frenzied assault toward Usopp. Usopp's eyes narrowed. He dared not lower his guard. This was the owl's ultimate technique. He'd suffered no small loss the last time he'd faced it. But a finishing move earned its name for being a trump card, held back until the decisive moment. Overuse, especially against the same opponent, would soon render it nothing special. Feeling the barrage of heavy blows coming at him from every direction, Usopp raised his hand, and with a single, effortless motion, caught the owl's wrist from among the swirling afterimages. With a fierce shout, Usopp yanked the tall form of owl off balance and landed a punch squarely on his head, holding nothing back. A guttural groan escaped Owl as blood streamed from his nose and ears. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness on the spot. A crisp chime echoed in Usopp's mind. Experience plus 90, gold coins plus 60. Current experience, 1297 out of 1,800. Gold coins, 521. 90 points of experience? That's not bad at all. Usopp nodded to himself, feeling rather pleased with the haul. 3 days earlier on the deserted island, Usopp may have lost the fight, but he managed to take down 3 from the enemy's ranks: Owl, Fukaru, and Lucci. Back then, Lucci, the strongest among CP9, had already been defeated by Usopp several times, so he only yielded 160 experience points and 80 gold coins. The first-time confrontations with Owl and Fukaru had each rewarded Usopp with 120 experience points and 70 coins. So, the fact that Owl still gave him 90 points and 60 coins, even after being beaten a second time, was a pleasant surprise to Usopp. Now, with 503 more experience points to go before his next level up, Usopp began to calculate his chances. If he managed to take on all the CP9 members on board, he should be able to gather what he needed. As Owl's body slumped to the floor, Usopp immediately put some distance between them, making it clear with his actions to the rest of CP9 that he had no intention of finishing off the fallen foe. Of course, Usopp's gesture was likely lost on them. The rest of the CP9 seemed completely indifferent. Bruno approached, carrying a tray of food. He set it down in front of Usopp and said in a flat tone, "This is for you. Make it last. We don't have much left ourselves." Startled and a bit bewildered, Usopp accepted the proffered food and asked, "What is this supposed to mean?" Although the bet with Owl had been for food, Usopp never actually expected anyone to honor it. Supplies on the ship had grown dangerously scarce in the last few days. He was well aware of that. Even the crew were forced to fish to fill their own stomachs. Giving rations to an enemy like Usopp was unthinkable. Bruno responded without a hint of emotion. This was Lucci's decision. "Also, tomorrow we continue. Your opponent will be me." Usopp's confusion deepened. Continue tomorrow? And the next challenger would be Bruno? Were they lining up just to hand him experience? Sure, Bruno was a bit tougher than Owl, but to Usopp, that made little difference. In his eyes, Bruno was just volunteering to be defeated. Usopp couldn't believe CP9 as a whole, especially Lucci, didn't see what was happening. But if they did, why were they going along with it? Usopp furrowed his brow, lost deep in thought. "All right, eat your food and get some rest early. Your movements are limited to this part of the deck," Bruno said, turning to leave as soon as he'd finished speaking. "Rest? Rest my foot. It's not even noon yet. Wait a second." Though Usopp grumbled inwardly, his eyes flickered with intent as he called out to Bruno. What is it now? Bruno stopped, turning back with impatience in his voice. Aren't you worried I might run away like this? Usopp asked, half joking, half mocking. Would you? Bruno gave Usopp a meaningful look. Before Usopp could answer, he spoke on his own. Lucci said you wouldn't. What does that mean? Usopp frowned, pressing for an explanation. Isn't your main goal right now to hone your fighting skills? Well, giving you that chance. So would you really run? Bruno threw the question back at him. Usopp's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Lucci to see right through his intentions. But being too confident is just arrogance. If you treat us as your whetstone, be careful you don't break your blade. Bruno sneered decodedly. Facing Bruno's mocking expression, Usopp suddenly broke into a calm smile of his own. Aren't you all doing the same? You're raising a tiger in your midst. Be careful you don't get burned. Bruno's face darkened at those words, and he snorted. We'll see about that. After Bruno left, Usopp plopped down on the floor and started devouring the food before him in huge bites. He'd figured out. These CP9 agents were so lax with him because they thought they had him completely under control. Especially Lucci. After losing to Usopp 3 times in a row for various reasons, he'd become obsessed with beating him. On the sea train, Lucci had completely dominated Usopp, but a careless moment let Usopp drag him into the water, their first battle, and Lucci's first loss. On Eni's lobby, Lucci was besieged by the 3 main Straw Hats and Usopp's group, where his defeat stung even more. The third time was on a deserted island. Lucci was still badly injured, but took it upon himself, trading injury for injury, to keep Usopp occupied and relieve the pressure on the other CP9. Although Lucci's most powerful attack, Six King Gun, turned the tide of battle, it was still Usopp who claimed victory in the end, and Lucci fell, bitterly unconvinced. Those 3 bitter defeats weighed on Lucci's heart. What he wanted was a true, clean win to wash away the humiliation. Obviously, beating a powerless Usopp senseless wouldn't count as a real victory, and Lucci had no interest in empty triumphs like that. That's why, seeing through Usopp's desires, he continued to let Usopp act freely, letting the rematch build. He wanted to wait until his wounds had healed a little more before facing Usopp in an honorable duel and utterly defeating him. Once he had sorted out these thoughts, Usopp was finally able to relax. If even Lucci, who paid his rivals no mind and allowed them to grow, was unafraid, then what did Usopp really have to worry about? After wolfing down his food, the hunger in Usopp's stomach eased, and he let out a satisfied belch. He rested for a while where he sat, but soon stood up, wanting to find something to do to pass the time. I advise you not to entertain any clever ideas. Bruno, who had been standing watch at the prow, had actually been paying close attention to Usopp the entire time. The moment Usopp stood up, Bruno issued a warning in a gruff voice. Usopp rolled his eyes. He had simply stood up to stretch his leg for a bit. Surely, he couldn't be expected to just sit there forever. Your weapons aren't on the ship. If I refuse to give them back, you'll never get your hands on them. Bruno turned, his tone as cold as steel. His view was a bit different from Lucci's. In Bruno's mind, the only reason Usopp hadn't tried to escape the ship was because he hadn't managed to reclaim those 3 peculiar weapons. Over the past 3 days, Bruno had taken every chance to examine Lingfa, Blackfire, and Whitistinga, those 3 unusual weapons. However, for some inexplicable reason, the 2 guns were completely unresponsive in his hands, and the broadsword felt no different from an ordinary blade. This only convinced Bruno all the more that these weapons were not as simple as they seemed, and that Usopp's power most likely came from them. Although Lingfa, Blackfire, and Whitistinga hold special meaning for me, that doesn't mean I can't do without them. As he spoke, Usopp made his way to a corner, picked up a broom, and snapped a piece of wooden handle to use as an improvised staff. The staff is called the ancestor of all weapons. Many weapons have evolved from it. At a pinch, it could still serve his needs. Fire slash. Usopp swept the staff out toward the sea, unleashing a slicing wave of force that shot out, splitting the waves apart in its wake. Lingfa, the broadsword, might be his usual medium for such techniques, but he realized that using his abilities wasn't strictly dependent on that particular blade. Crack! Usopp watched as the wooden staff splintered into several pieces, unable to withstand the force of the technique. With a helpless shake of his head, he mused. Sure enough, it still felt best using the Lingfa broadsword. Bruno took in everything, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. But he was puzzled as well. Had he been mistaken all along? Were those 3 weapons really nothing more than ordinary tools? Usopp, however, paid no attention to Bruno's thoughts. Suddenly, he was struck by an idea. If he could treat his own hands and feet as weapons, perhaps he could use such techniques without a weapon at all. As it happened, the six powers techniques, shave and finger pistol, for instance, were ways of training the body itself into a weapon. Acting on the thought, Usopp began to experiment right then and there. He had crossed swords with CP9 so many times that he'd gained some real insights into Rokushiki. The six powers. Usopp planted his foot firmly, then lashed out with a swift kick. A tremendous force surged forth, sweeping in a straight gust that pressed forward, making the ship's deck creak under the pressure. No, that wasn't right. The power should be even more concentrated. If he could compress that sweeping gust into a single line, he would be able to unleash the so-called slash, the very move known as Rankyaku, Storm Leg, one of the six powers. But that's not something brute force alone could achieve. It demanded finesse and technique. Usopp began a series of relentless attempts, determined to master it. Bruno watched this unfold with a cold expression. He had already figured out exactly what Usopp was trying to do, and inwardly, he sneered. Rokushiki, after all, was a highly advanced skill set in the world government and the Marines. Even with a dedicated instructor, it was notoriously difficult to master, much less by fumbling around alone. He admitted Usopp's physical abilities were impressive, but so what? The world was full of powerhouses who could never grasp Rokushiki, no matter how strong they got. Your kick techniques, all wrong. Clack clack. When beginners throw a kick, the ankle should stay steady. Use the most prominent part, your big toe, as your breaking point and swing through with that. That'll focus the wind pressure way more. Clack clack. Just then, Owl shuffled out from the cabin, looking rather weak as he called out. In the recent fight, apart from Usopp's final blow, he hadn't hit Owl that hard, so Owl was only fatigued and would recover after a little rest. Shut it, Owl. That's classified information. Bruno's face soured as he barked at him. Ah, clack clack, I couldn't help myself. Watching him flail around with his bad form just made me blurt it out. Owl jumped, hastily covering his mouth. You're already not part of the world government anymore, so what secrets are you keeping? Usopp's eyes sparkled at the tip, and he let out a sly chuckle. Yeah, we've been kicked out by the world government, haven't we? Clack clack. Owl suddenly realized, nodding in understanding. Don't give me that. That's our business. This long nose is still our enemy. Bruno shot back, his voice sharp with anger. Clack clack, don't worry, Bruno. I just gave him a couple of pointers. It's not like it'll make much difference. Owl gestured toward Usopp, who was still practicing his kicks, now using the corrected technique. Bruno glanced over, frowned, but didn't press further. After all, just a few words weren't going to make mastering Rokushiki any easier. That might not be true. At that moment, Usopp abruptly stopped, turning his head with a bright grin. He wasn't bothering with this to actually learn Rankyaku and send out a flying slash. He was only after that fleeting state, the feeling of turning his foot into a blade. And now, he'd finally found it. Seeing the confident smile on Usopp's face, Bruno felt a sudden jolt in his chest as an utterly absurd idea flashed through his mind. Could it be? Open fire. Usopp lashed out with his foot, sending a massive shockwave slicing through the air, cleaving the ship's rail cleanly in two. No way. Did he really master the Tempest Kick? Owl's jaw dropped wide open, unable to hide his shock. Usopp smiled with satisfaction, his conviction growing stronger in his heart. If I can do it with my legs, what about my hands? And could finger pistol work as a form of shooting as well? Time raced by like a fleeting shadow. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, Usopp faced Bruno in battle and won with ease, so much so that he didn't even have a chance to try out the new ways to use his skills that he devised. It wasn't that Usopp didn't want to experiment. Bruno simply didn't give him the opportunity. Bruno was well aware that his strength was about on par with Owl's. He'd agreed to fight Usopp for 2 reasons. First, because Lucci had given the order, so he had no choice. Second, he was unwilling to concede without at least giving it a try. As the first member of CP9 to encounter Usopp, Bruno naturally understood him better than any of the others. From careless underestimation in their initial clashes to a growing sense of helplessness, Bruno was racked with regret. He regretted not crushing Usopp in the cradle during their very first battle. He hated how swiftly Usopp grew stronger, never giving him a chance to catch up. By now, Usopp's power had far outstripped his own, and Bruno could only struggle in vain to keep up. If nothing changed, the gap between them would only widen, and Bruno realized he'd never have another chance to defeat Usopp. Unwilling to let things end here, Bruno couldn't help but want to test himself once more. But reality smashed his hopes with crushing force. The fight had barely begun when Bruno found himself in exactly the same predicament as Owl had the day before. Usopp was deliberately holding back, drawing out the match to practice his martial skills. Realizing this, Bruno simply gave up and surrendered. No use making things easy for Usopp. If he was going to lose, he wouldn't let it be a total victory for Usopp. Usopp was a little surprised, but could only accept the anticlimactic result. It was disappointing, though, since the opponent had admitted defeat, the system saw it as a technical loss, and he couldn't claim Bruno's bounty or experience points. He and Bruno had fought 3 times in total, all ending inconclusively. The first time, he lost to Bruno with nothing to complain about. But the second and third times, he let Bruno escape while barely alive. To Usopp, Bruno was still a fresh target, bringing valuable experience and gold with him. What a pity that Bruno lost heart once again this time. However, this was not something Bruno wished for, nor could he be forced to do what he didn't want to. All the other CP9 members were still watching from the sidelines. He couldn't possibly attack Bruno, while Bruno made no move to resist. So Usopp could only bury his head once again in experimenting with the ideas swirling in his mind, as well as thinking about how best to handle the battle today. Jabra was a different story altogether compared to Bruno and Owl. Judging purely from the Doriki, the strength CP9 valued, Jabra's score exceeded 2,000, which alone was far higher than the combined total of both Bruno and Owl. His strength simply couldn't be compared to theirs. Therefore, Usopp had no choice but to approach this with the utmost caution. Ha! Long nose, this is as far as you go. After clearing the field, Jabra strode into the center and burst into wild, arrogant laughter as he faced Usopp. Usopp sauntered across to stand opposite Jabra, shrugged, and said, "Jabra, do you really think you got me cornered? Don't forget, you've already lost to me once before." "Oomph. So what if I did? Now you're without your weapons. How much of your strength can you actually bring to bear?" Jabra gave a dismissive snort as he spoke. "Not having my weapons is indeed a bit of an inconvenience, but still more than enough to take you down." Usopp loosened up his limbs and replied with an easygoing air. You think your half-baked Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol are any match for me? You must be dreaming." Jabra mocked with a sneer. Having spent his recovery quietly in the cabin, Jabra had heard of Usopp's recent attempts to practice techniques like Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol, and that he'd even made some progress. But so what? No matter how freakishly talented Usopp was, he'd only been training in the 6 forms for a mere 2 or 3 days. Could he really compare to a hardened expert like Jabra, who had honed these techniques over decades? Jabra simply scoffed at the notion and dismissed it from his mind. Well then, let's see the truth in a real clash. Steady your will, and engage. Usopp wasted no more words, but unleashed his indomitable will, sending a swift kick arcing through the air toward Jabra. A crescent-shaped strike, sharp as a mighty blade, shot straight at Jabra with terrifying force. Tempest Kick. Jabra's pupils contracted as he leapt backward, simultaneously kicking out to meet Usopp's slash head-on. Gale Rush. Usopp's hands formed a blade as he burst behind Jabra in a blur, driving a heavy punch straight toward the back of Jabra's head. With a cold grunt, Jabra's body shot upward, instantly transforming into his werewolf form. Usopp's massive punch, thrown with all his might, crashed hard onto Jabra's now much larger back. There was a muffled, explosive thud as the force of Usopp's blow sent Jabra stumbling forward. But Jabra turned the awkward momentum to his advantage, catching himself on his hands and thrusting both feet at Usopp in a fierce counterattack. Iron Body, Demon Wolf. Usopp's eyes narrowed, and he quickly brought both arms up to shield himself, blocking Jabra's formidable strike. A tremendous force crashed down like a tidal wave, and Usopp was instantly sent flying by a powerful kick from Jabra. What incredible speed! What crushing strength! They're nothing like those other two, Bruno and Kumadori. Even though Usopp had already crossed swords with Jabra once before, he couldn't help but marvel at the man's sheer power again. Maybe, just maybe, this time he could finally go all out and fight without holding back. Still airborne, Usopp scrambled to regain his balance, fully aware that Jabra would never let such an opening go to waste. Sure enough, in the next instant, Jabra appeared right in front of him. His fingers curled slightly as he pressed his palms together, aiming an attack straight at Usopp's throat. Finger Pistol, 10-finger strike. Had that blow connected, even Usopp's iron will wouldn't have spared him. His throat would surely have been punctured in several places, leaving him badly wounded and bleeding. Fortunately, all those days Usopp had spent painstakingly improving his hand-to-hand combat skills had not been in vain. The moment Jabra appeared before him, Usopp's instincts had kicked in, and he already had a plan. He raised his knee up, bracing it against Jabra's body to stop him from getting any closer, then used the recoil to arch backward. With a timely somersault, he narrowly dodged Jabra's 10-finger thrust by a hair's breadth. Landing agilely, Usopp planted his hands on the ground and spun around, using the momentum to swing a swift kick at Jabra as they passed each other. Upper thigh slam. With a sharp snap, Usopp's heel struck the outside of Jabra's thigh, sending him flying. It was a move Usopp remembered seeing Sanji use, and with his improved physique, mimicking it was no longer difficult. Granted, Usopp was only imitating the motion. He didn't know the exact technique behind Sanji's powerful kicks, but his own raw strength more than made up for the lack of finesse. Of course, it was clear that even this blow wasn't enough to seriously injure Jabra. Jabra righted himself in midair with a graceful moonwalk, then charged at Usopp again without missing a beat. Iron Body, Wolf's heavy step. With a roar, Jabra unleashed a straight punch at Usopp with the force of a battering ram. Usopp seized the moment to straighten up, matching Jabra's aggression with a fearless punch of his own. Fist met fist, and they clashed head-on. A resounding boom echoed through the air, sending cutting winds rippling outward, and both Usopp and Jabra staggered back several steps from the force of the collision. But in the very next heartbeat, both warriors vanished from where they'd stood, transformed into flickering afterimages as their fierce duel erupted into a blur of lightning-fast motion. Blades of energy danced, waves of flame roared and twisted. The battle grew more and more frenzied, Usopp moving with increasing confidence and fluidity, while Jabra grew more and more alarmed. This is impossible. How can this be? Jabra stared in disbelief, realizing with shock that even stripped of his weapons, Usopp could match him blow for blow, relying on pure martial skill alone. Ever since their encounter on Enies Lobby, Jabura had seen clearly that hand-to-hand combat was Usopp's greatest weakness. That was why, back then, Jabura's strategy was to seize the chance to get in close. He wanted to engage Usopp in a physical brawl. Unfortunately, he failed. Before he could even take advantage of being within striking distance, Usopp dispatched him with a single blow. But later, when he heard that Kaku and the others had managed to subdue Usopp only after snatching away his weapons, Jabura became even more convinced that Usopp was lacking in close-quarters combat. His strategy back then wasn't wrong. He was simply a little short on luck. Afterwards, Jabura learned that Usopp, shaken by his defeat, had thrown himself into training his body and physical skills. To Jabura, that was laughable. It takes years of hard work to forge one's body for combat. How could Usopp's 2 or 3 days of catfoot training possibly stand up to a fist honed by decades of discipline? Yet now, Usopp was matching him blow for blow using nothing but his own martial skills. This ironclad reality forced Jabura to admit that Usopp had managed to patch his greatest weakness in mere days. Could there really be geniuses like this in the world? Jabura couldn't help but steal a glance at Lucci, who was standing by, watching the fight. Lucci was, in Jabura's eyes, the most deserving of the title genius, but standing next to Usopp now, Lucci seemed utterly ordinary. You're distracted. Usopp seized upon Jabura's fleeting lapse and landed a solid punch right on Jabura's face, sending him flying and swallowing him up in the surging wave of fire that followed. Usopp didn't immediately press his advantage. He had gained so much from this battle already that he was reluctant for it to end so soon. Is Usopp a genius? Of course not. But what Usopp had was the system. With its support, his health points had soared to 16,000, meaning his strength, stamina, and regenerative power were 160 times that of an average person. As for his reflexes and speed, once all the passives were maxed out, they were 30 times that of a normal human. Such statistics made him superhuman by any measure. With a foundation like that, training his physical skills yielded tremendous results for only a fraction of the usual effort. Time is usually spent honing the body itself, and that's the slowest part of mastering martial arts. But strength is the foundation of everything. Technique can only flourish atop a powerful body. Usopp's exceptional physical attributes alone had saved him more than half the usual effort. His lightning-fast reflexes also made learning new techniques much easier. What's more, Usopp now had access to the powers of all the champions in the league. He was only lacking in battlefield experience. With more combat exposure, Usopp's martial skills would no longer fall short of anyone's. How dare you, long-nosed brat? Are you treating me as your training dummy now? Jabra clambered to his feet, and with one glance at Usopp, who wasn't pressing the attack, he instantly understood what Usopp was thinking. A surge of humiliation washed over Jabra, making his anger flare as he roared. That'll depend on what you do next. Usopp let out a light chuckle, his meaning unmistakable. He truly did see Jabra as little more than a sparring partner. But the unspoken threat was clear. If Jabra couldn't provide any more challenge in this fight, he'd lose even the right to be that. Bastard. Go to hell. Iron Body, Wolf Step. Enraged, Jabra became a streaking shadow, ricocheting at high speed around Usopp. Though Usopp wore a faint smile, his eyes gleamed with utter seriousness. Jabra was undeniably formidable, Without a weapon at hand, Usopp held no certainty of victory. After fighting for so long, his health was already less than half. He had to be on high alert. Iron body, wolf hunt, hands from all directions. A flurry of lethal claws lunged at Usopp, who twisted, dodged, and desperately defended himself. This move of Jabber's bore a striking resemblance to Fukuro's B-secret art. Owl's mad fists, though Jabber's attacks were even faster, fiercer, a world apart, truly. With the barrage of claw strikes threatening to overwhelm him, Usopp found himself outmatched. Gritting his teeth, he braced against Jabber's assault with his right foot, locked his left leg straight, and swept it fiercely out. Whirling slash. A circular slash cleaved through the air around Usopp, forcing the blur of Jabber's afterimages into a split-second pause. Gale rush. With a sudden burst, Usopp flashed forward, seizing the chance to appear behind Jabber, his hand shaping into a blade as he struck a slicing blow toward Jabber's back. Crossfire. A razor-sharp slash whistled perilously close, threatening to cut Jabber clean in two. But Jabber's reflexes had sharpened. After so many rounds with Usopp, he had begun to decipher his patterns. Transformed in wolf step form, Jabber vaulted upward just in time, avoiding Usopp's crossfire, and with a nimble spin, lashed out with a kick. The two were locked in fierce battle once again. Another half an hour slid by. The brutal pace left Jabber breathless, his stamina flagging. Usopp, too, was battered and bloodied, yet his presence remained unwavering, his energy bottomless, as if not even the slightest weakness had crept in. Panic began to well up in Jabber's chest. Usopp's endurance was boundless. If this kept up, he'd lose for sure. What Jabber didn't realize was that Usopp's strength was only skin deep. Thanks to his system, Usopp's state appeared unchanged on the outside, but his actual health had reached a perilously low point. A single misstep could spell defeat. He couldn't hold on much longer. He had to finish this fight as soon as possible. Both men had the same thought, and at once they leapt back, widening the distance between them. Although Jabber was puzzled as to why Usopp chose to pull back as well, he simply assumed that Usopp wanted to drag out the fight and buy himself time to recover. He didn't dwell on it. Jabber's 10 fingers curved slightly, palms coming together in a poised, fluid gesture as he began preparing his killing move. Usopp straightened his arms, crossing them over his chest. Wisps of dark red, ominous energy began to coil and rise from his body. Jabber felt a jolt of recognition. Why did this moment seem so familiar? That's right. During their battle at Eni's lobby, he had faced Usopp in just this way, and it was this very move that spelled his defeat. The memory of that demonic, phantom-like figure sent a chill down Jabber's spine. He couldn't win. There was simply no way he could overcome this move of Usopp's. Without realizing it, Jabber took a step backward, his spirit shaken before the battle was truly joined. At that same moment, the murderous energy around Usopp condensed, his blood-red eyes locking onto Jabber with unyielding intensity. No blade style, ultimate technique, dust-sealing severance. In a blink, Usopp vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind Jabber the very next instant. Jabber's body hesitated briefly in place before being hurled high into the air. The freshly healed wound on his chest slashed open once more, sending a spray of hot blood arcing through the air. Fool, you let fear take hold of your heart. Watching from the sidelines, Lucci frowned at Jabber's performance, muttering under his breath before turning and heading into the ship's cabin. Tomorrow, he would wash away all the humiliation Usopp had brought upon him. Ding! Experience plus 120, coins plus 80. Current experience, 1437 out of 1800. Coins, 601. The system's notification rang in Usopp's ears, and only then did he finally let himself relax. He walked over to the mast, sat down, and leaned back to catch his breath. Chirp chirp, here's your food for today. Hoot hoot placed some food in front of Usopp, eyeing him up and down with unconcealed curiosity. Thanks. Usopp accepted the food without hesitation and began eating ravenously. Chirp chirp, what was that last move you used? It actually made Jabber feel terror. Now that's impressive. Hoot Hoot couldn't resist voicing his curiosity. Oh, well, it's nothing special. It's just that Jabber lost to me once because of that move, so he probably has a psychological scar. That's why he feels fear whenever I use it. Usopp gulped down mouthfuls of food, explaining the matter lightly. Chirp chirp, it can't be that simple. Jabber isn't the kind of man who'd be defeated by the same move twice, let alone develop a fear of one technique. And another thing, that red and black aura swirling around you when you use that move feels really off. That's not hockey, is it? The owl plopped down right across from Usopp, clearly unimpressed with Usopp's explanation and pressing him further. That's my secret move. Why should I tell you about it? Usopp shot the owl a sidelong glance as he replied, "What's the harm in telling me? It's not like you'll be around after tomorrow anyway." The owl sounded absolutely certain. Ahem, cough. What do you mean I won't be around? What are you talking about? Usopp almost choked on his food at the owl's words, coughing twice as he spoke. I'm just telling it like it is. Sure, you're strong right now, way out of my league. But the one you'll be facing tomorrow is Lucci. And Lucci's nothing like the rest of us. He's a complete monster. Even Jabura can barely last a few moves against him, while you could barely eke out a victory over Jabura. So you're absolutely no match for Lucci. The owl's words were firm, backed with cold logic. Usopp frowned. He had to admit, the owl was right. Lucci's power level was nearly twice that of Jabura's. And this twice as strong wasn't like the difference between Jabura and the owl. Lucci's score topped Jabura's by nearly 2,000 points. Even if this metric wasn't exactly mainstream or completely accurate in the world of pirates, within the tight circle of CP9, it meant a lot. Lucci had surpassed Jabura by a clear margin. With no weapons in hand, Usopp stood no chance against Lucci. Even with Judgment, Whitethorn, or Blackfire, his odds were, at best, 50-50. Is Lucci really going to kill me? Usopp's eyes flickered as he looked at the owl and asked. Absolutely. Even though Lucci looks calm, I can tell, to him, this is pin-up rage frustration. He's not holding back tomorrow. Unless he kills you, he won't let it go. That's the truth. The owl's face grew grave. Usopp fell silent, as if thinking hard about his next move. Why are you telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I might run away after hearing it? Finally, after a long pause, Usopp gazed at the owl and asked quietly, Huh, would you run away? The owl was caught off guard, a little flustered. If it were you, and you knew you were doomed tomorrow, would you run? Usopp shot the question right back. Oh no, I've put my foot in it again. The owl covered its beak in frustration, its gaze flitting uneasily toward Usopp, as if calculating its chances of subduing the wounded Usopp. Sigh, forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry. If I were really planning to escape, I wouldn't say anything to warn you, said Usopp, waving his hand dismissively as he watched the owl's furrowed brow, unwilling to stir up any more trouble. Really? Really? The owl asked hopefully. Of course, I keep my word. Usopp nodded, then continued. Does Lucci really hate me that much? Shaking its head, the owl explained, Lucci doesn't want to kill you out of hatred. It's because you handed him his very first defeat. If he doesn't kill you, that stain will follow him for the rest of his life. That's why. He's determined to end you. No doubt about it. Usopp wasn't all that surprised when he heard this. In his eyes, Lucci was a man of pure pride, a man who took his own shining record very seriously, one who wouldn't tolerate even a grain of imperfection. And right now, Usopp was that grain in Lucci's eye. What about you? The only reason you guys ended up like this is because of us. Don't you hate me? Usopp asked curiously, noting just how friendly the owl seemed toward him. A loss is a loss. What happened at Eni's lobby was because we weren't strong enough. It's not your fault, the owl replied with upright conviction. Hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Usopp's eyes, and for a moment, he felt a touch of respect. Even though this owl worked as a hound for the world government, at least as a person, he wasn't all bad. Of course, that's only because I can't beat you right now. If I could, I wouldn't wait for Lucci. I'd make sure I taught you a lesson myself. The owl interjected before Usopp's admiration could even solidify. In an instant, any respect Usopp felt vanished into thin air. As expected, the world government's hounds were just as twisted and two-faced as that filthy organization itself. So, how's your recovery coming along? Want to have another round? The owl probed. Get lost. Usopp snapped, fuming. Now Usopp finally understood the mindset of the entire CP9 group. Raised by the world government from childhood, every one of them had been trained to place the mission above all else and would use any means necessary to accomplish it. And beneath that purpose, they carried themselves with such pride in their status as government agents, looking down on everyone outside their own ranks. This sort of lofty arrogance makes them disdainful of using underhanded tricks against their enemies, nor do they wish to stoop to taking advantage of others in their weakest moments. That's why, when faced with Usopp, their sworn enemy, they show the contradictory behavior of first charging at him all at once, and then, after capturing him, lining up to challenge him one-on-one. All they really want to prove is that ganging up on him was a last resort, and that they're each fully capable of defeating Usopp on their own. Truly, they want to have it both ways, playing the villain, yet still demanding a spotless reputation. Usopp let out a long, heavy breath and was just about to shoo the owl away when he froze in place, his attention snapping toward the Sunny. Just yesterday, Luffy and the others had dealt with that group of flag hunters and resumed their voyage. Aside from Robin taking another bath, nothing particularly noteworthy had happened. But now, Usopp was witnessing a scene that felt eerily familiar. Luffy had just fished a ceremonial barrel out of the sea. On the Thousand Sunny, at the edge of the Grand Line's Devil's Triangle. Treasure, treasure, treasure. Luffy and Chopper danced excitedly around the barrel they had just hauled aboard. You dummies, there's no treasure in there. Probably just some food or wine, Nami said as she came out from the cabin, mercilessly shattering their hopes. Oh, come on. How would you know what's inside if we haven't opened it yet? Luffy protested. Look, it says offering to the sea god right on it. That's a drift barrel, a sacrificial offering someone sent out to pray for safe passage at sea. Offering means it's dedicated to the gods, Nami explained, pointing to the flag sticking out of the barrel. So, that means we fished it up for nothing. Luffy let out a sigh, his excitement deflating instantly. Gods or no gods, since we got it, we might as well crack it open and have a drink, Zoro said unfazed. Hearing there might be alcohol inside, Zoro, a true lover of good drink, perked up with interest. Zoro, wait, isn't that terribly disrespectful? Aren't we tempting fate? Chopper fretted with concern. It's fine as long as we say a prayer. Besides, I've heard that sake touched by the sea's waves tastes especially smooth and mellow, Nami added with a smile. I won't pray to any god, Zoro snorted, but after Nami's explanation, he found himself even more eager for a taste and moved up to open the barrel. In that case, I guess we should try it. Frankie got interested too and beat Zoro to the barrel. All right then, time for a toast. Great sea god, thank you for your generous gift. Luffy said cheerfully, clapping his hands together in a carefree prayer before hurrying over to join them. According to tradition, after we finish what's inside, we have to fill the barrel up again and toss it back into the sea. Robin gently reminded them with a quiet laugh. Haha, whatever. Luffy replied with a carefree laugh as he opened the barrel. The instant the lid popped off, a fiery tail shot up into the sky and exploded in a brilliant flash. The Straw Hat Crew's expressions turned grave all at once. A shadow of foreboding fell over their hearts. Ha! Looks like we've been tricked. Could this be the sea god's curse? After a long moment, Zoro was the first to break the silence, trying to sound lighthearted. Curse? Chopper and Nami, terrified, hugged each other, their voices trembling. Something's not right. We might have been targeted by someone. This is a trap. Robin's brow furrowed as she spoke, deep in thought. She recalled some words of caution Usopp had given. It seemed they had already sailed into the Devil's Triangle. That could only mean a confrontation with Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was drawing near. She wondered how things were going on Usopp's end. Somewhere amid the unknown waters of the first half of the Grand Line, Usopp sprang to his feet, his face clouded. Chababa, what's the matter? Try and make a run for it. The owl, startled by Usopp's sudden move, quickly stood up too, watching Usopp warily. Where are we now? How far are we from my captain? Usopp didn't acknowledge the owl's defensiveness. He cut straight to the question. Luffy and the others had already entered the Devil's Triangle, which also meant Ace and Blackbeard Teach's fateful encounter was just days away. There was little time left. Chababa, how should I know? I'm just a lookout, Chababa. The owl waved his hands, flustered. Usopp paused, mentally scolding himself for clutching at straws in desperation. The owl was just another deckhand here. It was pointless to expect him to know. This pirate ship was under the control of a few undercover agents from the Galila Company, and among them, Khalifa served as the navigator. If he wanted answers, she was the one to ask. With that, Usopp hurried past the owl, heading toward the cabin. What do you think you're doing? Before Usopp could enter, Bruno's imposing figure appeared in his way, blocking him. I want to speak with Khalifa or Lucci. Usopp answered with a frown. Bruno probably guessed what Usopp wanted to ask, but Usopp knew Bruno would never tell him anything, so why bother? Do you really think you're in a position to speak with him whenever you want? Bruno spoke with an icy tone. Usopp raised an eyebrow, instinctively clenching his fists. Clearly, Bruno was looking to cause trouble. What's the matter? Looking for a fight? Bruno said, a sly smile playing at his lips, his demeanor openly provocative. Unlike the other CP9 agents who kept up appearances, Bruno never bothered with pretenses. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Usopp and was under Lucci's command, he would have made his move long ago. Still, if he managed to goad Usopp into throwing the first punch, it would give the rest of CP9 the perfect excuse to attack him openly. Usopp's eyes narrowed with a flash of cunning. He saw straight through Bruno's ploy, but he was reaching the edge of his patience. If he couldn't get any real information out of the CP9 agents soon, he'd have to set out on his own to find Ace. First, though, he needed to reclaim Ace's life paper. There could be no slipping past that step. A cold glint flickered in Usopp's gaze. Bruno and the others, including the dour-looking owl, might not be the strongest, but they'd make for troublesome opponents in a fight. He'd have to deal with them before putting his full strength against Lucci. Now, however, was not the right time. He'd just finished a tough battle with Jabra, and both his stamina and hockey reserves hadn't yet recovered. If he fought now, he'd be at a disadvantage. "What's going on?" Usopp demanded, giving Bruno a cold glance. Just as he turned to leave, Lucci and Khalifa emerged together from within the ship's cabin. "Umph, this guy said he was looking for you," Bruno snorted, finally offering Lucci an explanation. Lucci frowned, casting Usopp a detached look as he asked, "What is it you want?" "Nothing much. I just want to know where we are now. How far we are from my captain." Usopp hesitated, then voiced his question. "Why do you want to know that?" Khalifa's eyes were as cold and sharp as blades as she scrutinized Usopp. "Are you planning to lure Straw Hat here to take us on?" "If that's what I wanted, I wouldn't bother asking you," Usopp replied, improvising quickly. "It's just, I have a bad feeling. Something tells me Luffy might be in trouble." "Huh, even if that's true, what difference does it make to us?" "The fate of your Straw Hat means nothing to us," Bruno sneered. "Khalifa, where are we right now?" To everyone's surprise, Lucci turned to Khalifa and asked. Khalifa appeared momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure. Pulling out a sea chart and comparing it to the Beaver card for Ace, she replied, "For the last few days, Straw Hat's position keeps changing. He hasn't stayed anywhere longer than a day. All we've been able to do is chase his shadow across the sea. But last night, Straw Hat suddenly started heading in this direction. I think his next destination is right here." Khalifa extended her hand and pointed to an island on the sea chart, continuing, "This island happens to be very close to us. We should be able to meet him there." "What island is that?" Usopp asked in a low, serious voice. Khalifa pushed up her glasses along the bridge of her nose and replied, "Banero Island." "Banero Island?" Usopp's pupils shrank. If he remembered correctly, Ace and Blackbeard Teach met on an island with a name that started with Ba and fought a fierce battle there. Although there weren't many scenes of Ace and Blackbeard's fight in the anime, the final confrontation between the sun and darkness was etched deeply in Usopp's memory. Especially since, while scrolling through clips and anecdotes, Usopp often came across highlights from this very battle. So he still had a distinct impression of this fateful island. What's more, Banero Island was now directly in the path Ace was traveling, and barring any unexpected turns, this would certainly be the destined battleground between Ace and Blackbeard. "How much longer until we reach Banero Island?" Usopp looked at Khalifa and asked. "At our current speed, the earliest would be just after midnight tonight, at the latest by tomorrow morning." Khalifa glanced at Lucci. Seeing that he had no objections, she answered Usopp's question. "And what about Luffy?" Usopp went on. "How should I know? I'm not him. Maybe he'll change course halfway and not show up at all." Khalifa rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. Assuming nothing goes wrong, about when do you think Luffy will arrive at Banero Island?" Usopp frowned, pushing down his impatience as he pressed for an answer. "What are you asking that for? Planning to team up with the Straw Hat Kid against us?" Bruno seized the chance to tease, never missing an opportunity to rile up Usopp. Usopp's mouth twitched. He let out a long, heavy sigh. If the time wasn't so wrong, he would have loved nothing more than a throw down right then and there. "I just want to settle things here before running into Luffy, that's all." Ignoring Bruno's provocative gaze, Usopp turned his attention to Lucci, who still wore that unreadable expression. "So, you mean you can take us down any time you wish?" Lucci's eyes suddenly turned steely as he shot a cold look at Usopp. "No, all I want is a proper fight with you." Usopp shook his head slightly and explained, "Besides, don't you find the ship a bit too cramped? For someone with your abilities, it hardly seems ideal, does it?" A vein twitched at the corner of Lucci's eye as he instantly recalled being dragged into the sea by Usopp on the water train not long ago. He nearly lost his composure right then. "That's exactly why I want to settle our scores on the island." Usopp also noticed the look on Lucci's face and hurriedly continued, "But if Luffy arrives while we're fighting, he'll definitely get involved in our battle. That's why I asked when Luffy is expected to reach Banero Island, to see if we can finish our fight before he gets here. The two of us will not only determine who's stronger, but will decide life and death between us." Usopp fired off his words in rapid succession, like a string of arrows, and Lucci's anger began to cool as he listened to Usopp's explanation. Those last 8 words from Usopp struck with an air of gravitas, deeply stirring something within Lucci. In an instant, Lucci's fury completely faded, replaced by a sense of anticipation for the coming duel with Usopp. To decide not just victory, but life and death. Not bad at all. "Khalifa, how much longer until Straw Hat arrives at Banero Island?" Lucci softly echoed those words, his eyes growing brighter as he turned to ask Khalifa. Unless something unexpected happens, Straw Hat should arrive at Banero Island by tomorrow afternoon, Khalifa replied, hesitating only a moment before sharing her estimation. Perfect. The timing couldn't be better. Once I'm done with you, I'll take care of Straw Hat next. Lucci nodded, fixing Usopp with a menacing grin as he spoke. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Usopp let out a small sigh of relief. There was still time. As long as he could get to Banero Island first, he'd have a chance to intercept Ace before anyone else did. The outcome is far from decided. Usopp called out as he turned and walked away. He'd already memorized the route to Ace that Khalifa had just described, but he still needed to think carefully about how best to put his plan into action. Meanwhile, things were getting truly interesting for Luffy and the others. After firing the signal flare from the message tube, they found themselves caught in the midst of a violent storm. Barely had they escaped the storm under Nami's expert guidance at the helm of the Sunny, when they sailed straight into a dark, fog-shrouded sea, the infamous Devil's Triangle. It was there they encountered a living, talking skeleton with a giant afro, Brook. Luffy, as always, was enchanted by all things bizarre and otherworldly. Without a second thought, he invited Brook aboard. Brook, who hadn't seen a living soul in ages, eagerly accepted the invitation, longing for some company to relieve his loneliness. Seated together in the Sunny's dining room, Brook was finally able to enjoy a piping hot meal, and he answered all of Luffy and his crew's questions with complete candor. Except for Chopper and Nami, who were still a bit unnerved by Brook's skeletal appearance. Everyone was having a thoroughly enjoyable conversation. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Brook brought up the matter of his shadow being stolen and gently declined Luffy's invitation to join their crew. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I'm just a wandering soul with nothing much to repay your generous hospitality. Please, let me play a song for you all as a token of thanks. Brook stood up, produced a violin, and intended to say his goodbyes after the performance. Oh, Brook, you can play instruments too? Luffy asked in surprise. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Actually, I was the musician on my original pirate crew. I can play a little bit of anything. Asked about his specialty, Brook replied with pride. Wow, you're a musician too? Join us, Brook. Luffy's eyes sparkled. What could be more perfect than a walking, talking, afro-haired skeleton who was also the musician he had always dreamed of? To him, Brook was simply the ideal crewmate. Brook smiled without replying. After tuning his violin, he was just about to start playing. But at that moment, Brook suddenly shuddered all over a violent chill and lost his grip on the violin, sending it crashing to the ground. What happened? Luffy and the others were puzzled and asked aloud. That what is that? Bruno pointed a trembling finger at the ceiling of the dining room, his voice thick with fear. Following Bruno's gaze, Luffy and the others peered upward, only to freeze in shock. Halfway emerging from the ceiling was a ghostly, translucent human-shaped specter, staring down at them with haunting, hollow eyes. A ghost! Ha ha ha! This is interesting. The whole group couldn't help but exclaim at the scene above, while Luffy's eyes glowed with excitement, already pondering how he might catch the ghost. Robin, meanwhile, furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Usopp's earlier words suddenly flashed through Robin's mind, and in an instant she understood the apparition's origin. The ghost fruit power wielded by the Ghost Princess, a subordinate of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Were they being spied on for information? Robin was about to warn the others when suddenly the Sunny began to shake violently beneath them. The ghost, which had been watching all along, used the distraction to slip away from the dining room. Could it be? Brook suddenly realized something and bolted for the deck. Brook, wait up! Luffy and the others came to their senses and chased after him at once. But as soon as the group spilled out onto the deck, before they could utter a word, the sight before them left them completely stunned. Somehow, without their noticing it, both ship and crew had been swallowed whole by a bizarre and creepy island. Rusty chains, crumbling castle walls, and a chilling, ancient fortress exuding an eerie, icy presence. Everything around them spoke of the uncanny, supernatural aura that clung to this island. This is the ghost island that floats and wanders the seas, the terrifying Thriller Bark. Brook spoke up to explain to Luffy and the others, then turned around and started walking back into the cabin. Thriller Bark? Hey, Brook, where are you going? Luffy and the rest were full of questions. One strange event had followed another, and now their only choice was to seek answers from Brook, who was, after all, the host of this place. However, Brook's heart was pounding with excitement, and he had no room left for explanations. What a wonderful day. I've not only met people, but might even fulfill my greatest wish. Brook muttered to himself, grabbed the cane leaning by the table, and, with one light leap, crossed more than 10 meters to land atop the lion's head at the bow of the Sunny. What a nimble body! Sanji couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Ipsilonovoho. Since I've died, and there's only a pile of bones left, of course my body is light as a feather. Brooke laughed as he explained, then immediately grew serious and warned, "You need to break through the door behind you and get out of here right away. Whatever you do, don't anchor here. I'm truly delighted to have met you all today. And the delicious food. I'll remember it for a lifetime. Let's hope our paths cross again on the seas someday." Brooke took off his top hat and bowed to Luffy and his friends. Without waiting for a reply, he leaned back and dove headfirst into the sea. Hey, wait, Brooke. He has a devil fruit ability, right? So why would he jump into the ocean? Luffy and the others were stunned, unable to understand Brooke's seemingly self-destructive act. But before they could wonder for long, they watched, wide-eyed, as Brooke dashed across the surface of the sea, moving so fast he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Sugoi, that was amazing. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and his liking for Brooke only deepened. I'm not sure what just happened, but we should listen to Brooke and get out of here as quickly as possible. This place is just too. Nami shivered, suggesting urgently. She truly didn't want to spend another second on this eerie island. Not one moment more. But before she could finish her thought, she caught sight of the eager look on Luffy's face. Her words trailed off, and an uneasy feeling rose in her chest. What? Nami, what did you just say? Luffy's face was a picture of excitement. Whether he really hadn't heard Nami or was just pretending, it was impossible to tell. I was saying, this ghost island is way too strange, and we haven't prepared anything. Nami sighed, about to properly reason with Luffy. Oh, right, preparations. Just then, as though inspired by Nami's words, Luffy dashed off into the cabin at top speed. In no time at all, Luffy came running out with a bug net and an insect cage in hand. All right, I'm all set. Let's get going. Luffy said this with uncontainable excitement. Hopeless. Nami collapsed onto the ground in defeat, her energy drained. What did she do in a past life to deserve this? Wait, just then, Robin suddenly called out. What is it, Robin? Luffy asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. In his mind, anyone could try to stop him, but Robin had always been on his side. If she was speaking up, there had to be a special reason. Look over there. Robin gave a subtle nod, directing everyone's attention in that direction. The group turned to look, only to spot a hefty figure, climbing a rope ladder as if he owned the place. He was almost on board the Sunny. Huh, who was that guy? When did he get here? Frankie asked in surprise. If Robin hadn't pointed it out, he never would have realized someone was even there. This one's odd. Zoro frowned and instinctively gripped his Sandai Kitetsu, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation. If he hadn't seen the figure with his own eyes, he wouldn't have sensed even a whisper of his presence. Clearly, this was someone highly skilled at concealing themselves. Nobody do anything rash. Let's see what he's up to first. Robin smiled slyly, as if an amusing idea had occurred to her. This must be the so-called stealthy creep under Gecko Moria, the one Usopp mentioned. With skills like that, if they didn't have the device Usopp gave them to control the guards, he might really get the better of them. Robin had guessed correctly. The intruder was none other than Absalom, one of the 3 monstrous officers under Gecko Moria, the zombie commander. First, the target's position was pinpointed with surveillance lenses. Then, the Ghost Princess Perona would scout the target's condition. Finally, Absalom would turn invisible and quietly release the rudder of the ship where the target was, using the water currents to trap them in place. Afterwards, a horde of zombies would swarm in to capture the targets alive, so Moria could steal their shadows and hand them a hogback, the genius surgeon, to make new zombies. That was the complete process of Gecko Moria's zombie operations aboard the terrifying Thriller bark. And now, Absalom's mission was to sneak aboard and secretly drop the Sunny's rudder, trapping their ship right here. He had carried out assignments like this countless times, and, thanks to his power of invisibility, had never failed. No doubt, this time will be no different. Feeling at ease, Absalom leaned halfway out from behind the Sunny's rail, ready to act. Huh, why are they all looking over here? Absalom glanced around the deck, intending to find the ship's control lever, when he suddenly noticed that everyone on board was staring in his direction. Are they looking at me? No way. That can't be. I'm invisible right now. It's impossible for them to see me. Wait a minute, a beauty. There's such a stunning woman on this ship. Feeling uneasy under the intense gazes of the Straw Hat crew, Absalom had a fleeting moment of doubt, wondering if he had been discovered, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Then, his eyes landed on Robin and Nami. All concerns immediately vanished from his mind as he sprang onto the Sunny, trembling with excitement as he crept toward Robin and Nami. This orange-haired beauty is just perfect. Fair skin, lovely face, youthful and vibrant. She's exactly my type. And the one with black hair isn't bad either. Mature, alluring, with an icy yet stunning charm. Oh, if only I could have a taste. Such a shame, though, that her skin is a bit on the dark side. Yes, the orange-haired one's the best. That's it. I've decided. She will be my bride. Absalom shamelessly sized up Robin and Nami right in front of the straw hats, muttering his judgments, and every so often he'd lean closer to Nami, straining his nose to catch her scent. He didn't make a sound, but the lecherous look on his face made his intentions more than obvious. Yet he failed to notice that the looks from everyone in the Straw Hat crew were growing increasingly bizarre. Sanji's eyes, in particular, were blazing with fury, his knuckles cracking with suppressed rage. Oblivious to the danger, Absalom inched closer and closer to Nami, sniffing the air, his nose nearly touching her. Diable jam, cheek meat shoot. Without warning, Sanji unleashed his special move and landed a fierce kick right on Absalom's face, sending him flying. Before Absalom could even figure out what had happened, his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious straight into the sea. Hey, Sanji, what did you do that for? Weren't we supposed to wait and see what he was up to? Luffy, still in high spirits and curious to see what Absalom would do next, was caught off guard by Sanji's sudden action. How could I possibly hold back when he was about to do that to Nami? No matter what he was planning, he'll pay for it. Nami, my dear, we didn't get scared just now, did you? Sanji replied to Luffy coldly at first, then, just as quickly, turned into a lovesick puppy, leaning toward Nami with the same goofy grin Absalom had worn moments before. Get lost. Without any hesitation, Nami delivered a solid slap, sending Sanji flying as well. To be honest, even if Sanji hadn't intervened, she was already on the verge of losing her temper. Now that Sanji had kicked Absalom off the ship, her anger had nowhere to go. And just as Sanji happened to bring trouble upon himself by coming over, Nami seized the chance to vent her anger. Robin's eyes flickered for a moment as she watched Absalom plunge into the sea. One of Gecko Moria's key lieutenants is now out of commission. After pondering for a moment, Robin decided it was about time to share some important information with the others. She spoke up. Everyone, I think I've figured out where we are. This is the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the early hours before dawn, the moon hung high while mist curled along the still waters. Along the shore of Bonero Island, a pirate ship approached in the fog without a sound, dropping anchor quietly. When the vessel had settled, several figures vaulted over the railing, landing softly on the soil of Bonero Island. At last, we've arrived. Khalifa, any idea how much longer it'll take for Luffy to get here? Usopp stretched with a casual air, addressing Khalifa as if he belonged at the helm of this crew. Anyone watching might well have mistaken him for the captain. Around 5 hours, give or take. Khalifa pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her voice cold as ice. If she had a choice, Khalifa would have preferred to ignore Usopp completely. But for reasons unknown even to herself, Lucci maintained a strangely ambiguous attitude toward Usopp, indulging most of his trivial antics without a word. If she refused to answer Usopp's questions, Lucci would only repeat them, and at that point, she would have no choice but to respond. After experiencing this a few times, Khalifa had resigned herself to the routine. Though she found it irksome, giving Usopp a direct answer was simply less trouble. 5 hours, huh? That's plenty of time. Before Usopp could react, Lucci fixed him with an intense gaze and said in a low, throaty voice. He could barely contain his excitement. What are you up to? Usopp felt uneasy under Lucci's stare, instinctively retreating 2 steps and raising his arms in self-defense. Could Lucci possibly have some unusual ideas about me? All along, Usopp had noticed Lucci's peculiar attitude, but he'd always chalked it up to a newfound respect, for his strength, perhaps. But with the way Lucci was looking at him now, that respect seemed a bit much. Could it be Lucci had developed some kind of Stockholm Syndrome, enjoying being pushed to the limit by Usopp? I can't wait for sunrise. Our battle begins here and now. Winner takes all, loser faces death. I'll deal with you first before moving on to that straw hat boy. Lucci's grin turned predatory as he declared his intent. Once Usopp realized Lucci's only wish was to fight him to the finish, and nothing more bizarre, he let out an enormous sigh of relief. All right then, let's settle things here and now. Usopp considered the challenge. It was time at last to bring this strange and special training to an end. Step back, all of you. No one is to interfere. Bruno, return his weapons to him. Lucci rolled his neck and issued a command to the CP9 agents, then turned his gaze to Bruno. Everyone present was taken aback by his order. Usopp was no exception. Is Lucci really that arrogant? Lucci, this kid's weapons are quite unusual. If we give them back, there's a chance that... Bruno furrowed his brows and hesitated, still feeling the need to offer a gentle reminder. After all, Usopp had managed to defeat Jabra, even barehanded. If he got his weapons back, not even Lucci might have a guaranteed victory. What? Are you worried I can't beat him? Lucci cut him off with a look as cold and sharp as a blade. No, that's not what I meant. Bruno's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to explain, unsettled by Lucci's tone. Oomph. Right now, even with his bare hands, he's only a notch above Jabra. Defeating him like this holds no meaning for me. I want a battle that's truly exhilarating. Lucci let out a disdainful snort, his eyes locked on Bruno with unmistakable impatience. Bruno, give him his weapons. I want to fight him at his best. Yes, sir. Door, open. Bruno responded at once, not daring to argue further. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal and stepped through without hesitation. After all, Bruno knew that this version of Lucci wouldn't hesitate to kill. Even old ties meant nothing to him now, and another word of protest might cost him dearly. Moments later, Bruno returned from the interdimensional space of the Door fruit, carrying Lingfa, Whitestinger, and Black Flame, tossing them over to Usopp. Usopp caught his weapons, at a loss for words. He had never expected Bruno to retrieve the 3 weapons from that mysterious space. He'd really had no good plan to get them back. This was a wholly unexpected stroke of luck. And yet, Usopp slid Whitestinger and Black Flame back in his belt and gave Lingfa a few tentative swings. The feeling was unfamiliar. After getting used to fighting with just his hands and feet, picking up the heavy blade again felt oddly unnatural. Ready yet? Once Bruno and the others had stepped back, Lucci immediately shifted into his human beast form, fixing Usopp with a cold, challenging stare. More or less. But before we start, I have a question. Usopp rested Lingfa over his shoulder, his eyes glinting as he posed his query. What is it? Lucci frowned, struggling to rein in the surging battle lust within him. As CP9, the most elite covert unit of the world government, you must take on assassination missions pretty often, don't you? Usopp asked with a calm smile. Of course. Lucci nodded and spoke. So your assassination techniques must be pretty formidable as well. Usopp pressed on with his questioning. What exactly are you trying to get at? Stalling for time? Lucci frowned, showing that he was running out of patience with Usopp's chatter. No, I just want to spar with you and see how your assassination skills compare to mine. As soon as Usopp finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight in a blink. Lucci's eyes narrowed into slits as he raised his guard, eyes scanning all around, searching desperately for any sign of Usopp. Yet no matter how hard he looked, the area around him was desolate and empty. Besides himself, Califa, Blueno, and a couple of others, not even a ghost could be seen. A human body is incredibly fragile. The eyes, the throat, the spine, the heart, the arteries, any of these could be a fatal spot, ending a life with just a single blow. Lucci, I'm about to show you my technique, the silent killing art. Usopp's voice darted around the night air, weaving back and forth, near one moment and far the next. Still, all they heard was his voice. He was nowhere to be seen. Is that so? Come on then, attack me. Though he still couldn't catch the faintest glimpse of Usopp, Lucci could sense him lurking nearby, biding his time and looking for an opening. Lucci knew well, this style of fighting could decide life and death in a mere instant. The moment Usopp made his move, that would be Lucci's cue to strike back. Now, don't get ahead of yourself. Next, I'll vanish completely, even my presence, and the moment you show a weakness, that'll be the end for you. Usopp's voice mingled with the sea breeze, flitting here and there, yet every word reached Lucci's ears with chilling clarity. So, you think you can make me the prey here? We'll see who's the hunter, and who's the hunted. Lucci let out a cold laugh. Usopp had disappeared entirely, even the barest breath of his presence fading away, as if he had never been there at all. Lucci's senses sharpened to their utmost, straining to catch the slightest sign of attack. He didn't dare relax for a moment, knowing danger could strike at any second. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. He never would have guessed that this long-nosed fellow had such tricks up his sleeve. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lucci's eyes. He could feel his blood coursing hotter with anticipation. Late at night, on the shores of Bonero Island, Lucci stared intently into the air before him, not relaxing his vigilance for an instant. The watching CP9 agents were just as cautious, nervously scanning the area. None dared breathe too loudly, for fear of disrupting Lucci's concentration during this tense battle. Suddenly, a gust of sea wind swept by. Instinctively, Lucci's shoulder twitched as he readied himself to react. The ocean wind blew past with a whisper. Lucci's shoulder trembled, but then, all at once, he stilled. Nothing happened. Not fooled after all? He's sharper than I thought. Lucci's eyes glinted. He had deliberately left himself open just now, hoping to draw Usopp out. Unfortunately, Usopp hadn't taken the bait. It seemed this battle was far from over. Lucci grew even more vigilant, heightening his guard with utmost caution. Yet a minute slipped by. Usopp made no move whatsoever, and Lucci dared not relax for an instant, maintaining his careful watch. 5 minutes trickled past. Large beads of sweat rolled down Lucci's forehead. 10 minutes elapsed. Lucci furrowed his brow, inwardly marveling at Usopp's astounding patience. 30 minutes crawled on. Lucci sensed something was off. His body was beginning to stiffen, and though he wanted to stretch his limbs, he dared not make any conspicuous motion. An hour drifted by. Lucci's sense of foreboding deepened. He wanted to let down his guard, but dreaded that Usopp might strike the moment he relaxed. No one knew just how much longer this stalemate lasted, until the sky began to pale with dawn and the CP9 members watching nearby could finally stand it no longer. Lucci, you don't think the guy's run off, do you? Khalifa hesitated, then couldn't help but speak up. Run off? Lucci's face darkened instantly, a pulsing vein appearing visibly on his forehead. He had considered the possibility, but still clung to a sliver of faith in Usopp's integrity. Besides, after having stood guard for so long, it would be bitter to give up halfway. This sense of stubbornness pushed him to persist until now. At last, Lucci lowered his stiff arms and dropped his guard entirely. He waited a little longer, yet Usopp still failed to reappear. And finally, Lucci accepted that Usopp was long gone. Lucci's eyes reddened with humiliation, soon overwhelmed by a surge of unbridled fury. Unforgivable, you damned longnose. Meanwhile, inside a 24-hour tavern in the small town on Banero Island, Usopp suddenly sneezed without warning, spraying the drink he'd just sipped all over the place. So sorry. Catching a glimpse, through a third-person perspective, of Lucci raging at the sky, Usopp could only shake his head in resignation and hurriedly apologize to the tavern owner across from him. Earlier, after tricking CP9 and slipping out of their line of sight with a bit of magical deception, Usopp had merely exchanged a few words with Lucci before making his way into the nearest town on Banero Island. Initially, Usopp's plan was to confirm his direction and immediately leave to search for Ace. But since time was on his side, he decided to take a look around for Blackbeard Teach as well, to be certain that this was indeed the fateful meeting place of Ace and Blackbeard. Strangely, though Usopp searched the entire island, there was no trace of Blackbeard or his crew. For a moment, Usopp couldn't help but doubt his own memory. Perhaps this wasn't the place where Ace and Blackbeard's destinies were meant to cross after all. After wandering around the island several times and confirming that Blackbeard Teach and his crew were not currently on this island, Usopp immediately changed his plans. Since Ace's destination was Banero Island and Blackbeard Teach wasn't here, it was clear Ace wouldn't encounter Blackbeard on this island. There was no need for Usopp to risk missing Ace by setting out to sea in search of him. All he had to do was wait here for Ace's arrival. With his mind made up, Usopp picked a bar that was still open, gathering information while keeping a close eye on how things were developing on Luffy's side. Although Usopp was absent this time, Robin, having received a warning, managed to overcome the Ghost Princess Perona after a few twists and turns. Otherwise, things unfolded much as they had in the original story, with no unexpected developments. By now, Luffy was engaged in a final showdown with Gecko Moria. Usopp figured the fight wouldn't last much longer. Still, something was off. Up until now, Usopp hadn't spotted the undercover revolutionary, Bartholomew Kuma, through the surveillance provided by the control sentries on the Sunny or Robin. This detail continued to nag at Usopp, for reasons he couldn't quite explain. It felt as if he had missed something important. But no matter how long he mulled it over, the answer eluded him, so he attributed it, for now, to the butterfly effect and put the matter aside. Young man, you're not catching a cold, are you? When morning comes, you'd best have a doctor at the town hospital take a look. The bartender wiped the spilled liquor from his shirt, offering this kind reminder. Saw thee. I'll keep that in mind, Usopp said, apologizing once more at the sight of the bartender's bedraggled state. It's nothing. I've had my share of this kind of trouble. The bartender waved off Usopp's concern. After all, running a bar in this world meant dealing with all kinds of pirates. He'd seen it all. Getting drenched in booze hardly counted as an ordeal. Still, I do apologize. But if you don't mind, could you continue with what you were just talking about? Usopp asked. Oh, you were asking about Blackbeard Teach, right? If you mean the burly, wild-looking man with a thick beard, missing some teeth, and covered in hair, then yes, I've seen him. The bartender recalled Usopp's earlier question, thinking carefully before replying. That's the one. You should have a few strange-looking comrades with him. And a half-dead horse, too. Usopp's eyes lit up as he nodded. That's right. Those must be the people you're looking for, young man. They stayed on this island for some time. Though they acted high and mighty, they rarely caused real trouble for the townsfolk. The bartender spoke in a measured voice. So are they still on the island now? Although Usopp had already searched every inch of Banero Island, he still sought confirmation from the bartender. Oh no, they're gone. Sorry, You're a bit late. They left about half a month ago. The bartender shook his head. They left half a month ago? Usopp was taken aback, uncertainty clouding his mind. Could it be that Ace and Blackbeard Teach already crossed paths here? No, that can't be right. Ace should still be on his way here. If Ace and Blackbeard really had fought on this island, the whole town would have been leveled by now. Then, where could Blackbeard have gone? That's right. I remember clearly. They left the island waving a newspaper around, loudly declaring they were after some Straw Hat Boy. Then they up and disappeared. The bartender's tone was certain. What? Usopp suddenly shot to his feet, thunderstruck. The bartender's words were like a bolt of lightning, piecing together fragments of memory in Usopp's mind. If things were really unfolding as he suspected, then this was trouble. Very big trouble. Damn it, my memories failed me. In the dim interior of the Banero Island Tavern, Usopp stood as if frozen, his face drained of all color. It had been so long, his memories of the One Piece anime were all blurred now. He could only vaguely recall that Ace's showdown with Blackbeard took place after the Enies lobby incident, but before the encounter with Gecko Moria. Still, Usopp remembered one detail. After Luffy defeated Gecko Moria, they had discovered Ace's Vivre card burning. That was why Usopp had always assumed Ace was defeated by Blackbeard around that moment. But now, thinking back on it, he realized just how wrong he'd been. Thanks to the bartender's words, a flood of recollections surged through Usopp's mind. In the original storyline, Ace and Blackbeard's fateful encounter happened more than 10 days before this precise moment. Back then, word was just starting to spread that the Straw Hats had caused havoc at Enies lobby. Blackbeard, reading the news in the paper, had decided to go after Luffy, hoping to use him as a bargaining chip to claim a seat among the 7 warlords. It just so happened that Ace found Blackbeard at that very juncture. The two clashed in a fierce battle. There's little need to recount the details. In the end, Ace was defeated, delivered to the world government by Blackbeard, and locked away in the depths of Impel Down. Ace's life paper must have started burning back then, but Luffy, being as oblivious as he is, either never noticed or just didn't care. It wasn't until after defeating Gecko Moria that he finally brought it up. Thinking back, in the original story, wasn't Bartholomew Kuma sent to deliver the world government's urgent summons to the 7 warlords? And that's why he showed up on the Thriller bark? How ironic. Just a moment ago, Usopp was still puzzled as to why Kuma hadn't appeared. If Ace hadn't been captured yet, the world government wouldn't have issued the urgent summons to the warlords, and naturally, Kuma would have no reason to turn up on Thriller bark. Damn it, now things have really gone off the rails. As he figured all this out, Usopp wished he could give himself a good smack in the face. Why hadn't he watched One Piece enough times back then? If only he'd taken it more seriously, maybe he wouldn't have made such a rookie mistake now. Originally, it should have been a stroke of fortune that Ace, for some unknown reason, missed his encounter with Blackbeard here. But now, the problem is Blackbeard himself. It's important to remember Blackbeard's plan was always to capture Luffy and hand him over to the world government. It just so happened that Ace stepped in and took the fall for him. Now, with Ace not there to shield Luffy, and Blackbeard having set out from Banero Island half a month ago, his intentions are all too clear. Luffy and the others are in serious danger. Half a month is more than enough time for Blackbeard to have reached the waters of the Florian Triangle. And right now, Luffy is locked in a desperate battle with Gecko Moria, while the other Straw Hats are worn down and battered from their fight with the Demon Ores. If Blackbeard and his crew were to appear at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Usopp felt an overwhelming urge to rush back to the Straw Hats immediately. But reason told him that even if he set out now, it wouldn't make a difference. Time was one thing. What mattered more was that he still wasn't strong enough to turn the tide. But if Ace joined him, maybe that would change everything. Turning on his heel, Usopp prepared to leave and go look for Ace. Hey, wait up, young man. You haven't paid yet. The bar owner, having noticed Usopp's grim expression deep in thought, hadn't dared to disturb him before. After all, with a big sword and twin pistols at his side, Usopp didn't exactly look like someone you'd want to mess with. But now that Usopp was about to leave, the owner couldn't sit back any longer. He had to speak up and call out to him. After all, the drinks and food Usopp had consumed over the past few hours added up to tens of thousands of berries. No small sum for an ordinary person. Sorry, boss. If fate ever brings us together again at sea, I swear I'll pay you back. Usopp didn't so much as pause. In fact, he picked up the pace, darting off until even his outline was swallowed by the streets. Who was he kidding? Where would he get the money? When they'd set out, Nami, that notorious penny pincher, saw Sanji hand him a lunchbox and flatly refused to give him a single berry for travel expenses. In his rush, Usopp hadn't argued. He just left, empty-pocketed. And besides, he was a pirate. Was he really expected to pay for a meal? Did he have no pride at all? Fat chance, kid. I'm not leaving this island anytime soon. The bartender chased him to the door, grumbling loudly as Usopp disappeared from view. Of course, Usopp couldn't hear any of the bartender's griping. But even if he had, it's not likely he would have cared. He zigzagged deftly through the winding streets of the small town. By now, the CP9 agents had entered the town as well, storming through with a look of grim determination, clearly hunting for him. Usopp had absolutely no intention of losing any more time on them. Making the most of his vantage points, he quickly slipped out of CP9's sight and made his way to the coast on the far side of Banero Island. According to what Khalifa had told him, Ace should be approaching from that very direction. The timing seemed about right. If he set sail now, it shouldn't be long before he encountered Ace. Without hesitation, Usopp activated his infiltration skills and launched himself towards the open sea. Back at the center of Banero Island's town, after combing through the area, the CP9 members regrouped in the plaza. He's nowhere in sight. He must have already slipped away, Bruno reported, glancing at Lucci, whose expression had only grown darker. He can fly, you know. He doesn't need a boat. He'll just take off and find the Straw Hat himself. Hoot Hoot chimed in from the sidelines. Set sail at once. The Straw Hat's life paper is still with us. They can't get far, Lucci replied coldly, turning sharply to head for the coast. Lucci, wait. Khalifa's voice rang out, halting Lucci just as he strode off. What is it now? Is there a problem? Lucci shot her a sharp glare, his patience clearly wearing thin. He was still boiling with rage, and all he wanted was to catch Usopp and show him a lesson in true cruelty. If Khalifa was trying to talk him down, he wouldn't hesitate to let some of that anger loose on her instead. If he's heading out to sea now, there's only one reason, to find the Straw Hat crew. But the route he's taking, it's the wrong direction. Seeing the murderous intent flare in Lucci's eyes, Khalifa got straight to the point, her words clipped and urgent. What do you mean? Lucci frowned, baffled. I held something back when I answered his question earlier. In fact, the Straw Hat Kid should be coming from this direction. So, if he set sail following the direction I gave him, he wouldn't run into the Straw Hat Kid at all. When he realizes something's wrong, he's bound to return here. All I have to do is wait for him. Khalifa pushed up her glasses and spoke with calm confidence. This precaution had originally been a trick she played, just in case Usopp tried to escape. She hadn't expected it would turn out to be useful now. Perfect. Then we'll just wait here for him to come back. Rob Lucci's eyes flashed as he shot Khalifa a deep look and replied in a cold, steely tone. The sun rose, casting its warm light across the sky. On a stretch of shore a few dozen meters away from where Usopp had set sail, the members of CP9 stood or sat in a row, quietly waiting. This was the true direction Ace was supposed to be arriving from. Although it wasn't far from the place where Usopp had left, on the vast, endless sea, even the slightest deviation in direction could mean the difference between meeting and being worlds apart. Unless something unexpected happened, Usopp wouldn't cross paths with Ace. He's coming. Suddenly, Khalifa stood up, glanced at the paper in her hand, and looked out to sea, announcing in a clear voice. On the distant horizon, a small black speck was racing toward them across the waves. Since the members of CP9 only possessed the Straw Hat Luffy Vivre card, they couldn't pin down Usopp's exact location. They decided to simply intercept Luffy instead. As long as they stopped Luffy, Usopp would have no choice but to show himself. They certainly hadn't expected that after less than half an hour of waiting, Luffy would appear so quickly. Wait a second, something's off. That doesn't look like the Straw Hat Kid. Fukaru, ever observant, called out loudly upon spotting the newcomer. The stranger did wear a hat, but he was clearly taller than Luffy, bare-chested, a necklace hanging at his collar, and his appearance, too, was nothing like Luffy's. Khalifa, did you make a mistake? That's not the Straw Hat Kid. Kaku took a closer look and frowned, voicing his doubts. Rob Lucci cast a frigid stare at Khalifa, saying nothing, but his chilling gaze spoke volumes. Hold on, let me check again. Beads of sweat formed on Khalifa's forehead as she repeatedly adjusted the direction of the Vivre card, trying to be certain. After a long, tense moment, Khalifa, her back now drenched in cold sweat and still enduring Lucci's icy stare, finally had to speak up. The Vivre card is pointing directly at this person, but he really isn't the Straw Hat Kid. We were tricked by the long-nosed one from the very start. A sharp crack split the air as the ground beneath Lucci's feet fractured, his murderous aura erupting without restraint. None of the other CP9 members dared to even breathe, and the atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Meanwhile, from out at sea, a figure drew near. He was riding atop a flaming speedboat, his body slightly hunched, head tilted back, with a big bubble drifting from his nostrils, fast asleep by all appearances. This newcomer was precisely the man Usopp had been seeking, Luffy's brother, Ace the Fire Fist. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Ace's flaming speedboat, unmanned, slammed headlong into a reef on the shoreline, sending him flying by sheer inertia, crashing down in a tangle right in the midst of the CP9 members. Sputtering, Ace rolled over and sat up, spitting out a mouthful of sand and grit. He looked around, dazed, only to find himself surrounded by a group of bizarre-looking people glaring at him, as if they'd just come face to face with their sworn enemy. Huh, what's going on here? Suddenly, a small scrap of Vivre card floated over and stuck to Ace's forehead. Ace blinked, momentarily puzzled by what was happening. See, this is his Vivre card. It's not the Straw Hats, Khalifa said. The rest of the CP9 members gazed at him with even more ferocious intensity. The Straw Hat? Are you talking about Luffy? Ace came to his senses, stood up, took the Vivre card off his forehead, and frowned as he examined it. There weren't many people who had a piece of his Vivre card, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. He'd given it to only one person. Recalling what Khalifa had said, Ace was now certain that this was the very piece he'd given to Luffy. But why was Luffy's Vivre card now in their hands? Who exactly were these people? So you know the Straw Hat Kid? Wait a second, that tattoo. Are you Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Fire Fist Ace. Hearing her mention Luffy's name, Khalifa perked up. Clearly, Ace and the Straw Hat shared some sort of connection. She was about to question him further when her gaze fell upon Ace's tattoo. Combining that with his looks, she immediately recognized who he was. That's right, I'm Ace. Luffy is my little brother. Why do you have the Vivre card I gave him? Ace replied without hesitation, looking straight at Khalifa. I don't care who you are. If you're connected to the Straw Hat, you can't die here. Lucci, unable to restrain himself any longer after hearing Ace admit to being Luffy's brother, abruptly attacked. To hell with who this guy is. Lucci just needed a vent, or he was going to explode himself. In a blur, Lucci appeared before Ace and whipped a powerful kick straight at his head. But Ace didn't dodge or flinch. Lucci's leg went clean through Ace's head as if he was nothing but air. Young people nowadays don't even bother greeting before making a move. Such disregard for the chivalry of martial arts. Ace's head reformed instantly. With a slight tilt of his body, his hand appeared like a specter right in front of Lucci's face. Sunflame. A scorching pillar of fire surged from Ace's palm, sweeping Lucci away for dozens of meters before slamming him against a rocky cliff. Lucci, how can this be? He's a Logia-type devil fruit user. The other CP9 members hadn't even seen what happened before Lucci was sent flying, each of them utterly shocked. So this is the true strength of the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard's banner. Damn it. Climbing to his feet from the rubble, Lucci's body began to morph and stretch, transforming into a humanoid leopard. Finger gun spotted strike. Pushing his speed to the limit, Lucci suddenly reappeared beside Ace, launching a flurry of finger jabs toward him like a deadly storm. But without the power of Haki, Lucci's attacks were completely ineffective against Ace. Ace didn't even bother dodging. His body simply dissolved into a wild blaze of flames. Flame Commandment, Pillar of Fire. A wave of blistering fire erupted like a raging sea, swallowing Lucci in an instant. Lucci screamed, feeling his skin seared and blistered by the intense heat. Just as Lucci was about to retreat, a flaming fist shot out from within the inferno, landing a solid blow to his face. He crashed face first to the ground, stunned, and before he could react, a burning fingertip pressed firmly against his forehead. Don't move, unless you want me to finish this for real, Ace said coldly, his eyes fixed on Lucci. The battle was utterly one-sided. It wasn't that Lucci lacked strength, but in front of someone wielding Logia powers with no Haki to counter them, it was like facing an invincible force. On top of that, Ace's physical abilities surpassed Lucci's. He had no chance to strike back at all. Damn it. Clenching his jaws in humiliation, Lucci trembled. He had never endured such a defeat before. With a final, desperate surge, he prepared to risk everything for one last attack. But Ace saw right through him. With a dismissive grunt, he struck Lucci's neck with a knife hand chop, swiftly knocking him out cold. Someone like Lucci wouldn't be swayed by threats to his life. Any more wasted words would be pointless. Without a second thought, Ace tossed Lucci's unconscious body aside. He turned to the remaining, still stunned CP9 agents. Do any of you still want to fight? Khalifa and the others instinctively took a step back, avoiding Ace's gaze in fear. Ace chuckled and said, Well then, I think we can have a civilized conversation now. Having subdued all of CP9 with overwhelming power, Ace didn't linger by the shore. He led them straight into the small town. Just over an hour after their group had left, another figure descended from the sky onto the coastline. It was Usopp, returning the way he had come. At this moment, Usopp still hadn't realized that he had been deceived by Khalifa and was headed down the wrong path. Only after flying for nearly an hour without encountering Ace did Usopp start to suspect that he himself might have accidentally veered off course and missed Ace along the way. After all, at sea, where there are hardly any landmarks, even someone with an excellent sense of direction can easily lose their way, and drifting off course during flight is perfectly normal. Worried that Ace might have quickly set off to chase after Blackbeard teach upon learning at Banero Island that Blackbeard had already left, Usopp hesitated for a moment before finally retracing his route. When he was still some distance from Banero Island, Usopp caught sight of several CP9 members gathered outside the little town's bar. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Usopp chose to land quietly by the shoreline, planning to conceal himself and scope out the situation in the town before deciding on his next move. But he had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly paused. Something felt off. Previously, when he glimpsed the CP9 members from the sky, Usopp hadn't paid them much attention. His first priority had been to see whether Ace had already reached Banero Island. Only after failing to spot any sign of Ace did Usopp turn his attention to the CP9 group. And the more he looked, the more he realized that something about their state was decidedly unusual. Bruno, Kaku, Fukuro, and Komodori stood on either side of the bar's entrance, looking so humble and downtrodden that they resembled nothing more than a band of bullied doormen. Bruno, in particular, bore large scorch marks across his clothes, his face bruised and battered, in a downright pitiful condition. As for the other three, Lucci, Khalifa, and Jabra, they were nowhere to be seen, and Usopp reasoned that they must be inside the bar. At that moment, the bar's door was left slightly ajar, the curtains at the windows tightly drawn, so Usopp's third-person vision couldn't penetrate to see what was happening within. Carefully sneaking up to the vicinity of the bar, Usopp thought for a moment, then decided to silently activate a magic trick of deception, teleporting himself invisibly straight into the premises. The instant he entered and took in the scene inside, Usopp couldn't help pausing in surprise. Inside the bar, a somewhat familiar figure sat hunched over the counter, devouring food and drink with impressive gusto, while the mature and sultry Khalifa stood nervously to one side, too frightened to interrupt. Meanwhile, Lucci and Jabra lay sprawled across a long table cobbled together from bar furniture, both unconscious and in sorry shape. Jabra was down because of him. But what in the world had happened to Lucci and Bruno? Usopp found this puzzling. I am stuffed. I am stuffed. Thanks for the meal, boss. Ace finished the last piece of steak on his plate and, feeling satisfied, spoke to the timid bar owner behind the counter. As long as you're happy, sir. The bar owner forced a strained smile as he replied. Although Ace seemed quite friendly, the bar owner hadn't always been this nervous around him. At first, when Ace praised his cooking, he would even joke and laugh along, clearly delighted. But then, midway through his meal, Ace had suddenly dozed off at the table. Before the bar owner could make sense of what had happened, he saw the burly man with horns by the door inexplicably open a portal, beckoning others to step through. Then, just as suddenly, Ace woke up. What followed was a brutal and merciless thrashing of Bruno right in front of him. Having witnessed Ace's ruthlessness firsthand, it would have been strange if the bar owner could still treat him as he had before. Well then, now that the most pressing matter, my hunger, is settled, let's get down to business. Why is my dear brother Luffy's Viver card in your possession? Ace dropped the friendliness he'd shown the bar owner, directing a cold question at Khalifa. We got this Viver card from the Straw Hat's crew member, the great Usopp. We didn't know it was yours. We thought it belonged to the Straw Hat himself. Khalifa dared not hide a single detail and hurried to explain. She wasn't about to take any chances, not with the dismal state Lucci and Jabra were in after crossing Ace. There was no point in risking her own safety. Normally, Ace wouldn't have gone so hard on anyone who merely provoked him. But this time, it involved his brother Luffy. Ace had never been more serious, and so, his reaction had been heavier than usual. The great Usopp? Ace frowned, thinking to himself. Among Luffy's friends, there was someone called USO something. But what was with this great title? He's the one with the longest nose on the wanted posters. Seeing Ace deep in thought, Khalifa offered a prompt explanation. Oh, him. Why would he be here? By now, the Straw Hats should almost be at the Sabeti archipelago, shouldn't they? Ace nodded, now more certain of Usopp's identity, but still puzzled. He, too, had seen the news about the Straw Hat crew's uproar at Enies lobby. It had been weeks since then. Knowing Luffy, Ace was sure his brother would be eager to head for their next destination, Fishman Island. By his calculations, Luffy and his crew should be reaching the Sabeti archipelago any day now. So why did Usopp turn up here instead? Could something have happened to Luffy? Ace's expression grew grim as he stared at Khalifa, waiting for her answer. Our encounter with the long-nosed guy was purely by chance. Even though he told us why he turned up here, thinking about it now, I'm pretty sure he made it all up, Khalifa said carefully, tiptoeing around her words as though afraid of upsetting Ace. He lied to you? Why would you say that? Ace asked, sounding puzzled. He said he was using a Beaver card to look for Straw Hat Luffy, but in the end, the one we found was you, Khalifa began to explain. As she spoke, memories of all the deception they'd suffered along the way came flooding back, and she couldn't help clenching her teeth in frustration. Ace's brow knitted as he listened. Khalifa's words sparked a chain of thoughts in his mind. First of all, Usopp must have gotten separated from Luffy for some particular reason. Now, if Usopp was holding Luffy's Beaver card, there's no doubt Luffy gave it to him on purpose, telling him to come find Ace. After all, that piece of Beaver card was the key to a reunion on the vast sea, something Luffy, no matter how carefree, would never hand over without reason. For Luffy to entrust such a thing to Usopp, something important must have happened. Was it a call for help? The idea flashed through Ace's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Luffy wasn't the type to come running to him for aid. Not because their bond wasn't strong, but because both brothers were on their own epic journeys, each taking fate as it comes. If it wasn't a plea for help, then what else could it mean? The more Ace thought about it, the more the mystery deepened. At last, he turned to Khalifa and asked, "So where's Usopp now? Do you know where he is?" As long as they found Usopp, all these lingering questions could finally be answered. He ran off, probably sailed out to look for you. We have no idea where he is now, Khalifa replied, gritting her teeth again at the mention of it. Hello, I happen to be right here. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows in the corner of the bar and greeted them with a little wave. It was none other than Usopp. Usopp had recognized Ace right away and felt a wave of relief. The reason he hadn't shown himself immediately was twofold. First, he wanted to see what kind of situation was brewing between Ace and CP9. Second, he'd been hoping to test whether his skills at suppressing his own presence had improved. Ever since Akiji had pointed out the flaws in his trickster magic, Usopp had been steadily practicing ways to mask his presence. He thought up dozens of ideas and spent who knew how much time honing them. But since there wasn't anyone around who could use observation haki to train with, Usopp actually had no idea how effective his progress had been so far. Ace, on the other hand, sailing the new world and living each day by instincts sharp as a blade, undoubtedly mastered observation haki. They were effectively on the same side, so Ace was the perfect person for Usopp to put his skills to the test. Judging by the outcome, Usopp's practice had paid off. Ace, whose attention was fixed entirely on Khalifa, hadn't noticed him at all. With his trial complete, Usopp no longer needed to stay concealed. At just the right moment, he released the magic of deception. Suddenly, someone extra appeared in the bar. Ace and the others glanced over at once. It's you. When Ace got a clear look at Usopp, the tension in his brow eased just a bit. Khalifa, however, shot him a murderous glare, clenching her teeth in furious silence. The barkeeper, recognizing Usopp as the same person who'd recently dined and dashed at his place, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hello there, boss. Looks like we meet again. Usopp offered the bar owner an awkward, sheepish smile, a hint of guilt in his face. You? The bar owner, seeing Usopp's expression, grew visibly agitated. He was about to open his mouth and demand payment, but Ace caught his eye, silencing him on the spot. What's the matter, boss? You know this guy? Ace asked with a charming smile. It's nothing. Carry on, you all just keep talking. The bar owner instinctively shrank back, edging away from them. Ace, knowing full well that the barkeeper was a little afraid of him, shook his head in resignation and didn't say anything further. You're Usopp, right? I remember you. We met before in the kingdom of Alabasta. Ace turned to Usopp, smiling. That's right. I'm here to find you. Usopp nodded, skipping any small talk and getting straight to the point. Has something happened to Luffy? Ace, hearing the change in Usopp's tone, grew serious, the smile fading from his lips. Usopp shook his head, then nodded, letting out a heavy sigh. Honestly, I brought good news for you, but now there's some bad news too. What news? Ace looked confused. He couldn't imagine what sort of good news would make Luffy send someone looking for him. Sabo is still alive. Usopp didn't beat around the bush. He said it outright. What? Ace shot to his feet with a gasp, his shock clear in his voice. Usopp's revelation struck Ace like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. Even though Ace knew Luffy wouldn't have sent Usopp unless he was certain, the news was still hard to believe. What did you say? How could that be? Sabo's been gone for years. If he was still alive, why hasn't he come to find us? Ace pressed on, his voice shaky with emotion. Though his tone was sharp, a flicker of hope crept in beneath the urgency. He desperately hoped Usopp would give him a definite answer. Although Sabo was saved by Luffy's father during that bombardment, he unexpectedly lost his memory. Luffy's father had no idea about your relationship, thinking he'd simply rescued an ordinary child. So you two never reunited. Usopp explained. Luffy's father? Luffy actually has a father? Ace asked in confusion. Usopp was taken aback. Seeing Ace's bewildered look, it was clear. He's just like Luffy. Brothers, indeed. Not long ago, Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, came to Water 7 to find Luffy. He told us that Luffy's father is Monkey. What? Straw Hat's grandfather is the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp? Before Usopp could explain about Luffy's father dragon, Califa, standing nearby, couldn't hold back a gasp, cutting Usopp off. Usopp glanced at Califa, cold sweat springing out in alarm. Damn, I almost forgot the CP9 members were here. While the upper echelons of the world government and Marine headquarters might already know about Luffy's true lineage, Garp's position meant they were forced to keep it secret. But if CP9 got wind of this, those higher-ups wouldn't be able to feign ignorance anymore. That's right, Straw Hat's full name is Monkey D. Luffy. He really is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. Before Usopp could respond, Califa murmured to herself. Usopp frowned, shot Ace a meaningful look, then said, "These folks are members of CP9, the World Government Intelligence Agency." Ace raised an eyebrow, instantly catching Usopp's hint. His expression steeled, and a strange wave of energy rippled outward. Conqueror's Haki, Califa, the bar owner, and Bruno standing at the doorway all collapsed in an instant. A hint of envy flashed in Usopp's eyes. Conqueror's Haki truly was an unbeatable move. If only he had such a power, he'd be unstoppable. Just a glare, and tens of thousands would drop. He could easily stand above the admirals, step on the Yonko themselves. All right, go on. Ace turned to Usopp, his manner calm and unruffled. Snapping out of his daydream, Usopp let go of any roundabout explanations and said bluntly, Luffy's father is named Monkey D. Dragon. He's the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo is currently the Army's second-in-command, the Chief of Staff. We only learned this by chance. Luffy asked me to find you, so you could come along to see Sabo and help him recover his memories. Luffy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo too. The torrent of information left Ace stunned, frozen in place. But Usopp paid no mind to all that and continued, and there's more bad news. I just learned that Blackbeard Teach set out to hunt for Luffy over 10 days ago. What? Why would Teach go after Luffy? Ace still hadn't recovered, and Usopp's words left him shaken to the core. Ace might not know every detail about Blackbeard Teach, but he was all too familiar with how dangerous this man was. Teach was the kind of person who could bide his time for decades, all for the sake of a devil fruit. Luffy, with his naive and trusting nature, going up against someone like that. It'd be like a lamb walking straight into a wolf's den. I heard it from this bar owner, Usopp said, pointing to the bartender, who was currently sprawled unconscious behind the counter. Apparently, Blackbeard intends to capture Luffy and present him to the world government. No way. Teach is far too dangerous. We have to find Luffy now. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace made up his mind. He had set out on this journey to chase down Blackbeard to begin with. And now, with Teach going after Luffy, and considering what happened with Sabo, it was absolutely imperative for Ace and Usopp to find Luffy without delay. Where's Luffy now? Is he all right? Having made up his mind, Ace pressed urgently, ready to set out and look for Luffy immediately. Our original plan was to regroup on the Sabati archipelago, but at this point, Usopp glanced in the direction of Luffy and the others, his lips twisting helplessly. I think it's best if we just head straight for the vicinity of the Florian Triangle to find them. By this time, the chaos with the Thriller bark was over, and the ever-lucky Luffy had led the Straw Hat crew in defeating Moria and his followers, clinching hard-fought victory in the end. But the price they paid for that victory was steep. Luffy, gravely wounded, had collapsed into a deep sleep. The main fighters of the Straw Hats, Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie, were in only slightly better shape, battered, bruised, and utterly exhausted. Robin and Nami had gotten off with only minor scrapes and bruises, but the most critical blow was that their doctor, Chopper, had gone berserk during the battle with Oars by eating 3 rumble balls in a row, becoming a giant and losing control over himself. While this monstrous form gave Chopper tremendous power, the side effects were just as severe. Now, Chopper could barely maintain consciousness, so much so, he couldn't even lift a finger. As a result, Chopper wasn't able to tend to Luffy and the others' wounds in person, and that slowed everyone's recovery to a crawl. But what really left Usopp at a loss wasn't any of that. It was what Luffy had said right before he slipped into unconsciousness. Let's have a party, everyone. When Luffy gets fired up, nothing in the world can hold him back. That's why Usopp had no doubt at all that Luffy would throw a party as soon as he woke up. With time needed for them to recover from their injuries, rest up, and of course celebrate, Luffy and the others wouldn't be ready to set sail again for at least 3 days. If Usopp and Ace hurried at full speed, They should be able to reach the Thriller Bark before Luffy and his crew departed. The Devil's Triangle? Ace frowned a little, the name sounding familiar. It's that legendary stretch of sea that's always shrouded in fog, where ghost ships are said to appear. That's where Luffy and the others are. Usopp explained in a matter-of-fact tone. So it's that place. I've heard stories about it too, but never had the chance to see it for myself. Do you know how to get there? Hearing Usopp's explanation, a spark lit up in Ace's eyes. Clearly, like Luffy, he was intrigued by the many legends surrounding the Devil's Triangle. I do. I can actually observe what's happening on Luffy's side right now, so I'm pretty clear on their position. Usopp nodded as he spoke. You can see them? In real time? You mean you can actually see what Luffy and his crew are doing right this minute from here? Ace, straightforward as always, didn't doubt Usopp's claim for a second. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about this ability of Usopp's. Yeah, they just finished a fight, and as soon as they recover, they're planning to throw a party. So if we start now, we should be able to catch up to them before they set off again. Usopp explained. Is that a devil fruit ability? Let me think. Is it the power of the Vision fruit, one of the paramecia? Ace mused for a moment, recalling an entry he'd read in a devil fruit encyclopedia. No, I'm not a devil fruit user. This is actually a kind of technology called Project Source. I can set up surveillance sentries to get a view of an area. Usopp shook his head and explained once more. Huh, that sounds pretty impressive. Ace couldn't quite wrap his head around it, but it didn't matter. What was important was finding Luffy. Then let's head out right away. No time to waste. Usopp declared. Yeah, let's go. I was thinking the same thing. Ace nodded, keeping his words brief. Together, they stepped out of the bar. Neither of them mentioned paying for their drinks, nor did they spare a glance for the CP9 agents still sprawled out unconscious on the floor. When they reached the edge of the coast, Ace leaped onto his flaming speedboat in one fluid motion. Air, my boat only fits one person. How are you getting there? Unless you don't mind squeezing in. It wasn't until then that Ace realized his flaming speedboat was a one-seater. If they squeezed, they might just manage to fit two people. No need, I've got my own way. Usopp shook his head and declined Ace's offer. With Ace's uncanny ability to fall asleep at any time, he certainly didn't want to risk walking straight into the rocks, or, worse yet, tumbling into the sea. Usopp swapped into his project skin, raised his hand, and activated the behind enemy line skill. After a brief 2-second charge, a mechanical giant eagle swooped down from the sky, landing firmly on Usopp's back, seamlessly linking with him. Awesome. Is this the power of that project science you were talking about? Ace's eyes were full of excitement, clearly fascinated by the dazzling tech armor Usopp was wearing. With a mighty sweep of his new metallic wings, Usopp soared up into the sky. That's right. So what do you say? Can you keep up with my speed? Now, are you kidding? My flame speedster doesn't know any limits. Ace gave a light laugh, brimming with competitive energy. He could tell that Usopp was itching for a race, each eager to outdo the other when it came to speed. Usopp might be able to fly, but the propulsion behind Ace's flame speedster came straight from his flame fruit power. Theoretically, as long as Ace's strength held up, there would be no upper limit to its speed. Then you'd better stick real close. Usopp smiled, and with a passive boost from his skill, flapped his metal wings once more. In an instant, he vanished, nothing left but a flicker of afterimage at the spot where he'd stood moments before. Hey, not bad. Ace watched Usopp's rapidly shrinking figure, an astonished glint in his eyes. That kind of speed, by New World standards, was top tier, but he was hardly left in the dust himself. With a confident grin, Ace pushed off with both feet. A searing wave of flame burst forth from his speedster, and with a surge even faster than Usopp's, he shot forward in hot pursuit. Within a matter of seconds, Ace had closed the gap and caught up to Usopp, who'd had a head start. Huh, what do you think? My flame speedster's no joke. You got a long way to go before you can shake me off. Ace boomed with laughter as he looked at Usopp. Usopp simply smiled, offering no rebuttal, for this was a race of endurance. The hours slipped by as they traveled without speaking, the landscape rushing past in silence. At last, Ace's voice broke the quiet, sounding a little worse for wear. Hey, just what kind of monster are you anyway? He clung a bit wearily to Usopp's arm, hitching a ride as they moved together. As for the flame speedster, Ace had long since abandoned it. After all, using the flame fruit's power demanded stamina, and while it was fine for getting around at a normal pace, going all out burned through his reserves, even for someone as tough as Ace. But, stubborn as ever, Ace never asked Usopp for help. He simply grit his teeth and pushed through. It wasn't until the engine on his flame speedster gave out under the relentless strain and exploded that he had no choice but to accept a lift from Usopp. Well, my body's a bit special ever since the project upgrade. As long as my energy holds out, I've got endless stamina. Usopp explained with a cheerful smile. Project Genesis modification? Are you a cyborg? But even so, your energy reserves seem endlessly abundant. Ace felt a bit relieved after hearing Usopp's explanation. Having roamed the seas for so long, he'd gained some understanding of the cyborgs who relied on advanced technology. Usopp simply smiled, saying nothing. With his current hockey recovery rate, his infiltration ability cost him almost no energy at all. Suddenly, Usopp's movements halted sharply. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grim, troubled look. What's wrong? Ace paused, a hint of confusion in his voice. Drawing a deep breath, Usopp flapped his wings and surged ahead, his voice low and tense. Blackbeard, he's here. The Grand Line, just near the waters of the Devil's Triangle. The terrifying three-masted ghost ship had barely emerged from the fog when it came face to face with a bizarre wooden raft. Hey, Captain, that thing looks like a ship. On the raft, a towering giant of a man with muscles packed tightly beneath his skin and a wrestler's mask atop his head stared in astonishment at the looming ghost ship. Ha ha ha, is that so? A ship this huge must be destined for me. A burly man dressed as a captain fixed his shining eyes on the massive ghost ship, his excitement barely contained. Had Ace been here, he would have recognized this man instantly. The very Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, he had been searching for all this time. Hey, Augur, can you see what's happening on that ship? Blackbeard tilted his head skyward, addressing a figure perched atop the raft's makeshift mast. Ever since fleeing the New World to this first half of the Grand Line, he'd been on his own, pockets empty and without a crew. He'd barely managed to cobble together a handful of companions, forming the nucleus of a pirate crew. But they couldn't even afford to buy a small boat. Rafting was their only means of getting around. The fate of rafting through the Grand Line was exactly as one might expect. They'd lost count of how many times their raft had fallen apart, dumping them into the sea. Their journey could only be called a tale of endless hardship and misfortune. Fortunately, at this stage, Blackbeard was the only one of his crew with a devil fruit ability. Otherwise, their number of near-death disasters would have soared even higher. Now, faced with such a grand ship, Blackbeard's mind entertained only one thought. Claim it for himself. A vessel this size could keep them busy for ages. Heh, fate has finally smiled on us. Captain, want to guess what I'm seeing? Van Augur, perched atop the mast, adjusted the monocle over his eye and wore a sly, twisted smile. What's that? Are they famous enemies? What's their bounty? Burgess, the burly pirate, called out arrogantly. The captain's bounty is 300 million berries. The entire crew's total bounty adds up to 747,050 berries. A chilling smile deepened on Van Augur's face as he spoke in a calm, detached tone. Over 700 million, huh? Ha ha, that's quite the bounty for everyone on this ship. Maybe they could even serve as stand-ins for that Straw Hat crew. At these words, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with excitement. This time, they had originally set sail with the goal of tracking down the Straw Hat pirates. But the truth was, they had no real clue about the Straw Hats' whereabouts. All they could do was guess at their general route and head for the Sabidi Archipelago, the crossroads where every Grand Line voyage eventually passes through in hopes of intercepting them. Fate, however, had other ideas. Not long ago, Blackbeard's crew was caught in a raging storm. Their raft splintered, they lost their eternal pose, and spent a whole night adrift before finding an island and cobbling together a new raft to set out again. Given these circumstances, it was obvious they had no realistic chance of reaching Sabaody and lying in wait for the Straw Hat crew. Nevertheless, stumbling upon a pirate crew worth over 700 million could still give them a valuable bargaining chip for dealing with the world government. Ah, Captain, don't you think this bounty sounds familiar? Van Augur let out a soft, knowing chuckle to remind him. That number does ring a bell now that you mention it. Huh. Blackbeard paused, realization dawning as he recalled the figure. The Straw Hat captain has a bounty of 300 million berry. His crew, Pirate Hunter Zoro, the sharpshooter Usopp, Blackleg Sanji, the so-called demon child Nico Robin, the cyborg Frankie, the cat burglar Nami, and their pet, the cotton candy-loving Chopper. Altogether, their bounties add up to exactly 747,050,000 berry. Isn't that fate? Van Augur laid out plainly, dropping all pretense. What? Straw Hat Luffy is on that ship. Blackbeard was momentarily stunned, joy lighting up his face. Yeah, I spotted their Jolly Roger on one of the boats. They must be inside, all of them. Van Augur replied with certainty. Ah ha ha ha. After scouring the seas looking for them, fate simply brings them right to my door. I really am destiny's chosen one. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard burst into wild laughter, as if he could already see his own glorious future unfolding before him. All right, boys, get us over there and crush them. Blackbeard shouted his command. Aye, Captain. His crew answered in unison, steering their raft toward the looming thriller bark. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, bink sake. Inside the castle aboard Thriller Bark, hundreds of ragged, refugee-like people surrounded the Straw Hat crew, throwing themselves into raucous celebration. Each and every one of these people had, over the years, lost their shadows to Gecko Moria. Unwilling to leave and defeat, yet powerless to resist Gecko Moria, they had been hiding in the forest, barely surviving, hoping against hope that a miracle might one day occur. And today, that miracle truly happened. Luffy, the Straw Hat boy, had defeated Gecko Moria, helping them reclaim their shadows, and with them, their freedom. At last, they could once again bask in the warmth of the sun. No words could capture the depth of their feelings in this moment. Only a wild celebration could do them justice. They brought out all the supplies Moria had hoarded and, moved by pure joy, spontaneously threw a banquet. Naturally, the guests of honor at this feast were none other than the Straw Hat crew. At first, Luffy was still fast asleep, but as soon as the festivities began, the lively atmosphere jolted him awake. Without hesitation, he dove right into the party. Fortunately, after some rest, Chopper had recovered enough to tend to everyone's wounds again. Were it not for Chopper's care, Luffy, caught up in his exhilaration, might well have collapsed in the midst of the revelry. When one song ended, Luffy was still eager for more. He perched atop the piano, urging Brook to play another tune. Luffy-san, didn't you invite me to join your crew before? Brook's fingers danced across the piano keys as he asked quietly. That's right. Aren't we crewmates already? Luffy grinned, his face bright with joy. Luffy-san, you really are a fascinating fellow. Brook hesitated, then smiled. Before, I couldn't leave because my shadow had been taken. But now that Brook knew Laboon was still waiting for the Rumbar pirates, he'd changed his mind about leaving immediately to find Laboon. He would first fulfill his promise and sail all the way around the Grand Line before their long-awaited reunion. But alone, that journey would be impossible. Only with companions could he hope to succeed. And among all the options, joining the Straw Hats was, for Brook, a perfect choice. Brook placed his old bounty poster in front of Luffy, then knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, Now that I've regained my freedom, I, Brook, former acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates, musician with a bounty of 33 million berries, pledge my allegiance to you. Luffy's smile grew even brighter. At long last, the musician he'd dreamed of was finally here. The rest of the Straw Hat crew watched the scene unfold, and genuine smiles spread across their faces. Brook was a companion they wholeheartedly welcomed. But before that joy could fully be shared, a raucous, arrogant laugh suddenly rang out. Ah ha ha ha! At last, I found you, Straw Hat boy. That brazen, wild laughter jarred against the cheery, peaceful atmosphere of the banquet, instantly seizing the attention of everyone present. Everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the laughter, but as soon as they saw what was there, they all froze in shock. At the entrance to the hall, 5 figures had appeared at some unknown point. Each of them looked either fierce and menacing or sly and vicious. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like good people. Of course, ferocious appearances alone wouldn't be too surprising. After all, pirates needed to look intimidating if they wanted to command respect. What truly astonished everyone was that among them, a burly man wearing a wrestler's mask was dragging in 2 sorry figures. One was Gecko Moria, limp as a rag doll, and the other was Hogback, one of his infamous henchmen. In the previous battle, Absalom, another of Moria's group, had been taken out as soon as he appeared and was still somewhere at the bottom of the sea. Perona, the ghost princess, had been knocked out by Robin and left unconscious in her room. Now her whereabouts were a mystery. And as for Moria and Hogback, both had been blown away and left to their own devices. No one expected to see Gecko Moria again so soon, and even more shocking was the pitiful state he was in. Aha! This time, I really ought to thank you, Straw Hat Kid. If there's one less warlord of the sea, my chances just keep getting better. Blackbeard guffawed loudly as he took the massive body of Gecko Moria from Burgess and tossed it carelessly into the center of the hall, making the whole floor tremble from the impact. Blackbeard himself hadn't expected that. Right after scaling the wall of the Thriller Bark, they'd run into Hogback, who was trying to escape in a tiny boat with the exhausted Moria. Moria looked utterly spent, to the point that even twitching a finger seemed a Herculean task. Presented with such a golden opportunity, there was no way Blackbeard would let it slip by. He swiftly captured Moria, who was barely able to put up a fight. Afterward, they pried out from Hogback everything that had happened aboard Thriller Bark, and, learning that the Straw Hat crew was in no great shape either, they rushed straight to where the action was. It's you. Luffy glared at Blackbeard with a frown, recalling the time they'd crossed paths just before ascending to Sky Island. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Luffy found himself really disliking this man, right from the start. Zoro and Sanji recognized Blackbeard as well. Wordlessly, they edged behind Luffy, prepared to leap into action at a moment's notice. Ha ha ha, Straw Hat, don't be so cold. You know, I've been looking for you for a long time. Is this a party you're having? Mind if we join? Blackbeard said, breezing into the conversation as if he and Luffy were old friends. As long as you don't cause trouble, there's no reason you can't join us. Although Luffy didn't particularly like Blackbeard, there hadn't been any real conflict between them so far, and Luffy didn't want anything to interrupt his feast. Haha, that's great. Boys, eat and drink your fill before worrying about anything else. With a wave of his hand, Blackbeard beckoned his companions to come forward and dig in. Having drifted on the open sea for so long, they were all famished. Seeing that Blackbeard's crew was indeed only busy eating, Luffy paid them no further mind. He pulled Brook, the newest crew member, over and started a drinking contest all over again. Hey, Chopper, how are you feeling now? Amid the crowd, Robin gently picked up Chopper and retreated with him into a quiet corner, her expression grave as she spoke in a low voice. I'm all right. I can move about freely, though I won't be able to fight for a while. Why, Robin, is something wrong? Hearing the seriousness in Robin's tone, Chopper tried to look up at her face, but his view was blocked by two towering mountains, and he gave up with a quiet question. They're here for us. Can Luffy and the others still fight if it comes to that? Robin said with certainty. She was sure now that Blackbeard's crew didn't mean well. They'd sought out Chopper to find out from the Straw Hats, Doctor, whether Luffy and the others still had any fighting strength left. They're here for us? But how could that be? We haven't done anything to them, right? We even saw them once back in Jaya. Chopper asked in surprise. Ever the innocent, he often saw only the surface of things. That's true. Back in Jaya we didn't clash with them, because we didn't know then who they were, and they didn't know we were the Straw Hat crew either. Robin explained quietly. Blackbeard's crew? What does that even mean? Chopper looked bewildered, not grasping Robin's meaning. Have you forgotten who Luffy's brother Ace was after? And didn't Blackbeard say himself that he's been looking for Luffy for a long time, that he's here for us? Robin, seeing that Chopper still didn't understand, laid it out plainly. So he's that Blackbeard. Suddenly, realization dawned on Chopper. Alarmed, he started to shout, only for Robin to quickly press a hand over his mouth. The boisterous party drowned out any stray sound, so no one noticed. Chill, keep your voice down, or they'll catch on. Robin warned. Chopper nodded frantically, and when Robin finally let go, he quickly blurted, Robin, what are we going to do? Luffy really can't fight again, or it'll put him in real danger. And Zoro and Sanji, too. They might look fine on the outside, but their injuries are actually very serious. Robin's brows were tightly knit as she pressed her lips together in deep thought. There were still some things she hadn't told Chopper. She wanted to keep him from panicking too much. Usopp had once confided in her that this Blackbeard came from the New World and was frightfully powerful. Even Luffy's brother Ace had fallen to him. And who exactly was Ace? He was the captain of the 2nd Division under Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Ace's strength, while perhaps not quite matched to the Navy's top admirals, was formidable enough to go toe-to-toe with any one of them. Even Admiral Akiji would struggle to take Ace down quickly. Yet now, Blackbeard had managed to defeat Ace. There was no need to say more about just how terrifying his power must be. Luffy and his crew, even at their best, probably wouldn't be a match for Blackbeard. And this time, they were all battered and running on fumes. This was truly dangerous. Usopp really had let her down. He'd said that Blackbeard would go after Ace, so why had the fearsome pirate now shown up here instead? Robin let out a quiet sigh, her fingers brushing over the control device clipped to her earlobe. Deep down, she made a promise to herself. When Usopp returned, he'd have some explaining to do. Robin? Chopper, growing even more uneasy at Robin's silence, couldn't help but call out to her. Yes, Chopper, listen carefully. In a moment, find any excuse you can get Frankie and Nami outside. Tell them what's going on, and then all of you get to the Sunny and prepare the coup to burst. Robin snapped out of her trance and, without the slightest hesitation, quietly shared her plan with Chopper. Chopper listened intently, fully aware now of how dire the situation was. On the Thriller Bark, in the Grand Banquet Hall, over 100 people were celebrating in high spirits. Yet, if one looked closely, it was clear that almost everyone would glance from time to time in the direction of Blackbeard and his crew. In fact, gradually, all the guests had formed a loose ring around Blackbeard's group. Most of these people had once been pirates scraping by at sea. Their strength might not be impressive, but their instincts were sharp. They could tell that Blackbeard's crew had come with bad intentions. Intentions aimed straight at the Straw Hats. Just recently, the Straw Hats had pulled all of them back from the jaws of hell. Their gratitude ran deep. Naturally, they had taken the Straw Hat's side, quietly ostracizing Blackbeard and his men. Blackbeard and his crew, however, seemed unfazed by the mounting tension. Most of them simply continued feasting and guzzling as though nothing was amiss. Only Van Augur kept half an eye on his food and half on the movement of every soul in the hall. Suddenly, Van Augur's expression changed. He swallowed the wine in his mouth and spoke softly. "Captain, the cyborg Frankie from the Straw Hats, the cat burglar Nami, and the pet chopper have all gone out together. Oh, just a bunch of nobodies with the lowest bounties. No need to care about them. We just have to keep an eye on the Straw Hat Kid, huh?" Blackbeard glanced up, utterly unconcerned. "But I can't shake the feeling that something's off. We still haven't seen the Straw Hat's sharpshooter, Usopp the marksman." Van Augur gently touched the sniper rifle at his side, his voice distant. As a sniper himself, Van Augur naturally considered Usopp the celebrated marksman of the Straw Hats, his own rival. Especially since Usopp had shot through the world government's flag back at Enies Lobby, making a name for himself far and wide. Van Augur felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and ambition toward Usopp. He longed to take aim and end Usopp with a single shot, climbing over his reputation to reach the pinnacle himself. Yet, with half the banquet gone and Usopp still nowhere to be seen, a faint unease crept into Van Augur's heart. "Yeah, Captain, we've all had our fill. Maybe it's about time to make our move." At that moment, Lafitte, the navigator of Blackbeard's crew, set down his cup and spoke up. "Oh, what do you all think?" Blackbeard didn't answer right away. He turned to the frail Doc Q and the still feasting Burgess for their opinions. "Let's go for it. I can't wait any longer." Burgess threw away his bone with a flourish, shouting in excitement. Doc Q said nothing, still looking as if he could drop dead at any moment. "You idiots, there's no choice but to act now." Lafitte glanced around at the crowd, now alerted by Burgess's outburst. "Ha ha, just a bunch of losers. What's the difference?" Blackbeard laughed uproariously as he rose to his feet, wisps of dark smoke twining around him as he fixed his gaze on Luffy in the distance. "So it's true. You came here for us." Zoro drew all three swords in a flash, cut through the crowd, and approached, his face clouded with seriousness. "It's obvious enough. You don't need to say it." Sanji stood beside Zoro, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and spoke in a low voice. "So you've really come to make trouble. What are you after?" Luffy adjusted his straw hat, stepped to the front, and glared at Blackbeard, his face grim. Robin and Brook followed right after, flanking Sanji and Zoro. "The Blackbeard Pirates versus the Straw Hat Pirates. It's nothing much, Straw Hat Kid. I just want to take your head, offer it up to the world government for a nice reward." Blackbeard burst out laughing, the dark aura around him growing even thicker. "So the government lapdogs have shown up? You filthy bastards. Humph. The Straw Hat Kid is our benefactor. If you want to lay a hand on him, you'll be making enemies of every single one of us. That's right. If you five know what's good for you, I suggest you leave willingly." The crowd in the hall was stirred to a frenzy by these words. They grabbed their weapons, quickly surrounding Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard roared with laughter. "You frogs in a well really think strength comes from numbers?" Dark Pit. In a heartbeat, waves of inky darkness surged from Blackbeard's body, swallowing the entire castle in a torrent. Then the black tide swept everything it touched into some unknown abyss. The noisy crowd from seconds ago were swept away without so much as a ripple. They simply vanished into the darkness. "What is this?" The members of the Straw Hat crew leapt high into the air, using stray debris tossed by the dark wave to dodge the pull of Dark Pit. Within seconds, all the darkness recoiled back into Blackbeard's body, leaving the castle razed to the ground. A wasteland, not a blade of grass in sight. "Damn you! Where did you send everyone?" Luffy's face darkened with rage as he shouted. His friends, who'd been feasting together mere moments before, had vanished without a trace in Blackbeard's attack. "Be careful. This is the power of the darkness fruit. He can pull anything he touches into the shadows and release it later." Robin called out urgently, remembering what Usopp had once mentioned to her. "Logia type? So this is another pain to deal with, like that smoker guy, or crocodile." Luffy's brows knitted in frustration as he recalled their battles with other Logia users. He hated nothing more than fighting enemies he couldn't even touch. It's different this time. The bearer of the darkness fruit can't turn into an element like other Logia users, but can also nullify other abilities at will. Robin explained, her delicate brows furrowing as she shared everything she remembered about the fruit's powers. Regrettably, back when Usopp described Blackbeard's abilities, he hadn't thought they would run into him, so he'd only skimmed the details. "I see. That makes things much simpler." Luffy's eyes lit up at Robin's explanation, and he clenched his fists in anticipation. Blackbeard threw his head back. The last scholar of O'Hara, the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. As expected, you're impressively well-read, knowing even about my darkness fruit. So what do you say? Care to join us? He said, a glint of cunning interest in his eyes. So, someone who wants to cozy up to the world government, dare to shelter me? You know the world government will never let me go. Robin neither refused outright nor agreed immediately. Instead, she posed a question. Luffy and the others glanced at Robin with curiosity. They weren't doubting her loyalty, but rather trying to guess what plan she had in mind this time. That's nothing you need to worry about. The whole world government thing is just a stepping stone in my plan. All you have to do is stay hidden for a while, and soon enough, you'll be free to walk beneath the sun with your head held high. I give you my word. Blackbeard swept his massive arm through the air, exuding total confidence. Then you'll have to beat us first. I refuse to follow someone weaker than me. Robin's gaze flickered. She glanced at Luffy and the others, resolve settling in her eyes. Perhaps, she thought, this could be Luffy and their way out. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, reading the faintly forced smile on Robin's face. They more or less guessed what she was thinking. It was simple, really. Just like on Eni's lobby, she intended to trade herself for the safety of her friends. Even though they understood Robin was thinking of their well-being, both Sanji and Zoro felt a surge of anger burn inside them. Their anger wasn't directed at Robin. They knew, in their current state, they might not be a match for their enemies. Robin's choice was one of necessity. But their fury burned even hotter at their own weakness. They hated the fact that they still weren't strong enough to protect their friends, that Robin had even considered such a sacrifice. Still, they hadn't fallen so low as to stake their lives on the sacrifice of a friend for survival. Not before, not now, and certainly not ever in the future. In unspoken unity, Sanji and Zoro stepped forward, ready to unleash all their pent-up fury on Blackbeard and his crew as soon as Luffy gave the word. Hey Robin, you just watch. I'll take it down, no matter what. Gear second. Luffy never worried like the others did. To him, defeating Blackbeard was the solution to everything. He thrust his arm outward. Blood pumped faster within him. His skin flushed red, steam curling off his body. In an instant, he entered gear second. Luffy, your body. Robin watched as Luffy shifted into that fierce state, concern filling her eyes. Right now, Luffy's body could hardly bear the strain. If he forced himself to use gear second, there was no telling what lasting damage it might do. It's fine. I'll finish this before my body gives out. Luffy spoke with firm resolve. Be careful. Don't risk everything on a head-on fight. Frankie and the others have already gone to the Sunny. We'll adapt as things unfold. Robin also knew that this fight was inevitable, so she didn't say much more and quietly reminded everyone. So, have you finished plotting? If you don't make a move soon, I'm going to strike first. Don't worry. This time, my fellow crew won't interfere. Dealing with you all myself is more than enough. Blackbeard watched Luffy and the others whispering among themselves, but paid no mind. His laughter rang out, brimming with arrogance. Let's go. Without wasting another word, Luffy vanished from his spot, charging straight at Blackbeard. Sanji and Zoro moved in the same instant, striking with full force. Their attacks aimed straight at Blackbeard. Robin and Brook instantly took up fighting stances, bracing themselves against any movement from Blackbeard's crew. Gum Jet Pistol. Three-sword style, 108-pound Phoenix. Diable Jambe, Premier Choix. All three understood all too well that their current condition left no room for a drawn-out battle. They had to give it everything right away. As long as Blackbeard, the leader, was dealt with, the rest would be no issue. At the same moment, Van Augur and the rest of Blackbeard's crew quickly retreated, putting as much distance between themselves and Blackbeard as possible, as if terrified of being caught in the crossfire. But what they feared wasn't Luffy and his crew's attacks. It was the risk of getting caught up in their Captain Blackbeard's power. Liberation! Unfazed by the trio charging toward him, Blackbeard's body surged with thick darkness, swirling into a towering tornado of shadow. In an instant, debris, fragments of countless objects, poured out of the dark vortex, along with people who'd only just been swallowed by the darkness, all of it flooding toward Luffy and his friends. Damn it, what is this? Faced with a wave of rubble bearing down, Robin also knew there was no avoiding this battle, so she didn't say much more. She just softly reminded everyone to be ready. Have you finished your little meeting? If you don't come at me, I'm gonna make the first move. Don't worry, my crew won't interfere this time. Facing the likes of you, I'm more than enough on my own. Blackbeard saw Luffy and the others whispering among themselves, but he didn't care in the slightest. He laughed arrogantly as he spoke. Let's do this. Luffy didn't waste another word. In a flash, he charged straight at Blackbeard. Sanji and Zoro moved at almost the same instant. Both unleashed their deadliest attacks as they rushed in to strike at Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Robin and Brook immediately dropped into fighting stances, warily watching for any move from the rest of Blackbeard's crew. Gum Gum Jet Pistol. Three-sword style, 108 calamities / Diable Jam. First grind. The three of them knew full well their bodies were far from being in prime condition. They absolutely couldn't afford to let this fight drag on. They attacked without holding anything back. As long as they could take down Blackbeard, the rest would be no trouble at all. At the very first sign of the attack, Van Augur and the rest of Blackbeard's crew quickly retreated, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and their captain, terrified, not of Luffy and his friends' attacks, but of being caught up in Blackbeard's own destructive power. Liberation! Blackbeard faced the three charging at him without the slightest trace of panic. A thick, swirling darkness rose from his body, twisting itself into a whirling black tornado. In the next instant, the wreckage of countless objects came spilling out of that dark tornado, mixed in with the remains of those who had just been swallowed by the gloom. It all came crashing down toward Luffy and his friends in an overwhelming wave. Damn it, what is all this stuff? Faced with the barrage of debris hurtling toward him, Luffy had no choice but to break off his attack and dodge at lightning speed. This must be the ability Robin was talking about, the power to spit out anything that was sucked into the darkness. Zoro unleashed the 108 calamity slash, but it only slowed the rush of debris for an instant. He spoke gravely, eyes locked forward. So, this trick of his isn't limitless. Once he coughs up everything he just absorbed, that move is finished. Sanji darted and spun around the incoming debris. Even with his diable jam at full strength, he didn't dare face the crushing wave of rubble head-on. But that's only if you manage to hold on till then. Come on, Straw Hat Brat. Blackbeard grinned coldly as he watched Luffy and the others dodging for their lives. He lifted his hand and beckoned toward Luffy, unleashing a strange and sinister force. What the heck is this? Luffy's body trembled, and he was uncontrollably pulled toward Blackbeard's open palm, flailing helplessly in an attempt to break free. Haha, Straw Hat Boy, this is my irresistible power. Prepare to meet your end. Blackbeard raised his other hand, gathering strength, waiting for Luffy to come just close enough to unleash a deadly blow. Damn it, Gum Gum. Realizing he couldn't shake off the strange force drawing him in, Luffy adjusted himself midair, stretching his arms out behind him. Jet Rocket. In the instant before Blackbeard could grab him around the waist, they both struck at the same time. Blackbeard's palm swept down with a powerful gust, aiming for Luffy's head. Luffy's arm snapped back with speed, punching toward Blackbeard's chest. Neither Luffy nor Blackbeard made any move to defend, both seemingly set on mutual destruction. Yet what Luffy didn't see was the eerie smile that crept along the corner of Blackbeard's mouth the whole time. Blackbeard's hand, the one that had absorbed Luffy, lunged out and made quick contact with Luffy's body. A shudder ran through Luffy as his rapidly recoiling arms suddenly went limp, bouncing about loosely, as if all their strength had been sapped away. Inside Luffy, all the organs that had taken on the qualities of rubber abruptly returned to their normal human state. But the blood still surged through his veins at incredible speed, raging wild within his body. In just a single instant, countless capillaries burst under the pressure, and his already weary organs took on even greater damage. With a gut-wrenching gasp, Luffy vomited a mouthful of dark blood, his entire form suddenly collapsing, robbed of energy. But before he even had time to catch his breath, a massive hand crashed down upon his head with crushing force. Once again, blood spurted from Luffy's mouth, his eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew watched in horror, fists clenched and veins bulging, desperate to rush forward and help. But Blackbeard casually shifted the tide of debris in their direction, blocking Zoro, Sanji, and the others from getting any closer. Ahaha! So this is the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 300 million berries? He's pitifully weak. Blackbeard, holding Luffy up as carelessly as if he were a rag doll, burst out in mocking laughter. Damn you! Put Luffy down now! Zoro and Sanji's eyes burned red with fury, ready to charge Blackbeard without a second thought. Haha! You better take a good look at the situation before you try anything. Blackbeard let out a booming laugh, drew the pistol from his waist, and pressed it to Luffy's head, instantly bringing Zoro and Sanji to a halt. Now that he had the situation completely under control, Blackbeard ceased the release of his torrent of debris and turned his gaze toward Robin. So, Nico Robin, what do you think of my power? Satisfied? Blackbeard looked right at Robin, his eyes burning with intensity. For a moment, Everyone's eyes were fixed on Robin, waiting for her reply. Robin's expression turned grim, her eyes flickering with inner turmoil. She realized she had miscalculated. She hadn't expected Luffy would lose so quickly and decisively. Robin had always known Blackbeard was strong enough that not even Luffy could stand against him. But she never imagined that Luffy would be so utterly overwhelmed, left with no chance to fight back at all. No, not just her. Zoro, Sanji, and Brook in the crowd had never expected this outcome, either. So, when Blackbeard dragged Luffy toward him, they had all been just a little concerned. But once they saw Luffy seize the momentum and counterattack, they relaxed their guard. No one anticipated that. Without any warning, Luffy would suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood. His aura faded, and the attack he prepared lost all its strength. It all happened so abruptly. Before any of them could react, Luffy was already defeated. What's worse, Luffy was now in Blackbeard's hands, and none of them dared make a reckless move. They were caught in a desperate predicament. Originally, Robin's plan was for them to try buying time against Blackbeard, stalling until Franky's preparations were ready. Then, with a sudden burst of wind, they'd launch a surprise attack and escape in the chaos. But now, with the battle over in the blink of an eye, none of that mattered anymore. Even if Franky and the others arrived at this very moment, what use would the plan be? With Luffy captured by Blackbeard, there was no way they could abandon him and simply escape on their own. Haha. Well, Nico Robin, you've now witnessed my true power. So what is your choice? Blackbeard watched Robin, his eyes smoldering, urging her for an answer. He knew very well. Robin was the world's only person, besides the world government, known to decipher the ancient texts of history. Someone like her was far too valuable to let escape. Nico Robin, I've heard about what happened on O'Hara Island. Now, you must be the one who carries on O'Hara's will. Stay with me, and I'll help you fulfill your destiny. Blackbeard tried to persuade her again. All eyes in the room turned to Robin, quietly awaiting her decision. Robin's gaze flickered for a moment. She tested him, saying, "As I've already made clear, there's no way I can coexist with the world government. If you plan to hand Luffy over to them, I'll never agree to your terms." At Blackbeard's words, a cold, mocking smile appeared on his face. From the very start, he had seen right through Robin's intentions. Ha ha ha, Nico Robin, there's no need to circle around with me. I'll just say it plainly. You want to trade yourself for the lives of the Straw Hat crew, but that's absolutely impossible. As he spoke, Blackbeard tightened his grip on Luffy's hand, applying even more pressure. He continued, I'm willing to spare the rest of the Straw Hats. That's the only reason they're still standing here in one piece. But as for Straw Hat himself, there's no negotiating. No one can save him. He's a crucial part of my plan. Your worth isn't enough to make me give him up. From beginning to end, Blackbeard had never believed that Robin would truly pledge loyalty to him. But so what? What he wanted were the secrets locked away in Robin's mind, not Robin herself. Besides, Blackbeard was a firm believer in absolute power. The knowledge Robin carried was just a nice bonus. There was no way he'd give up a chance to gather strength for her sake. Once he handed over Luffy, the man responsible for the assault on Eni's lobby, to the world government, he was sure to secure the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And that would merely be the first step of his grand design. A seat among the warlords could never sate Blackbeard's ambition. He intended to use the special privileges of a warlord to find a way into Impel Down, the deep-sea prison. There, Blackbeard had full confidence that his own strength would let him recruit a band of the most fearsome and ruthless pirates, forging a new Blackbeard pirate crew from the ground up. Then it would be back to the New World, where he'd challenge and slay the aging Emperor, Whitebeard, seize the power of the Tremor fruit, claim Whitebeard's territories, and use that as a springboard to rule the world. In this grand scheme, the knowledge in Robin's mind might prove useful here and there, but it could never surpass the advantage Luffy could bring him. Of course, that was only because Blackbeard had no idea what kind of secrets Robin actually held. Otherwise, he might realize just how priceless she truly was to anyone with dreams of world domination. Robin fell silent, her clenched brows and the hesitation in her eyes betraying the fierce turmoil within. Blackbeard didn't press her further, simply waiting, silent and patient, for her reply. At length, a flicker of resolve sparkled in Robin's gaze. She had finally made up her mind. Ha. Well then, Nico Robin, what's your answer? Blackbeard watched her closely, catching every nuance in her expression, and prompted her for a response. Robin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she sighed, her voice soft and haunting. Are you familiar with the ancient weapons? Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback, a flash of shrewd light darting through his eyes. His breath quickened as he demanded, What are you getting at, Nico Robin? Blackbeard had spent decades suppressing his ambitions, carefully plotting his plan to rule the world. Naturally, He was aware of the three legendary ancient weapons, said to possess the power to destroy the world. Yet these three ancient weapons had long since vanished into the tides of history, fading into legend. Because of this, Blackbeard valued the tangible, accessible power of devil fruits over the distant, almost mythical might of the ancient weapons. But now, with Robin bringing up the subject of the ancient weapons at this critical moment, could it be? The three legendary ancient weapons are known as Uranus, the Heavenly King, Poseidon, the Sea King, and Pluton, the King of the Underworld. She began calmly, her words deliberate and clear. Those centuries have passed since anyone last saw them, and no one knows their whereabouts. The poneglyphs record their locations. And I'm the only person alive who can read those ancient texts. Robin spoke slowly, each word weighted with meaning. At that, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed sharply. A sudden memory flashed. 20 years ago, O'Hara was annihilated by the world government, accused of seeking the ancient weapons. So, Robin hadn't been lying after all. Just then, Robin unleashed an even heavier blow. Years ago, Crocodile protected me solely because he sought the power of those ancient weapons. In Alabasta, we found clues to Pluton's whereabouts in the kingdom's poneglyph. Her expression was grave. She knew what men like Blackbeard truly desired. Pluton, king of the underworld, was the only card she could play. Still, Robin held something back. She didn't reveal that she already knew exactly where Pluton was. She claimed only to have found some clues. But that, she knew, would be enough. There was no way Blackbeard would let this chance slip away. Just as Robin predicted, Blackbeard's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. But it took him only a moment to make up his mind. He stared at Robin with a sly, toothy grin and declared, "Ha, Nico Robin, are you trying to make me choose between the Straw Hat Kid and Pluton?" Robin nodded in reply. "Set Luffy and his friends free, and I'll tell you where to find Pluton." At her words, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint, and he broke out in a harsh laugh. "Ha ha, only children bother making choices. I want it all. Don't worry, once I have you all in my hands, I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Robin's pupils contracted sharply at Blackbeard's threat. In the past, she never would have taken threats from a man like Blackbeard seriously. She'd spent her childhood drifting across the sea, witnessing every shade of the world's darkness. But now, Robin found it impossible to remain as calm and composed as she once was. She now had companions. She had people she cared about. So, she also had weaknesses. If Blackbeard were to go after any of the Straw Hats, Robin couldn't guarantee how long she'd be able to hold out. Damn it, isn't Frankie and the others done yet? Right now, the only hope Robin could cling to was that Frankie and the others, who should have returned to the sunny ahead of them, would come through. At that very moment, on the edge of Thriller Bark, the very people Robin relied on, Frankie, Nami, and Chopper, were all kneeling in perfect rows on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Today, I really can't call myself super at all. I'm just a blue-nosed raccoon. I'm so hopelessly obsessed with money. Just let me die already. The three, Frankie, Chopper, and Nami, looked utterly beaten, not a spark of fight left in their hearts, as if life itself had lost all color. Ha ha, feeling it yet? This has happened so many times now. Isn't it clear you don't stand a chance against me? Just give in, obey my orders, and set sail like good little puppets. A gothic girl, weightless as a wisp, floated above them, a few gloomy ghosts swirling at her side. With haughty delight, she looked down at the trio. She was none other than Perona, the ghost princess, one of Gecko Moria's three monstrous lieutenants. You jerk! No sooner had the ghost power faded, Frankie pushed himself up, glaring with fury, and lunged straight at Perona. But in the next instant, another negative ghost passed right through him, and suddenly Frankie collapsed to the ground again, as listless as ever. I'm nothing but a hopeless pervert. Seeing this, Nami and Chopper both shivered involuntarily, shrinking back 2 paces, putting extra distance between themselves and Perona. You idiots, don't you get by now? Those people are bad news. If we stay here, sooner or later, we're going to be next. We need to get out of here while they're still distracted. That's the smartest choice we have. Perona noticed Nami and Chopper seemed to fear her now, so she quickly tried to talk some sense into them. After Robin had knocked Perona out earlier, Perona had stayed in her room undisturbed. No one came looking for her. By the time she woke again, Luffy and the others had already defeated Gecko Moria and were throwing a feast. Reading the situation, Perona immediately began plotting her escape. As she gathered up the gold and silver treasures Moria had amassed and prepared to use the Sunny to flee, she happened to spot Blackbeard's crew dragging a limp, dog-tired Moria in her direction. Terrified, Perona could only tremble in hiding, not daring to show her face. It wasn't until after Blackbeard and his crew had left that Perona hurriedly began hauling chest after chest of gold, silver, and all sorts of supplies aboard the Sunny. Just as she finished her frantic preparations, ready to set sail, the crushing realization hit her. She didn't know how to operate a ship. What's worse, the Straw Hat Sunny was nothing like an ordinary vessel. It was simply impossible for her to handle it alone. With no other choice, Perona could only hide out on the Sunny, shivering in uncertainty. She kept watch on developments back at the castle with her powers, all the while waiting anxiously for her chance. But as the saying goes, heaven rewards those who persevere. Not long after, Perona's patience paid off. The trio of Frankie, Nami, and Chopper finally arrived. At their meeting, Perona immediately insisted they set sail at once and escape this dangerous place. But Frankie and his companions, mindful of Robin's instructions, would not agree to abandoning their friend so easily. Their opinions clashed. Both sides were in a hurry with urgent business of their own, and so hostilities broke out right away. As for the result, it needed no further explanation. What Perona hadn't expected was just how unwavering Frankie and his friends would be. Frankie in particular. Even after enduring wave after wave of negative ghosts, he kept charging at her, relentless and unfazed. Though Nami and Chopper sensibly refrained from attacking her further, it was plain from their expressions that there was simply no way they would agree to leave Luffy and the others behind. Seeing that Nami and Chopper seemed a bit unnerved by her abilities, she tried to seize the opportunity, tamping down her own emotions and trying to persuade them. No way. We absolutely won't abandon our friends and run away alone. Nami declared firmly, with Chopper nodding right beside her in agreement. I've already moved every treasure Lord Moria collected over the years onto this ship. If you leave with me right now, I could even let you have a cut of that loot, said Perona, switching to temptation when threats and persuasion failed. Treasure? Nami's eyes instantly lit up with the sparkle of money. Her once steadfast resolve clouded for a few seconds by the lure of filthy lucre. Nami, what are you thinking? Chopper, exasperated at her lack of willpower, gave her a little kick in the shin as he spoke. That's right, a fortune in treasure, enough to last us a long, long time. Perona pressed her advantage, quick to reinforce the temptation. Of course, this was only a strategy born of desperation. Once they'd escaped, she'd be the one calling the shots. The notion of actually sharing the loot? Unthinkable. A fortune in treasure? How much exactly? Is it worth a few 100 million berries? The gleam in Nami's eyes grew even brighter. Hey Nami, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad. Chopper, seeing Nami's hopeless fixation, could only grit his teeth in frustration, powerless to do anything about it. I can't say exactly how much, but it's an enormous amount. Absolutely massive. Just think about how many ships fall into our hands every year. That's nearly a decade's worth of loot we've accumulated. Perona wasn't lying. Over the years, they truly had gathered a mountain of treasure in the waters of the Devil's Triangle. However, their spending was just as colossal. You have to remember, Hogback's ongoing experiments in human modification have been a bottomless pit that devours cash. So, if you added up all the treasures that Gecko Moria possessed at this moment, having 3 to 500 million berries would already be quite good. Even though 3 or 500 million berries is an astronomical sum, Perona deliberately refrained from revealing the specific amount, leaving Nami's imagination wide open. She was sure this would make the temptation all the stronger for Nami. If a single ship carries 5 million berries, and there are dozens of ships each year, that's already several hundred million. Over 10 years, that's... Nami looked utterly spellbound, starting to count out Gecko Moria's fortune on her fingers. Hey Nami, get a hold of yourself. Chopper was so anxious he looked ready to burst into tears. A sly grin crept onto Perona's face, convinced her scheme had succeeded and that Nami would be on her side now. Nice job, you found her. Well done, Nami Chopper. Just then, right as Frankie, who'd been brooding nearby, appeared silently at the cabin door and flung it open. Through the doorway, it was plain to see. Perona's real body was lying motionless, slumped over the table. Move quickly, Frankie. We're out of time. In an instant, Nami snapped out of her daze, the lust for gold replaced by a steely urgency. Both Perona and Chopper just stood there, dumbfounded, unable to process what had just happened. What was going on? Before Perona could even begin to realize what had happened, Frankie let out a triumphant laugh, shot out his right arm, and yanked Perona's unconscious body back toward him. At the same time, his left hand detached at the wrist, revealing a menacing cannon pointed directly at Perona's forehead. Haha, don't make a move. The blast from his left-hand cannon could shatter a huge boulder. Frankie threatened. Long before they boarded the terrifying thriller bark, Robin had thoroughly briefed the Straw Hats on Gecko Moria's crew and their abilities, singling out the Ghost Princess Perona for special attention. So, after Frankie and Nami had both experienced firsthand the power of Perona's hollow fruit, they knew she was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Without a word, the two of them launched into action with perfect, unspoken coordination. Nami played her part to distract Perona, while Frankie silently hunted down Perona's real body. As for Chopper, his sincerity turned out to be quite the unexpected assist. Damn it, you bunch of idiots. Perona finally realized what was going on. She was so angry she was gnashing her teeth, but with her real body in Frankie's hands, she didn't dare act rashly. After all, her body was quite fragile. She couldn't be sure if it would survive a cannon blast. Did you really think you could buy me off with a pile of treasure? You're far too naive. Nami let out a proud little snort, glancing smugly at Perona. She added, besides, now that those treasures are on my ship, they're my treasures. Are you trying to use my own money to bribe me? Liar. You're all such liars. Perona was beside herself with rage. She hadn't expected Nami to so blatantly claim all the treasure for herself. That's wonderful, Nami. You didn't betray us. It finally dawned on Chopper that Nami had just been acting. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at her, overjoyed. Idiot. Don't just stand there. Get ready to set sail. Robin and the others are still waiting for us. Nami shot Chopper an exasperated glare as she spoke. Chopper nodded enthusiastically, not saying another word. He shifted into his half-human, half-beast form and hurried off to make preparations. Earlier, Perona had let down the 1,000 sunny sails in order to set out to sea. Now, with the wind-propelled device about to be activated, the sails would only get in the way. They needed to be stowed again. All right, Nami, keep an eye on her. I'll get the coup to burst ready. At this point, Frankie had already chained Perona's body to the mast and spoke to Nami. As long as Perona's body was secured, her bizarre powers would be much less dangerous. Nami approached Perona's body, pausing for a moment. She looked at Perona's ghostly form floating in midair and said, with your strength, you won't be breaking free of those chains. If you try using your powers against us again, you'll be the one left here, tied up and waiting for your fate. The next steps were absolutely critical. Nami had no intention of wasting more time and energy on Perona, so she cut straight to the point. What are you planning to do? Perona's face darkened. Nothing special. You just want to get away from here, and so do we. The only difference is, we need to pick up our friends before we go. We both know how dangerous that group is. If you get in our way, it's bad for both of us. Nami's voice was calm and even. Perona's eyes flickered, as if weighing what Nami had said. Truth be told, if she could help it, Perona had no desire to get caught up in a clash between the Straw Hats and that mysterious group. But looking at the thick, pitch-black iron chains, each one as thick as a wrist, wound tightly around her body 5 or 6 times, almost entirely covering her upper half, Perona's mouth twitched. Did she really have a choice? You have no idea how powerful those people are. Straw Hat didn't last even 10 seconds against him. What? Luffy lost. Perona was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to use Blackbeard's terrifying strength as a way to persuade Nami. But before she could finish speaking, Nami interrupted her, her voice frantic. How could that be? There's no way Luffy could be defeated that quickly. What nonsense are you spouting? Nami was having a hard time believing it. I'm not making things up. Everything I said, I saw with my own eyes. Perona replied, pointing up at the sky. Up there, another negative ghost was peering in the direction of the old castle. From the very beginning, Perona had been keeping an eye on what was happening at the castle, witnessing firsthand just how terrifying Blackbeard truly was. That was exactly why she was so desperate to get away from here. Of course, if she hadn't split her attention to keep tabs on what was happening over there, she wouldn't have been so easily captured by Frankie. Frankie, Chopper, did you hear all that? We don't have any time left. Nami's face was grim as she turned and shouted at Frankie. Yo, Kuda Burst is all set. The Sunny's fully aligned. Just give the word and we're good to go. Frankie had set aside his usual flamboyant demeanor, responding with a rare seriousness. Sails are all stowed. Chopper called back, his voice loud and clear. With a stern look, Nami was just about to give the order to set off, but suddenly paused and turned her gaze to Perona. From now on, we're in the same boat, at least for now. If we fail, things won't end well for you either. Nami's voice was icy, with an unmistakable hint of threat. What do you want? Perona frowned, though in her heart, she had a nagging suspicion about what Nami was getting at. It's simple. Use your powers to help us. Helping us is helping yourself. After learning that Luffy had already fallen to Blackbeard, a dark cloud settled over Nami's heart. This time, things wouldn't be so easy. And then, she thought of Perona. If used properly, Perona's bizarre abilities could be the key to turning the tide of battle. If they could persuade Perona, their chances of succeeding would go up dramatically. Of course, we're not about to remove those chains just yet. They won't interfere with your powers anyway. Once we're out of here, you'll be free to go. Nami stared at Perona and spoke bluntly. KHKHKH, are you asking me for help now? Perona let out a peal of laughter. No, I'm just stating a fact. Whether you help us or not, we're going to rescue Luffy and the others. But if we fail, you'll be dragged into this too. Nami's tone was unwavering. I don't have time to argue with you. Help or not, it's your call. After giving Perona one final glance, Nami withdrew her gaze, stopped wasting words, and turned to stand beside Frankie. Frankie, let's do it. On the ruins of the castle atop Thriller Bark's giant ship. Ha ha, keep a close watch on that straw hat brat. He's the key to my becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Blackbeard bellowed with wild arrogance, tossing the unconscious Luffy to Burgess behind him. His eyes swept contemptuously over Zoro, Sanji, and the others, finally coming to rest on Robin. Nico Robin, I'll give you one more chance. Pledge your loyalty to me now, and I'll spare their lives. A faint, menacing smoke curled off Blackbeard's body as he eyed Robin with burning intensity. Robin stayed silent. She raised her arms across her chest and assumed a fighting stance. Robin understood all too well. Blackbeard would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. He'd surely torment the Straw Hats to force her to reveal the whereabouts of Pluto. But Robin shot a glance at Zoro, Sanji, and Brook, who had just joined the Straw Hats. Even if she gave in, those 3 would never agree. This was a matter of pride. They would rather die than bow their heads. There was no way to avoid the fight now. So rather than humiliate Zoro and the others by surrendering, it was better to stand with them and give it everything they had. Seeing Robin's resolve, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook finally relaxed a little. Their eyes grew even firmer as they looked at Blackbeard. Ha ha, you made the wrong choice, Dark Vortex. Blackbeard wasted no more words. The overwhelming darkness around him surged up, undulating in thick waves that rushed toward Robin and her companions. Zoro, Sanji, and Brook reacted instantly, launching counterattacks. Yet the moment their attacks met the tides of darkness, they were swallowed whole by the consuming force within. Like stones disappearing into a deep sea, their efforts didn't even cause a ripple. The surging darkness wasn't hindered in the slightest. It charged at them, wild and unstoppable. Six-wheel bloom, anchor blossom. Right then, Robin sprang past the dark tide, launching her assault directly at Blackbeard. 6 slender arms sprouted from Blackbeard's body, locking tightly around his neck, arms, knees, and other joints, bending them back against their natural direction. However, compared to Blackbeard's massive frame, Robin's arms seemed as fragile as Child's, and her strength couldn't quite match up. Blackbeard's body only shuddered slightly, easily resisting the force from Robin's limbs, preventing her joint technique from taking full effect. But with that single shudder, Blackbeard's surging tide of darkness also stalled for a brief moment, offering Zoro and his companions a golden opportunity to strike. Hey Cook, Zoro called out, ghostly aura swirling thickly around him. In that moment, he seemed to possess 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a spectral deity as he leapt straight towards Sanji's position. Sanji instantly understood Zoro's plan. He raised his leg, bracing Zoro's foot for just a split second before launching him with all his strength toward Blackbeard. Air Force shoot. In midair, Zoro's body spun at dizzying speed, twisting nimbly past the tide of darkness. Like a living drill, he pierced through the air and closed the distance to Blackbeard in an instant. Demonic aura. 9-sword style, Ashura, Demon's 9 flash. Only now, having steadied himself against Robin's grip, did Blackbeard react. He managed just in time to fling up his hand, shrouding himself in a haze of black smoke as a shield before Zoro's strike landed. A heartbeat later, Zoro's attack was upon him. Blackbeard staggered backward, fresh slashes erupting across his body, and crimson blood gushed out as if there were no end to it. Zoro's silhouette flashed past Blackbeard, and without losing any momentum, his swords were already sweeping toward Blackbeard's crew, Burgess and the others standing just behind him. Ah, damn it, that hurts, you bastard. Blackbeard howled, his voice echoing in agony. The doubled pain, racking his body, left him with no relief except to cry out. Meanwhile, Burgess and his comrades turned pale as they saw Zoro's attack barreling toward them. Their instincts screamed that this was a strike they could never hope to block. Fortunately for them, they were only Zoro's secondary targets this time, so they had enough time to react. Without the slightest hesitation, they scattered in all directions, desperately avoiding Zoro's blade. Watching them flee, Zoro curved his lips into a knowing smile, finally halting his pursuit where he stood. 3-verse song, Arrowtail slash. Burgess, still airborne, barely had time to register what was happening when, out of nowhere, Brook, the skeletal swordsman with the wild afro, appeared behind him, sheathing his blade with deliberate calm. There was a crisp, satisfying click as Brook slid the sword fully into its scabbard. Then, a split second later, a deep gash burst open across Burgess's chest, blood spraying wildly, as if there were no end to it. Burgess's body convulsed, his hand releasing its grip by instinct, sending Luffy tumbling toward the ground below. Fleur grande écarlate. On the ground above, countless arms sprouted up like grass and trees, catching the unconscious Luffy and swiftly carrying him away from Blackbeard's crew. You bastard! Seeing that Luffy was slipping from his grasp, Blackbeard flew into a rage. The darkness swirling around him thickened even more, and in his fury, the tide of darkness expanded several-fold, surging out in all directions without restraint. Before, with Burgess and the others present, Blackbeard had still shown some restraint in his attacks, avoiding the areas where the Straw Hat crew and the checkpoint defenders were fighting. But now, blinded by anger, Blackbeard no longer cared, sending a full-scale assault of his dark tide to envelop everything around him. The dark tide now moved far faster than before, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up to Robin's stretching arms that were trying to drag Luffy to safety. The moment Robin's arms touched the dark tide's shadowy force, they shattered into fluttering petals and vanished into the air, while Luffy fell, swallowed whole by the encroaching darkness. Robin and the others, witnessing this, were racked with anxiety but found themselves powerless to break free and mount a rescue. The dark tide had already surged to their position, leaving them struggling to survive, barely able to look out for themselves. The area covered by the dark tide grew steadily larger, forcing Robin and her companions back, step by step. Their space to maneuver shrank rapidly. If this went on, their defeat was only a matter of time. Damn it, what kind of monstrous power is this? Even sword slashes are absorbed. Zoro panted heavily, his face grave with frustration. Though he wasn't able to wound a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, at least he could still cut them and put up a fight for a few rounds. But this darkness, this power from the dark fruit, simply absorbed his slashes without suffering the slightest harm. This left Zoro with no choice, forced into the humiliating position of dodging again and again in the face of Blackbeard's darkness. This can't continue. We need to avoid the darkness and getting close for hand-to-hand combat. Sanji looked even more troubled than Zoro, frowning as he spoke. Zoro, for all his difficulties, could at least launch attacks with his sword. But someone like Sanji, who relied purely on physical combat, couldn't even land a blow. One could imagine just how frustrated Sanji truly felt. But by the look of him, he's realized that much too. He's not going to let us get close like before, Robin said, forcing a bitter smile as she watched the darkness coiling like a storm around Blackbeard. As her words hung in the air, a heavy silence fell among the group. They could all see the harsh reality before them. Aside from staking everything on a desperate last stand, there seemed to be no other way out. Suddenly, a thunderous boom crashed from afar. High above, a dark speck appeared in the sky, rapidly speeding toward them. The sudden, thunderous boom drew everyone's attention. Instinctively, all eyes turned to the tiny black speck in the sky overhead. In moments, the speck soared closer and closer, until at last everyone could see what it really was. A pirate ship? The Blackbeard pirates stood dumbfounded. They had never witnessed a ship flying through the air before. While astonishment settled on Blackbeard and his crew, faint smiles began to spread across the faces of Robin and her companions. The Sunny, at last it was here. Wait, Captain, that's the Straw Hat's ship. The ones who left earlier, Cyborg Frankie, Cat Burglar Nami, and Chopper the Pet. They're all on board. Through a monocular, Van Augur got a much clearer view than the others and urgently called out his warning. What? What are they up to now? Blackbeard frowned in confusion, utterly mystified by the Straw Hat's latest spectacle. Yet before Van Augur could respond, Blackbeard saw several ropes drop from the rapidly approaching Sunny, swaying straight toward Robin and the others. With that, Blackbeard instantly understood. The Straw Hats meant to make a getaway. Ah, you think you can escape? How naive. This flying ship. I'm claiming it for myself. A greedy glint flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he watched the Sunny soar overhead. Raising his hand, he unleashed a colossal black whirlwind, sending it surging toward the Sunny in an attempt to wrench it from the sky. Just then, the air was split by a bizarre sort of laugh, echoing. Drifting spectral and half unreal, a ghost floated through the air before Blackbeard's very eyes. Blackbeard paused, not comprehending what this creature was. Although the ghost seemed slow, it was deceptively quick within a heartbeat. It dove headlong into Blackbeard himself. I'm so vile, so despicable. I don't deserve to exist in this world. Blackbeard's legs buckled, and he collapsed right there, his voice drained of all hope. "Captain, you!" Suddenly a series of bodies hit the ground with a heavy smack, one after another. Seeing their captain overwhelmed, the rest of Blackbeard's crew was thrown in a panic. But before anyone could utter a word, more negative ghosts drifted straight through their bodies, reducing each of them to a heap of despair, kneeling hopelessly on the ground. Robin, Sanji, and the others stood momentarily spellbound by the sight. Had Blackbeard's crew really fallen to their knees just like that? At that moment, Nami poked her head out from the sunny and shouted down to them with urgency. "Robin, everyone, grab the ropes now." Snapping back to their senses, Robin and the others wasted no time. Reaching for the ropes dangling before them, they grabbed hold and swiftly swung up, flying away atop the sunny. "Damn you! You bastards! Get back here!" Within Blackbeard's body, the power of the dark fruit churned, devouring the power of the ghost fruit. In no time, he recovered from that defeatist gloom and roared out his fury. The darkness swirling around Blackbeard spun into a monstrous black tornado. Countless fragments of walls and rubble that he had just swallowed with his dark vortex now hurtled up toward the sunny, which was floating in the sky. "Frankie!" Nami went pale at the sight of so much junk launching through the air toward them, and cried out at once. "Leave it to me. Coup de burst." Frankie didn't hesitate for a second. He triggered another coup de burst, sending the sunny hurtling faster through the air. The 1,000 Sunny's speed shot up in an instant, rocketing clear of the hailstorm of debris and vanishing on the horizon. "Damn it! Curse them! Damn it all!" Blackbeard stamped his feet, wild with rage, his eyes locked on the sunny, which had grown as small as a speck against the distant sky. But he couldn't fly, so all he could do was watch helplessly as the ship disappeared from sight. Several hours later, just beyond the Devil's Triangle, the 1,000 Sunny drifted aimlessly along the current, its crew having barely escaped disaster. Gone was the usual cheerful air aboard the Sunny. The Straw Hats sat together in silence on the deck, none of them breaking the uneasy quiet. "Hey, what's up with you all sitting here, not saying a word? It's been hours. What exactly are you planning to do?" Perona floated back and forth among the crew, her lively voice shattering the heavy mood. Her style might have been a bit gothic, but Perona loved lively places. She could hardly stand this oppressive silence on board. Yet no matter how much she hovered, the Straw Hats just sat there with furrowed brows, paying her no mind. Now even Perona was losing her temper. She huffed. "So your captain, Straw Hat Luffy, got captured, huh? Well, my captain, Gecko Moria, got captured too. If it comes down to it, just find a new one, right?" "Shut up." Zoro, already brooding over their loss, couldn't tolerate her words anymore. He growled at Perona, his voice cold and edged. "Hey, you damn mosshead, is that any way to treat someone who saved your life?" At last, someone had responded to her, and Perona seized the chance to snap right back, fired up. "You, I'm just a pathetic mosshead. Might as well be dead." Zoro stood up, his face hard and unreadable as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking ready to do something reckless, when, in the blink of an eye, a negative ghost passed straight through him. In an instant, Zoro collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. The rest of the crew finally looked over, each of their expressions a mix of concern and conflicting emotions. If this were any other time, and they saw Zoro like this, everyone would have burst out laughing. But right now, none of them were in the mood. "You, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been born into this world." A moment later, Zoro managed to snap out of his despair. With a dark expression, he drew his sword toward Perona, but almost immediately, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the floor again. "Hey, so this is the true strength of Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter ranked second in bounty among the Straw Hats?" Hey. Looking at Zoro kneeling before her, Perona let out a ruthless taunt. "You, I'm sorry, you, I am sorry. Hey. In just a few short minutes, Zoro had been forced to kneel again and again. His spirit was nearly crushed. "All right, enough fooling around. Let's talk about something serious." At last, Robin couldn't bear to watch any longer. She caused an extra arm to sprout from Perona's body and gently patted her on the head as she spoke. With Zoro's stubborn personality, there's simply no way he'd ever back down to Perona. If this kept up, he really would be left in ruins by her taunts. Hey, you guys are so boring." Feeling the touch through her real body, Perona gave a couple of sheepish laughs. She drifted away, putting a safe distance between herself and Zoro, and chose not to tease him anymore. Zoro, hard-headed as he may be, was no fool. He knew Perona was impossible to defeat. After casting a fierce glare at her, he gratefully took Robin's cue to sit down. Once again, an uneasy silence settled over the ship. "So what should we do next?" After a long stretch of quiet, Robin glanced around at the straw hats, sighed softly, and broke the silence with her question. We don't even have to ask. Of course, we have to go rescue Luffy. Robin's words finally loosened the tension, and Frankie was the first to speak up. That's just it, though. Right now we're no match for Blackbeard. So how are we going to save Luffy? Robin sighed gently, her voice laced with concern. They absolutely had to save Luffy. The question was how? Robin pondered for a few moments, then continued before anyone else could answer. Even though we were utterly exhausted when we fought Blackbeard, I don't think that's the real reason we lost. Blackbeard is simply too strong. We were never a match for him. As Robin said this, the Straw Hats couldn't help but furrow their brows. Nico, Robin, what exactly are you saying? Are you suggesting we just give up on Luffy? Frankie demanded with a hint of exasperation. At such a crucial moment, Robin's words, seemingly dampening their own spirit while inflating the enemy's, inevitably made Frankie overthink. Let me finish, Robin continued, unfazed by Frankie's reaction. If we want to rescue Luffy, the very first thing we need to do is recover from our injuries. Otherwise, we won't even have a fighting chance. But Blackbeard's goal is to turn Luffy over to the world government in exchange for a seat among the 7 warlords of the sea. That means that, by the time we're healed enough to try and save Luffy, our enemy might not even be Blackbeard anymore. It could very well be the world government itself. And this time, the force the world government brings won't be CP9 from Enies Lobby, but rather the far more terrifying guards of Impelled Down, the maximum security prison that has crushed countless notorious pirates, or even the full might of Navy headquarters. No matter which opponent we face, just a few of us, there is absolutely no way we can rescue Luffy on our own. Robin didn't shy away from laying out her analysis, even as the Straw Hats' expressions grew increasingly grim. Her words weren't meant to destroy the crew's morale, but to bring them back to their senses, stopping them from rushing forward recklessly and throwing away their lives in vain. Given their current state, confronting Blackbeard and his crew head-on would be suicide. If that weren't true, they would never have chosen to retreat before. But now, their location put them dangerously close to both Marineford, the seat of the Navy, and Mary Geos, the world government's sacred ground. Blackbeard would not need much time to hand Luffy over to the authorities. If they waited until they had recovered before taking action, it wouldn't even matter if they managed to challenge Blackbeard again. The real threat would already be much greater. That left them in a painfully awkward predicament, and even Robin found it hard to decide the best course of action. That was why she chose to lay out the truth so plainly, so everyone could make a decision together. Would they risk it all and try to stop Blackbeard before he handed Luffy over, despite their injuries? Or should they recover first, and then face the world government and Navy headquarters head-on? But right now, both paths looked equally hopeless, which was why Robin insisted that, on their own, rescuing Luffy was simply impossible. The rest of the crew understood what Robin meant, falling silent, at a loss for words. Though it stung to admit, Robin's assessment was undeniably true. With only their current strength, they had run into a dead end, unless a sudden flash of inspiration darted through Robin's mind, revealing a way to break the stalemate. Wait, everyone, we've forgotten we still have one more comrade. Robin's voice rose with urgency as she spoke. Zoro and Sanji were both taken aback, but Chopper's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Usopp! That's right, Usopp hasn't come back yet. Robin nodded and continued. Everyone, don't forget that Usopp went to find Luffy's brother Ace. If he manages to bring Ace back before Blackbeard hands Luffy over to the world government, the outcome might still be uncertain. Although Robin had also heard from Usopp that Ace was no match for Blackbeard, she knew at the very least Ace was on par with him. With their combined efforts, there was still great hope of rescuing Luffy. Nami's eyes brightened as well. That's right. Ace came to this part of the Grand Line just to pursue Blackbeard. With him on our side, everything will work out. Sanji, however, wasn't as optimistic as Nami. He frowned and said, But Robin, you just said it yourself. We're very close to both the world government and Navy headquarters. Time is running out. What if Usopp doesn't make it back in time? Robin, considering Sanji's point, offered her solution. That's exactly what we need to focus on now. We don't have to take on Blackbeard head-on. As long as we can stall and slow them down, we'll hold out until Usopp and Ace arrive. Then we'll fight them with everything we've got. It's worth a shot. But we have to hurry. If they slip away, we'll be in trouble. After thinking it over, Zoro was the first to agree. So far, this seemed like their best option. Then it's settled. Let's head back at once and find them. Frankie immediately jumped up, making his way to the helm, ready to steer the Sunny back the way they'd come, to pursue Blackbeard. The others had no objections. Everyone took position, either making preparations or catching some much-needed rest. Hey, wait a minute. You're going back to find this Blackbeard? That's not what we agreed on. Perona, who had been listening in on the Straw Hats discussion, was not happy at all when she realized they were planning to return to Blackbeard. She immediately protested. After all the trouble she had gone through to escape from there, she had no desire to return. But the Straw Hat crew were busy with their preparations, each focused and pressed for time, and nobody paid her much mind. Perona grew frustrated and yelled, "Liars! You're all liars. I'm not even part of your crew. I have no obligation to rescue your Straw Hat boy. You promised to drop me off somewhere safe once we escaped. If you really don't want to come with us, I can always let you off the ship right now." Robin looked up at her, smiling gently as she spoke. Right now, Perona froze, glancing around at the endless expanse of ocean in every direction. A sudden chill ran down her spine. Was this woman really thinking of tossing her straight into the sea? You just heard what we said. We don't have the time to take you anywhere in particular, so for now, you'll have to tag along with us. Otherwise, you're free to leave right now if you choose. Robin spoke up, her tone calm as she explained. Perona frowned, but seeing the resolve in Robin's eyes, she knew there was no room for negotiation. Instantly, she seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, her energy draining away. She didn't want to leave, but as a devil fruit user, stepping off the only ship in these waters was as good as a death sentence. Don't worry. If we come across a suitable island along the way, we'll let you off. For now, it's best for you to lay low. With these words, Robin offered a bit of comfort before turning away and leaving Perona behind, stepping into the cabin. She had to figure out a way to get in touch with Usopp. Let's win the clock back several hours. In an unknown part of the first half of the Grand Line, Usopp's mechanical wings beat furiously at his back, the wind screaming past as he sped onward with Ace, whose anxious face betrayed his worry. Usopp, how is Luffy now? Have they clashed with Teach yet? Ace's tone was urgent, his eyes filled with concern. He had faith in his own ability to defeat Blackbeard, but when it came to Luffy, he was nowhere near as confident. Luffy was strong, yes, but he had just started his journey at sea, hadn't even set foot in the New World, and his horizons were still limited. Blackbeard, on the other hand, had survived for decades among the most powerful forces in the New World. By experience alone, he was more than qualified to serve as one of Whitebeard's division commanders. There was no way Luffy, as he was now, could handle someone like that. Not yet. Blackbeard's crew is feasting and drinking like there's no tomorrow. Judging by the way they're stuffing themselves, they must have been starving for some time. Still, it's obvious. Luffy is their true target. Usopp could only see what the surveillance device on Robin allowed. No sound, but he could piece together most of what was happening. How far are we from them? Do you think we can make it in time? A glimmer of hope traced Ace's words. He knew that traveling by ordinary ship, it would take at least half a month at top speed from their location to reach Luffy. Even at Usopp's impressive pace, flying day and night without stopping, it would still take him 3 or 4 days at best to arrive in Luffy's waters. Ace understood the odds weren't in their favor, but he had to ask. With all the miraculous things Usopp had done lately, perhaps he just might have a special way. If we can't catch up, by the time we arrive, Blackbeard may have already handed Luffy over to the world government or Marine headquarters. Usopp fell silent for a moment, but he still voiced the most probable outcome honestly, without indulging in any wishful thinking. At the same time, Usopp was reflecting on his own mistakes deep inside. Although it wasn't obvious, Usopp realized that the sense of superiority he carried as a transmigrator had still colored his judgment. If he had crossed into an unknown world, it might have been fine. But fate had brought him into the world of One Piece, a world so familiar, its stories were etched in his mind. Though Usopp only knew the plot of the first half of the One Piece anime, along with some major events from later on, he still counted himself as someone privy to the world's secrets. Unconsciously, he believed he could change certain things using that knowledge, and he acted on this belief. At first, there seemed to be nothing wrong with this. Wasn't changing the course of events the hallmark of a transmigrator? But Usopp hadn't realized that the One Piece world he found himself in was a living, breathing world. Even the smallest ripple could shift the fate of everything. He believed he could bend the story to his will, never seeing that the world itself could just as well reshape his path. Or perhaps, from the very moment he arrived, this was no longer the One Piece world he once knew. Clinging to the old storyline for answers in this changed reality could only end badly. Take the current situation, for instance. Ace was supposed to meet Blackbeard on Banero Island, where his defeat would light the fuse for the War of the Best. Yet somehow, Ace arrived on the island over 10 days later than in the original story, giving Blackbeard the perfect opportunity to leave, zero in on his original target, the Straw Hat, Luffy. As the thought struck him, Usopp's curiosity grew. He finally spoke up. Ace, what were you doing before coming to Banero Island? Ace was taken aback, unsure why Usopp would suddenly ask such a question. He replied with some confusion. Nothing really, I was just tracking down Teach. When did you first learn that Blackbeard was on Bonero Island? Hearing his own question sounded vague, Usopp quickly clarified with something more precise. I think it was more than half a month ago. I heard that Teach and his men had been recuperating on Bonero Island, Ace recalled. More than half a month ago? Then why did you only get here today? Usopp glanced at Ace and finally voiced the doubt gnawing at his mind. With over 2 weeks, Ace could easily have traveled the entire first half of the Grand Line at full speed. Clearly, something must have delayed him. Sigh, don't even mention it. Earlier at sea, I ran into an interesting pirate with a red nose. I joined their feast, stayed a little longer on their ship, and it was actually there that I learned about Teach's whereabouts. Ace shook his head as he shared what had happened to him. A red-nosed pirate? Wasn't that another legendary figure from the world of One Piece, the possessor of the lucky color haki? Buggy? Hearing Ace describe the red nose, the first image that popped into Usopp's mind was of Buggy the Clown. You had to admit, that guy was something of a chosen one in the world of pirates. Usopp didn't know all the details, but he did know a few things about Buggy. Ever since Buggy started broadcasting during the Paramount War, it was as if he had some kind of cheat, riding a wave of good fortune, rapidly advancing without a hitch. First, the world government granted him the seat of warlord that Blackbeard so desperately sought, and later, he rather effortlessly became one of the new 4 emperors, standing on equal footing with Luffy. If you thought about it, Buggy seemed more like the main character of the pirate world than Luffy himself. These thoughts flashed through Usopp's mind, but he quickly focused his attention back on Ace's story. After I got word of Teach, I actually intended to part ways with that red-nosed guy. But out of nowhere, the Navy showed up, and I got swept into the middle of his treasure hunt. That ended up costing me quite a bit of time, Ace explained. That's all. Usopp stared in disbelief, surprised that things were so straightforward. He'd assumed that anything that could delay Ace for over half a month had to be some kind of major incident. Yeah, that red-nosed fellow even used me as a shield. Not that I minded much. Even score for all the food I'd eaten on their ship by helping them out of a few scrapes. But I really didn't expect to miss my chance with Teach because of it. Ace nodded, a hint of frustration in his voice. Usopp furrowed his brows. He remembered from the One Piece anime that Buggy reappeared during the Great Prison Break in Impel Down when he met Luffy, which meant Buggy was somehow captured and sent to Impel Down. But could this encounter with the Navy be the reason why? If that were the case, with Ace now involved, would Buggy still end up in prison? Could Buggy's entire fate be about to change? Usopp's had started to ache. He was finding this world harder and harder to figure out. But maybe that was just as well. In that moment, Usopp found a sudden clarity. From now on, he would let go of any illusion of superiority he'd drawn from being a transmigrator and truly face this world head-on. He would never make such a mistake again. Having recognized his own errors, Usopp took the lesson to heart and began thinking about what he should do next. Although Blackbeard and Luffy haven't clashed yet, it's only a matter of time before they do. Blackbeard and his crew are here for Luffy. Conflict between them is inevitable. But right now, Luffy is no match for Blackbeard. And with Usopp and Ace both too far away to come to Luffy's aid, unless something unexpected happens, the outcome of their battle seems all but decided. If Luffy is defeated, there are only 2 possible consequences. First, the world government, considering Garp's and the Navy's reputation, might treat Luffy like any other pirate and simply imprison him and Impel Down. This would be the best possible result. With their skills in trickery and illusion, along with Usopp's abilities, there might still be room to maneuver. But the real worry is that the world government could boldly reveal Luffy's identity as the son of Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, just as they did with Ace, and hold a public execution, a situation that would become enormously complicated. That kind of spectacle is something neither Usopp nor the Straw Hat crew is ready to face. Usopp had never really considered whether the world government knew Luffy's true identity, but even if they hadn't before, after Garp let it slip in Water 7, they surely do now. Since news got out that Luffy was Garp's grandson, it wouldn't take much to deduce that he is also Dragon's son. So as long as the top brass of the world government, the 5 elders, aren't complete fools, Luffy's identity won't stay secret for long. Let's hope things don't go that far. But you can't just rely on the mercy of your enemy. It's best to have a backup plan. Usopp's gaze turned distant as he murmured quietly to himself. Huh, what did you just say? Ace hadn't caught Usopp's words and looked over, puzzled. It's nothing. Blackbeard has already made his move against Luffy. Usopp brushed off the question, steering the conversation elsewhere. Since the outcome seemed inevitable, and Blackbeard's goal was to present Luffy alive to the world government, it was clear Blackbeard wouldn't go for the kill. With this in mind, although Usopp still closely watched how things were unfolding with Luffy, his impatience had lessened somewhat. There was no use worrying more than necessary. Nevertheless, seeing the relentless speed with which Usopp moved made it clear that inwardly, he was anything but calm. What? Blackbeards attacked Luffy? What happened? Ace, on the other hand, grew anxious as soon as he heard the news. Usopp thought for a moment. This was a good chance for Ace to understand the nature of Blackbeard's power, so he decided to offer a bit of theatrical storytelling. Blackbeard unleashed a darkness so vast, it blotted out the sky, swallowing everything in its path. Light, earth and stone, metal and steel, slashing blades, roaring flames, all of it was devoured by darkness. Luffy and his companions could do nothing but dodge, powerless to fight back. Wait, what's this? Blackbeard can actually unleash everything he's swallowed with the darkness, turning it into a weapon. Luffy and the others don't stand a chance. Oh no, the darkness Blackbeard controls is generating a powerful gravitational pull. Luffy's being drawn toward him. Impossible. Luffy's rubber powers aren't working at all. Blackbeard's dark fruit can actually seal away the abilities of other devil fruits. Luffy is in real danger now. Although Robin and the others managed to escape, Luffy was captured by Blackbeard. With Robin and the crew fleeing aboard the Thousand Sunny, Usopp's vision followed them, and the live broadcast came to an end. Damn it! Ace clenched his teeth, cursing softly, then fell silent. The hatred in his heart for Blackbeard had risen to a whole new level. Words could no longer convey the depth of his anger. Blackbeard had already broken the one inviolable rule aboard Whitebeard's ship. He'd murdered a crewmate. As Blackbeard's direct superior, Ace felt an unshakable responsibility for what happened. He was so ashamed he couldn't remain with Whitebeard's crew any longer. And now, Blackbeard had laid hands on his beloved younger brother Luffy, planning to hand him over to the world government, to push him into an abyss from which there would be no return. With old grudges and new insults combined, Blackbeard had become the top name on Ace's kill list. Usopp remained silent as well, a frown furrowing his brow. Though the result hadn't gone beyond what he'd expected, Luffy had lost to Blackbeard. Usopp hadn't anticipated that the defeat would be so absolute. True, Luffy had just come out of a grueling battle, but the gap in strength between him and Blackbeard was the key factor. This battle gave Usopp a much deeper understanding of the dark fruit's power. With its ability to swallow everything, almost all ranged attacks became useless against Blackbeard. Bullets, cannonballs, sword slashes, elemental forces, no matter the power, Blackbeard's darkness could swallow them whole. Standing there, Blackbeard seemed like a black hole, devouring everything in his path. The only weakness he seemed to have was in hand-to-hand combat. No wonder he'd gone to such lengths to obtain Whitebeard's Tremor fruit in the original story. Even handing over Luffy to the world government in exchange for a seat among the 7 warlords was merely a stepping stone toward that goal. Once he gained the power of the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard's close combat weakness would be erased. His strength would soar to the level of an Emperor of the Seas. Although this 4 Emperors level power comes with certain flaws, the 4 Emperors are still the 4 Emperors. This strength alone is enough to place one above countless others. Yet for Blackbeard to seize Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, he still has a long road ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, Blackbeard will, much like in the original story, use his status as a warlord of the sea to find an opportunity to enter Impel Down and recruit capable followers. Only by doing so can Blackbeard quickly gather a force strong enough to contend with the 4 Emperors. Usopp's gaze flickered, for he vaguely remembered that within Impel Down was a terrifying presence on par with a Marine Admiral, someone who had once annihilated Blackbeard's crew in a single encounter. If you counted Buggy and Luffy as well, that mysterious figure in Impel Down had actually managed to defeat 3 future emperors, and even the future king of the pirates head-on. Such achievements are no less impressive than those of the infamous Bandit King who, bottle in hand, fought an emperor, crushed the future pirate king underfoot, and even killed 56 other bandit kings, each as powerful as Shanks. If it really comes to the point where they must storm Impel Down to rescue Luffy, then perhaps Blackbeard's infiltration of the prison could be cleverly manipulated. Maybe, just maybe, they could deliver a devastating blow to Blackbeard before he rises to true prominence. But, in the end, everything would depend on how things unfold. For now, the most crucial thing is figuring out how to rescue Luffy. Somewhere in an unknown stretch of the Grand Line's first half on open waters, Usopp and Ace, each lost in their thoughts, pressed forward in silence. Time slipped by, its passage uncertain, until at last Ace let out a long, heavy breath, raised his head, and looked toward Usopp with bloodshot eyes. "How's Luffy doing now?" Ace asked in a somber tone. He assumed Usopp could still observe what was happening with Luffy, which was why he asked. "My special vision only follows things around the Thousand Sunny and Robin. Now that they've all left the Devil's Triangle, I can't see what's happening on Luffy's side anymore." Pulled from his deep thoughts, Usopp answered, "I see. So what are you all planning next?" Ace nodded thoughtfully before he asked. He was already prepared to step in personally to save Luffy, but he still had to consider Usopp and his companion's intentions. Strictly speaking, this was Luffy's own adventure. Life or death. It was Luffy's choice, just as it was the concern of Usopp and Luffy's Nakama. Ace shouldn't be interfering with Luffy's adventure at all, but Luffy was his dearest little brother. How could he simply stand by? Ever since Sabo died, no, since he thought Sabo was dead, Ace had vowed, solemnly and absolutely, that he would never let Luffy die in front of him. Whoever it is, anyone who wants to lay a hand on Luffy will have to get past his corpse first. Let's meet up with Robin and the others first. If we want to rescue Luffy, we might need to make a trip to Impel Down. We need to gather our strength before we do anything, Usopp suggested after thinking it through. Usopp kept the darker possibility to himself, because at this point, saying it wouldn't change anything. The Whitebeard pirates are ready to go to war with naval headquarters for Ace, but they wouldn't do the same for Luffy. After all, Ace is a member of their crew. Luffy is not. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were willing to help save Luffy for Ace's sake, Ace himself would never allow it. Ace would lay down his own life for Luffy, but he'd never let his crew risk theirs for someone who shares no real bond with them. So even if that outcome was spoken out loud now, it would only put Ace in an impossible position. When it comes to saving Luffy, Usopp knew they could rely only on themselves. If things truly came to that, Usopp's eyes were clouded with concern. Although Luffy had impressive connections, most of them were unreliable. There was no telling who would actually come to his rescue when the time came. Luffy's grandfather, Garp, holds the rank of Vice Admiral and fame as a Navy hero. That alone shackles him with layers of obligations. He simply can't intervene. As for Luffy's father, Dragon, he might show up, but Usopp was certain he would never bring the Revolutionary Army with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a proper leader of the revolution. After all, the revolutionaries are not pirates. They can't act with the same reckless freedom. Then there was Emperor Red-Haired Shanks. Usopp found him impossible to read. From the fragments of memory he had about Shanks, the man clearly valued life. But would he really go to war for Luffy? Usopp genuinely couldn't say. Perhaps, rather than choosing war, Shanks would be more likely to seek a diplomatic solution. But it was still unclear whether Shanks held enough sway to make the world government back down for his sake. If not, then there's nothing more to be done. Usopp sighed. The Straw Hat crew was still too immature, far less established than Ace's allies. This thought sent a chilling realization through his mind, and Usopp involuntarily trembled. What's the matter? Did something happen? Ace sensed a shift in Usopp's mood and asked, puzzled. It's nothing. It just seems that Robin and the others have come up with a plan, Usopp replied, giving Ace a meaningful look. A plan? What kind of plan? Ace asked in surprise, his confusion evident. I don't know. I can only see what's happening over there, but I can't hear what they're saying. Usopp explained. He had been keeping an eye on Robin and the others the whole time. While he couldn't make out their voices, he could clearly see that after some discussion, Robin and her companions had reignited their fighting spirit, preparing and psyching themselves up for what was to come. Usopp was curious too, silently speculating about what solution Robin had come up with. Just then, he saw Robin exchange a few words with Perona, the ghost princess, before hurrying into the library. Robin strode to the desk and sat down. Taking out some paper and a pen, she tapped the control device at her earlobe a few times with her slender fingers. Usopp's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped what Robin was trying to do, and he focused his attention on the blank paper on the desk. Without a moment's hesitation, Robin tapped the device a few more times, then picked up her pen and quickly began to write across the white sheet. We'll do our best to stall Blackbeard before he can hand over Luffy. Hurry over here with Ace as soon as you can. Usopp's gaze sharpened. This wasn't a bad idea, but it seemed a little too risky for Robin and her group. As if she could sense Usopp's concerns, Robin paused her pen for a moment, then quickly added beneath her previous message. Don't worry, we're not planning to fight Blackbeard head-on. We just need to slow them down, and that much we can handle. After writing this, Robin put down her pen and began tapping her fingers rhythmically on the tabletop, perhaps to make sure Usopp noticed her message. Usopp finished reading Robin's words, thought for a moment, then suddenly spread his wings and came to an abrupt stop mid-air. What is it? Did something happen? Ace asked, puzzled by Usopp's sudden halt. Robin and the others are going to delay Blackbeard until we can get there. Usopp took a deep breath, slowly descended, and explained Robin's plan. Really? Then why are we stopping? Shouldn't we hurry and get there even faster? Ace's eyes lit up at first, but soon he looked confused. Our speed isn't enough as it is. We need to figure out a way to move faster. Usopp offered his reasoning as he landed them safely on the surface of the sea. What do you have in mind? Ace didn't question him any further, simply asking directly. He was eager to rejoin Luffy and the others as soon as possible. It's simple, Just have a fight with me. Usopp's lips curled into a slight grin as he spoke. Huh? Ace was momentarily stunned, not following Usopp's logic. My body is a little unusual. Winning a battle makes me even stronger. Usopp explained. The battle with the agents of CP9 had already pushed Usopp to the verge of leveling up. With just one more upgrade, his attributes would take another major leap. And now Ace, right before his eyes, was the perfect package of experience points he needed to reach the next level. Without another word, Usopp didn't hesitate in the slightest. He hurled Ace straight into the vast ocean. Ace hardly had time to process what Usopp meant. The next thing he knew, he was airborne, falling rapidly toward the sea. In a panic, he cried out, "Hey, don't you have any sense of honor, kid?" Ding. Experience points plus 350. Coins plus 250. Current experience, 1787/1800. Coins, 851. After hearing the system's chime, Usopp, his whole body marked by burns, dragged the now unconscious Ace from beneath the waves and soared skyward. Ace truly lived up to his reputation. Even caught off guard, at the very last second before hitting the water, he unleashed a blazing burst, propelling himself into the air and escaping immediate danger. But Usopp's next attack was swift, and although Ace was still baffled by the sudden turn of events, there was nothing for it but to fight back. Yet, suspended above the empty ocean, Ace, powerful as he was, found himself at a loss without any foothold or means to fly. In just a few short exchanges, Ace, unable to support himself in midair, was struck by Usopp and sent plunging back into the sea, ending the battle. What surprised Usopp, however, was that Ace only yielded 350 experience points, leaving him just 13 points short of leveling up. That being the case, there was only one option. He would have to trouble Ace just a bit more. A mischievous glint returned to Usopp's eyes as he gazed at the unconscious Ace. A few minutes later, Ace let out a faint groan and slowly came to. "You're awake? Then let's pick up where we left off." Usopp's voice, carrying a devilish tone, rang in Ace's ears. Before Ace could react, he found himself soaring through the air once again. "You gotta be kidding me. You." Ding. Experience points plus 260. Coins plus 180. A few rounds later, the system notification chimed, signaling that Usopp had finally reached level 12. Not only did his physical attributes jump significantly, but he also gained a new skill. Name, Usopp, level 12. Weapons, White Thorn, Black Flame, Spirit Judgment. Attack range, 1,700 meters. HP, 16, 121/19, for 24, injured. Hockey, 8, 021/8, 596. Experience, 247/2, 100. Gold, 1,031. Attack, 1,375. Magic power, 181. Armor, 881. Magic resistance, 432. Attack speed, 25.43. Ability haste, 20. Critical strike, 100%. Movement speed, 4,089. Current skills, signature hero, Samira. Indomitable will, ascension steps, passive. Absolution, passive. Deception magic, cannon barrage. Bullet storm. Dust sealing final slash. Extraordinary dark power, passive. Destructive shot. Current equipment, fairy charms, X3. Blade of the Ruined King. Tear of the Goddess, 240 valor points. Passive plus 360 valor points. Essence Reaver. Passive, ascension steps, fervor. Your basic attacks grant 10% attack speed, stacking up to 5 times. At full stacks, you enter an exaltation state and gain plus 10% movement speed. Stacks fade after 5 minutes out of combat. Transcendence. Attack range increases by 1,000 meters. Fervent Zeal. Your exalted attacks ignite a wave of flame, dealing an extra 25% AP damage. Passive, Absolution. Black Mist Wraith 212, plus 200 attack range, plus 212 attack power, plus 100% critical strike, plus 6% critical strike overflow as lifesteal. Passive, Extraordinary Dark Power. 181 stacks, plus 181 AP. New skill, Lawrence Precise Riposte. Parry all incoming damage, crowd control, and harmful effects for 0.75 seconds, then strike back. The riposte deals 270 plus 100% AP plus bonus valor points as magic damage, and reduces the attack and movement speed of the struck target by 50% for 2 seconds. If you parry a rooting effect, the struck enemy will be stunned instead of slowed. Skill cost, 100 infinity valor points. Cooldown, none. Whoa, it's actually Lawrence Precise Riposte. Usopp was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected that his newest skill from this upgrade would be Fiora's W, and with absolutely no cooldown reduction. The W, with no cooldown. Anyone who knows Fiora's W would realize that, apart from being a touch shorter in duration than Azonia's Hourglass or statuesque invulnerability, its defensive capability is almost the same as a golden invulnerability. Even more, Lauren's Precise Riposte doesn't just defend, it retaliates, dealing damage and even applying crowd control like slows or stuns. It's practically unbeatable. With a skill like this in his arsenal, even Usopp would find the courage to face off. Well, at least trade blows with the 4 Emperors of the New World or the Navy Admirals. Usopp's spirits soared at first with his newfound Lauren's Precise Riposte, but as he finished absorbing all the details of the skill in his mind, his heart quickly dropped again. True, this skill had no cooldown limit, but it required taking up a specific parrying stance to activate it. Granted, the stance wasn't difficult at all. In fact, it was remarkably simple. However, every time Usopp uses the Loron Insight Blade, after parrying for 0.75 seconds, he is forced to thrust his sword at the target. This means that there's an inevitable window of vulnerability when wielding the Loron Insight Blade. It's simply impossible to use the skill in quick succession. The duration of this opening may be just a blink, but for true masters, that's all the time they need. Especially when considering powerhouses on the level of the 4 Emperors or Navy Admirals. If Usopp tried to rely on this skill to stand toe-to-toe with them now, it would be pure recklessness. Usopp certainly didn't want to end up like Luffy 2 years from now, get struck down by Kaido's Thunderbagua, and go from Pirate King Luffy to merely Pirate King Luffy. As expected, there truly are no shortcuts to greatness in this world. Perhaps it's best to just take it slow, keep fighting monsters, and leveling up honestly. Drawing a deep breath, Usopp steadied himself, ready to pick up Ace and get back on their way. Ugh. It was then that Ace let out a low groan and slowly regained consciousness. Are you alright? Flame Ring. Usopp was about to voice some half-hearted concern, maybe throw in an apology as well. After all, it did feel a little awkward having dragged Ace into the sea twice already without so much as a word of explanation. But before Usopp could finish, a surge of blistering flames erupted from Ace, rolling towards him in a scorching wave. Startled, Usopp reflexively prepared to toss Ace away to put some distance between himself and the fire. But even as Usopp moved, a flaming hand clamped down hard on his wrist, wrenching him to a halt. The next moment, the flames of the flame ring surged over him, engulfing Usopp completely. Trickster's escape. Although Ace's attack didn't have a killing intent behind it, Usopp wasted no time activating his life-saving skill to flee. There was no way Ace would really harm him, but a little suffering seemed unavoidable here. With the burning heat of flame ring bearing down, Usopp was certain he'd be lucky to escape with even a single strand of hair left intact. In a flash, Usopp's form was teleported dozens of meters away. Seeing Usopp vanish abruptly before his eyes, Ace froze in surprise. With Usopp suddenly gone, Ace lost his balance and plummeted straight for the sea. A flicker of panic crossed Ace's face. After being sneak attacked twice by Usopp, Ace had simply wanted a bit of payback. He'd planned to use the same trick to even the score, not expecting Usopp to have another trick up his sleeve. Flailing helplessly in midair, he could only watch as he dropped into the water below. Feeling the sapping weakness spread through his body, Ace's countless thoughts condensed into a single word. Damn! Grand Line, near the Devil's Triangle. The Straw Hat Pirate's ship, the Thousand Sunny, was cleaving through the waves, surging forward on its course. On the Sunny's deck, Frankie wore a grave expression as he steered the helm. Sanji and Zoro were adjusting the sails, shifting them from time to time at Nami's prompting to better guide the Sunny's direction. Meanwhile, Robin, Chopper, and Brook each held a telescope, scanning the distant sea as though in search of something. I see something. There's something up ahead, off the starboard bow. No one knew how long they'd been searching when Chopper suddenly called out in excitement. Everyone snapped their gaze toward the direction Chopper indicated. But right now, whatever Chopper had spotted was much too distant for the Sunny to draw near. Even with telescopes, they could only make out a tiny, blurry black speck. Sanji and Zoro, with just their eyes, couldn't see anything at all. There's something out there? I'll go check it out first. Perona, who had been drifting about the ship out of boredom, didn't bother waiting for anyone's answer. She simply soared off in the direction Chopper indicated. Geez, with Usopp not here, we really can't make out what that thing is. Forget it. Frankie turned 30 degrees starboard. Let's activate paddle wheel mode and get a better look. Nami peered through her telescope for a while, but couldn't make out what Chopper had found. Frustrated, she issued her command. Ever since they decided to hold back Blackbeard's group, the crew had retraced their steps to find him. But it had been hours since their escape from Thriller Bark, The enormous ghost ship and Blackbeard's crew had long since vanished from sight. With nothing but her instincts and experience, Nami had charted a course along the ocean currents, picking the route Blackbeard was most likely to follow. But out in the endless ocean, tracking a single ship without any clues was little better than searching for a needle in a haystack. An almost impossible task. Another few hours slipped by, and the Straw Hats still hadn't found any trace of Blackbeard. This little black speck Chopper had spotted was the first anything they'd found. One way or another, they had to check it out for themselves. All right, engaging paddle wheel mode. Full speed ahead for the Sunny. Frankie answered briskly, adjusting the helm and turning the Sunny toward the direction of the mysterious speck. With the paddle wheels spinning, it didn't take long for the crew to see the little black speck with their own eyes. Haha, looks like luck is really on your side. You've actually found Thriller Bark again. But are you sure you want to get any closer? Perona drifted down from the sky with a resigned look, forcing a wry smile. Truth be told, Perona had no interest in helping the Straw Hats look for Blackbeard, but with nowhere else to go, she had little choice but to fall in line. Without a ship of her own, Perona had no choice but to anxiously tag along with the Straw Hats for the time being. At first, when they returned to their previous spot and found no sign of Blackbeard, Perona breathed a sigh of relief and allowed herself to relax a little. Still, Perona had no intention of staying aboard the Sunny forever. After all, Robin had promised her that she could leave the ship if a good opportunity presented itself. So when Chopper shouted that he'd spotted something out in the ocean, Perona couldn't contain her curiosity and hurried out to see what was happening. What she hadn't expected, though, was that the thing Chopper saw was actually the very ship they'd been searching for. The Thriller Bark? Worried that Blackbeard's crew might spot her, Perona didn't dare get too close and quickly turned back the way she came. She had hoped to convince the Straw Hats to sail away before they got too good a look at Thriller Bark, but underestimated the Sunny's external paddle system, which could speed up their advance at a moment's notice. By the time she'd come and gone, the Sunny had already closed in, making it impossible to talk the Straw Hats into leaving. So, Perona had no choice but to speak honestly and advise them as best she could. It really is Thriller Bark. Perona, did you see any sign of Blackbeard's crew? Robin, peering through her binoculars, had finally made out what the distant tiny black speck really was. Lowering the binoculars, she turned to Perona and asked. Finding Thriller Bark brought Robin some relief, but she still couldn't completely set her worries aside. After all, most of the day had already passed. There was no guarantee that Blackbeard's crew was even still aboard. Of course not. What'd they spot me? I wasn't about to risk getting too close. Perona replied with a roll of her eyes. Robin glanced at Perona and said no more. She understood that Perona had neither the obligation nor the desire to gather information for them, and wouldn't have accepted if asked, so Robin simply let it be. Frankie, retract the external paddles and slow us down. Let's approach them with caution, Robin instructed Frankie at the helm. Got it, he replied, promptly operating the Sunny to pull back the paddles on both sides of the hull. Wait a second, they're slowing down too. Could be they've already noticed us. Nami shouted in surprise. It was important to remember that compared to the Sunny, Thriller Bark was enormous, like an entire island adrift at sea. Even now, Robin and the others could only barely make out its shape with binoculars. By rights, anyone aboard the Thriller Bark shouldn't have been able to see them at all, even with binoculars. Yet now, the Thriller Bark ahead was clearly reducing its speed. If nothing out of the ordinary were happening, they would never be acting like this. Be careful, and be ready to launch the coup de burst at a moment's notice. Remember, our goal is to keep them occupied. Robin furrowed her brow and reminded them in a low voice. Don't worry, the cola tank is topped off. We can fire up the coup de burst at any time. Frankie replied confidently. Good. Once we get a little closer, try to cause some commotion to lure them into chasing us. But whatever you do, avoid a head-on clash with Blackbeard and his crew, Robin continued, already pondering ways to draw Blackbeard's attention and get him to go after them. The fact that the terrifying three-masted ship only slowed down instead of stopping or turning back told Robin that Blackbeard was waiting for them to make the first move. At the same time, it meant they didn't interest Blackbeard all that much. He wasn't about to spend more energy on them than necessary. Robin thought that if they kept their distance for a while longer, Blackbeard might simply speed up and sail away without so much as a backward glance. If that's the case, I might just have a super idea. Frankie suddenly turned around, a sly grin spreading across his face. Oh, what are you thinking? Robin asked curiously. It's time for you all to see the Thousand Sunny's secret weapon. Frankie chuckled, deliberately leaving them in suspense, not ready to reveal his plan just yet. As the minutes ticked by, the Thousand Sunny inched closer and closer to the gigantic, ghostly ship. But strangely enough, aside from that sudden decrease in speed earlier, The three-masted terror gave no sign of responding at all. It was as if they weren't even aware of the Sunny's approach. Sanji, see anything? Robin called out from the ship's rail, lowering her spyglass and shouting up to Sanji, who watched from the masked crow's nest. Now that they were so close, Robin's view was entirely blocked by the towering fortress walls of the other ship. There was no way to see what was happening inside. All she could do was ask Sanji. Nothing. The walls are too high. Even from up there, I could only make out their tall mast. There's no telling what's happening inside, Sanji replied as he nimbly jumped down from the lookout post. This seems off, Robin murmured, a troubled crease lining her brow. Yeah, it feels fishy. We're this close, and Blackbeard still hasn't made a move? Could it be that they haven't noticed us? Nami agreed, voicing her suspicion, though she quickly shook her head at her own idea. No, that doesn't make sense. If they really hadn't noticed us, why would they have slowed down in the first place? What's the point of overthinking it? We'll know exactly what's going on inside once we take a look for ourselves. Chopper, you take the helm. With a carefree swing, Frankie let go of the wheel he'd been holding tight and called out to Chopper nearby. All right. Chopper, though unsure what Frankie was planning, immediately shifted into his human form and assumed the role of helmsman. Frankie, what exactly are you about to do? Nami asked, a note of worry creeping into her voice as an uneasy feeling started to form inside her. Frankie, don't tell me you're thinking of flying over the wall. The coup de burst is meant for our getaway, you know. Nami quickly added, concerned. From her perspective, the only way to truly see what was inside those walls would be to use the coup de burst and blast into the enclosure. But that would go against the strategy they just settled on. Relax, I'm not about to do anything reckless. Frankie gave Nami a reassuring nod, then added, didn't I tell you before? It's time you all witnessed the Sunny's secret weapon. Super. Before anyone could question him further, Frankie flipped open a hidden hatch at the prow of the Thousand Sunny and ducked inside. On the deck, Nami and the others exchanged puzzled looks, all starting to feel that Frankie was being a bit too unpredictable. Still, knowing Frankie's skills, a faint sense of anticipation bloomed within. Could this so-called secret weapon really be something special? Hey, everyone, can you hear me? After a short wait, Frankie's voice boomed out from the loudspeaker mounted on the mast. Everyone turned in his direction, their attention focused and ready for whatever Frankie had to say next. Hey, everyone, you're about to witness the most powerful weapon aboard the Sunny, straight from the King of Beasts, the Roar Cannon. As Frankie's words rolled out, the lion's head at the bow of the Sunny slowly opened its jaws just like a sunflower turning to the sun. From between its fangs emerged a long, menacingly black cannon barrel gleaming with an icy, chilling light. Whoa, it's a cannon. Stars sparkled in Chopper's eyes as his body wiggled with excitement. The rest, however, were caught a bit off guard by the transformation, a brief moment of surprise flickering across their faces. It wasn't that they were shocked to see a cannon. They all figured that if Frankie's secret weapon turned out to be just a cannon, it'd be rather unremarkable. After all, what ship doesn't have a cannon? Even the old Merry-Go had one, though theirs was more of a display piece, never actually used in battle. If a ship didn't have a cannon, now that would be truly strange. It was just that the Straw Hats had never really cared about having a cannon before, so no one had really noticed. Now, seeing Frankie extend a cannon barrel from the lion's head on the Sunny, everyone felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Is this the secret weapon Frankie was talking about? Of course, Chopper was the exception. At this moment, Chopper was so moved he was nearly in tears. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. What you're about to see will blow your minds. The Sunny is about to show you something amazing. Frankie, seemingly aware of the disappointment in everyone's eyes, just chuckled and didn't mind at all. Let the results speak for themselves. Without any hesitation, Frankie pulled down the firing lever. In an instant, the sky and earth seemed to grow dark. A ball of terrifying, swirling energy began to gather in the cannon at the Sunny's lion head, radiating an overwhelming presence. The terrifying force seemed to draw all sound from the world, focusing all attention on that single cannon protruding from the lion's mouth. Roaring Lion Cannon. With a thunderous blast, a wild and unstoppable shockwave burst forth from the cannon, crashing into the towering walls of Thriller Bark with the power to obliterate everything in its path, sending tidal waves surging upon impact. The Sunny was pushed backward from the sheer force of the Roaring Lion Cannon's recoil. Robin and the others on deck felt the ship rock beneath their feet. Then a powerful gust slammed into them, forcing everyone to shield their faces and squint their eyes against the rush. When the fearful aftermath of the cannon finally subsided, everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before them. A massive breach had been blasted open in the high walls of Thriller Bark, cracks sprawling outward from the gap to places they couldn't even see. Even the inner island's coastline was shattered at one edge, and the forest on the shore was left in complete ruin. Sugoi. Chopper was the first to snap out of it, eyes sparkling like stars as he stared at the battered walls, wrecked by the roaring lion cannon. Ha ha! With firepower like that, even a demon like Ors would be toppled if he took a direct hit. Perona floated gently to the ground, utterly stunned. If you got that kind of weapon, why didn't you use it earlier? A few more blasts, and the whole island would be smashed to bits. I swear my eyeballs almost popped out, though while I haven't got any. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brooke exclaimed in amazement. Right? If we had this up our sleeves from the start, we wouldn't have needed to run. Nami was equally awestruck by the power of the roaring lion cannon, her confidence soaring in an instant. You idiots, firing the roaring lion cannon just once uses up 5 barrels of cola, leaving some for the coup to burst and emergencies. We can only fire 2 more times at most. Besides, Luffy is still in their hands. We can't just blow him away along with the rest of them, can we? Frankie lifted the manhole cover, and after hearing Nami's concern, he explained. Nami was rendered speechless for a moment. That's right. The lion's roar cannon is an indiscriminate attack. If they use it on Blackbeard and his crew, Luffy would be caught in the blast as well. Robin, unlike the others, didn't get caught up in their laments. The moment the lion's roar cannon cracked open her line of sight, she raised her binoculars to survey the situation inside the ominous, 3-masted sailing ship. After a careful examination, Robin's expression turned grim as she lowered the binoculars and spoke in a grave tone. Everyone, Blackbeard and his crew aren't in there. In the waters under the jurisdiction of Marineford, the Navy headquarters, a Navy warship was slowly making its way toward the Grand Fortress. Zihaha! Then it's decided. Zihaha! Beneath the mast of the warship, Blackbeard stood, his laughter ringing out as he snapped shut a den mushy used exclusively by the Navy and the world government, ending his call in high spirits. Captain, how did it go? Standing nearby, Lafitte spoke up as soon as Blackbeard ended the call. Zihaha! It's a done deal. The world government has already agreed to our terms. All we need to do now is deliver the Straw Hat Kid and Gecko Moria to Marineford. Blackbeard let out a wild laugh. His ambitions for power and dominion had just taken a giant leap forward. Ha ha, that's fantastic. Captain, you'll be one of the 7 warlords of the sea soon. This is destiny itself. Hearing this, the rest of Blackbeard's crew burst into elated exclamations, marveling at their changing fate. Ziahaha, all right, Burgess, untie those Marines. We're no longer at odds with them. Full of swagger, Blackbeard gave a sweeping gesture toward the group of Navy men bound tightly together on the deck. Lying near the group of Marines were Luffy and Gecko Moria, both still unconscious. Huh, you Marines saw how things went. Our captain is now one of the 7 warlords. There's no reason for you to put up a fight any longer. Responding to Blackbeard's cue, Burgess strode up to a Navy captain whose face was veiled, warning him cautiously. Only after seeing the man nod did Burgess start untying the ropes. This veiled officer was none other than the ship's captain, Commander Shoin of headquarters, a man whose devil fruit power could corrode and rust everything he touched, making him a formidable adversary. Burgess had suffered greatly at his hands before, and there was no denying the wariness in his gaze. Ziaha, Colonel Shoin, you already know what happened. Now, please return to Marineford as soon as possible. We need to hand over the Straw Hat Kid and Gecko Moria to the Navy headquarters. Blackbeard looked at Shoin, who was getting back on his feet, and spoke. Since it's an order from the world government, I'll comply. We're not far from Marineford, at most, half a day's journey. Shoin flexed his somewhat stiff limbs, casting a wary glance at Blackbeard as he replied. The man before him was simply too bizarre. Shoin's rust fruit power, something he had always prided himself on, proved completely useless against him. That realization sent a chill of fear down Shoin's spine. Ziahaha, that's more like it. If you'd cooperated from the start, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. I told you all along, I just wanted to borrow a couple of your ships and a den mushy. Nothing more. Blackbeard let out a roaring laugh. Pirates borrowing ships from the Navy? What a joke. Any self-respecting Marine would resist such an outrageous request. But now that the other party had come to terms with the world government, Shoin had no intention of foolishly crossing Blackbeard again. All he wanted was to deliver this walking disaster to Marineford as quickly as possible and be rid of him. With a final glance at Blackbeard, Shoin began commanding his men to steer the warship at full speed toward Marineford. Ugh, this ship is way too cramped. There's barely room to stretch out. I'd much prefer that island-sized ship. That one's a real treat to travel on. Now that the situation was under control and the Navy was busy at the helm, Burgess flopped down heavily onto the deck and grumbled in annoyance. Well, nothing we can do about it. The helm on that huge ship is busted. Now it can only drift wherever the current or the wind takes it. Impossible to navigate properly. And besides, with just a handful of us, there's no way we could manage a vessel of that size. Lafitte, their navigator, chimed in with an explanation. Just a dozen hours earlier, after Robin and the others had escaped, Blackbeard's crew had tried to set sail for Marineford aboard the massive Thriller bark. Unfortunately, their attempts proved futile. Thriller bark had already been wrecked by oars, rendering it completely unseaworthy. In the end, Blackbeard and his men fell back on their old tactics. They cobbled together a raft from whatever they could scavenge, abandoned the giant Thriller bark, and set off to sea on their makeshift craft. Perhaps fate was finally smiling on Blackbeard. Before long, they encountered a Navy warship during their journey across the waves. Negotiations quickly broke down, so Blackbeard simply seized the ship by force and steered it into the calm belt, taking the most direct route to Marineford. Along the way, Blackbeard used the warship's Den Mushi to contact the world government, successfully bartering Luffy and Gecko Moria for a seat among the 7 warlords of the sea. Everything was falling into place so perfectly, it was almost as if they were cheating fate. Haha, Burgess, it's just a ship. No need to worry. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with excitement as he boomed with laughter. Soon enough, we'll have pirate ships 10 times bigger than that one. Of course, Captain, I know that. Burgess nodded, his earlier complaint just a passing grumble. Without dwelling on it, he quickly shifted the conversation. But what about the rest of the Straw Hat crew? Aren't we going after them? We'll get to them in due time, just not yet. Blackbeard clenched his fist in anticipation, his tone heavy with implication. Let's wrap things up here first. When we're stronger, there'll be no escaping me. Not for any of them. Now that he understood Robin's value, there was no way Blackbeard would let her slip away easily. Still, he had greater priorities at this moment. It wouldn't do to have Robin on his ship just yet. She'd have to wait. Burgess and the rest quickly grasped Blackbeard's intentions. With the Navy still around, there was no need for further discussion. They settled in, saving their strength for what awaited in Marineford. The sea voyage passed without incident, and before long, mere hours, the naval warship carrying Blackbeard's crew glided into Marineford's imposing harbor. So this is Marineford, the very heart of the Navy. What a sight, truly imposing. Blackbeard stood at the bow, gazing at the towering fortress and the endless flow of Navy personnel. His voice echoed admiration, but his eyes glimmered with wild, destructive intent rather than awe. Captain, look over there. A special warship is headed into port. Burgess pointed toward a colossal dog-headed battleship, several times larger than their own vessel, approaching from the right aft. Oh, that's Vice Admiral Garp's personal ship, Shioen explained, following Burgess's gaze and perking up with recognition. Garp? You mean Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the Navy's legendary hero? A rare seriousness flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he asked, his madness momentarily restrained. That's right, the one and only, the legendary Garp, Shioen replied, his voice tinged with reverence. Blackbeard considered for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, to think we'd stumble upon such a big name. No need to worry about handing the Straw Hat Kid over with him around. Shioen nodded. I've already contacted headquarters. Someone from there is on their way. But if you're in a hurry, handing the Straw Hat Kid directly to Vice Admiral Garp shouldn't be an issue. Perfect. Let's do just that. Blackbeard grinned with satisfaction. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Vice Admiral Garp, we've arrived at Marineford. The massive dog-headed warship docked at the port of Marineford. A Navy soldier hurried outside the cabin and called out respectfully and loudly. He waited for a while, but there was no response from Garp. Just as he was about to call again, the ship's adjutant, Bogard, appeared with Kobe and Belmere in tow. Understood. Transfer all the pirates we captured along the way to Impel Down. Make sure to tally up their total bounty amount and report it together later. Bogard waved his hand, signaling for the Navy soldier to get on with his tasks. Yes, sir. Clearly used to this routine, the Navy soldier saluted Bogard crisply and retreated without hesitation. Bogard turned and pushed open the cabin door. Inside, he found Garp sprawled over the desk, fast asleep. Shaking his head with a touch of helplessness, Bogard couldn't say he was surprised. He motioned for Kobe and Belmere to wait outside, then stepped softly to Garp's side. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru is looking for you. Bogard whispered this quietly into Garp's ear. What? Tsuru is here. Garp shot upright in alarm, springing out of his seat and anxiously scanning the room for any sign of Tsuru. Vice Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, said there's something important to discuss with you. He asked that you see him as soon as you returned. Now that Garp was awake, Bogard reminded him of his orders. Garp stood there, blinking in confusion for a moment before finally piecing everything together. Hey, Bogard. There's no need to wake me up with such a scare. You know, people can be scared to death like that. With Tsuru nowhere in sight, Garp breathed a sigh of relief and shot Bogard a look of mock indignation. He had never been afraid of anything in his life. He would even chase down the Pirate King himself. But when it came through, Garp could never summon that same bravado. Whenever Tsuru was around, Garp behaved like a model student. That was precisely why Bogard used this method to rouse him. Strictly speaking, I wasn't lying. Vice Admiral Tsuru is indeed waiting for you right now, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Bogard answered calmly and without flinching. Garp frowned. Hadn't Sengoku mentioned over the Den Mushi that he and Tsuru would be waiting for him? Still, after that nap, he'd almost forgotten. All right, I'm going. It's not like I was gone that long. Can't believe they're making such a big deal out of this. Stretching, Garp strode out of the cabin. Seeing this, he figured Sengoku must be frustrated with his recent lackadaisical attitude, so he had called Garp over to deliver a bit of ideological education. Bogart didn't say another word. He silently followed in Garp's footsteps. Vice Admiral Garp. Waiting outside the cabin, Kobe and Belmere snapped to attention as soon as they saw Garp emerge, saluting him smartly. Ah, Kobe, Belmere, looks like after we get back this time, we'll be grounded for quite a while. The two of you might as well make the most of it and do some real training, Garp said with a big yawn, sounding utterly laid back. Hearing this, both Kobe and Belmere visibly flinched, beads of sweat immediately forming on their foreheads. After all, they had already endured a round of Garp's so-called training, though to them, training was closer to outright torture. Garp never taught them anything specific. He just tossed them into the harshest situations he could find. Fiery volcanoes, treacherous swamps, sheer cliffs, surging rivers. Simply surviving these ordeals counted as completion of their training. It was a straightforward, brutal method, but effective. After all, anyone who could make it out of those predicaments alive would toughen up both body and mind. Kobe and Belmere had already felt the benefits on themselves. Still, useful as it might be, the fear never really left them. If given the choice, the two of them would much rather have Bogart's regimented physical and technical drills over Garp's brand of training. But clearly, what they wanted hardly mattered in this situation. All right then, I better go see Sengoku. You two go on back and wait for my orders, Garp said, waving his hand absently. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Not daring to hesitate a moment, Kobe and Belmere spun and hurried away. With the hellish experience awaiting them, they needed every moment of rest they could steal before the ordeal began again. But as they reached the gangway and prepared to disembark, they noticed a group stepping off a small Navy ship that had docked beside them. Among those leaving the ship were both Navy men and pirates. What really made Kobe and Belmere pause, however, was the sight of a pirate dragging along two unconscious figures, and one of them was none other than their old acquaintance, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Luffy? What was he doing here, in the very heart of Navy headquarters? No, something was wrong. Luffy looked badly injured. Could it be? An unsettling thought flashed across Kobe's mind. What are you two gawking at? You're blocking the way. Get moving and disembark already. Bogard and Garp had followed, right behind Kobe and Belmere, also preparing to leave the ship. Seeing the two of them rooted to the spot and blocking the exit, Bogard gave them a sharp prod. Vice Admiral Garp. Kobe was overwhelmed with shock, his words stumbling as he cried out. What's wrong? Garp's brows knit together in confusion as he asked. It's El Luffy. He's been captured and brought to Marineford. Kobe swallowed hard, forcing the words out with difficulty. What? A jolt shot through Garp's heart. He strode quickly to the rail of the ship and peered down toward the docks. Zihahaha, is that the legendary marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp? I'm a newly appointed warlord of the sea, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard stood on the shore, his eyes lighting up when he saw the tall, vigorous old man on the dog-headed warship. He instantly realized that this must be the legendary Garp, a new warlord of the sea. Garp's attention had been entirely on the unconscious Luffy, but as soon as he heard Blackbeard introduce himself, his sharp gaze snapped toward Blackbeard. A newly appointed warlord of the sea, Luffy lying unconscious, and Sengoku's earlier command for him to return urgently. As these events connected in his mind, Garp immediately saw how it all fit together. The look he gave Blackbeard turned colder than ice. People might take Garp's casual manner for simplicity, but for a man to have reached his station, he could never have been so naive. Zia, that's right. The world government has already agreed to grant me a warlord title in exchange for handing over Straw Hat. I came here for one reason, to deliver him to Marine headquarters. Unless you. Blackbeard hadn't noticed the chill in Garp's eyes. He continued laughing triumphantly. But in the next instant, a fist sheathed in jet-black armament hockey appeared right before Blackbeard's eyes, and his laughter cut off like a rope snapped. Boom! Garp's iron fist crashed down on Blackbeard's head, smashing his body into the ground. The earth for hundreds of feet around fractured, as if the entire dock had been struck by an earthquake. Had it not been for the foundation of Marineford being built from extraordinarily resilient materials, this single blow might have utterly destroyed the pier. Wow, what's happening? What just happened? That's Vice Admiral Garp. He's attacking those pirates. Pirates? But this is Marineford. Who would be so brazen as to show themselves here? Garp's blow reverberated through all of Marineford, drawing crowds rushing toward the docks. He straightened, letting the darkness of his armament hockey slowly fade from his fist. Eyes sweeping the gathered crowd, Garp strode toward Burgess, who had been sent flying by the aftershock of his punch. His gaze was murderously cold, and in Burgess's hands, he still clutched the unconscious Luffy. Garp wore a grim expression, his face dark and brooding as he advanced toward Burgess, step by deliberate step. Each stride landed with such weight and finality. It was as though a pendulum were striking, marking the relentless countdown to death. Panic instantly seized Burgess. Flustered and babbling, he shouted, "Yui, what are you trying to do? Our captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You can't lay a hand on us." Garp didn't respond. He simply continued his slow, unwavering approach toward Burgess. Damn it all. Dark Vortex. Blackbeard, face streaked with blood, hauled himself out of the crater with a snarl, spitting out 2 shattered teeth. With a grimace twisted by pain and rage, he unleashed a swirling torrent of darkness toward Garp. Garp paused for a split second, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected Blackbeard to stand back up after taking such a devastating punch. But the feeling of surprise quickly passed. In a blur, Garp sidestepped the raging darkness, all but ignoring it. He reappeared right at Blackbeard's side, his fist shot out once again. A thunderous crash shook the earth. Blackbeard was smashed into the ground for a second time, coughing up a great mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, the light in Blackbeard's eyes had not dimmed. He clearly had not suffered a fatal wound. A solid body, no doubt, Garp remarked, looking down on Blackbeard's unwilling face. But in the end, you're just another fool who relies on the power of a devil fruit. The power of devil fruits is immense. Some rare types can turn an ordinary person into a formidable warrior overnight. That's why so many, once they acquire a devil fruit, throw themselves wholly into perfecting its power and neglect their body's other strengths. But they forget, the body is the foundation of everything. Even devil fruits require stamina to fuel their abilities. Not a single legendary fighter on these seas is frail or weak in body. In Garp's eyes, Blackbeard was precisely the sort to let physical discipline slip away after gaining a devil fruit. He had been gifted a robust physique, yet in terms of hockey and martial arts, he was utterly lacking. Such a waste of his potential. WHY, I'm a warlord of the sea. Why are you coming after me? We don't have any bad blood between us, do we? Blackbeard, gritting his teeth, demanded from within the crater. Garp gave a cold snort. Sorry, but among the warlords I know, your name never came up. As for bad blood between us, oh, we have plenty. That's impossible. We've never even met before. How could I have offended you? Blackbeard's eyes were wide with confusion. Do you know my full name? Garp looked at Blackbeard, his voice calm. Your full name? Monkey D. Garp. Blackbeard was even more perplexed upon hearing this, utterly unable to see what Garp's full name had to do with him. If one had to make a connection, it would be that the letter D appeared in both of their names. But what did that have to do with Garp's deep-seated hostility toward him? Then, do you know the true full name of that straw hat kid you went to such lengths to catch? Garp clenched his fist, and thin, pure streams of armament hockey began to course around his knuckles. Straw Hat? I think his name is Monkey D. Blackbeard frowned as he searched his memory. Then a sudden realization struck him. His pupils contracted, and he looked at Garp in shock and horror. Wait, could it be that you're... That's right, Luffy is my grandson. Garp lifted his fist again, the armament hockey twisting and warping the very air around it. There could be no mistake now. Garp fully meant business. Garp! Just as Garp's punch was about to come crashing down, a powerful voice rang out from afar, making Garp's whole body tense. His raised fist stopped, frozen in the air. Sir, Garp withdrew his fist and dispersed the hockey, turning to call out to the figure striding forward from amidst the crowd of spectating Marines. What now? Are you planning to destroy Marineford itself? Tsuru walked over, took in the chaotic devastation around her with a frown, and spoke sharply. I am sorry, E. Garp let out a weary sigh, looking completely dispirited, all traces of his usual carefree demeanor gone. Seeing him like this, a glimmer of sympathy flickered in Tsuru's eyes. She consoled him. Don't worry. Things haven't reached the worst possible end yet. Sengoku has already gone to Mary Geos to meet with the five elders. It won't go so smoothly. Those old men. Garp shook his head, about to continue when Tsuru raised her hand to stop him. We'll talk later. This isn't the place. With that gentle reminder, she began ordering the cleanup. Someone, escort Blackbeard's crew to the guest quarters for some rest. Take Gecko Moria as well. None of them are to wander about without cause. Treat Straw Hat quickly and send him to impel down. Also, let those in charge over there know that Straw Hat is not to be treated like just any pirate. Straw Hat is of utmost importance. Should even a hair be harmed, the responsibility will be theirs to bear. As Garp watched a few Marines carry off the unconscious Luffy, his body trembled slightly and his fists clenched once more. Garp, don't forget who you are. Tsuru, noticing his movement, reminded him sternly. Struggle contorted Garp's face. After a long moment of hesitation, he sighed wearily, unclenched his fists, and strode away toward the distance. Garp knew perfectly well what fate would await Luffy if he were taken away here. If he stayed a moment longer, Garp truly feared he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from taking action. If, as the hero of the Marines, he really did act out in this place, the faith of most Marines would surely shatter. Should that truly happen, the whole world would be thrown into chaos in an instant. So Garp had no choice but to leave, forcing himself to suppress the rising urges in his heart. Tsuru watched Garp's departing figure, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes, yet she understood even more clearly the consequences if Garp acted now. There was nothing she could do but watch him go. Then Tsuru lifted her gaze, looking off into the distance. She could only hope that things would go smoothly for Sengoku. World Government Headquarters, Mary Geos, Pangea Castle, Hall of Authority. No, absolutely not. I refuse to accept this. Admiral Sengoku faced the 6 elders before him, frowning deeply as he spoke. This time, Sengoku had come to plead on behalf of the Straw Hat Boy, facing the 5 elders, who stood at the very peak of the world's power, and the supreme commander of the Marines, Kong. He was hoping for leniency, but to his dismay, their attitude was unyielding, even bringing matters to the very point he most dreaded. Don't get so worked up, Sengoku. Don't forget your position as Fleet Admiral, Kong said, his tone gentle but firm. Sengoku, we're not negotiating with you. This is an order. One of the 5 elders, an old man in a black suit with a head of curled white hair, a bushy white beard, and leaning on a cane, snorted coldly, completely unsparing. Sengoku, if you're unwilling to carry this out, we can easily find someone else to do it. You're not irreplaceable in this matter. Another elder, dressed in a dark green suit, bald, with 2 thick mustaches shaped like downward curves and a birthmark on his forehead, spoke with an obvious undertone. Being so belittled, even Sengoku's composure slipped. His face darkened and fury burned at his chest. But in the end, reason won over impulse, and Sengoku slowly calmed himself down. Gentlemen, we in the Navy headquarters are currently preparing to advance into the New World. At a time like this, to publicly execute Monkey D, Luffy and launch in a war with the Revolutionary Army is simply beyond our means. His tone had shifted, no longer as fierce as before. Instead, Sengoku sought to use practical arguments to sway the 5 elders and Supreme Commander Kong. Indeed, what Sengoku opposed just now was none other than Luffy's public execution. Ever since he entered the Hall of Authority, he'd barely had a chance to plead before the 5 elders struck preemptively, cutting off every argument before it left his lips.